Crossing into the Beast Master world. Every year from the age of 10 to 18, there's an opportunity to awaken a unique beast. As the young lord of the city, Feng binds a god-level choice system. Ding! Congratulations on activating the god-level choice system. Please make a choice, host. 1. Be a lazy fish in the Beastmaster world and receive a reward of 2 million gold coins. 2. Enjoy life relying on the status of a young lord and receive the reward of the Earth Core Flame. 3. Become the strongest Beastmaster in the Beastmaster world and receive the reward of the 4 holy beasts. Chapter 1. Beast Awakening, Holy Beast Qinglong. Beast Master Sanctuary. Thousands of people quietly line up here, and no one dares to make a noise. Feng is one of them. He has been in this world for 18 years. This world is vastly different from Earthstar, but it is a world of beast mastery competition. Here, every person has the opportunity to go to the Beastmaster Sanctuary once a year starting at the age of 10 to participate in the awakening ceremony for beasts. This continues until they reach adulthood at 18. During this period, if one can gain the recognition of a beast egg, they can enter the training path of a Beastmaster. However, if one cannot awaken, they can only live an ordinary life. Feng's father, Su Tianzong, is a city lord, and the Lin Tian city he governs is the largest city on the continent, bustling with people and thriving trade. His power and status are even higher than those of many prominent families. Although Feng lives without worry, he still hopes to awaken a powerful beast egg and begin his cultivation. But fate is not on his side. Watching the magical beasts of those around him and hearing their mocking laughter, he leaves the sanctuary dejectedly. Today, he has already turned 18. This is his last chance. Inside the Beastmaster Sanctuary, there are thousands of magical beast eggs, and the scene is extremely grand. Feng has seen this several times, so he is not surprised at all. Lin Chongfeng, Magical Beast. Thousand Gene Ant, Beast Grade D. Lu Gu, Magical Beast. Windrunner Wolf, Beast Grade C. Sure Dayton, Magical Beast. Hellhound, Beast Grade C. Participants begin to undergo the testing ceremony for their magical beasts one after another. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light erupts from the magical beast crystal on the testing platform. Immediately, a clear beast roar resonates throughout the entire Beast Master Sanctuary. Roar! In front of the magical beast crystal, the instructor hosting the beast evaluation trembles as he announces the man's beast grade. Xiao Wu, Magical Beast. Amethyst Wing Lion King, Beast Grade A. With the instructor's voice ringing out, everyone in the sanctuary gasps in shock. Beast Grade, and what does that mean? Although everyone has the potential to become a Beast Master, magical beasts also have varying strengths. The elders of the Beast Master Sanctuary categorize magical beasts into 8 ranks, with higher ranks indicating greater potential. If a Beast Master's magical beast has a grade of C or above, they have a certain potential. If the magical beast reaches grade B, they will receive attention from major families, and once they grow up, they can almost certainly become someone of status. As for magical beasts that reach grade A or above, they even have the qualifications to compete for elder positions in the Beastmaster Sanctuary. The current head of the Beastmaster Sanctuary, known as Ancient Century Genius in the Beast Mastery world, also awakened with a grade of A. Now that Xiao Wu's magical beast has reached grade A, he clearly surpasses everyone else present. Moreover, Xiao Wu is the young master of the Xiao family, a prominent family. Thus, the Xiao family status in society is almost above all other families, even rivaling Feng's father's position. On the other hand, the Wang family, which has always had a conflict with the Xiao family, has not performed well in the past 20 years. First, the family's eldest young master, Wang Lintian, had poor results in the magical beast testing, with a grade of merely C, and has been reclusive at home since the blow. Then, the second young master suffered a crushing defeat in a beast duel against the Xiao family, severely injuring his magical beast. Now the Xiao family is thriving in Lin Tian City, acting with strong-handedness, and even daring to engage in underhanded tactics, attempting to secretly control the entire Lin Tian City. Fortunately, Su Tianzong noticed and thwarted their schemes. However, since the Xiao family has already taken control of most of the shops in the city, Su Tianzong had to use his authority to announce that all shops in the city are prohibited from trading secretly without his permission. This caused the Xiao family to quiet down, but still gives Su Tianzong a headache. Master Xiao Wu is exceptionally talented. His future is limitless. The instructor responsible for the magical beast testing bowed respectfully to Xiao Wu and then said, "The 5th batch of participants is ready for beast egg selection." As the instructor's voice sounded again, those holding ticket number 5 began to feel excited. The number 5 ticket signifies that they are part of the 5th batch of testing participants. These individuals slowly walked towards the beast egg area. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed person noticed Feng among the group. Hey, isn't that Feng? He's back again after a year just thinking that after this year, we might not see Feng in the Beastmaster Sanctuary again makes it feel really boring. Having just completed his testing, Xiaowu immediately spotted Feng and couldn't help but mock him sarcastically. Even those who had obtained D and D grades as Beastmasters secretly laughed at Feng in the crowd. From today onward, Feng will be placed on the Sanctuary's blacklist, completely losing his qualification to become a Beastmaster. Feeling the strange gazes from those around him, Feng clenched his fists in anger, standing still. Feng, young lord, what's wrong? You've been here so many times, do you still care about this one? Xiaowu teased as he approached Feng. Yeah, anyway, you've already lost all face, what else do you care about? After all, not everyone can reach your level, just go on stage, walk through the motions, and then get out of the Beastmaster Sanctuary. Those saying this were all newly minted Beastmasters who had just completed their tests. To curry favor with Xiaowu and join the Xiao family, they all joined in mocking Feng. Now that the Xiao family has an A grade, their status has strengthened even more. To join the Xiao family's camp, they each scoffed at Feng, expressing their loyalty to Xiaowu. After all, that's the A-grade Amethyst Wing Lion King. This is a magical beast as powerful as the evil white tiger, the head of the Beastmaster Sanctuary. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Feng's mind. Ding! The host has reached 18 years old, and the God-level choice system is being activated. Ding! The God-level choice system is operational, and the first choice is being presented. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1. Endure the humiliation and ignore the mockery of these people. Reward: 1,000 gold coins. Choice 2. Give up on the beast egg selection, turn around, and leave the Beastmaster Sanctuary. Reward: 2,000 gold coins. Choice 3. Take action to punish Xiaowu and uphold her dignity. Reward: 4 holy beast Qinglong eggs. Please make a choice within 30 seconds. Chapter 2. The Might of the Azure Dragon, Shaking Heaven and Earth. Seeing the system light screen appear before him, Feng was stunned. Has the system finally awakened? It's been over a decade. Feng has been in this world for exactly 18 years today. In the Divine Level Choice System light screen, these options all offer decent rewards. Although the first and second options seem good in the eyes of ordinary people, Feng is not interested. The third option offers a reward of a 4 Sacred Beasts Azure Dragon Egg. Even a fool knows that the rewards of the first 2 options are completely incomparable to the third option. Most importantly, Feng has endured countless taunts over the years for not responding to the beast egg. As the young lord of the city, if he continues to endure this, it would be better to just die. Feng smiled coldly, no longer paying attention to the ridicule around him, and directly walked towards the stage for the beast egg choosing ceremony. Oh, he's really not giving up, huh? How many years has it been? How many beast egg choosing ceremonies has he gone through? It's simply a waste of slots. Seeing Feng take the stage again, Xiaowu sneered derisively. Feng glanced at Xiaowu and coldly said, if your parents haven't taught you well, I don't mind taking over. Feng's eyes gleamed with fierce light as he stared at Xiaowu. Although the other party was a 12-year-old brat, that was no reason for him to be so arrogant. Don't think that just because you're the son of the city lord, the Xiao family is easy to bully. Xiaowu glared fiercely at Feng. He was the young master of the Xiao family. In the past, who would dare speak to Xiaowu like that? Even if the other party was the young lord of Su City, he, Xiaowu, was not afraid. But the next moment, Feng slowly walked towards Xiaowu. Since your parents didn't teach you well, I will teach you. Slap. A crisp sound echoed in the Beastmaster Holy Temple. A clear handprint immediately appeared on Xiaowu's cheek. Xiaowu couldn't believe that Feng dared to lay hands on someone from the Xiao family, so he didn't dodge. Plus, Feng was a few years older than him. This sudden attack left him completely stunned. The Beastmaster Holy Temple was instantly silent. Why you actually dared to hit me? Xiaowu's voice trembled with anger as he looked at Feng in disbelief. Feng smiled calmly. I am the young lord. Why wouldn't I dare to hit you? After saying that, Feng slapped Xiaowu again, sending him flying off the stage, leaving a perfectly symmetrical handprint on his face. Xiaowu fell to the ground in embarrassment, and a surge of anger ignited in his heart, leading to a vicious thought in his mind. I want to kill this waste. Xiaowu roared in fury, and the young purple crystal-winged Lion King beside him glared viciously at Feng. The weaker magical beasts, feeling the aura of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, trembled in fear and curled up in their master's arms. Suddenly, 2 dark-clothed shadow guards appeared, standing protectively in front of Feng. One represented the Xiao family, while the other represented the most powerful Su City. All the participants watched this scene with excitement. Is the purple crystal-winged Lion King really that strong? Su Feng slowly walked to the center of the beast egg choosing platform. Xiao Wu sneered and was about to speak when a beast egg covered in green scales slowly descended into Su Feng's hands from above. But that wasn't the main point. The key was that the purple crystal-winged Lion King beside him was also trembling and even showing a fearful expression. In the next moment, the beast egg in Su Feng's hand began to crack. All the magical beasts present in the Beastmaster Holy Temple felt a powerful sense of pressure. Some timid magical beasts even foamed at the mouth and fainted. Even the beast eggs placed within the temple began to shake violently, as if resonating, trying to break free from their shells. But what was even more astonishing was that the originally clear sky above the Beastmaster Holy Temple suddenly became overcast, forming a massive swirling storm cloud, making the outside world as dark as night. What is happening? Quickly activate the protective shield to protect those beast eggs. The supervising mentor, seeing the abnormalities with the beast eggs, hurriedly ordered people to activate the protective barrier in the beast egg area to prevent any issues with the eggs. But even then, the beast eggs continued to shake uncontrollably. The beast egg in Su Feng's hand completely shed its shell, revealing its true form. A small azure dragon coiled around Su Feng's shoulder, emanating a terrifying aura. It's important to note that in the 10,000-year history of the Beastmaster realm, even the so-called strongest Beastmaster, when acquiring the closest thing to a divine beast, the Phoenix, had never exhibited such a strong reaction. Roar! The azure dragon let out a deep dragon roar, shaking everyone present, echoing throughout the Beastmaster Holy Temple. In the swirling storm clouds above, lightning flashed and crackled, with fierce purple lightning constantly striking the ground, creating a sensation as if the very earth was trembling. Even the purple crystal-winged Lion King, at this moment, had to prostrate itself on the ground, kneeling before the azure dragon. This is the power of the sacred beast. A mere display of its might can make all magical beasts submit. The sacred beast appears, and all beasts worship. This is impossible. What kind of magical beast is this, exuding such terrifying aura? Xiao Wu and the other participants felt the pressure emanating from the azure dragon, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their eyes filled with fear. Especially Xiao Wu, who could hardly believe he was trying to stand up against such pressure. But the pressure from the azure dragon was not something a mere child like him could withstand. No matter how hard he tried, his hands and feet kept trembling. Even the purple crystal-winged Lion King beside him seemed fearful, completely losing its majestic lion demeanor. At this moment, it was like a little kitten. What kind of magical beast has Su Feng gained the recognition of? The younger generation present in the Beastmaster Holy Temple had all prostrated on the ground, with some even fainting from fear. Even the calm and seasoned mentors trembled in their legs under the pressure of the azure dragon. Staring in shock at Su Feng's azure dragon, the magical beasts beside them also lowered their heads voluntarily, showing their submission to the azure dragon. In the internal meeting room of the Beastmaster Holy Temple, the 4 deans and several lead mentors, feeling the incoming pressure, felt their hearts sink and hurried towards the direction of the Beastmaster Holy Temple's main hall. Chapter 3. The Birth of the Divine Beast, Shocking the 4 Seas. In the main hall where the chief of the Beastmaster Holy Temple resides, a man dressed in a platinum robe sat comfortably, sipping tea. Suddenly, he felt a powerful sense of pressure coming from the novice front hall of the Beastmaster Holy Temple. Is this the birth of a divine beast? The chief furrowed his brows slightly and rode on the evil demon White Tiger, heading straight for the novice area of the Beastmaster Holy Temple. At the same time, far away in the Lintian City Shao family, several elderly men dressed in black robes looked towards the direction of the Beastmaster Holy Temple. Is that the direction of the Beastmaster Holy Temple? Could it be that this is the magical beast that Wu has obtained? The leading middle-aged man, with his hands clasped behind him, revealed a hint of joy in his eyes. He was Xiao Hu, the current head of the Shao family, and also Xiao Wu's father. Therefore, they were certain that this pressure was emanating from the magical beast that Xiao Wu had acquired. Congratulations, head of the family. Young Master Xiao Wu has obtained such a powerful magical beast. The situation in the entire Beastmaster realm will change because of it. With such words, the Xiao family could even surpass the Su family to become the #1 family. Our family has worked hard to gain the upper hand over many families. Now that young Master Xiao Wu has obtained a powerful magical beast, we will dominate the entire Beastmaster realm. Besides Xiao Hu, several family elders dressed in fine clothes began to offer their congratulations in advance. Picking up the wine glass on the table, everyone took a hearty drink to celebrate the rise of the Xiao family. Meanwhile, far away in the Beastmaster Temple, tens of millions of miles away, in a grand manner deep in the mountains of Lintian City, the Wang family, another prominent family in the Beastmaster world, stood at the highest point of the manor, looking towards the direction of the Beastmaster Temple. Is this coming from the Beast Master Temple? It seems that the rise of the Shao family is unstoppable. The leader, an elderly man with white hair but a middle-aged appearance, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, letting out a deep sigh. Such a strong sense of oppression. Could it be that Shao Wu from the Shao family has really obtained a magical beast? But why do I feel that this sense of oppression has exceeded the range of magical beasts? The other elders, feeling the pressure coming from tens of millions of miles away, were equally shocked. If Shao Wu from the Shao family can obtain such a powerful magical beast, then even a united front of other families might not be their match. Let's send someone to investigate clearly, and then contact other families and City Lord Su to discuss countermeasures. The white-haired man who looks middle-aged is none other than the current head of the Wang family, Wang Zongchang. Meanwhile, in the City Lord's mansion of Lintian City, a middle-aged man dressed in black with golden threads walked back and forth, his hands clasped behind his back. A man in a black robe with red edges respectfully reported the situation to Su Tianzong. What? A ranked magical beast? Upon hearing this news, Su Tianzong immediately felt a headache coming on. Currently, in Lintian City, the Shao family's wolfish ambitions have been fully exposed. I didn't expect that this time. The young master of the Shao family, Shao Wu, actually obtained a ranked magical beast, which further fueled their ambitions. As the city lord of this major city, Su Tianzong achieved his position with the help of his ranked magical beast, the Titan Great Ape. However, now, the Shao family's expansion is accelerating, posing a threat to his power as the city lord. Moreover, with the ranked magical beast that Shao Wu obtained, Su Tianzong's headache only worsened. How is Feng doing? Despite these matters troubling Su Tianzong, he still inquired about his son's situation. The Dark Guard has not yet delivered any information about the young city lord. Sigh. Su Tianzong let out a long sigh, his eyes dim. Besides that, in the forests near the Beast Master Temple, all the wild magical beasts trembled under this supreme power, all performing acts of worship. Even in the Shadow Forest, known as the largest forest on the continent, countless soul beasts were prostrating under the pressure of the holy beast. The Azure Dragon. In the deepest part of the forest, a large bird with bright red feathers, surrounded by several imposing magical beasts, also lifted its head in response to the pressure coming from afar, looking towards the direction of the Beast Master Temple. Crimson Feather. After hundreds of years, the Beast Master world has truly given birth to a divine beast. Among the many magical beasts, a red-haired woman caressed the red feathers of the immortal bird and said, "We've stayed in the Shadow Forest for too long. It's time for us to go out and stretch our legs." After saying this, the red-haired woman sat on the back of the immortal bird and slowly left the forest. Inside the Beast Master Temple, the appearance of the Azure Dragon holy beast attracted the attention of countless forces. At this moment, on the Beast Egg Selection Ceremony platform, the Azure Dragon circled around Su Feng's shoulder like a deity. Gaining the holy beast has actually enhanced his physical strength. Su Feng clenched his fist with one hand, feeling the abundant power within him, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Su Feng's original physical quality was no different from an ordinary person. But after obtaining the holy beast, his body was now imbued with the divine power of the holy beast. It even reached the physique of a warrior king. No. How is this possible? Su Feng, you are just a waste. How could you be recognized by the holy beast? The terror displayed by the Azure Dragon made Shao Wu a bit deranged, helplessly prostrating on the ground while continuously cursing. Your words are too many. Su Feng's cold gaze fixed on the prostrating Shao Wu. As Su Feng stared at Shao Wu, the Azure Dragon circling around his shoulder also gazed at Shao Wu, its dragon eyes filled with endless cold light. Accompanying the Azure Dragon's gaze was the purple crystal wing Lion King, which seemed to see a ruler and was extremely submissive. As a ranked purple crystal wing Lion King, it was being continuously eroded by the Azure Dragon's power, its internal roots gradually being destroyed. Under the erosion of the Azure Dragon's divine power, the ranked purple crystal wing Lion King had its power greatly diminished, directly becoming a waste magical beast. You. Cough. Shao Wu watched helplessly as his ranked purple crystal wing Lion King became the lowest ranked waste beast, looking as if he had seen a ghost. And his mind became deranged. Then, in a fit of anger, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Young Master Shao, Su Feng's magical beast is too powerful. It can actually suppress the power of Shao Wu's purple crystal wing Lion King. My God, could it be that young Master Su Feng's magical beast is a true divine beast? The participants in the Beast Master Temple, witnessing this scene, were all sweating profusely, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Instructor, we can start the assessment now. Su Feng, with an indifferent expression, glanced at the fainted Shao Wu and slowly walked towards the instructor responsible for assessing the magical beast's rank. It's young Master Su Feng. Please let the magical beast attach to the crystal so we can start the assessment. The instructor in charge of the assessment said respectfully. Chapter 4, Supreme Talent, divine rank. Previously, he respected Su Feng only because he was the young city lord of Su City, but now, he wished he could kneel down and lick Su Feng's shoes. However, Su Feng didn't care about this and directly let the Azure Dragon attach to the crystal to assess its rank. The Azure Dragon coiled around the crystal, releasing its power into the crystal. But in the next moment, the crystal began to emit dazzling light, shaking violently, and even showing signs of cracking. It should be known that this magical beast crystal is the inner crystal left behind by the first pseudo-divine beast of the Beast Master continent. It can detect magical beasts of up to rank. However, it is now showing signs of breaking down, indicating that the rank of the Azure Dragon has far exceeded the detection range of the crystal. Simply put, the Azure Dragon is a powerful existence beyond rank. Young Master Su Feng, stop now. Seeing that the detection crystal was about to collapse, the instructor in charge hurriedly called for Su Feng to stop the assessment. But it was too late. The crystal could not withstand the powerful divine power within the Azure Dragon and directly turned to dust, dissipating into the air. Everyone was stunned upon witnessing this scene. The detection crystal was destroyed just like that? Without the crystal, how can we assess the magical beasts? With the detection crystal destroyed, those who had not yet been assessed were thrown into chaos, because this meant that their magical beasts could not be assessed for rank, and a series of subsequent matters would not be able to proceed. It should be noted that the assessment of magical beast ranks is a crucial ceremony. The ranks they assess will determine what level of class they can enter. Rank 1 would be an ordinary class, Rank 2 would be an elite class, and Rank 3 could choose freely, even becoming a disciple of the highest instructor. But now that the crystal is gone, how will things proceed? For a moment, the destruction of the crystal by Su Feng aroused public anger, and everyone became restless. However, due to Su Feng's status as the young city lord of Su City, which is higher than that of the families, they did not dare to say much. The instructor responsible for the crystal assessment was also at a loss for what to do. Silence. Just when the scene was extremely noisy, a deep voice echoed throughout the National Hall. A middle-aged man dressed in a white robe with red edges and white hair appeared in the hall. The visitor was Shi Tian, the dean of the Red Fire Academy of the Beast Master Temple. Behind him were three other deans, Xiao Wenlei, the dean of the Purple Thunder Academy, Lin Xingya, the dean of the Blue Water Academy, and Wang Tianyin, the dean of the Shield Earth Academy. The detection ceremony will be conducted personally by the mentor of the Beast Master Temple, and the teams will be organized in an orderly manner to follow the mentor's arrangements. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the Beast Master Temple. Dean Shi Tian spoke in an unquestionable tone, causing everyone present to immediately fall silent. When Su Feng was being tested, all four deans witnessed the situation on site. Seeing that the dean of the Beast Master Temple had spoken, naturally no one dared to say anything further. Mentor, you can announce the test results now, Su Feng said calmly, looking at the mentor in charge of the test beside him. Yes, young Lord Su Feng. Su Feng, Magic Beast, Azure Dragon, Magic Beast rank unknown, but it can be confirmed that it definitely surpasses the rank. It is an unparalleled magic beast that has never appeared in the Beastmaster realm. Upon hearing Su Feng's words, the testing mentor finally reacted, steadied himself, and loudly announced Su Feng's magic beast's test results. His expression filled with excitement and respect. The Azure Dragon magic beast has never appeared in the Beastmaster realm, so the mentor could only rely on judgment to evaluate it. However, everyone present was very clear that Su Feng's magic beast was different from those dragon-type magic beasts. Su Feng's Azure Dragon was definitely developing in the direction of a divine beast, far surpassing all magic beasts. Truly a divine beast. After the testing mentor announced the results of Su Feng's magic beast, Xiao Wenlei, dressed in a purple robe with thunder patterns, instantly teleported in front of Xiao Wu. The other deans also followed to check on Xiao Wu's condition. Xiao Wenlei is indeed from the Xiao family, and is also Xiao Wu's uncle. Xiao Wu, my nephew. Seeing Xiao Wu lying unconscious on the ground, Xiao Wenlei quickly called for someone to take him to the temple for treatment. Looking at Xiao Wu's weakened amethyst-winged Lion King, it completely lacked the appearance of the rank mentioned earlier, and he could only sense that the rank was probably only around level. Did you do this? Xiao Wenlei turned to Su Feng, his eyes revealing a hint of ferocity, and summoned his own ranked magic beast, the Purple Lightning Wolf. Your nephew needs discipline. I'm just doing my part. No need to be polite. Who told Xiao Wu to harbor murderous intent against me? All of this is his own doing. You, as the young lord of Su City, have such a cruel heart. Come and face me. Seeing Su Feng so calm, Xiao Wenlei was immediately enraged, offending the Xiao family. Even if Su Feng was the young lord of Su City, he would have to pay the price. Swish. Xiao Wenlei and his Purple Lightning Wolf leaped over Su Feng's shadow guards and charged straight at Su Feng. But he did not lock onto a fatal spot. He wanted to make Su Feng a cripple in a cruel manner. Su Feng, seeing this, did not retreat but instead took up a posture. ready to duel with Xiao Wenlei. The azure dragon infused all its divine power into Su Feng's body and hovered in front of Su Feng, preparing to meet Xiao Wenlei's terrifying strike. The participants in the hall were excited. If Xiao Wenlei succeeded, then a great war between the Xiao family and the Su family of Su City would definitely ensue. But just as Xiao Wenlei and Su Feng were about to collide, suddenly a figure flashed in front of the two. Xiao Wenlei, your Xiao family is becoming more and more audacious. Blocking Xiao Wenlei was Shi Tian, the dean of the Red Fire Academy, and also Shi Ling's brother, the head of the Shi family. Shi Tian grabbed Xiao Wenlei with both hands, forcing him to change his attack direction, while his magic beast, the nine-headed lion, blocked Xiao Wenlei's magic beast. Shi Tian's sudden intervention prevented Xiao Wenlei from succeeding, and he had no choice but to give up. Su Feng's magic beast rank could not be detected for the time being. It was likely a divine beast surpassing magic beasts, but what kind of divine beast it was remained unknown. However, as long as the test passed, he would be one of us at the Beastmaster Temple. The aura emanating from Su Feng's Azure Dragon was so overwhelming that even Shi Tian felt the pressure from the Azure Dragon. Looking at Su Feng, who was usually calm and composed, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Shi Tian's face. Young Lord Su Feng, you have now obtained a powerful magic beast, but do not become arrogant and complacent because of it. Many geniuses need to grow, and countless fail midway. You have completed the test. You can now choose the academy you wish to join. After the crisis was resolved, Shi Tian, draped in a white robe with red edges, approached Su Feng and reminded him. The Beastmaster Temple, as one of the continent's top existences, is incredibly powerful, and there are 4 major academies specifically for training students. Chapter 5, Sensing the Dragon Source, Red Fire Academy. I must say, young Lord Su Feng's Azure Dragon talent is exceptional. He should come to my Shield Earth Academy. Our Blue Water Academy is the best, not only because we teach a lot, but also because we have many girls in our academy. Deans Wang Tianyan and Lin Qingya. After witnessing Su Feng's Azure Dragon, both wanted to recruit him into their respective academies. Only Xiao Wenlei had a stern face, not wanting to see Su Feng. But if Su Feng chose his academy, he would definitely find a way to expel Su Feng from the Beastmaster Temple. Young Lord Su Feng, the Red Fire Academy is actually a good choice, and I have been a longtime friend of your father, Su Tianzhong. We not only have powerful fire attribute teachings, but we can also tailor our education according to your magic beast's attributes. Shi Tian couldn't help but persuade Su Feng to choose his Red Fire Academy and mentioned his relationship with Su Tianzhong. So, young Lord Su Feng, which academy will you choose? Suddenly, Su Feng felt that the Azure Dragon seemed to be attracted by something. Connecting mentally, he found out that in an academy located to the east of the Beastmaster Temple, there seemed to be the presence of a dragon source. The Eastern Academy is precisely where the Red Fire Academy is located, Su Feng muttered to himself. The dragon source can enhance the strength of dragon-type magic beasts and is extremely rare, not found everywhere. If the Azure Dragon were to devour this dragon source, it might evolve to the young stage. It seems that this dragon source is a good enhancement material for the Azure Dragon. Ding! The God-level choice system has been activated and options have been issued. Please make your choice. Option 1. Go to Shield Earth Academy. Reward, 100 gold coins. Option 2. Go to Blue Water Academy. Reward, 1000 gold coins. Option 3. Go to Red Fire Academy. Reward, 10 square meters storage ring. Please make your choice within 30 seconds. Just as Su Feng was thinking, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Storage ring. Hearing the 3 options announced by the system in his mind, Su Feng immediately became interested. The storage ring comes with a different space, allowing the owner to store or release items at will. It is a very convenient tool. The internal space can vary in size, but usually cannot store real living beings. Although this 10 square meter storage space ring is worth 1,000 gold coins, the difficulty in making it is what makes it rare. Due to the extremely high production difficulty, the output is very limited, and almost every ring has already been pre-ordered by someone. However, even so, not everyone can possess one. Among the 3 options in the God-level choice system, the rewards for the first and second options are both gold coins. However, Su Feng doesn't care much about these gold coins, as rarity makes them valuable. But the most important thing is not this ring, but the dragon source sensed by the Azure Dragon. I have decided to go to the Red Fire Academy for training. Red Fire Academy. Young Lord Su Feng, given your qualifications and your magic beast attributes, both Blue Water Academy and Shield Earth Academy have corresponding teachings. Indeed, although Shi Tian's Red Fire Academy is very strong, the most important thing is compatibility with one's own magic beast's attributes. You must think carefully. Upon hearing that Su Feng was going to choose the Red Fire Academy, Wang Tianyan and Lin Qingya both opened their mouths to advise him. The younger generation present frowned, their faces showing confusion. Although the Red Fire Academy is indeed the strongest among these academies, based on previous feelings, Su Feng's Azure Dragon appears to be a beast primarily of the wood attribute, while the Red Fire Academy mainly focuses on fire attribute teaching. They could never have imagined that Su Feng would choose the Red Fire Academy. Among the 4 major academies of the Beastmaster Holy Temple, each academy specializes in a specific attribute. The Blue Water Academy focuses on the water attribute, the Shield Earth Academy on the earth attribute, and the Purple Thunder Academy on the lightning attribute. Although they all have secondary attributes, it is undeniable that the Blue Water Academy and the Shield Earth Academy are more aligned with Su Feng's Azure Dragon's attributes. The Red Fire Academy, well, since you have chosen it, you must have your own plans. However, if you change your mind later, we will always welcome you. Seeing Su Feng so determined, Lin Qingya didn't know what else to say. Although she felt somewhat disappointed, as long as Su Feng wanted, he could still change academies. After all, Su Feng is not only the young lord of Su City, but also a genius. If he wanted, he could even change academies every day or study in all 4 academies simultaneously. As long as the heads of the academies agree, the chief administrator would likely not refuse. Since young Lord Su Feng has made his choice, let me take you for a tour of the academy. Shirtian slightly raised the corners of his mouth and did not say much more. He had witnessed the power of Su Feng's divine beast, and as the young lord of Su City, he, Shi's family, wanted to befriend him. This was a good opportunity. After Su Feng declined Shirtian's offer, he walked out of the academy. Su Feng touched his fingers, and a ring appeared between them. This kid from the Su family dares to be arrogant in front of me. I must make him pay. But if Xiao Wu recovers, everything related to the Su City royal family will kneel at our feet. The Xiao family will be the #1 family in the future. How is Xiao Wu's injury? What about his beast? Previously, Xiao Wu's injury was manageable. He just fainted, and there was no danger to his life. However, the aura of the purple crystal wing Lion King was very dim, even making him feel like it was only around level 5. Director Xiao, young Master Xiao Wu's beast has already turned into a level 5 beast and cannot recover, completely becoming useless. What? Hearing the words of several people, Xiao Wenlei immediately became furious, his face turning extremely gloomy. He kicked the few people away and used his perception to probe Xiao Wu's beast. But no matter how he probed, the final result was just as these people said. The current purple crystal wing Lion King had already become a useless beast. From the originally level 7 purple crystal wing Lion King, it had completely turned into a small cat with no function whatsoever. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Wenlei felt a bit dazed. Oh, how dare the Su family harm my Xiao family members and ruin my Xiao family's great plans. This grudge will be repaid 100-fold. Xiao Wenlei roared in anger. Chapter 6, Rewards Again, the Ancient Sacred Body. Stepping out of the Beastmaster Holy Temple. It was noon. Su Feng followed the dark guard nearby and chose a flying beast rental shop to ride a flying beast to Lingtian City. Since Lingtian City is somewhat far from the Beastmaster Holy Temple, people usually choose to ride flying beasts. After renting a few flying beasts, Su Feng set off towards Lingtian City, expecting to arrive at the city lord's mansion before dinner. Meanwhile, far away in the Xiao family, the Xiao family courtyard was bustling with activity, filled with banquet tables and chairs, very lively. However, Xiao Hu, who was originally preparing to celebrate Xiao Wu's acquisition of a level 7 beast, now had a gloomy face, tightly gripping a piece of paper in his hand. Suddenly, Xiao Hu spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole body slumping to the ground, unconscious. Xiao Wu's talent had always been the most valued by the Xiao family, and they had invested a lot of energy and resources into him, hoping that he would obtain a powerful beast to dominate the entire Beastmaster world. As long as Xiao Wu's beast could grow, even the city lord of Lingtian City, Su Tianzong, who possessed a level 7 Titan giant ape, would no longer be a match for the Xiao family. But now, with Xiao Wu being rendered useless, the new generation of the Xiao family could be said to be facing a gap in the Beastmaster world. The Xiao family had to cultivate a new talent, otherwise, all the effort they had put in over the years would go to waste. On the other side, Su Tianzong happily pulled Su Feng to the dining table. Son, have you truly gained the recognition of the divine beast? Su Tianzong couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and asked. Su Feng remained silent and nodded. But Su Tianzong was overjoyed. Ha! I knew my son Su Tianzong was definitely not useless. Su Tianzong laughed heartily, looking several years younger. Over the years, Su Feng had been unable to gain the recognition of a beast egg, which had troubled him greatly. Plus, the pressure from the Xiao family was increasing. Now, not only had Su Feng obtained a beast and become a beast master, but he had also suppressed the Xiao family's arrogance. It was truly a great joy. Son, now that you have become a beast master, as your father, I naturally want to reward you. Speak up, what reward do you want? I will definitely fulfill it. Su Tianzong, in his excitement, proposed to reward Su Feng. No matter what Su Feng wanted, as long as he could provide it, he would do so without hesitation. Even the position of City Lord of Lingtian City. However, although Su Tianzong said this, Su Feng didn't really want anything. After all, he was the young lord. He had everything he wanted, and at the moment, he couldn't think of anything he desired. Ding! The system's prompt sounded. The divine level selection system is running, issuing a selection. Please make your choice. Option 1. Request 100,000 gold coins. Reward. Ancient Sacred Body. Option 2. Request a storage ring. Reward. Medium-grade Spirit Sword. Please make your choice within 30 seconds. Just as Su Feng was contemplating what reward to ask for, the system's prompt rang out again. Ancient Sacred Body. Hearing the reward in Option 1, Su Feng was surprised. The Ancient Sacred Body is a physique with a natural strong resistance to various corrupting powers, and its physical strength is so great that it can normally crush some low-level magical artifacts with bare hands. Option 2 is to request a storage ring, and the system would reward a medium-grade Spirit Sword. But these did not attract Su Feng. Weighing his options, Su Feng chose the first one. In that case, Father, please reward me with 100,000 gold coins. Su Feng said slowly. Ha, good. Chen Guanshi, bring 100,000 gold coins. Su Tianzong did not hesitate at all, and immediately ordered Chen Guanshi of the City Lord's mansion to fetch 100,000 gold coins from the storeroom and hand it to Su Feng. Su Feng took the money bag and directly placed it into his storage ring. Subsequently, an immeasurable power faintly erupted from Su Feng's body, and his internal structure began to slowly change. Is this the power of the Ancient Sacred Body? Su Feng murmured as he sensed the changes within him. Now that you have obtained the Divine Beast, we must celebrate this properly. Issue orders that from today on, there will be a grand banquet in Lingtian City to celebrate my son for 3 days. Su Tianzong, unaware of the changes in Su Feng's body, instructed his subordinates to send out banquet invitations to all the major families in Lingtian City. City Lord, should we also invite the Xiao family? Asked a person dressed in a flying fish outfit. Yes, of course. Su Wan, you are in charge of the banquet at the City Lord's mansion. Just have the cleaning servants send an invitation to the Xiao family. Su Tianzong said lightly, intending to establish authority and suppress the Xiao family. It would be best if the Xiao family exposed their true nature because of this, so he could clean up some of the restless individuals in Lingtian City. After all, now that Su Feng had obtained a beast that was even higher than the level 7 beasts and had rendered Xiao Wu useless, Su Tianzong was extremely pleased. Su Tianzong felt much more relaxed, but he did not completely let his guard down. After all, the tumor still existed, and he needed to think of a way to eliminate it once and for all. The next morning, the streets of Lingtian City were already bustling with noise and excitement. The City Lord's mansion began issuing Su Tianzong's orders to the residents and started preparations on the streets. Moreover, various shops offered discounts, leaving some merchants new to Lingtian City somewhat bewildered. The lively atmosphere continued until nightfall, with large crowds gathering around the City Lord's mansion. The mansion had a particularly large courtyard filled with banquet tables to welcome visiting guests. Members of various prominent families arrived one after another to attend the banquet. Chapter 7. The banquet begins, 4th rank pill. In the courtyard of the City Lord's mansion, Wang Zongchang, the head of the Wang family, Shi Ling, the head of the Shi family, Lin Bin, the head of the Lin family, and Xiao Hu, the head of the Xiao family, all arrived to participate in the banquet. Oh, the Xiao family dares to come, huh? That scene in the Beastmaster Hall was truly spectacular. Wang Zongchang mocked openly upon seeing Xiao Hu arrive. Humph. If trash can come, why can't my Xiao family? Xiao Hu shot back defiantly. The Wang and Xiao families had always been fierce rivals, and their meeting created a tense atmosphere. However, this was the City Lord's mansion, and despite their verbal sparring, they did not dare to engage in physical conflict here. Welcome everyone to the City Lord's mansion to celebrate my son's successful admission to the Beastmaster Academy. As the guests gathered, Su Tianzong stepped out from the mansion. Congratulations, City Lord Su. The young master has outstanding talent, surely inheriting your noble bloodline, Wang Zongchang said, pushing aside Xiao Hu and presenting a meticulously carved long sandalwood box to Su Tianzong. Under City Lord Su's leadership, Lingtian City has become one of the most prosperous cities on the continent, tirelessly working for everyone's benefit, and young Master Su Feng is indeed a prodigy. My Lin family also offers a small gift to express our sentiments, Lin Bin added, presenting a white jade box emitting a fragrant aura. Our Shi family has witnessed Lingtian City's development from a small town and understands the effort City Lord Su has put in. Thus, we also present 2 small gifts, one to congratulate young Master Su Feng and another for City Lord Su. Shi Ling instructed 2 subordinates to present the 2 gift boxes. Ha ha ha, I will accept your kind intentions on behalf of my son. Please, everyone, take a seat. My son will arrive shortly, Su Tianzong said with a smile, instructing his subordinates to take the gifts away and arrange seating for the guests. It seems there is one family that hasn't presented a congratulatory gift yet. Coming to the banquet empty-handed is quite embarrassing, Wang Zongchang remarked, directing his gaze at Xiaohu. Cut it out, you talk too much, Xiaohu muttered quietly, knowing Wang Zongchang was referring to him. However, he was prepared and slowly walked towards Su Tianzong, producing a box from his storage ring. The box appeared unremarkable, but it crackled with wisps of purple lightning. This is the treasure of the Xiao family, the 4th-rank thunder pattern pill, which can help the user master the power of lightning. On this occasion, I present it to the city lord to celebrate young master Su Feng's success in becoming a beast master. After saying this, Xiaohu handed the thunder pattern pill to a servant beside Su Tianzong to present it to him. Ha ha ha, head of the Xiao family, you are too polite. Since that's the case, I will accept it on behalf of my son, Su Tianzong said without hesitation, accepting the thunder pattern pill. Oh, I didn't expect the Xiao family to be so generous as to part with their family treasure. Wang Zongchang exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Xiaohu offering the 4th-rank thunder pattern pill as a gift. Of course, giving it to City Lord Su. Who else could it be for? Xiaohu replied with a cold smile. However, Wang Zongchang could not believe that Xiaohu would be so generous. After all, the thunder pattern pill had always been regarded as a supreme treasure by the Xiao family and was rarely taken out of their vault. Moreover, this pill was a 4th-rank item. It was known that even a 3rd-rank pill could drive some major families into madness. However, taking this pill had certain risks. The exact effects of the thunder pattern pill were known only to the head of the Xiao family. After consumption, it would release powerful lightning energy within the user's body, and the user had to endure this challenge to gain the powerful lightning ability. But Xiaohu was willing to take out the thunder pattern pill as a gift, which naturally meant he had his own ulterior motives. The 4th-rank thunder pattern pill could grant the user lightning abilities, but its effects were extremely domineering. Even Xiaohu himself did not dare to use it lightly, which was why it had always been stored as a family treasure. Only Xiaowu knew the secret of the thunder pattern pill. Historically, those who had consumed the thunder pattern pill had nearly a 10 out of 10 chance of death. The released purple lightning energy was overwhelmingly fierce and could easily destroy the user's body. Even those with robust physiques would not dare to try it lightly. Thus, the thunder pattern pill had been kept in the underground vault of the Xiao family and had never been used. Originally, Xiaohu had planned to let Xiaowu give it a try. After all, Xiaowu had previously obtained a magical beast, the purple crystal wing lion king. With some training, he believed he could take the thunder pattern pill. However, at present, Xiaowu's beast had been rendered useless and was still unconscious, so he could not be allowed to attempt it. Therefore, Xiaohu chose to present it as a gift. After all, aside from him, no one else knew the domineering effects of the thunder pattern pill. Others only knew that it was a 4th-rank pill and that consuming it could grant lightning abilities. If Su Tianzong allowed Su Feng to consume it, and he exploded on the spot, Xiaohu could pretend to know nothing and clear his own suspicions. With this thought, Xiaohu revealed a sinister smile and slowly stepped back. However, the next moment, Su Feng emerged from the city lord's mansion and arrived at the banquet. After a night of honing, Su Feng had already mastered the ancient saint body. At this moment, he appeared heroic and imposing, like a top-tier powerhouse in the world. The mighty azure dragon coiled around his shoulder, adding an air of sanctity and inviolability, striking the hearts of everyone present. The pressure he emitted grew increasingly intense, making people feel as if they were in the presence of a true deity, compelling them to kneel and worship. The heads of the 4 prominent families felt oppressed under this pressure, their legs trembling involuntarily. Fortunately, Su Feng retracted the ancient saint body and allowed the azure dragon to lessen some of the pressure, enabling everyone to catch their breath. Young Master Su Feng is indeed a rare talent in 100 years. He will surely achieve great things in the future, Shi Ling remarked, feeling the pressure emanating from Su Feng and marveling at his true genius. The others also praised him, and applause erupted. Since everyone is here, the banquet officially begins. Su Tianzong said happily. Wait. Just as everyone was preparing to take their seats, a voice rang out. Xiaohu slowly stood up from his seat. Now that young Master Su Feng has arrived, why not let him directly consume the thunder pattern pill to elevate his power even further? Xiaohu said with a smile. Looking at Su Feng, he could hardly wait to see Su Feng consume the thunder pattern pill and then be backfired by its purple lightning. Chapter 8. Strength Improvement. Power of Lightning. Although this suggestion might raise suspicion among others, no one knew much about the thunder pattern pill. Even if Su Feng were to be backfired by the thunder pattern pill on the spot, the worst that could happen would be a falling out with Su Tianzong. After so many years of development, the Xiao family has secretly cultivated a large number of Xiao family troops. The strength possessed by the Xiao family has already crushed the other 3 major families and is closing in on the city lord's mansion. As long as Su Feng is dealt with, his mysterious beast will lose its purpose. However, Su Tianzong, who has been wandering the Jianghu for many years, knows that there must be something sinister behind this. He wanted to find a reason to deflect the situation, but unexpectedly, Su Feng walked over and directly picked up the box filled with purple lightning. The head of the Shao family indeed has great courage. Family treasures can be given away just like that. Naturally, I cannot disappoint your good intentions. But are you really sure you want me to take this fourth-grade Lei Dan? Although Su Feng sensed that Xiao Hu had some ill intentions in giving him this Lei Dan, it was indeed a fourth-grade medicinal pill. That was worth hundreds of thousands. Nearly millions of gold coins, while the Shao family's net income in Lintian City for a year was only in the tens of thousands. Just this one pill was enough for the Shao family to work hard for several years. What I, Xiao Hu, say is naturally true. Young city lord, don't hesitate. We want to personally witness every moment of you becoming stronger. On the surface, Xiao Hu was solemnly swearing, but in reality, he was already bleeding inside. After all, this Lei Dan cost the Shao family a significant amount of money to acquire. But if they could get rid of Su Feng and let the Shao family occupy Lintian City, then it would not be a loss. Seeing Xiao Hu so determined, Su Feng was even more certain that he had bad intentions. However, Su Feng didn't care, as he currently possessed the powerful ancient sacred body and was also enhanced by the power of the Azure Dragon. Ordinary things could not harm his physical body at all. Opening the box of the Lei Dan, a purple pill with lightning patterns lay quietly inside. Purple electric currents flickered on the pill. Once taken out of the box, the purple electric currents became even more lively. Fenger, seeing the violent lightning released by the Lei Dan, Su Tianzong felt a sense of foreboding and wanted Su Feng to stop taking it. But Su Feng did not stop and decisively put the Lei Dan into his mouth. The Lei Dan began to constantly release purple lightning as it went down Su Feng's throat. Once it fell into Su Feng's body, the medicinal effect instantly became even more violent, and purple lightning patterns appeared on the surface of Su Feng's skin. Purple lightning radiance burst forth from Su Feng's body, and lightning patterns began to appear on his skin. Seeing this scene, Xiao Hu was overjoyed and quietly awaited the full eruption of the Lei Dan's effects, turning Su Feng to ashes. However, upon seeing the abnormalities on Su Feng's body, Su Tianzong's expression turned grave, and he glared fiercely at Xiao Hu. Su 1. Immediately send someone to surround the city lord's mansion. If anything happens to the young city lord, directly crush Xiao Hu to pieces. Not a single person from the Shao family in Lintian City is to be spared, Su Tianzong said coldly. At first, he thought Xiao Hu's gift of the Lei Dan was a sign of submission to the city lord's mansion. He also knew that the Lei Dan, as a fourth-grade medicinal pill, was extremely rare and valuable in the pill world. But beyond that, they had no other detailed information. But the next moment, Xiao Hu was dumbfounded. He originally thought that after Su Feng took the Lei Dan, his body would be eroded by the lightning of the pill. However, Su Feng's skin not only did not erode, but there was no sign of pain on his face. Instead, the lightning became increasingly calm. How is this possible? Xiao Hu was extremely surprised, staring in shock at this scene. The Lei Dan did not only fail to erode Su Feng's body, but it was also completely integrated. It should be known that Xiao Hu had once witnessed a beast master being completely destroyed by the violent lightning power after taking the Lei Dan, resulting in death. Yet, Su Feng, a novice who had just become a beast master, not only was not destroyed but instead gained the ability of lightning attributes. The Lei Dan from the head of the Shao family is indeed a good pill. Just as Xiao Hu was lost in thought, Su Feng had completely absorbed the Lei Dan and could now wield the power of lightning. Su Feng gathered this lightning in his hand as if it were as simple as manipulating chopsticks. Ha ha, the head of the Shao family is indeed generous, allowing us to witness the young city lord showcasing his talent. Wang Zongchang laughed heartily. Although he did not know what bad intentions Xiao Hu had, it was clear that Su Feng had become much stronger after taking the Lei Dan. The young city lord Su Feng is exceptionally talented and will surely make a name for himself in the Beastmaster world. Lin Bin, the head of the Lin family, also praised. He did not exaggerate, as the abilities Su Feng displayed had already far surpassed some strong individuals. Although he became a beast master relatively late, in the future, with Su Feng's talent, he would surely catch up with those ahead of him and even surpass the strongest figures of the Beastmaster world over the past 1,000 years. Heaven rewards those who are diligent. Seeing Su Feng display his talent, Su Tianzong was moved to tears. Along the way, he understood how much Su Feng wanted to prove that he was not a waste. Fortunately, Su Feng finally got what he wished for in this ceremony. Now that Su Feng was safe and sound, Su Tianzong signaled Su when to withdraw all the guards surrounding the mansion. Without this, it was over. Xiao Hu's expression was vacant as he staggered back to his seat. The Lei Dan, which cost the Shao family nearly 10 million gold coins, was given away just like that. not only failing to eliminate Su Feng, but also making him even stronger. Just thinking about this made Xiao Hu's vision go dark, and he fainted on the spot. Seeing this scene, Su Tianzong was overjoyed and felt proud of Su Feng. This banquet not only solidified Su Tianzong's position as the city lord, but also transformed Su Feng from someone who could not become a beast master into a genius admired by everyone in Lintian City. Moreover, the Xiao family had completely lost its competitive capital after this incident, and it was believed they would behave more honestly in the future. The Wang family, which had always been opposed to the Xiao family, was also very happy. Wang Zongchang raised his cup and toasted Su Tianzong and Su Feng vigorously. The heads of the other families also raised their cups to congratulate the father and son Su Tianzong. Chapter 9. Entering the Academy, Beast Master Pills. After the banquet ended, Su Feng opened the door to his room, where various gifts were laid out, big and small. Numerous gold accessories, as well as some medicinal pills and equipment, were among them. However, Su Feng was not impressed and directly ordered someone to put these into the treasury of the city lord's mansion, keeping only the gifts from the other three major families. The gift from the Wang family was a sandalwood box. The one from the Shi family was a gold silk jade box. And the one from the Lin family was a white ice jade box that emitted a fragrant aroma of medicine. Su Feng opened all the gifts and examined the contents. The Wang family's gift was a mid-grade lower-level ice soul sword. The Shi family's was a green-scaled soft armor. And the Lin family's white ice jade box contained a third-grade recovery dan. Each of these gifts was worth over 1,000,000 gold coins. Although they were all quite valuable, they might not be very needed by Su Feng right now. However, Su Feng accepted them all and directly stored them in his storage ring. In the following days, Lintian City remained bustling with activity. All the shops took advantage of this time to hold promotions to attract customers. As Su Feng walked through the lively streets of Lintian City, everyone he encountered showed him great respect. "Fenger, be careful on your way." But he did not show much emotion. Su Feng nodded and then boarded a flying beast to head to the Qihua Academy of the Beast Master Holy Temple. Meanwhile, the Xiao family, which had once been at its peak in Lintian City, believed that as long as they properly trained Xiao Wu, the position of city lord would belong to the Xiao family. But unexpectedly, Su Feng was incapacitated and remained in a coma. In order to take revenge on Su Feng, Xiao Hu did not hesitate to use the thunder pattern pill, but it backfired. This series of events caused the Xiao family to lose the initiative, and it has now become very difficult to compete with Su Tianzong for the position of city lord. "That damn beast, I want him dead." Xiao Hu looked as if he had gone mad, his expression extremely ferocious, as he grabbed a ceramic vase and smashed it to the ground as if he were smashing Su Feng. After doing this, Xiao Hu picked up a pen and began to write a letter, which he handed to a dark guard from the Xiao family. The destination of the letter was the extreme north of the continent. On the other side, Su Feng finally arrived at the academy aboard a flying magical beast. Upon seeing Su Feng arrive, he delegated the tasks to others and approached Su Feng. "Young City Lord Su, let me take you to the academy dormitory," said Shi Tian, calling for the nine-headed lion to take Su Feng away, leaving the entrance ceremony under the gaze of the crowd. The Beastmaster Holy Temple covers a large area, and just one academy is as large as a big city. However, with Shi Tian's nine-headed lion, the two quickly reached the academy dormitory. What came into view was a building decorated in a Western style, with a plaque hanging on the main door. The entire dormitory resembled a royal castle, almost like a small villa compared to Su Feng's own home. "Young City Lord Su, we have luxurious single rooms for you to choose from. If you need anything later, you can find the dormitory administrator or come directly to me," Shi Tian said after escorting Su Feng to the entrance of the dormitory building before riding away on his nine-headed lion. As Shi Tian left, Su Feng slowly stepped into the dormitory. The four major academies of the Beastmaster Holy Temple each occupy an area the size of a city, and there are a total of 10 large dormitory buildings. This means that Su Feng could choose to live alone or share a room with other students. After all, Su Feng was the young city lord of Lintian City, and Shi Tian had a good friendship with his father, so special treatment was quite normal. Inside the 10 dormitory buildings, there were hundreds of dorm rooms in each building. As Su Feng wandered aimlessly through the dormitory, suddenly, a dorm room door opened. A student dressed in the Qihua Academy uniform walked out and coincidentally bumped into Su Feng. "Young City Lord Su, what brings you here?" the student exclaimed. "Are you joining Qihua Academy?" Su Feng said nothing and simply nodded. "Young City Lord Su, you haven't chosen a dorm yet, right? Just so happens we have an empty bed in our dorm. Why not stay here?" Wang Hao said enthusiastically. After all, Su Feng was new to the academy and was certainly unfamiliar with some of the rules. Wang Hao was a third-level student and ranked second among them, so he was quite knowledgeable about the academy's affairs. Moreover, the Wang family had a good relationship with Su Feng's father, Su Tianzong, so having someone to look out for him was naturally a good thing. While Su Feng was contemplating, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The God-level choice system is running. Making a choice, please make your selection. Option 1. Refuse Wang Hao's invitation and live in a large room alone. Reward, 100 gold coins. Option 2. Accept Wang Hao's invitation. Reward, a third-grade beast control pill. Please make your choice within 30 seconds. The first option's reward of 100 gold coins seemed trivial to Su Feng, especially since Su Tianzong had previously rewarded him with 100,000 gold coins. Naturally, he would not choose the first option, and he opted for the second one. The third-grade beast control pill was for magical beasts and could enhance their attributes. The Azure Dragon alone, disregarding its powerful attributes, had already reached the level of second-level students in basic capabilities. Taking this beast control pill would easily elevate it to a high-level beast spirit. Chapter 10, Elite Class, Physical Test. Looking around the dormitory, although it was not luxurious, it was still quite decent. Besides Wang Hao, there were 2 other students in the dormitory. Wang Hao quickly called the other 2 students to help clear the clutter from the empty bed and made the bed for Su Feng. Young City Lord Su. This is Lu Wan, and this is Su Chong. They are my classmates. If you need anything, feel free to ask them. Wang Hao introduced the 2 classmates to Su Feng. Yes. Young City Lord Su, if you need help, just let us know. We will definitely assist you. Lu Wen and Su Chong said respectfully upon learning that Su Feng was the young city lord of Lintian City. Su Feng did not mind, but it was nice to have a few acquaintances in the academy. After getting Su Feng's bed ready, Lu Wen and Su Chong began explaining some of the academy's rules and the various situations within the academy. As the sky gradually darkened, Su Feng felt a bit hungry after a nap. Young City Lord Su, let us take you to the cafeteria for a meal, they said, and the 3 of them led Su Feng towards the cafeteria. Wang Hao, with Lu Wen and Su Chong, led the way in front of Su Feng. A burst of aroma wafted through the air. The cafeteria was large enough to serve thousands of people at once. Young City Lord Su, please sit here. We'll go get your food, Wang Hao said as Su Feng took a seat at an empty table. Wang Hao then led Lu Wen and Su Chong to fetch the food. Su Feng sat idly at the table, waiting for them to bring the food. Suddenly, a figure blocked their way. I thought who it was. Turns out to be my defeated subordinate Wang Hao, said a person also wearing the Qihua Academy uniform. Speaking provocatively, Xiao Hao, if you want to fight, I'm always ready, but get out of my way for now, Wang Hao said angrily upon seeing Xiao Hao. The people around them quickly distanced themselves, fearing they might get caught up in a fight. Oh, I thought you were carrying 2 plates of food to feed a dog. Turns out young City Lord Su is sitting here. Xiao Hao ignored Wang Hao and glanced at Su Feng, who showed no signs of anger and treated him as if he were a dog. After provoking them, Xiao Hao cheerfully left the cafeteria. Xiao Hao dared to be so arrogant because he was the top-ranked student among third-level students in Qihua Academy. Although Wang Hao ranked second among third-level students, he had been defeated by Xiao Hao multiple times. Wang Hao glared at the departing Xiao Hao but did not chase after him. Instead, he returned to Su Feng with the food. Young City Lord Su, don't mind him. One day, I will make him kneel before you, Wang Hao said, clenching his fists and speaking earnestly. Su Feng did not show much expression, but he had already firmly remembered Xiao Hao. If given the chance, Su Feng would not mind making Xiao Hao kneel before him, making him regret his actions today. The next morning, the results of the Azure Dragon test exceeded the limits of the crystal, so Su Feng was assigned to the elite class of first-level students. You're here? Everyone take a seat, said Shirtian, who was already at the podium when Su Feng arrived in the classroom. Shirtian was the dean of Qihua Academy and generally would not teach classes, but today was naturally all because of Su Feng. Today's first lesson will be about the basics of beast tamers. Pay close attention, Shirtian said after all the students were seated, then took out a book to teach the elite class students. I have to say, as the president of the Red Fire Academy, Shirtian's explanations on Beastmaster knowledge are comprehensive. Many things are knowledge that cannot be found in books. It took him a full 2 hours to finish explaining the basic theories of Beastmasters. The president truly is the president. The level of detail he is able to provide must make the students from other classes envious. After listening to President Shirtian's lecture, everyone in the elite class was amazed. I reviewed the information on this year's elite students, and their qualifications are quite good, with several of them having decent magical beast ranks, reaching level 4. Su Feng even broke through to level 5. In half a month, the academy will send several teachers to lead a group to the nearby Shadow Forest for a training exercise for the new students. Su Feng, you should also participate in the trial. Practical experience is the true test of ability. After finishing the basic explanation of Beastmasters, Shirtian took out another book and began speaking to Su Feng and the others. Although Su Feng's magical beast is very powerful as a novice Beastmaster, he can only improve by constantly gaining combat experience through practical battles. Su Feng nodded in response. Yes, President. The other elite students excitedly nodded in agreement. Who would have thought that a genius like young Master Su Feng would actually be in our elite class? We must go to the trial with young Master Su Feng. However, speaking of which, just how powerful is young Master Su Feng's magical beast? We still don't know, but it must be stronger than the second-year senior students. You don't need to say that. I clearly remember that young Master Su Feng's magical beast could easily overpower even Xiao Wu's rank magical beast. The remaining elite students continued to discuss, praising Su Feng. After all, the scene of Su Feng during the previous ceremony was truly shocking. By the way, the Academy will gather all new students tomorrow for a physical fitness test, and each of you must participate. Upon seeing Su Feng agree, Shi Tian began organizing the materials. Then suddenly remembered something and looked up at everyone. A physical fitness test? Why do we, as Beast Masters, need to be tested on physical fitness? Hearing President Shi Tian mention the test, the elite students immediately made faces, especially those who were somewhat overweight. There are only a few items in the physical fitness test. Just 4 or 5 items like strength and speed tests. Moreover, there are no restrictions on using certain techniques during the competition. Su Feng didn't care too much, as he had the ancient holy body, making these tests quite easy for him. Chapter 11. The 4 Great Academies, Geniuses Gathered. The next morning. Wow. The central area of the Beast Master Holy Temple was bustling, with various testing items already set up. All the new students from the 4 Great Academies gathered in the central area. The testing ceremony had already begun, and Su Feng stood in a long queue, surrounded by whispers. On the ceremony stage, there were already 7 or 8 new students from different academies, each looking energetic. Everyone was speculating about what kind of physique these individuals would display. The most eye-catching was a student from the Shield Earth Academy in the center of the stage. He emanated a faint red mist, seemingly a result of some technique in operation. However, the others were also remarkable, with a more imposing aura than that strong student. In front of them was a massive crystal, specially made by the Academy to test student strength. Generally speaking, a person's punch would not exceed 50 kilograms. While this testing crystal could withstand nearly 100 tons of force, even third-year students could use this testing crystal to measure their strength. The strength test began. The instructor responsible for testing strength stepped aside, and the students began to unleash their hidden abilities, throwing powerful punches at the crystal. As mentioned before, it wasn't easy to determine who was stronger just by the naked eye. In the end, the winner was not the strong student from the Shield Earth Academy, but rather a younger student from the Purple Thunder Academy who had the highest strength. Next group of students, prepare. Su Feng, Xiao Siren, Lu Ming. The strength test was quick. It only required a full force punch to be tested. So it wasn't long before it was Su Feng and his group's turn. It's young Master Su Feng from Lintian City. Young Master Su Feng is actually in the same group as Xiao Siren and Lu Ming. Go, young Master Su Feng. The students from the Red Fire Academy who were watching cheered for Su Feng as he approached the testing platform. And the fact that he was in the same group as Xiao Siren from the Purple Thunder Academy caused even more excitement. Xiao Siren is considered the second genius of the Xiao family, after Xiao Wu. Additionally, Lu Ming, a student from the Shield Earth Academy, is also quite impressive. Although he doesn't have the same background as Su Feng and Xiao Siren, he has obtained a level 5 magical beast and received special training from the Shield Earth Academy. On the entire testing platform, aside from Xiao Siren from the Purple Thunder Academy and a few students from the Blue Water Academy and Shield Earth Academy, Su Feng was the only one from the Red Fire Academy. The student from the Purple Thunder Academy wore a purple robe with lightning patterns, and his face revealed a hint of arrogance. Lu Ming, if I remember correctly, he seems to have received personal guidance from Wang Tianyan, the president of the Shield Earth Academy. He is one of the elite students. Yes, he is known as an absolute genius among the new students from our academy. Moreover, his magical beast is the powerful Golden Bear, which is an extremely heavy magical beast. Young Master Su Feng's strength is probably not comparable to his. The student named Lu Ming stepped onto the testing platform, and the surrounding students began to discuss. From their words, it was clear that although Su Feng's magical beast was powerful, they did not believe Su Feng could match Lu Ming in terms of strength. The test did not prohibit the use of magical beast power, so Lu Ming, relying on the attributes of the powerful Golden Bear, could indeed crush everyone in terms of strength. So you are young Master Su Feng? Although I don't know what magical beast you have in this academy, strength is determined by me, Lu Ming. Hearing the discussions around him, Lu Ming's proud expression grew even more intense. The powerful Golden Bear. In response to Lu Ming's words, Su Feng remained indifferent and muttered softly, not even glancing at Lu Ming. Let me show you the full strength of my powerful Golden Bear. Noticing Su Feng's expression, Lu Ming's originally proud face showed a hint of anger. He is from a remote city and does not care about Su Feng's status as the young lord of Lintian City. He is not afraid of offending him. Su Feng felt speechless. A simple testing ceremony was being treated like a competition by Lu Ming. Whoever is ready can start directly. After this, as the instructor in charge stepped aside, Xiao Siren was the first to stand in front of the crystal. Without any hesitation, he directly swung his fist and struck the testing crystal. 640 kilograms. The force of Xiao Siren's punch appeared on the crystal, reaching over 600 kilograms. This had already surpassed the results of all previous tests, but Xiao Siren emotionlessly walked off the testing platform. His magical beast is the Nether Wolf, which is not particularly impressive in terms of strength, but it is enough to overpower most people present. Humph! Looking at Xiao Siren's punch of just over 600 kilograms, Lu Ming snorted disdainfully. The next moment, Lu Ming stepped up to the testing crystal, summoned the power of the powerful golden bear, and struck the crystal with a heavy punch. I have to say, Lu Ming has some capital to receive such high treatment in the Shield Earth Academy. Lu Ming gathered the strength of the great power diamond bear and his own, his body suddenly bulging with veins, and he heavily smashed a fist onto the testing crystal. 999 kilograms. The words 999 kilograms prominently appeared on the testing crystal. Everyone present was left gaping in astonishment. Even the elite students from other academies didn't dare claim to have the same punching power as Lu Ming. Oof, what a pity. He was so close to breaking the record. Lu Ming, seeing the number displayed on the testing crystal, looked smugly at Su Feng and the other students. This 999 kilograms. Just one more kilogram, and it would reach 1,000 kilograms of strength. Yet Lu Ming claimed he was so close to breaking the record. Just how powerful must one be to throw a punch with nearly a ton of force? Moreover, Lu Ming was just a newly enrolled student. If he were to be trained in the future, his pure physical strength alone could probably rival that of ordinary magical beasts. The onlooking students murmured among themselves, discussing Lu Ming's immense strength. Other students and teachers from the academy also came over, astonished as they looked at Lu Ming. A brute is just a brute. Apart from having great strength, he probably has no other use. Seeing Lu Ming's punch reach nearly a ton, Xiao Siren did not feel surprised, but rather wore a disdainful expression, muttering to himself. Haha, how about that? I told you all, in terms of strength in the academy, I am the one in charge. Lu Ming, brimming with confidence, walked down from the testing platform, showcasing himself to the crowd, unable to suppress the broad smile on his face. Chapter 12. The Might of the Sacred Body, 8,000 gene of strength. With Lu Ming's punch registering nearly 1,000 kilograms, the other students were all astonished. The tutors in the academy were also somewhat taken aback. If it were a second-level student, a punch producing over 1,000 kilograms of force would be normal, but this was indeed among first-level new students. Lu Ming, though arrogant, could indeed be considered the strongest among first-level students in terms of strength. A punch capable of delivering over 1,000 kilograms of weight had never happened among first-level students before, right? Judging by this strength, Lu Ming had already reached the power level of a second-level student. The crowd buzzed with discussion upon witnessing this scene. Lu Ming, hearing others talking about him, became even more smug, rolling up his sleeves to show off his muscles. Su Feng, on the other hand, remained calm and slowly walked towards the testing crystal. Humph. Lu Ming, seeing Su Feng's indifference, snorted dismissively. After he had delivered a punch weighing nearly 1,000 kilograms, everyone present had different reactions. But only Su Feng maintained a cold expression, showing no emotion at all, which made Lu Ming somewhat displeased. Su Feng, however, paid no attention to Lu Ming's gaze, standing in front of the testing crystal and getting into position. Bang! Su Feng slowly threw a punch at the testing crystal, the movement simple and direct. When his fist made contact with the crystal, a dull thud rang out, sending waves outward and kicking up a cloud of dust. For a moment, everyone could hardly see what was happening around them. As the dust gradually settled, everyone focused on the number appearing on the testing crystal. 478. A student standing relatively close managed to see the value on the crystal through the dissipating dust and announced it. Uft. The illustrious young Lord Su Feng's punch only registered 478 kilograms? That would surely make people laugh to death. Hearing that number, Lu Ming felt a bit disappointed. He had thought Su Feng would display some astonishing results, but it turned out to be just over 200 kilograms. In this era, even a dog undergoing training wouldn't fail to deliver over 200 kilograms of weight. It was actually 4,780 kilograms. As the dust cleared, the 4 digits prominently displayed on the testing crystal revealed that Su Feng's unpretentious punch had reached 4,780 kilograms. That's over 9,000 pounds of strength. How is this possible? How did you do it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Upon hearing such a terrifying weight of over 4,000 kilograms, Lu Ming slowly turned to look at the testing crystal, his expression one of sheer disbelief. His eyes wide as saucers. However, he never expected that Su Feng's punch weighed not 470-odd kilograms, but over 4,700 kilograms. Is this even comparable? Testing tutor, is the testing crystal broken? What does it mean to reach over 4,000 kilograms? Even second-level elite class students can't achieve this, right? Not to mention the academy. Even many teachers wouldn't be able to produce such strength. Moreover, young Lord Su Feng didn't even use the power of his magical beast. The tutors present, witnessing this scene, looked on in astonishment, staring blankly at Su Feng on the testing platform. Shi Tian on the stands fixed his gaze on Su Feng, exchanging looks with several other deans. A person who had been unable to become a beast master for years first gained the recognition of a divine beast, and now exhibited such terrifying strength. Shi Tian's mind was filled with questions. Was young Lord Su Feng pretending to be weak before? At this moment, the students in the arena were also dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. They never expected that Su Feng's simple punch could easily deliver over 4,000 kilograms of weight. They hadn't even seen the movement of Su Feng's punch. Young Lord Su Feng truly lives up to his name. But how did young Lord Su Feng achieve this without using the power of a magical beast? Lu Ming and Xiao Siren, looking at the scene before them, wore similarly shocked expressions. The onlooking students from the Red Fire Academy continued to boast. While they knew Su Feng's magical beast strength was formidable, they never imagined Su Feng could be so powerful relying solely on his physical strength. The results can be announced now. Su Feng looked at Lu Ming and the others beside him, smiled and shook his head, then turned to the teacher next to him. The force of over 4,700 kilograms, to be honest, isn't even Su Feng's limit. With the ancient sacred body, if Su Feng exerted all his strength, he could definitely deliver over 3 times the current force. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Feng decided not to reveal all of his abilities just yet. Su Feng. Strength test 4,780 kilograms, setting a new record for first-level students. To be precise, it's a record for all students. The tutor quickly reacted and announced the test results. Young Lord Su Feng. As the tutor announced the results, all the students present shouted in unison, Young Lord. No, impossible. Lu Ming, hearing the voices of the crowd, was filled with disbelief, muttering incessantly. Dean Shi Tian, a talent like young Lord Su Feng can't receive the proper education here. How about transferring him to my Shield Earth Academy? No, no, no. If it's about attribute teaching, our Blue Water Academy is more suitable for young Lord Su Feng. After witnessing Su Feng's displayed strength, several deans in the stands began to converse back and forth. Enough. You should give up on that idea. Young Lord Su Feng has his own choices. Shi Tian, looking at their expressions, shook his head with a smile. With the talent Su Feng has shown, Shi Tian certainly wouldn't easily give him up to other academies. Moreover, to put it another way, as long as Su Feng doesn't actively request to switch academies, the Red Fire Academy won't easily let him go. As Shi Tian spoke, Wang Tianyin and Lin Xingya also didn't say much. After all, it mainly depended on where Su Feng wanted to go. Among the 4 deans, only Xiao Wenlei frowned, coldly watching Su Feng in the venue. He hadn't expected that Su Feng could reach the level of a second-level elite class student without relying on the abilities of a magical beast. If Su Feng were to use the abilities of the magical beast again, wouldn't he reach the level of a third-tier student? Humph. This kid is able to unleash such powerful strength. It must be due to the effect of the thunder pattern pill. As Xiao Wenlei thought of this, he angrily pounded the railing on the viewing platform. He had learned about the thunder pattern pill early on. He mistakenly believed that Su Feng's display of such powerful strength was entirely due to the thunder pattern pill. Now, he could only blame his older brother Xiao who for easily handing over the Xiao family's treasure, the 4th-tier thunder pattern pill, allowing Su Feng to gain enhancement. There were still tests for speed, agility, and a series of other assessments. Xiao Wenlei turned and left the viewing platform, not wanting to watch the upcoming tests. Chapter 13. Half a month in the Shadow Forest. Fortunately, Xiao Wenlei did not continue watching the remaining tests on the viewing platform. Otherwise, he feared he would jump down in frustration. Su Feng achieved exceptionally outstanding results in both the speed and agility tests, far exceeding the level of first-tier students. Overall, Su Feng's physical fitness had reached the threshold of a 3rd-tier elite class student. Moreover, throughout all the tests, Su Feng did not use the abilities of the magical beast. During the entire testing ceremony, Su Feng became the focal point for all students from the 4 academies. Every time Su Feng broke a first-tier student record, a group of people would even shout Su Feng's name as God of Peaks. The testing ceremony continued amidst the cheers until nightfall. Returning to the dormitory, Wang Hao and his 2 classmates were not there. As 3rd-tier students, they spent most of their time in the Shadow Forest or other wild areas, engaging in real combat with wild magical beasts. Su Feng half lay on his bed, feeling the power within him. After the testing ceremony, he roughly understood that his overall level had reached that of a 2nd-tier elite class student, and he was even close to becoming a 3rd-tier student. Previously, he had obtained a 3rd-tier Beast Taming pill, which he directly had the Azure Dragon consume. This allowed it to upgrade from a high-level magical beast to a beast spirit. Even against those third-tier students, Su Feng had the ability to fight back. Now, the abilities Su Feng displayed during the testing ceremony had spread throughout the entire Qihua Academy. Wherever Su Feng went, he became the center of discussion. Time flew by, and Su Feng had been at Qihua Academy for more than half a month. During this time, under the guidance of Director Shirtian, he learned about the knowledge of beast tamers while also searching for traces of dragon source within the academy. In this half-month, Su Feng often took the Azure Dragon out to explore, sensing the traces of dragon source. However, it seemed that the dragon source was being controlled by someone. It occasionally emitted a faint aura, only to seemingly disappear again, making it difficult for Su Feng to locate. The dragon source was an important energy source for the Azure Dragon, extremely rare, and it had a significant effect on magical beasts with diluted dragon bloodlines. As long as a magical beast possessed a dragon bloodline, consuming the dragon source would greatly enhance its dragon bloodline. It could even allow those dragon magical beasts to become pure dragon bloodline beasts in one go. However, the dragon source was particularly scarce, and whenever it appeared, it would inevitably attract competition from various forces across the continent. After searching within the academy for many days without success, Su Feng expanded his search area to the Qihua city, which was under the Qihua Academy. Although he claimed to be looking for the dragon source, in reality, he was also enjoying himself. Although Qihua City was not as large as Lingtian City, it had all kinds of shops, and with Su Feng's financial resources, he could buy whatever he wanted. He still hadn't finished using the 100,000 gold coins he had received from Su Tianzong. Since Su Feng far surpassed his peers by 18 streets during the testing ceremony, all the students in the academy regarded Su Feng as their idol. Moreover, the divine selection system had been activated several times in this half-month, and Su Feng had fully reached the level of a third-tier student. In addition to his personal growth, Su Feng also obtained some spiritual herbs and a high-level storage ring through selection rewards. The storage space in this high-level storage ring was much larger than that of his previous one, which was just right since he had already stored quite a few items in the old ring. During this nearly half-month period, Su Feng's fame had also spread throughout other academies. Young City Lord Su Feng. The director asked me to inform you that we will set off for the Shadow Forest in an hour. This time, 2 elite class instructors and Director Shirtian were leading the team, along with 3 second-tier and 1 third-tier students, totaling around 10 people. Su Feng was sunbathing on the dormitory balcony when a fellow student rushed over. The wilds were home to many magical beasts, and the beast eggs produced by those beasts provided the beast tamers of the Beast Taming Temple with the primary means of obtaining beast eggs. The stronger the magical beast, the more gifted the eggs it produced. The more ancient magical beast bloodlines a magical beast had, the more powerful its combat ability. The Shadow Forest primarily housed magical beasts raised by the Academy, so the danger level was much lower than that of the undeveloped forests outside. As long as they were on the outskirts of the Shadow Forest with 2 elite instructors and the director leading the way, it would be more than enough. Therefore, this trip to the Shadow Forest was not only for Su Feng and a few other students to gain experience, but the Academy also selected some students with good qualifications to go along. After preparing, Su Feng quickly arrived at the Academy's entrance. By this time, the instructors and students heading to the Shadow Forest had already gathered at the entrance. There were also several large flying magical beast mounts outside the gate. Young City Lord Su Feng. Seeing Su Feng approach, a few second-tier students immediately came forward to greet him respectfully. Young City Lord Su Feng. Shirtian noticed Su Feng's arrival and also nodded in acknowledgement. The other 2 instructors leading the group naturally did the same, focusing their attention on Su Feng. At this point, Su Feng was a prominent figure in Qihua Academy. After all, throughout the entire history of the beast taming world, there had never been someone like Su Feng, who, upon just becoming a beast tamer, could already crush everyone with pure physical strength. It was not an exaggeration to say that even the abilities displayed by the former head administrator upon entering the academy did not reach half of Su Feng's level. Such a scenario had never occurred in the entire history of the beast taming world. Director Shirtian. Hearing the voices of the crowd, Su Feng slightly nodded and then turned to greet Shirtian. Today is the first outing for all of you new students, so there are some things I must mention. After entering the Shadow Forest, you must remember to never stray more than 10 steps away from us. And definitely do not enter the depths of the Shadow Forest. It is extremely dangerous, and even I cannot easily step inside. Director Shirtian spoke loudly and sternly to everyone present. Yes, Director. At this moment, Su Feng noticed that the 3rd-tier student from the academy was none other than Xiao Hao, who had provoked Wang Hao and himself in the cafeteria last time. Upon noticing Su Feng's gaze, Xiao Hao glanced at him, a slight smirk on his lips, as if he had some evil intentions. However, Su Feng did not take it to heart. If the other party offended him, even if they were from the same academy, Su Feng would not hold back. After discussing some precautions, Shirtian divided the students into 3 groups. Su Feng was in a group with Director Shirtian and 3 fellow students, while Xiaohao was grouped with several second-tier students. After boarding the academy's flying magical beasts, everyone wasted no time and headed straight for the Shadow Forest. Chapter 14. Entering the forest, magical beasts everywhere. The Shadow Forest is where the Beast Taming Temple raises its magical beasts, located about 100 miles northwest of the temple. It is the most famous and largest forest on the continent, home to countless magical beasts, including some powerful beasts with ancient bloodlines. Therefore, a vast and seemingly endless wall has been built around the forest. The Beast Control Temple has dispatched a large number of people to monitor the city walls 24 hours a day to prevent magical beasts from the forest from attacking nearby cities. Although the Shadow Forest is somewhat remote, the Academy's flying magical beasts, particularly the Winged Falcon, which excels in flight, reached the vicinity of the Shadow Forest in less than half an instant's time. Everyone could already see the city walls enveloping the entire Shadow Forest. The entire Shadow Forest looked like a vast arena of slaughter. No wonder it is called the Magical Beast Arena. This forest is enormous. How many tamed magical beasts are there inside? I can already hear the roars of the beasts in the forest. It's so shocking. Several first-year students gazed at the Shadow Forest from a distance, feeling a mix of excitement and a hint of fear. The roars of the magical beasts in the forest made them feel chills down their spines before they even saw the beasts in the wild. Although the Shadow Forest is controlled by the Beast Control Temple, the magical beasts inside are still extremely fierce. If you leave the group without permission, you could easily become a meal for the beasts. Shirtian, while seriously warning the students, led them toward the entrance gate of the Shadow Forest. As the president of the Qihua Academy, the guards on duty let them pass without any hindrance. President Shirtian, you are personally leading the team this time. Please enter. The guards, after explaining the recent situation in the forest to Shirtian, opened the large gate of the city wall and reminded him and his group to be extremely careful as the roars of magical beasts echoed from deep within the forest. Hearing the guard's words, Shirtian turned to Su Feng and slowly stepped into the forest. As they walked deeper into the forest, Shirtian was well aware that the agitation of all the magical beasts in the Shadow Forest was undoubtedly due to the terrifying pressure that spread when Su Feng's Azure Dragon was born earlier. Under Shirtian's leadership, Su Feng and the others also slowly entered the Shadow Forest. As soon as they stepped into the forest, they could see some bizarre-looking magical beasts. There were spiders with human faces and wolves with wings. They had likely survived in the Shadow Forest for several years. Their strength was only that of low-level magical beasts. Due to the magical beast riot, we can only venture a few hundred meters into the forest this time. Within these few hundred meters, you can freely choose magical beasts for trial. If you are lucky enough to encounter a beast egg, you can decide what to do with it. Shirtian said loudly while walking at the front, then turned to Su Feng's side. Young Master Su Feng, although the attacking power of the magical beasts at this outermost area is not very high, you still need to be extremely careful. If you encounter a certain type of magical beast egg, you can exchange it for some gold coins at the academy or trade for something you want. However, you can also try to gain the recognition of the beast egg and make it your second magical beast. Shirtian explained to Su Feng, summoning a 9-headed lion to walk ahead as a deterrent to other magical beasts nearby. Moreover, beast eggs can not only be exchanged for money. If you are fortunate enough to gain the recognition of a beast egg, you could have 2 magical beasts at the same time. However, gaining the recognition of a beast egg is not an easy task. Once a beast master obtains the recognition of their first magical beast, it is generally very difficult to gain the recognition of other beast eggs. From being a student to now sitting in the position of president, Shirtian still only had the 9-headed lion as his magical beast and had not obtained a second one. Even the head of the Beast Control Temple only had 1 magical beast. The reason Shirtian shared this with Su Feng was that he saw Su Feng's exceptional talent and potential, so he wanted him to give it a try. However, beast eggs are not easy to find. After magical beasts lay eggs, they will hide them very secretly, and except during hunting time. They generally guard the area around the eggs. Su Feng and the group wandered around the outskirts of the Shadow Forest and only encountered a few low-level magical beasts. However, for the new students' training, it was already sufficient. Next, we will enter within 500 meters of the forest. In this area, there will be mid-level magical beasts. And some high-level magical beasts may also appear, so everyone must remain vigilant and not stray more than 10 meters from the group. Shirtian led everyone deeper into the forest, reminding them not to stray from the group. Mid-level and high-level magical beasts are no match for first-year students. So from now on, first-year students should closely follow the group, observing the second-year students battle those magical beasts and learn from their practical experience. Wow, These mid-level magical beasts are indeed much stronger than low-level ones, and their territorial awareness is so strong. Each magical beast has its territory, and once someone intrudes, they will naturally see it as a provocation and launch fierce attacks against the invaders. Watching the second-year students battle the mid-level magical beasts, the new students were very engaged. After defeating a few mid-level magical beasts, the second-year students looked proudly at the first-year students, casting envious glances at them. But before they could regain their composure, something suddenly flashed past them in the surrounding bushes, darting through the grass and trees with a hissing sound, moving extremely swiftly. Everyone be careful. There seems to be a particularly agile magical beast in the bushes. The instructor and the second and third-year students formed a protective circle, with all the first-year students staying inside the protective circle. Tian calmly ordered the instructors and senior students to protect the first-year students to prevent a surprise attack from the magical beasts in the bushes. Seeing this, the new students trembled in fear and hurriedly hid within the protective circle. After all, they were only 500 meters into the shadow forest. If the opponent was a high-level magical beast, they would have no power to fight back at all. Young Master Feng, you should also stay inside the protective circle, Tian said to Feng. After all, he was the young lord of Lin Tian City, and if anything went wrong, even he, as the president of Qihua Academy, could not bear the responsibility. Chapter 15. Make another choice, the sacred beast Juke. The team continued deeper into the forest and soon entered a range of over 200 meters. During this time, the three first-year students, excluding Feng, had already engaged in practical battles with low-level magical beasts in the shadow forest. For new students, low-level magical beasts are the best training opponents. After all, the higher the level of the magical beast, the more ferocious their combat abilities. So normally, the first opponent for novice beast masters is generally a low-level magical beast. If they were to confront a mid-level magical beast, they might very well meet their doom. As for Feng, due to the overwhelming pressure of the Azure Dragon, he had kept it in the sky. The team continued forward and quickly delved about 500 meters into the forest. The scene after entering 500 meters into the forest was completely different from when they first entered. The roars of magical beasts could be heard intermittently. Moreover, a strong smell of blood lingered in the air. Everyone be careful. There's a strong smell of blood nearby. It seems that a magical beast has recently fought here, Tian said while protecting Feng and quietly reminding everyone. President, over there. As Tian finished speaking, one of the instructors pointed towards the west. Following the direction the instructor pointed, they saw a clearing not far away covered in blood. Additionally, there were remnants of a magical beast that had been eaten. A mid-level tusked boar. It seemed that it had accidentally wandered into the territory of another magical beast and was treated as prey. The instructor leading the team looked at the bones of the tusked boar in the clearing and exhaled a long breath. Not good. If a mid-level tusked boar was taken down, then this area is likely the territory of high-level magical beasts. We need to quickly withdraw. Tian looked at the bones of the tusked boar and seemed to think of something, his brow furrowing slightly, and a serious expression spread across his face. Upon seeing this, the others hurriedly retreated from the area. Just as Tian was preparing to withdraw with everyone, faint sounds suddenly emerged from the surrounding thickets. The sounds came from far to near, and it seemed they were coming from all directions. Hissing sounds of rustling leaves came from the thickets. The first-level students who remained within the protective circle heard these sounds, their hair standing on end and cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Suddenly, the rustling sounds of the leaves disappeared, and the magical beast seemed to stop moving. Everyone be careful. This is likely a high-level magical beast. Protect the first-level students. Do not let those beasts harm them. Dean Tian said sternly, positioning his nine-headed lion beside the protective circle. Yes, Dean. The other instructors and students also became vigilant, summoning their magical beasts for defense. They fixed their eyes on the surrounding thickets, preventing the magical beasts from launching a surprise attack. Suddenly, several wolf-like magical beasts with glowing red eyes and bared fangs leaped out from the thickets, glaring fiercely at everyone. It was actually a pack of high-level silver wolves. One instructor recognized the beasts at a glance. They were the silver wolves that inhabited this area. Silver wolves are extremely fast magical beasts and live in packs. Everyone be careful. There should be quite a few more silver wolves hiding in the thickets. Tian also recognized the silver wolves and briefly introduced their habits to everyone. However, silver wolves are different from other types of magical beasts. They have a wide habitat and strong adaptability, and they usually act in groups. Although they are mostly mid-level magical beasts, if their numbers are sufficient, they can even defeat spirit-level magical beasts. Right now, around a dozen silver wolves appeared before Feng and the others. However, there were still several hidden silver wolves in the thickets, indicating that their numbers were quite large, probably around 40 to 50. The group of silver wolves had surrounded Su Feng and the others, baring their large, bloody mouths and letting out low growls, eyeing Su Feng and his group as if they were about to devour them. Everyone, don't be afraid. As long as you stay within the protective circle, these silver wolves won't be able to harm you, Shirtian said, noticing that a few new students were trembling in fear from the sight of the silver wolves. Although silver wolves are tough opponents, Dean Shirtian was personally leading the team this time, so dealing with this pack of silver wolves was more than sufficient. The Silver Wolf King was definitely directing them from the shadows. As long as they dealt with the Silver Wolf King, the other wolves might retreat. The pack of silver wolves also knew that Shirtian and the others were very strong, so they did not rashly attack, resulting in a stalemate. All of this was being directed by the Silver Wolf King hidden in the shadows. Since all the silver wolves were mid-level magical beasts, the Silver Wolf King was likely a high-level magical beast, possessing a certain level of intelligence. Suddenly, amidst the standoff, a wolf howl echoed from the shadows of the thickets. The Silver Wolf King had issued the command. Everyone perked up and prepared to defend against their attack. Upon hearing the howl, Shirtian realized that the Silver Wolf King could not wait any longer and began to signal the pack to attack. Sure enough, the silver wolves, which had been lingering 5 meters outside the protective circle, simultaneously approached the circle and charged at them aggressively. Dozens of silver wolves surrounded them from all sides. Launching an attack, the 2 instructors, along with their magical beasts, managed to hold their ground. And Dean Shirtian and his 9-headed lion found it easy to deal with the pack of silver wolves. However, the second-level students could not withstand the combined assault of several silver wolves. Hiss! After knocking a few second-level students away, dozens of silver wolves found a breakthrough and surged into the protective circle, rapidly charging towards the first-level students hiding within. Ding! The divine selection system has been activated, and choices are being issued. Please make your selection. Choice 1. Turn around and escape alone. Reward: 10 gold coins. Choice 2. Avoid battle and hide behind Shirtian. Reward: mid-grade, upper-level spirit sword. Choice 3. Confront and eliminate the Silver Wolf Pack and the Silver Wolf King. Reward: the egg of the 4 sacred beasts, Zhuke. Please make your selection within 30 seconds. Just as the silver wolves were about to pounce on Su Feng, the system's prompt sounded again. Hearing that the reward for the third option was the egg of the 4 sacred beasts, Su Feng directly ignored the first and second options. The name Zhuke was certainly familiar to Su Feng. It was one of the 4 sacred beasts alongside Qing Long, controlling the 3 powerful divine fires: Heavenly Fire, Underworld Fire, and True Fire. Chapter 16, Sacred Body Enhancement, Posing like a Divine King. Young Master Su Feng, quickly hide behind me. Just as Su Feng was about to choose the third option, several fierce silver wolves had already surrounded him. The 2 instructors were entangled by more than a dozen silver wolves and were unable to stop the pack from breaching the protective circle in time. As a third-level student, Xiaohao was not in a much better position. Even though he was ranked first among the third-level students of the Qihua Academy, he found it hard to cope with the pack of silver wolves. Moreover, they had underestimated the size of this pack. From earlier to now, nearly 100 silver wolves had appeared, and every single one was a mid-level magical beast. Damn! With over 100 mid-level silver wolves, the king of this pack probably had strength close to that of a spirit beast. 9-headed lion, go protect young Master Su Feng. Shirtian's face darkened as he urgently ordered the 9-headed lion to go to Su Feng's side and deal with the silver wolves in front of him. However, the pack of silver wolves had completely surrounded Su Feng, and the Silver Wolf King commanded several wolves to block the 9-headed lion, delaying it. Judging by the Silver Wolf King's commanding ability, it was likely that the king had already reached the level of a spirit beast. Young Master Su Feng, get away. Seeing the silver wolves charging towards them, Shirtian's heart tightened. Su Feng was the son of Su Tianzong from Lintian City and was likely the most talented genius in the history of the beast tamer world. Without a second thought, Shirtian quickly dealt with the silver wolf in front of him and, after finding a brief opening, rushed towards Su Feng's position without hesitation. Dean Shirtian, you should save others first. Just as the silver wolves were about to completely surround Su Feng and devour him, a thunderous dragon roar echoed as if coming from the heavens. The azure dragon, covered in blue scales, descended from the sky and perched on Su Feng's shoulder. The sacred beast azure dragon had appeared. Dark clouds descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the shadow forest. Lightning danced within the clouds, swirling like a dragon among the storm. Su Feng's body began to radiate the ancient sacred body, filled with a powerful aura, resembling a divine king descending to the mortal realm. Accompanied by the azure dragon's arrival in the shadow forest, an overwhelming pressure was unleashed. All the magical beasts in the shadow forest instinctively prostrated themselves on the ground, kneeling towards the location of the azure dragon. The silver wolves, which had previously been baring their fangs at Su Feng and the others, trembled and lay flat on the ground upon sensing the pressure from the Azure Dragon. At this moment, the Silver Wolves had completely lost their fierce beast demeanor, instead resembling dead dogs, completely prone on the ground, unable to move. Under the sacred beast's presence, these magical beasts seemed to face an innate suppression. Aside from these Silver Wolves, the other trainees present were no exception. Everyone was awestruck by the power of the Azure Dragon martial soul. Is this the strength of a divine beast? Although I had witnessed it during the beast egg selection ceremony earlier, I never expected to experience it up close. It was simply terrifying. I finally understand why young City Lord Su Feng always keeps his magical beast high in the sky. If young City Lord Su Feng had his magical beast by his side, the pressure it would unconsciously emit would be something we couldn't withstand. Is this the real difference between a divine beast and a magical beast? Xiao Hao and the others all crawled on the ground, looking at Su Feng, who appeared godlike, with expressions of extreme shock. The few mentors who were previously entangled by the Silver Wolves also gaped in astonishment. Su Feng was extremely well known at Qihua Academy, but he rarely showcased his magical beast in front of everyone, so we could only get snippets of information from others. Listening to those people describe Su Feng's magical beast in such legendary terms, they simply could not believe it was that powerful. But now, the Azure Dragon coiled around Su Feng was simply monstrous. Just the aura that the Azure Dragon inadvertently emitted was beyond what they could resist. Aside from Shirtian and a few other trainees who were in the same cohort as Su Feng, the rest were seeing a divine beast for the first time. From the looks of it, this Azure Dragon was not a pseudo-divine beast, but a true divine being with genuine dragon lineage. To gain the recognition of a magical beast containing a trace of ancient beast bloodline means it will develop into something immensely powerful in the future. Take the elite class advanced students who came to the Shadow Forest this time. Their magical beasts all contained a faint trace of ancient beast bloodline, let alone achieving pseudo-divine beast bloodlines. Even if they were presented with an ancient beast bloodline egg, they wouldn't dare to move. Moreover, ancient magical beasts are not something one encounters easily. This is simply not on the same level of existence. Xiao Hao looked at the majestic Azure Dragon on Su Feng's body, his big eyes fixed on Su Feng. Originally, Xiao Hao wanted to take this opportunity to cause trouble for Su Feng in the Shadow Forest. But he didn't expect that Su Feng's magical beast was indeed as powerful as the previous report suggested. Facing such a formidable divine beast, what difference would it make for me to take action against him? Knowing the strength of Su Feng's divine beast, Shirtian looked at Su Feng with still shocked eyes. When the Azure Dragon was born last time, Shirtian estimated it had already reached the high-level magical beast tier, and now, its aura was even stronger than last time, even feeling like it had reached the beast spirit level. Keep in mind, this was only a few days' time. As the principal of Qihua Academy, Shirtian had seen many geniuses, but he had never witnessed such a monstrous enhancement speed. Kill. Su Feng stepped forward, and a surge of killing intent arose. The Azure Dragon on his shoulder let out a long roar. Under the blessing of the Azure Dragon's divine power, Su Feng could clearly feel his strength rapidly increasing, while the group of Silver Wolves before him were directly crushed and deformed under the Azure Dragon's pressure. The divine power of the Azure Dragon, combined with the ancient sacred body, gave Su Feng inexhaustible strength. Why do I feel that young City Lord Su Feng's momentum has suddenly increased so much? I feel the same. It seems to be an all-attribute enhancement. Could this possibly be the ability of Su Feng's divine beast, the Azure Dragon? It can actually enhance all of Su Feng's attributes at once. This is too against the heavens. The surrounding crowd felt the aura emanating from Su Feng. Their expressions extremely excited, constantly praising him, especially those first-level students. Although they did not understand how Su Feng's Azure Dragon accomplished this, they could feel Su Feng's strength multiplying, realizing how monstrous this divine beast was. Chapter 17. The Red Beast Egg, the Divine Beast's Pressure. Su Feng, accompanied by the Azure Dragon, gathered a powerful force around him and waved his hand. Boom. As Su Feng swung his hand, four dragon-shaped shadows formed by spiked vines suddenly shot up from the ground. The four spiked vine dragon shadows, enhanced by the Azure Dragon's divine power, radiated powerful energy and charged toward the Silver Wolf pack before Su Feng with an unstoppable momentum. Boom. The Silver Wolves, known as the demons of the Dark Silver Forest, possessed not only incredible speed and strong biting power, but also a remarkably resilient life force. Even the Academy's few advanced students and the two leading mentors could not easily eliminate the Silver Wolves. But now, the numerous Silver Wolves lying on the ground were instantly blown apart by Su Feng's spiked vine dragon attack. Bright red blood gushed out. The originally fierce Silver Wolf pack was left on the brink of death and in a state of disarray after Su Feng's strike. The pure divine beast bloodline of the Azure Dragon exerted a tremendous bloodline suppression on the magical beasts in the Shadow Forest, and with the divine power-infused spiked vines. Eliminating ordinary magical beasts was a piece of cake. However, the Wolf King of this pack of silver wolves was still hiding in the shadows, which indicated that this Wolf King was much smarter than ordinary magical beasts. Hiss! Young City Lord Su Feng is too strong. Such a large pack of silver wolves was decimated in an instant by young City Lord Su Feng's single attack. I will only ever admire young City Lord Su Feng in my life. I would even gladly fetch his shoes. The nearby first-level students, witnessing Su Feng instantly maim the silver wolves surrounding him, had expressions of shock and admiration on their faces. Even the second-level students showed admiration in their eyes. It should be noted that just moments ago, even the two leading mentors struggled to deal with the silver wolves in front of them. But Su Feng managed to eliminate most of them with a single move. Displaying such terrifying strength, it was only natural that everyone was increasingly shocked. First, eliminate the Wolf King. The Wolf King commands this pack of silver wolves. As long as it is dealt with, the remaining wolves will cease their attack. However, judging by the Wolf King's command ability, it is likely a beast spirit level magical beast, possessing a certain level of intelligence and cunning. Beast spirit level magical beasts are not just a little bit stronger than high-level magical beasts. I'm going to pursue it. Shirtian, seeing this scene, was also filled with shock. Although he knew Su Feng's strength and talent were extremely monstrous, if the Wolf King was a beast spirit level magical beast, then even the Academy's mentors would find it difficult to deal with. Realizing this, Shirtian quickly reacted, hurriedly reminding Su Feng and preparing to pursue the Wolf King alone. Young City Lord Su Feng, you all stay here. I will go hunt down the Wolf King. No, Principal, let me chase the Wolf King. Hearing Shirtian's words, Su Feng shook his head. Bang! Just as Su Feng finished speaking, a fire-red beast egg descended from the sky. The beast egg hovered before Su Feng, with flames burning on its shell and cracks beginning to appear. In the sky, aside from the thunder and lightning, countless fiery red lights were flashing, and the surrounding air began to heat up. The appearance of this fire-red beast egg made the magical beasts in the Shadow Forest bow down in reverence, not daring to move. At this moment, far away in the Beastmaster Holy Hall, in the main hall where the chief was located. This pressure, could it be the Azure Dragon Divine Beast descending again? Wait, this aura seems different from that of the Azure Dragon Divine Beast. Could it be that another Divine Beast is being born? That direction is the Shadow Forest. Could it be Su Feng again? The chief of the Beastmaster Holy Hall stood in the main hall, gazing in the direction of the Shadow Forest, his usually calm face filled with shock. He had started paying attention to Su Feng when the Azure Dragon was born. Now, Su Feng happened to be training with Shirtian in the Shadow Forest, which naturally made him suspect that it was Su Feng who had stirred up the commotion again. The mentors of the Beastmaster Sanctuary and several other deans felt the pressure coming from the Shadow Forest and were all surprised. They were present when Su Feng obtained the Qinglong Divine Beast during the Beast Egg selection, so they were very familiar with this pressure and knew that Su Feng must have summoned the Qinglong. However, what they didn't expect was that even from several kilometers away in the Shadow Forest, there was a strong sense of oppression. Judging from this pressure, it seemed to be similar to that of the Qinglong, but there was a hint of something unusual. They had spent years training the magical beasts in their hands to be strong enough, while every time Su Feng summoned the Qinglong, it instilled fear in their magical beasts. This really was a case of comparison makes people feel inferior. Moreover, they were even more shocked that this was already the second powerful pressure coming from the Shadow Forest. As if two divine beasts had appeared. The arrival of divine beasts caused extraordinary phenomena, shocking countless forces across the continent. Apart from the Beastmaster Sanctuary, the top families in Lintian City were also attracted by the phenomenon. How long has it been since Su Feng's divine beast's aura seemed to have become even stronger? What kind of perverse training had he gone through to achieve such results? It seems that Su Tianzong, the city lord, would not be shaken from his position. Thousands of miles away, in the conference hall of the Xiao family, everyone was filled with shock. Previously feeling the pressure from the Qinglong, now its aura seemed to have become even stronger, and they all marveled at Su Feng's growth rate. Far away in the dragon family outside the Falling Star country, the head of the family, Long Ling, stood on a mountaintop, his brows tightly knitted. The Falling Star country had continuously transmitted such powerful pressure. There must be some powerful magical beast being born. Without delay, you must immediately set off to investigate the situation. Long Ling's hands were clasped behind him as he stood on the mountaintop, gazing towards the direction of the Shadow Forest in the Falling Star country. After thinking for a moment, a strong killing intent appeared on his face. Yes, master. Following Long Ling's order, several dark guards dressed in black responded in unison. They then rode their magical beasts away to investigate the traces of the divine beasts in the Falling Star country and eliminate them. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Forest, the group from the Chihua Academy felt a pressure from the Crimson Beast Egg that was as strong as that of the Qinglong. What kind of divine beast is being born? Such terrifying pressure, and the surroundings became hot. Su Feng, the young city lord, is becoming more mysterious. This beast egg, like the sun, must be a divine beast's egg. The Zhuke egg appeared, causing the first-year and second-year students in the academy to feel uncomfortable. Even the third-year student, Xiao Hao, felt it difficult to breathe. Chapter 18. Zhuke descends, flames burn 9 heavens. At the same time, they were also puzzled about what divine beast was in the beast egg. Even Shi Tian, the dean of Chihua Academy, looked at the crimson beast egg in front of Su Feng with a shocked expression. He couldn't tell what divine beast was inside that egg. Crack! Just as everyone was filled with confusion, the eggshell completely cracked open, and a bird that breathed fire circled beside Su Feng. The bird had crimson wings and was surrounded by raging flames. The flames around the bird were so intense. As the Zhuke exhaled, several flames burst forth from its mouth, attacking the frantically fleeing Silver Wolf King, causing the trees in its path to catch fire. With the blessing of Zhuchue's divine power, Su Feng's physical strength became extraordinarily powerful. Another divine beast. Just possessing a trace of an ancient divine beast's magic beast inside is extremely rare, let alone such a pure bloodline. Generally, beast masters can only obtain one magical beast in their lifetime. And the young city lord Su Feng has now gained the recognition of a divine beast at such a young age. What kind of physique does Su Feng have to be so favored by divine beasts? It seems like this divine beast only recognizes Su Feng. Shi Tian looked at the Zhuke, which was emitting flames beside Su Feng, with immense shock. He had just advised Su Feng to be careful, and the next second, Su Feng had acquired another divine beast, killing the beast spirit-level Silver Wolf King in one blow. This situation is beyond any theoretical explanation in books. One must ask, who in the entire continent can possess divine beasts, and two at that? Everyone present from Chihua Academy was also dumbfounded at this scene. They were still wondering what kind of magical beast was in the flaming crimson beast egg, yet another divine beast was born. The 2 second-year students looked at the magical beast beside them, which was so scared that it was crawling on the ground, then glanced at the 2 majestic divine beasts beside Su Feng, their expressions filled with embarrassment, and hurriedly told their magical beasts to hide. It should be noted that Su Feng's admission time was much shorter than theirs. Even so, Su Feng was much stronger than they were. Young City Lord Su Feng, please let your magical beasts contain their pressure. The Silver Wolf Pack was dealt with. But the first-year students who entered at the same time as Su Feng found it luxurious to even stand under this pressure. With both the Qinglong and Zhuke appearing before everyone, the pressure they released made even the mentor's legs tremble uncontrollably. The students were in a dire state, remaining prostrated on the ground. If the pressure continued, even Xiao Hao would probably faint. Seeing everyone in such a predicament under the pressure of the 2 divine beasts, Su Feng waved his hand, asking the Qinglong and Zhuke to move away completely to alleviate the impact of their released pressure on everyone. The remaining Silver Wolves, after the Silver Wolf King was killed, quickly fled in all directions, desperately trying to get away from the area. The flames in the surrounding bushes also dissipated with Zhuchue's departure. Now, the scene was left with the bodies of silver wolves all over the ground. However, the fur and claws of the magical beasts could be exchanged for some gold coins in the academy. The first-year students, seeing this, wanted to go collect them to exchange for some gold coins in the academy. Young City Lord Su Feng, can we? The few first-year students looked at the bodies of the silver wolves and spoke to Su Feng. Su Feng naturally understood their meaning and nodded to them. Although there were many valuable things on the silver wolves, they wouldn't fetch much gold, so he simply let them collect them. Young City Lord Su Feng, your talent has far exceeded my expectations. While the first-year students were busy collecting items from the silver wolf bodies, Shi Tian walked over to Su Feng and patted him on the shoulder. Su Feng's talent and opportunities displayed from the beginning were simply too remarkable. Not only did he obtain the Qinglong, a holy beast, but he also gained recognition from a second divine beast. This is unprecedented in the Beastmaster world. With the talent Su Feng has shown, surpassing the few strong figures in the Beastmaster world in the future will not be a problem. You're too kind, Dean. Su Feng nodded slightly after hearing this. Hearing Su Feng's words, Xiao Hao, a third-year student, looked at Su Feng with a gloomy expression. As the top student in the 3rd year, he was displeased that he was overshadowed by Su Feng, who had only recently enrolled. By the way, young City Lord Su Feng, what kind of divine beast is your second beast pet? Looking at the humble Su Feng, Shi Tian's face showed a hint of a smile. And then, as if he remembered something, he looked at Su Feng with curiosity. Yes, young City Lord Su Feng, Please tell us so we can broaden our horizons. When Dean Shirtion said this, the other students, including the two third-year mentors, also turned their gaze over. They are also very curious about what kind of creature Su Feng's second divine beast is and how powerful it is. Looking at the curious gazes of Dean Shirtion and several others, Su Feng took out a painting. On it was a majestic firebird spewing flames, with two large characters written beside it. Vermilion bird. This adult vermilion bird. Why does it seem like I've seen it somewhere before? A mentor looked at the painting in Su Feng's hand, deep in thought, as if he had seen it somewhere, but just couldn't recall. You must be thinking of the fire feather bird that inhabits the shadow forest, right? Another younger mentor teased upon seeing the painting in Su Feng's hand. Indeed, there is a type of fire feather bird in the shadow forest that somewhat resembles the vermilion bird. But that magical beast only has crimson feathers and cannot use fire attribute attacks. Besides the similarity in appearance, it doesn't have any outstanding abilities and is usually captured by those renting magical beasts to be used as mounts for clients. However, Su Feng's vermilion bird exudes an extraordinary aura from the outside. Even the silver wolf king that had reached the beast spirit level was completely dealt with by a single flame, leaving nothing behind. At this moment, within nearly 100 meters around Su Feng, no magical beast dared to recklessly intrude, treating this area as the territory of the vermilion bird. Heavenly fire, underworld in fire, and three mystical true fire. These three flames controlled by the vermilion bird are collectively called the three ultimate fires of heaven and earth. These three fierce flames can almost burn everything in the world to ashes. Moreover, with the divine power of the vermilion bird and the azure dragon, the lethality against magical beasts is multiplied. Shirtion and the others listened to Su Feng's introduction, and disbelief appeared on everyone's faces. However, the vermilion bird is still in its juvenile stage and cannot fully utilize these three flames, yet it is still so formidable. Chapter 19. Half a year of time. Mid-year competition. It should be noted that Su Feng has only just become a beast master for a month, and now he not only has obtained a second beast, but it is also a divine beast. Young Master Su Feng, how did you do it? In our city, not a single one has reached that level of magical beast, and young Master Su Feng not only gained recognition from a divine beast egg on the first try, but this time another divine beast egg came running to him. If this gets out, people in the city will definitely say I'm lying. That's for sure. How could people from your remote city possibly come into contact with a top genius like young Master Su Feng? While collecting materials from the silver wolf's body, the students were also discussing and boasting endlessly. After Su Feng put away the painting, he finished collecting the materials from the silver wolves on the ground. Xiaohao had been wearing a sour face the whole time. This outing for training not only failed to deal with Su Feng, but also allowed him to steal the limelight, making Xiaohao very angry. But he could only secretly curse in his heart. After finishing collecting the materials from the silver wolves, everyone quickly left the shadow forest and headed towards the exit gate. This time in the shadow forest, whether it was the first-level students or the few second-level students, they all held Su Feng in high regard. After all, strictly speaking, if Su Feng hadn't stepped in promptly during this training in the shadow forest, they might have been torn apart by groups of silver wolves long before Dean Shirtion arrived. Su Feng's intervention is now equivalent to them having a lifesaver. After exiting the shadow forest, the guards on the city wall were still worried about whether they encountered any powerful magical beasts in the forest. After all, they had felt the intense sense of pressure earlier quite clearly. They even thought that Shirtion and his group had unintentionally encountered some ferocious beast and were about to send people into the forest to start a search. Seeing that Shirtion and the others were all unharmed and all accounted for, the guards breathed a sigh of relief. As they walked out of the shadow forest, night had already fallen. They mounted the academy's flying magical beast, the Wind Falcon, and immediately flew towards the academy. Perhaps because of Su Feng's two divine beasts, Su Feng felt as if he possessed boundless power within him. This time in the shadow forest, not only did Su Feng gain a second beast, but it was also the powerful vermilion bird, just as strong as the azure dragon. With the divine power of the vermilion bird, his strength has significantly increased compared to before. After estimating his own strength, Su Feng fell into a deep sleep. During these days, Wang Hao had been training in the dark silver forest or taking on tasks in various cities, leaving Su Feng alone in the dormitory. Counting from the first day he joined the academy, half a year has passed. You have been in the academy for a while now. The academy will hold the mid-year competition tomorrow. All first to third level students will have their respective competitions, and every student must participate, so get ready. After finishing today's lesson, Shirtion mentioned the academy competition. This is an internal competition held by the Beastmaster Sacred Hall's various academies every 6 months, where all students must participate to determine their rankings. Finally, the academy competition has arrived. I wonder what rewards will be given this time. Come on, you're still thinking about rewards. You probably want to even make it into the top 100. I'm just curious about what rewards the Academy will offer this time. When Tian mentioned the Academy competition, the students in the class began to discuss it animatedly. Each Academy in the Beastmaster Sacred Hall holds an internal competition every 6 months, and rewards are given based on rankings. The higher the ranking, the more valuable the rewards. This is also a way for the Academy to motivate students. Hearing this, Feng fell into deep thought. Could the Dragon Source be stored in the Academy's treasury? So the Dragon Source is likely hidden in the Academy's treasury. But I wonder if it will be taken out to reward those outstanding students in the Academy competition. However, this will have to wait until after the competition to find out. Just as he approached the dormitory, Wang Hao's voice came through. After all, as a third-level student, Wang Hao spent most of the year training outside or doing tasks, rarely staying in the Academy. Young Master Feng, I wish you good results every day. Wang Hao smiled at Feng, knowing that the rewards offered by the Academy are quite valuable. Thank you for your kind words. Feng replied with a smile. He naturally aimed to achieve good results. By the way, I will fight Xiao Siren again. I want to defeat him to make up for my previous embarrassment. Wang Hao said, clenching his fists with determination. Among the third-level students, Wang Hao and Xiao Siren, like their families, have always been rivals. However, Wang Hao has lost to Xiao Siren multiple times in the Academy competitions, always being overshadowed and only able to rank second among the third-level students. After the last provocation, Wang Hao is even more eager to defeat Xiao Siren, so he has been training outside to strengthen his abilities in order to beat him in the competition. Seeing Wang Hao so spirited, Feng smiled and patted him on the shoulder to support him. As night fell, Feng quickly fell asleep, replenishing his energy and preparing to showcase his skills in tomorrow's competition. The next morning, the Red Fire Academy became lively early on. All students in the Academy hurried to the competition arena of the Red Fire Academy. The competition arena is divided into 3 areas, with each grade of students having their own competition zone, allowing for 9 matches to occur simultaneously. The spectator stands could accommodate thousands of viewers, mostly family members of the Red Fire Academy students, all cheering for their children. Among them, Feng's father, Su Tianzong, also came to the scene, along with other family members, to watch the students' competitions. Chapter 20. The competition begins, and all eyes are on it. City Lord Su, you have come too. When Dean Tian saw Su Tianzong arrive, he hurriedly greeted him and led him to the viewing platform to watch the competition. Although Su Tianzong appeared to be on par with several deans in terms of strength, he had several subordinates with combat abilities comparable to those of the Academy deans. And he was also the City Lord of Lintian City. In terms of both strength and status, he was much higher than these Academy deans, even able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the main person in charge of the Beastmaster Hall. Therefore, Tian did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent and directly invited him to the dean's viewing platform. Since the 4 academies were holding competitions simultaneously, Xiao Hu from the Xiao family was watching the competition at the Zile Academy, while other family heads were watching at their respective academy venues. Ling, the head of the Shi family, also came to the viewing platform with Su Tianzong. City Lord Su, young City Lord Su Feng's talent is already extraordinary. I believe he will achieve a good ranking in this competition among first-year students. After taking their seats in the viewing area, Tian began to praise Su Feng to Su Tianzong. After all, Su Feng's demonstrated abilities were unmatched among the first-year students, so he was very confident that Su Feng would definitely rank first in this competition. Not at all. It's all thanks to Dean Shi's personal guidance that Fenger has achieved such results. Hearing Tian's firm evaluation of Su Feng, Su Tianzong couldn't stop smiling. City Lord Su is still too modest. Young City Lord Su Feng is a once-in-a-century genius. Last time, when he went to the Shadow Forest for training, he single-handedly dealt with nearly 100 silver wolves and even obtained a second beast. Moreover, that second beast, as young City Lord Su Feng introduced, seems to be a powerful divine beast called Zhuke. Tian, sitting beside him, shook his head repeatedly. To have a beast reach the divine beast level, Tian, do not have such ability. What? Fenger obtained a second beast, and it's a powerful divine beast. Upon hearing Tian's words, Su Tianzong stood up from his seat in excitement, looking at Tian in shock. One must know that in the Beastmaster world, very few people can obtain 2 beasts, but Su Feng not only did so, but it was also a divine beast. What kind of opportunity is this? Upon hearing this, Ling also showed a shocked expression. No wonder there was suddenly a strong sense of pressure last time. It turns out young City Lord Su Feng created another miracle. Last time, they felt 2 powerful pressures even from afar in Lintian City. It turned out all of this was caused by Su Feng. Although they did not know what kind of divine beast Zhuke was, judging from the pressure it released, it was undoubtedly a divine beast. As they chatted about this, everyone couldn't help but wonder what kind of brilliance Su Feng would display in this competition. As they spoke, The time for the competition to begin had already arrived. Tian slowly stood up from the viewing platform. All students of Chihua Academy, this year's student competition is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. The rules of the Academy competition are in a 6-person free-for-all format, with the last person standing on the stage being the winner. Students can summon their beasts to fight alongside them. However, if a student falls off the competition platform, they will be directly eliminated, and their beast will also lose eligibility to compete. The competition is to the point, and no harm to others' lives is allowed. If one cannot compete, they may surrender. Now, I announce that the student competition officially begins. After introducing the competition rules, Tian directly announced the start of the competition. The venue instantly erupted with excitement as students cheered and encouraged the competitors. Each venue had 6 people competing at a time, allowing over 100 students to compete simultaneously. As the first round of competitions for first-year to third-year students began, they successively arrived at their respective competition venues and summoned their beasts. The first student competition officially began, with each student gearing up and focusing intently on their opponents. Feng stayed in the student preparation room, waiting for his turn to compete. Each grade's student competition was thrilling, utilizing the knowledge learned from their training to strategize in their minds. Rhinoceros Bull knocked them all out. In the first-year student competition, a calm and composed young man commanded his beast, the Rhinoceros Bull, to charge at the other opponents on the same platform. The bull, with its sharp horn, charged straight at the other competitors. Instantly, 3 students on the platform were unfortunately knocked off the competition stage by the Rhinoceros Bull and were directly eliminated. The other 2 students on the platform saw this and tacitly refrained from attacking each other, instead launching an attack together against the Rhinoceros Bull, pushing the eliminated student off the platform and eliminating him. "You are cheating. 2 of you are attacking me alone," the eliminated student said angrily. However, the 2 students who teamed up to push him off the platform were indifferent, as the competition rules did not state that they could not cooperate to eliminate other students. Thus, the eliminated student could only leave the competition platform unhappily. Therefore, it is said that when lacking sufficiently strong strength, one should not make oneself the target of everyone. Ultimately, the first-year students quickly finished one round of competition, while the second-year and third-year students' competitions became more stalemated. They understood this principle well, so at the beginning, they were all testing each other's strength and did not rush to attack, until one person broke the deadlock. He was a dormitory mate of another student present, and after discussing, they decided to cooperate to eliminate the other competitors first, and then compete against each other to determine the winner. In no time, while the other students were still wary of each other, the 2 of them worked together seamlessly and directly eliminated 2 competitors. Only 2 unfamiliar students remained on the platform. Although they also wanted to cooperate, they were afraid that the other would stab them in the back. Thus, the 2 students from the same dormitory successfully eliminated the other competitors on the platform, leaving only the 2 of them. This cohort of students had a good mentality, knowing that when their strength was insufficient or balanced, it was wise to choose to cooperate to eliminate other competitors first. Seeing this second-year student competition, Ling praised. In this situation, finding trustworthy partners to form alliances and then eliminating other competitors is a wise choice. These 2 students indeed have good thinking. But this only works for general situations, Dean Tian calmly analyzed. Although their choice is good, if they encounter someone much stronger in the wild, this method may not be as effective. For instance, in the competition of third-year student Xiao Siren, even under the siege of 2 students, he could defeat them one by one, quickly concluding the first match of the third-year students. Chapter 21. Beast Master Level. The competition continues. Xiao Siren ranked first among the third-year students due to his strong power. Even after eliminating the other 3 students, he could easily fend off the simultaneous attacks from the 2 in front of him, proving his strength was indeed formidable. Although his beast, the Fire Red Dog, was of a high tier, it had recently reached the Beast Spirit level, making it extremely powerful. Meanwhile, his opponents were merely a group of high-tier beasts, allowing him to crush all the students on the platform. Damn it, that guy Xiao Siren's Fire Red Dog has actually reached the level of Beast Spirit. Wang Hao, who was watching the competition from the student preparation area, noticed that Xiao Siren's Fire Red Dog had reached the Beast Spirit level, and he was instantly furious. To defeat Xiao Siren, he had spent more than half a year training outside, just to elevate his beast, the Flame Crystal Scorpion, to the high-tier beast level, just a step away from reaching the Beast Spirit level. Originally thought he could finally defeat Xiao Siren, but unexpectedly, Xiao Siren got ahead of him and upgraded his Fire Red Dog to a Beast Spirit level magical beast. It seems that this time, he might lose to Xiao Siren again. But Wang Hao will not give up. "You insulted the young city lord Feng, and I will definitely make you kneel and apologize." Wang Hao has been brooding over the fact that Xiao Siren secretly insulted Feng in the cafeteria last time. Feng has been his playmate since childhood. and they kept in touch frequently when Wang Hao entered the Beast Master Sacred Hall Academy. Moreover, the Shao family cruelly disabled his second brother's magical beast in a previous competition, and although it was not Shao Siren who did it, the feud between the Shao family and the Wang family has been established. The next match for first-level students includes Su Tian, Yang Ling, and Zhou Wenla. The next match for third-level students includes Wang Hao, Zhang Jiuqing, and Qin Guang. Please have the competing students come to the stage to prepare for the match. With the conclusion of Shao Siren's match and the first-level students competition, the mentor in charge of the match arrangements announced the next group of third-level and first-level students. Upon hearing his name, Wang Hao stepped out of the preparation area and walked towards the competition stage. You should feel lucky you didn't encounter me in the first match. Just as Shao Siren walked down from the competition stage, he bumped into Wang Hao and started to mock him. Humph, who wins and who loses is still uncertain. The match arrangements are made by the academy mentors. They manipulate the scheduling to prevent some strong students from facing each other right away. On the other side, Su Feng was waiting with boredom. The matches among the first-level students were fast and slow, and with nearly 100 people still waiting for their turn. Su Feng was getting a little bored. Peeking out from the student preparation area, he surveyed the situation on the competition stage and glanced at the high stands. His father is here too. It's a good opportunity to greet him. Upon reaching the high stands, Su Tianzong was watching the competition stage with Shi Tian and Shi Ling. Father, Su Feng called out, causing Su Tianzong to turn around. Fenger, seeing Su Feng, whom he hadn't seen for days, Su Tianzong exclaimed excitedly. Fenger has grown taller and more mature. Observing Su Feng's slight changes, Su Tianzong felt a sense of emotion. Su Feng's face no longer had the previous childishness. Instead, it exuded a hint of mature masculinity, and he was now about the same height as Su Tianzong, which made Su Tianzong feel deeply moved. Please forgive my rudeness. Realizing that Shi Tian and Shi Ling were present, Su Tianzong calmed his emotions. No worries, Lord Su's affection for young Lord Su Feng makes others envious. Seeing the father and son, Shi Tian thought of his own son. Shi Tian's son was also a beast master, but he was older than Su Feng and currently a commander stationed at the border. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Fenger, I heard you obtained your second beast, and it's a fierce divine beast? Remembering what Shi Tian had said earlier, Su Tianzong wanted to confirm it with Su Feng. After all, it's quite difficult for an ordinary person to have two beasts, and not only did Su Feng manage to do so, but it was also a fierce divine beast. Such an occurrence had never happened in the history of beast masters spanning thousands of years. Yes, father, Su Feng replied earnestly. With this opportunity, I believe your mother in heaven would be proud of you. As Su Tianzong spoke, his eyes began to moisten. Su Feng's mother was an extraordinary woman who accompanied Su Tianzong from a small Lin Tian city to eventually develop it into the strongest city in the Meteorite Kingdom. However, she suddenly fell ill and passed away when Su Feng was 10 years old. Since then, Su Tianzong had never married anyone else and had done his utmost to help Su Feng become a beast master, as that was also his late wife's dying wish. Su Feng had worked hard to become a beast master and had gone through various hardships. Thinking of this, Su Tianzong couldn't help but shed tears of joy as he embraced Su Feng. Father, please rest assured, I will not disappoint my mother's expectations, Su Feng said firmly, looking up at the sky as if swearing to his mother. By the way, your second beast is called Zhu, right? Can I see it? There are many magical beasts on the continent, but records about ancient magical beasts are quite rare. However, there are some legends about divine beasts in folklore. So Su Tianzong had collected some rumors about the Qinglong. Father, you might want to wait until my match before watching, because you know that the pressure released by my divine beast is too strong. If Su Feng were to summon Zhu now, it would likely affect the magical beasts on the competition stage and the people present. After all, the oppressive feeling from Zhu is as fierce as that of the Qinglong, and there are others competing on the stage. Summoning Zhu here abruptly could disrupt their matches. Alright, then I will wait and see. According to Su Feng, if Zhu is as powerful as the Qinglong, then it indeed wouldn't be suitable to summon it suddenly. Chapter 22, Third-year students begin to fight. At this moment, Wang Hao stood on the competition stage. Wang Hao was on the same competition stage as 5 other third-level students. The 6 students and their beasts faced each other, and among the competitors with Wang Hao, one was ranked among the top 20 third-level students, with a magical beast that had just reached the high-level magical beast, the Earthfire Mang, while the other students had mid-level magical beasts. Wang Hao, I didn't expect us to meet so soon. Since that's the case, let's settle this. The ranked top 20 Zhang Jiuqing looked at Wang Hao with fiery eyes. Originally, Zhang Jiuqing was among the top 10 third-level students, but in the last student competition, he encountered Wang Hao early on and ultimately stopped at the top 20. Unexpectedly, in this third match, he met Wang Hao again. Even though Wang Hao's magical beast was nearing the beast spirit level, he still wanted to challenge Wang Hao directly. If he couldn't defeat Wang Hao this time, he might end up outside the top 50, so he launched an attack on Wang Hao. As you wish. Seeing Zhang Jiuqing wanting to determine the outcome right away, Wang Hao gladly accepted and summoned his flame crystal scorpion. The other students tactfully stood aside and did not engage in fighting, leaving space for the two to duel. After all, both Wang Hao and this student were formidable opponents. It was wise to bide their time, as rankings determined the rewards. Who knows? When Zhang Jiuqing and Wang Hao are both injured, they might benefit from it and become the winners of this match. Earth Fire Mang, hold the flame crystal scorpion. Zhang Jiuqing, seeing that Wang Hao agreed, commanded his magical beast, the Earth Fire Mang, to charge at Wang Hao's flame crystal scorpion. While he himself rushed toward Wang Hao for close combat, the physical fitness of third-level students was quite good, and they could even rely on their own strength to fight some magical beasts one-on-one. With a swift step, Zhang Jiuqing charged at Wang Hao, throwing several powerful punches at him. My goodness, is this the difference between third-level and first-level students? The gap in strength and speed is simply astronomical, completely different levels. The strength of third-level students is truly terrifying. Some first-level students waiting in the preparation area marveled at the strength of the third-level students as they watched the duel between Wang Hao and Zhang Jiuqing. On the competition stage, Zhang Jiuqing's punching speed gradually increased, and with the aid of his magical beast strength, his punches became increasingly heavy. Why is Senior Wang Hao always on the defensive? At this rate, he won't lose to Zhang Jiuqing, will he? Look at your shallow perspective. Can't you see that Senior Wang Hao is handling it with ease? On the competition stage, although Wang Hao has been defending from the very beginning, he doesn't seem to be struggling at all. In contrast, Zhang Jiuqing, having been swinging his fists for a long time, is quickly exhausting his stamina. Moreover, in the battle between Zhang Jiuqing's Earth Fire Beast and Wang Hao's Flame Crystal Scorpion, Zhang Jiuqing hasn't gained any advantage. Wang Hao's talent is indeed top-notch among the level 3 students in our Crimson Fire Academy. It's true that the Wang family must have invested all their efforts into Wang Hao. Now, he is the only one left in the younger generation of the Wang family, carrying the hopes of everyone in the family. This kid must have put in a lot of effort for this. On the high stands of the competition arena, Su Tianzong and others watched Wang Hao and discussed the current situation of the Wang family. The eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Lintian, participated in the ceremony a few years ago and obtained a magical beast, but the result from the beast inspection was disappointing. Disheartened, he stayed at home to undergo family training, but he still could not bear the heavy responsibilities of the Wang family. The second son, Wang He, lost to a member of the Shao family from the Purple Thunder Academy during the last grand competition of the 4 academies, and his magical beast was ambushed, dropping in rank. Although the Shao family compensated the Wang family with tens of thousands of gold coins under pressure from the academy, it could not make up for the losses the Wang family incurred. Now, only Wang Hao remains in the younger generation of the Wang family. In order to uphold the family's legacy, Wang Hao gave up the opportunity to enter the Shield Soil Academy of Wang Tianyin and chose to align himself with the Crimson Fire Academy, which matches his magical beast's attributes. Upon hearing this, Su Tianzong and Shi Jia both sighed deeply. Su Feng quietly observed the situation on the competition stage where Wang Hao was. He understood the hardships Wang Hao had endured to defeat Shao Siren. He had spent most of the year training outside to enhance his abilities. The current results are all thanks to Wang Hao's relentless efforts. On the competition stage, Zhang Jiuqing was still throwing punches, but none could injure Wang Hao, while he was already exhausted and his punching speed was gradually slowing down. Wang Hao, can you only dodge? Zhang Jiuqing was furious because he couldn't land a hit on Wang Hao. Of course not. The reason Wang Hao kept dodging was to conserve his stamina, especially since there were 4 other students eyeing them on the stage. Suddenly, Wang Hao's Flame Crystal Scorpion knocked Zhang Jiuqing's Earth Fire Beast out of the competition stage. Now that Zhang Jiuqing was exhausted, Wang Hao stopped dodging. As Zhang Jiuqing's fist came towards him, Wang Hao seized his arm, a slight smile on his lips. He firmly grasped Zhang Jiuqing's arm and threw him out of the competition stage, directly eliminating him. Wow, the match among level 3 students is indeed exciting. Senior Wang Hao truly deserves to be the second-ranked level 3 student. He's so strong. The spectators cheered loudly at this thrilling duel. The other level 3 students on stage were at a loss. They initially thought that when Zhang Jiuqing fought Wang Hao one-on-one, he would exhaust Wang Hao's stamina, allowing them to take advantage. But they never expected it to end so quickly. Now, since they were not too familiar with each other, they didn't dare to challenge Wang Hao easily and remained vigilant of the others. At that moment, while the other level 3 students were still recovering from the shock, an agile student launched a surprise attack, directly pushing one of them off the competition stage, eliminating him. Seeing this, the remaining students on stage no longer paid attention to Wang Hao and began to engage in a free-for-all, trying to eliminate each other as quickly as possible to secure a better ranking. Wang Hao, on the other hand, stayed aside, watching them fight while resting. During this time, some attempted to sneak attack Wang Hao but were directly eliminated. So the others did not dare to try attacking him again and instead focused on dividing the ranks among themselves. Chapter 23. Battling Brothers. Spectators gathered. Soon, the time had come to the afternoon. The matches among the students had already progressed significantly, with many showcasing their extraordinary talents, drawing loud cheers from the audience. Next up for the Level 1 students were Su Feng, Lu Qingwen, and Lu Qingwu. As the Level 1 students finished another round, the instructor in charge of the matchups announced the next round of competitors. "Father, I'm going now." Upon hearing his name, Su Feng prepared to head to the competition stage. "Go ahead, your father will cheer for you." With that, Su Feng slowly walked from the stands towards the Level 1 competition stage. When he reached the stage, both the family members of the audience and the students erupted in loud cheers. Finally, it's time for young Master Su Feng to take the stage. "Go. Young Master Su Feng, first place is definitely yours." Feng Shun. The cheers were louder than those for any of the previous competitors. It seems young Master Su Feng is quite popular among the students. Seeing the sudden unified cheers, Ling was quite shocked. He didn't expect that Su Feng, who had just joined the academy not long ago, would be so well liked, even garnering cheers from Level 3 students. Haha. Young Master Su Feng achieved an incredible score during the physical fitness test. Moreover, during the last incident in the Shadow Forest, he single-handedly summoned the Azure Dragon to deal with a pack of silver wolves, which has spread throughout the academy, making him very popular. Seeing Su Feng so well received, Tian understood it was normal. After all, Su Feng's displayed talent was astonishing, and the students in the academy had long regarded him as an idol. Additionally, many from the other 3 academies admired Su Feng, with some sneaking into Crimson Fire Academy just to see his prowess. Even many Level 2 and Level 3 students admired Su Feng, as the abilities he demonstrated were not something they could easily replicate. Su Tianzong watched this scene with a proud expression. Fenger has indeed grown up. On the other side, in the resting area for Level 3 students, upon hearing the lively atmosphere outside, Xiao Siren also peeked out. "Humph, I didn't expect this waste to have so many fools admiring him." Seeing the crowd outside cheering for Su Feng, Xiao Siren said disdainfully. Although Su Feng had shown extraordinary abilities last time, he didn't think much of it and continued to call Su Feng a waste. "If it weren't for me, the instructor, and the dean weakening the battle power of those silver wolves last time, this waste wouldn't have had a chance." Xiao Siren always believed that Su Feng was able to single-handedly deal with the silver wolves thanks to their weakened power, allowing Su Feng to take the spotlight. Last time, he had not used his full strength because he wanted those silver wolves to break through the protective circle and attack Su Feng and the others. But he didn't expect the silver wolves to be so ineffective. "If I weren't a Level 3 student, I would have already flattened this waste." Watching Su Feng slowly walk onto the competition stage, Xiao Siren said dismissively. Now his magical beast had already reached the beast spirit level, and his own strength had also been enhanced, reaching the level of those elite class instructors. Xiao Siren believed that if he faced Su Feng, he would definitely beat him to a pulp. However, there might still be a way to compete with Su Feng in this match. Suddenly, Xiao Siren seemed to think of something and revealed a sinister smile as he looked at Su Feng on the competition stage. Meanwhile, Su Feng had already taken his place on the stage, and other students were gradually making their way up. Aside from Su Feng, the most eye-catching figures are Lu Qingwen and Lu Qingwu. From their names, it's clear that these two are brothers, with Lu Qingwen being the elder brother and Lu Qingwu the younger. Their personalities reflect their names. One is skilled in strategy, while the other excels in combat. They have gained a bit of fame among the first-level students as a brother duo. It's surprising that Su Feng, the young lord, is in the same match as these two brothers. I wonder who will ultimately win. It must be Su Feng. Not necessarily. Although Su Feng is very powerful, the coordination of the Lu brothers is formidable. It is said that during their training, they teamed up to take down a high-level magical beast. It's still too early to predict the winner. The students watching the match are discussing and speculating whether Su Feng will stand victorious or if the Lu brothers will prevail. Even though Su Feng previously defeated the high-level magical beast, the Silver Wolf King, the Lu brothers, when working together, can also match the level of high-level magical beasts. Young Lord Su Feng, it's an honor to compete with you on the same stage, Lu Qingwen, who has small eyes, said with a smile. It's well known that those with small eyes are usually exceptionally crafty, and Lu Qingwen's appearance indicates that he is certainly not an ordinary person. Brother, why are you talking so much? Just get started. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qingwu charged forward. Lu Qingwu is a true enthusiast, rushing into battle without a second thought. If he were in the wild alone, who knows how many magical beasts he would provoke. Seeing Lu Qingwu's eagerness to attack Su Feng, Lu Qingwen could only shake his head helplessly. Forgive me, young Lord Su Feng. After saying this, Lu Qingwen also rushed forward. Instantly, both of them and their magical beasts launched an attack on Su Feng, while the other three participants began to fight amongst themselves. After all, a battle like that between Lu Qingwen and Su Feng is not something they can participate in. The two brothers also summoned their magical beasts, which were two mid-level fire venom spiders. They positioned them around Su Feng, watching his every move with intense focus. Young Lord Su Feng, why haven't you summoned your magical beast? The cautious Lu Qingwen noticed that Su Feng hadn't called forth his magical beast since stepping onto the stage, immediately suspecting that Su Feng might be plotting something. However, Su Feng took his time, observing the two brothers and their magical beasts. Are you trying to make others think we are bullying you? Lu Qingwu said bluntly, not caring about Su Feng's status. He simply wanted to fight strong opponents to satisfy his combative nature. Qingwu, be respectful. Hearing Lu Qingwu's indiscreet words, Lu Qingwen reprimanded him and bowed to Su Feng in apology. Watching the combative Lu Qingwu, Su Feng shook his head helplessly, feeling that if Lu Qingwen weren't by his side, this guy would surely offend a large number of people in the future. Chapter 24, The Azure Dragon Appears. Pressuring the heavens and earth, Su Feng raised his hand high, summoning his Azure Dragon. Instantly, the sky, which was still bright in the afternoon, began to gather dark clouds around the competition arena, forming a massive, swirling vortex of clouds. A blue figure slowly descended from the center of the cloud vortex. As the blue figure got closer to the competition stage, everyone present felt an increasingly strong sense of oppression, causing even the magical beasts to start fighting amongst themselves. When the figure finally landed on the competition stage, everyone felt as if the air around them had thinned, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. All the magical beasts on the stage, both from the first level and third level student arenas, instinctively crouched down, eager to bury themselves in the ground. Moreover, all these magical beasts were bowing in the same direction. Looking towards the direction they were bowing, it was the Azure Dragon coiled around Su Feng. Due to the appearance of the Azure Dragon, the competition in the entire arena of the Red Fire Academy was influenced by the oppressive force. All the magical beasts crouched down, losing their combat ability, while the students gasped for air, kneeling on the ground. Some students with weaker constitutions even fainted, foaming at the mouth. However, the influence was not limited to just the Red Fire Academy's competition. The competitions at the Blue Water Academy, Shield Earth Academy, and Purple Thunder Academy were also affected. All the magical beasts in the vicinity bowed towards the direction of the Red Fire Academy's arena, and the students felt as if a massive stone was pressing down on them, unable to move. Is this the pressure released by young Lord Su Feng's divine beast? It feels much stronger than before, Lin Qingya, the dean of the Blue Water Academy, said slowly while looking towards the direction of the Red Fire Academy. The bizarre phenomenon triggered by the Azure Dragon's descent not only enveloped the entire Red Fire Academy, but also extended to the other academies. The sky, which had previously been bright, now resembled a dark night, filled with dense clouds. The lightning within the clouds surged like a dragon, rampaging freely. How can the competition proceed like this? Lin Qingya felt somewhat helpless. Once Su Feng's Azure Dragon appeared, the oppressive feeling it released made even her, as a dean, feel a heaviness in her chest, causing her breathing to quicken involuntarily. Over at the Shield Earth Academy, Lu Meng, who was engaged in a fierce battle, also sensed this powerful aura. This feeling was akin to having tons of heavy stones pressing down on him, causing him to kneel on one knee. He tried to stand, but despite his immense strength, he couldn't rise at all. Blood spewed from Lu Meng's mouth as he fell unconscious. Lu Meng was nearly the top-ranked first-level student in the Shield Earth Academy, yet he fainted just like that. The other participants in his match, having not resisted, were not subjected to such intense pressure and managed to remain conscious. Lu Meng would probably be eliminated early and wouldn't even make it into the top 50. At the Purple Thunder Academy's competition arena, the students were also like those in other academies, losing their fighting capability and all bowing down. From the high viewing platform, Xiao Wenlei and Xiao Hu, the head of the Xiao family, glanced solemnly towards the direction of the Red Fire Academy. Head, it seems that Su Feng's Azure Dragon has become even more powerful, Xiao Hu said with a heavy expression. From the aura emitted by the Azure Dragon now, it is significantly stronger than during the last test. Even we are starting to breathe unevenly under this pressure. Damn, this Su Tianzong really struck it rich. A useless son suddenly becomes so strong. Xiao Hu was extremely angry upon seeing the aura emitted by Su Feng's Azure Dragon. He couldn't understand why Su Feng, who had failed to become a Beastmaster for many years, suddenly succeeded at 18, and not only that, he started with a powerful divine beast. Moreover, according to the third elder's son, Xiao Siren, Su Feng actually obtained a second beast during the last training, and again it was a formidable divine beast. Heaven doesn't want the Xiao family to rise. Thinking of this, Xiao Hu felt displeased and even began to curse at the dark clouds in the sky. Crack! A bolt of lightning from the clouds seemed to have noticed Xiao Hu's actions, striking down beside him. The lightning startled Xiao Hu, causing him to fall from his seat on the viewing platform. Back at the Red Fire Academy's competition arena, before Su Feng could command the Qinglong to attack, the two brothers Lu Qingwen and Lu Qingwu had already collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Their magical beasts were the same, unable to launch any attack towards Su Feng. After all, both of their fire venom spiders were mid-tier magical beasts, and facing an existence like Qinglong, they didn't dare to even move, let alone fight. Under the pressure from Qinglong, the two fire venom spiders' forms were crushed down. Su Tianzong could feel that Su Feng's Qinglong had become much stronger since the last time he saw it. They didn't know why, as they had only taken Su Feng out for training during this period, but it couldn't have reached such a level. Shi Tian also found it hard to believe. Although he had frequently taken Su Feng to the Shadow Forest for training in the past 6 months, the rate of strengthening was simply unreasonable. Moreover, during training, Su Feng rarely summoned the Qinglong. Yet, even with such training, the Qinglong had become even more powerful, and Shi Tian really didn't know what Su Feng had done. Su Feng, the young city lord, must have encountered some opportunity that made the Qinglong so formidable. Stone Ling, who was quite perplexed, could only speculate that Su Feng must have encountered some heavenly opportunity to become so powerful in such a short time. The three of them looked at Su Feng on the competition stage, who at that moment resembled an unmoving god king, exuding a powerful aura just by standing there. At that moment, the audience was sprawled across the viewing platform, seemingly in shock. Seeing this scene, Su Feng could only shake his head helplessly. The battles on the competition stage had been forced to halt due to Qinglong's pressure. Soon after, Su Feng waved his hand, signaling the Qinglong to leave the competition arena. After all, the academy's competition had only just reached the halfway point, and other academies were likely the same. As the Qinglong gradually distanced itself from the competition arena, the dark clouds in the sky began to shrink, and the intense pressure slowly eased. Chapter 25. Like a god king, all surrender. With the pressure dissipating, the arena fell silent. Could it be that the aura released by the young city Lord Su Feng scared them? Stone Tian felt a bit worried as he observed the quiet audience. After all, the aura exhibited by Su Feng was too terrifying, and while most people from Lin Tian City were familiar with Su Feng, there were still some from other cities present. These individuals were likely witnessing this for the first time, and it was hard to imagine that a teenager could achieve such a level. Stone Tian feared they might develop a psychological shadow from this. Wow, the magical beast of the young city Lord Su Feng is so strong. Just now, the young city lord resembled a teenage god king. Is this the strength of the young city Lord Su Feng? Is this Su Feng the son of the city Lord Su Tianzong from Lin Tian City? As expected, like father, like son. Moments later, the audience erupted into cheers. Contrary to Stone Tian's assumptions, they were not fearful of Su Feng. Instead, they were amazed by the strength he displayed. In fact, Su Feng's deeds were widely known not only in the academy, but also in other cities. The beast egg choosing its master and being recognized by a divine beast, as well as single-handedly dealing with the outer demon Silver Wolf pack in the Shadow Forest, were stories they initially found hard to believe. An 18-year-old who had only recently become a beast master was seen as a waste in their eyes. Generally, most people would become beast masters by the appropriate age, and no one would wait until 18. Yet, Su Feng not only became a beast master at 18, but was also recognized by a divine beast. In just half a month after entering the academy, he not only dealt with a pack of silver wolves, but also faced the high-level Silver Wolf King without issue. This was not something a newly minted beast master should be able to do. Just this alone proved that Su Feng had already far surpassed the level of a first-tier student. The god of beasts descends, Feng dominates the world, sweeping through thousands of troops. The scene was filled with several girls from the Red Fire Academy gathered together, waving their banners and chanting slogans they created for Su Feng, each exerting great effort. Among them were first-tier, second-tier, and even third-tier students, all gazing at Su Feng with fervent eyes, waving even more vigorously to catch his attention. Hearing such enthusiastic cheers, Su Feng turned his head to glance at them. But this small action caused them to swoon and collapse to the ground, their faces beaming with infatuated smiles. Seeing this, Su Feng could only shake his head helplessly. Young City Lord Su Feng, your strength is too formidable. We are willing to admit defeat. The voice of Lu Qingwen came from behind Su Feng. Lu Qingwen supported Lu Qingwu, respectfully speaking to Su Feng. Lu Qingwu had completely fainted from resisting the pressure earlier. Once he fainted, the two brothers were no match for Su Feng, especially since the strength Su Feng displayed was on a completely different level. Su Feng hadn't even made a move, and they had already lost their combat effectiveness. So there was no meaning in continuing the competition. I admit defeat too. Me too. The other first-tier students still on the competition stage voluntarily surrendered and left the stage. I announce that young City Lord Su Feng wins and enters tomorrow's advancement match. Since these students surrendered one after another, the instructor responsible for Su Feng's match announced his victory, allowing him to progress to tomorrow's advancement match. That was too quick, right? It didn't even take a minute. And it's over? What minute? It probably didn't even take half a minute. This match, from start to finish, had passed in an instant, determining the victor. It could even be said that it had ended before it had even begun. Damn, this guy is too abnormal. It had only been half a year. How could he feel like his strength had reached the level of a third-tier student? In a corner, Xiao Siren watched this scene, unable to contain his shock. Although Su Feng was the same age as him, he had become a beast master 5 years earlier and had reached the current level of top third-tier student. He never expected that in just half a year since Su Feng became a beast master, the aura he exhibited had already surpassed that of third-tier students, meaning his strength must have reached that level. I need to discuss this with the family head. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Siren turned and left the Red Fire Academy competition arena. Meanwhile, in another corner of the audience, Wang Hao stood frozen, staring at Su Feng on stage. This aura is too terrifying. The sense of oppression was actually released by the young city Lord Su Feng's divine beast. The young city Lord Su Feng had actually gained the recognition of such a powerful divine beast. Feeling the pressure emanating from Su Feng and the Qinglong, Wang Hao couldn't help but tremble all over, his eyes filled with disbelief. In order to defeat Xiao Siren during the student competition, he had spent nearly all his time training outside for the past 6 months and hadn't kept up with what had been happening in the academy. He only occasionally felt waves of powerful pressure from afar and heard some rumors, but to improve his own strength, he hadn't looked into them. But now, seeing Su Feng's displayed strength, he was utterly stunned. This overwhelming pressure was actually emanating from Su Feng's divine beast. Once, he thought Su Feng had merely relied on connections to enter the academy and hadn't considered that he had become a beast master to gain admission. He never imagined that Su Feng had acquired such a powerful divine beast. If Wang Hao were to fight Su Feng, he wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat the current Su Feng, but he clearly remembered that Su Feng had only entered the academy for half a year. In this short half year, Su Feng had become so powerful that he even felt that Su Feng's Azure Dragon had strength above that of a beast spirit. Looking at Su Feng, who seemed like a deity, Wang Hao was lost in thought. Thus, Su Feng's match ended directly as the other students voluntarily conceded. However, on other competition platforms, the matches were paused due to the influence, but they were to restart now. Although affected by the pressure and his legs trembled involuntarily, he still needed to continue competing for the ranking. Chapter 26, First in Age, Advancing to the Finals. Today's competition would determine the top 100 students in the academy, and tomorrow's advancement matches would proceed with individual duels to ultimately determine the first-ranked student. After leaving the competition platform, Su Feng went to the high viewing platform. Fenger, in just half a year, you have become so strong. I am very proud of you. Dean Shirtian said. Lord Su, may I borrow the academy's dining hall for a celebration? Fenger has achieved victory today, and I want to celebrate properly. The father and son hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they took this opportunity to catch up and borrowed the dining hall from Shirtian. Lord Su, I will arrange for staff to prepare, but I won't be able to attend the celebration tonight. I have too many things to handle these days. Although he wanted to use this opportunity to build a good relationship with Su Tianzong, he had too many matters to attend to, especially regarding the competition, and he simply couldn't find the time. Besides these matters, he also needed to discuss something with other mentors. In the evening, in the exclusive dining hall for the heads and mentors of the Red Fire Academy, the heads of various academies were invited. After all, it was Su Tianzong's invitation, and they naturally came to show their support. The heads of several prominent families in Lintian City were also invited and congratulated Su Feng for standing out in the first round of the competition. However, Xiao Hu and Xiao Wenlei from the Xiao family claimed they were too busy and did not come, but Su Tianzong didn't mind them. The Xiao family was no longer a threat in Lintian City, and Su Tianzong couldn't be bothered with them. Tomorrow's advancement matches would directly determine the top 3 rankings. After each match, the academy would use a grade 1 recovery pill to help students quickly regain their state. The next morning, before the competition began, Shirtian announced something shocking. With the unanimous agreement of the academy mentors, Lu Qingwen and Lu Qingwu would regain their eligibility to compete. Moreover, considering the immense strength of Su Feng, the academy's mentors and I discussed and decided to allow Su Feng to directly enter the final championship. Given Su Feng's displayed strength yesterday, Shirtian and several mentors made this decision. Su Feng's strength had far exceeded that of a first-level student, and once his divine beast descended, all competitions in the arena would be paused. Moreover, competitions in other academies would also be affected and halted, which led to this decision. Did I hear that right? Young Lord Su Feng doesn't even have to compete and directly enters the finals? This situation had never occurred in the Academy's history. Young Lord Su Feng was directly advancing to the top 3, right? Otherwise, do you think you have a chance of winning against young Lord Su Feng? The first-level students discussed this news, but no one dared to claim they had the ability to defeat Su Feng. It's worth noting that Lu Qingwen and his brother were already among the top echelon of first-level students. Their magical beasts were of mid-tier level, while most students were still in the low-tier magical beast range. If they hadn't encountered Su Feng, they would certainly have ranked among the top in this level of students. Therefore, there was little dissent regarding Shi Tian's announcement. This news quickly spread to the other 3 academies. That guy Shi Tian actually made this decision. He really isn't afraid of the main person in charge blaming him. Lin Qingya from the Blue Water Academy, upon hearing this news, couldn't help but admire Shi Tian for daring to make such a decision. After all, in previous student competitions, no one had ever participated in just one match and advanced to the finals. If the main person in charge of the Beastmaster Temple found out, Shi Tian would probably face severe consequences. But isn't this a good thing? Young Lord Su Feng's talent is extraordinary. His strength is not on the same level as that of first-level students. Moreover, whenever young Lord Su Feng's divine beast descends, the pressure it emits will affect all competitions in every academy, making this the best plan. Sitting next to Lin Qingya, Lin Bin, the head of the Lin family, spoke confidently. He didn't think there was anything wrong with Shi Tian's approach. On the contrary, it was the most correct decision. Lin Qingya nodded in agreement. Since Shi Tian did this, he must have discussed it with the main person in charge in advance. Wang Tianyan, the head of the Shield Earth Academy, was also surprised when he heard this news, but he also agreed with Shi Tian's actions. After all, they had witnessed Su Feng's talent and strength. Meanwhile, at the high viewing platform in the competition arena of the Purple Thunder Academy, Xiaohu took out a box from his storage ring and handed it to a student wearing the Red Fire Academy uniform. Inside are 2 berserk pills. One is for you, and the other is for your magical beast. Remember, you must let him take the bait and eliminate him. At that time, I will announce that you have severed ties with the Xiao family, and I will arrange for your branch to escape to the Snow Country. Understood? Xiaohu said seriously to the student in the Red Fire Academy uniform. I will not disappoint the family master. The student from the Red Fire Academy replied respectfully and deeply bowed to Xiao Wenlei, the principal of the Purple Thunder Academy. Family master, the Berserk pill is a grade 3 pill. Although it can instantly boost one's abilities after consumption, it will lead to death afterward. After the student left, Xiao Wenlei looked at Xiaohu with a heavy expression. Even though the grade 3 Berserk pill could cause a temporary surge in the user's abilities, it would also lead to an explosive death due to the overwhelming energy. The same would happen to magical beasts. Killing others would also mean facing death themselves. This was a pill only used by those who were driven to desperation. Our Xiao family can hardly rise again in Lintian City if we don't do this. We will be oppressed by Su Tianzong for life. This is a last resort. Xiaohu appeared almost possessed, with a somewhat sinister expression on his face. Ever since attending Su Tianzong's banquet at the City Lord's mansion, the Xiao family had gradually begun to decline. They were left with only some scattered businesses that barely supported the Xiao family's expenses, but it was still a drop in the bucket, and the family's servants had been dismissed one after another. Chapter 27. The competition continues, in full swing. In the competition arena of the Red Fire Academy, competitions among students of all levels were proceeding in an orderly manner. A Beastmaster and their magical beast would duel against another Beastmaster and their magical beast. These battles allowed them to unleash their full potential. In the previous group matches of 6, they had to worry about being attacked from behind while fighting others. However, in one-on-one matches, there was no such concern, allowing them to fully showcase their skills without worrying about physical exhaustion. Because of the winners, the Academy's mentors will give them a first-grade recovery pill to help them quickly regain their physical strength, so they have enough energy for the next round of competition. Their magical beasts will also receive corresponding pills from the Academy to restore their condition. With their strength, they truly stand out among the first-grade students. So the Academy made special arrangements to allow them to regain their eligibility to compete. As Shi Tian mentioned, Su Feng's name did not appear in this promotion match. So Su Feng decided to go to the high stands of the competition arena to watch the matches of other students. He noticed that Shi Tian had actually fallen asleep here, indicating that he must have been very busy last night. In order to allow Su Feng to skip the promotion match and directly enter the finals, Shi Tian had discussed it with the Academy's mentors for most of the day, and he hadn't closed his eyes until the competition started this morning. This decision involved a special situation that had never occurred in any Academy competition. Shi Tian only dared to bring it up with the chief administrator after careful consideration and discussion for most of the day. To his surprise, when Shi Tian nervously mentioned this to the chief administrator directly nodded in agreement with his approach and even made an exception to allow the Lu brothers, Lu Qingwen and Lu Qingwu, to re-enter the competition. Therefore, Shirtian announced this decision only after receiving the chief administrator's approval. After half a day of competition, the promotion match for the first-grade students ended first. Among the more than 100 participants, except for Su Feng, there were now 9 first-grade students left. Lu Qingwen and Lu Qingwu successfully entered the finals, along with 7 other first-grade students who qualified for the finals. Next, it was Su Feng's turn to compete. The 10 students were divided into 5 matches, and the final 5 winners would then compete for the top 3 spots. Each match ended quickly. I concede. Lu Qingwu, who faced Su Feng again, said without hesitation as he directly walked off the competition stage, leaving the mentor beside him momentarily stunned. Su Feng won and advanced to the final round. The mentor, regaining his composure, waved his piece to indicate Su Feng's victory. Lu Qingwu's series of actions left the audience momentarily confused. Earlier, Lu Qingwu was eager to fight Su Feng, but now, before Su Feng even stepped onto the stage, Lu Qingwu had already conceded and walked off the competition stage, stopping at the 10th place. If I could win, why would I concede voluntarily? Although Lu Qingwu loved to fight, he was not foolish. Competing against Su Feng was like being subjected to a one-sided crush with no chance of winning. After the last lesson, he clearly understood that if he really fought Su Feng, he might not be able to withstand even one move, and it would be very difficult to even remain standing. Last time, he struggled to stand under the pressure, and that heavy pressure felt like it intensified the surrounding gravity, making it hard for him to breathe. Moreover, during the last 6-person melee, they couldn't defeat Su Feng, let alone now that he lacked Lu Qingwen's strategy. It was even more difficult. Su Feng shrugged and stepped aside from the competition stage, waiting for the next round. The current matches were pretty impressive. After all, those who made it this far were all top talents among the first-grade students. Bored in the waiting area, Su Feng could only watch the matches of other grade students. When he looked at the third-grade competition stage, another promotion match had just ended. Next match, Wang Hao Yang Kai Kai. After half a day of competition, there were only a few remaining in the third-grade promotion matches, and now it was Wang Hao's turn. Wang Hao went to the academy's training ground alone and practiced on the training stone. He was determined to defeat Xiao Siren this time. Although Xiao Siren's magical beast had reached the beast spirit level and his physical quality had improved, Wang Hao decided he would not give up easily. He didn't want to lose to Xiao Siren again. He didn't want to be the perennial runner-up among the third-grade students. Slowly walking onto the competition stage, his opponent was a student who ranked in the top 50 among third-grade students in the last match. Damn, why is my opponent Wang Hao? The student named Yang Kai immediately frowned. His magical beast was a high-level magical beast, but its rank was not as high as Wang Hao's. And Wang Hao's flame crystal scorpion had long reached the high-level magical beast stage and was already very adapted to its abilities. There was no way out. He could only grit his teeth and go for it. After thinking about this, the student named Yang Kai felt a headache coming on, but conceding would be too embarrassing. So he steeled himself and stepped onto the competition stage. The two of them took their positions, with their magical beasts guarding beside them, glaring at each other. The battle was about to begin, and Yang Kai spared no effort, unleashing all his strength to attack Wang Hao. After all, Wang Hao had consistently ranked second among third-grade students, and his strength was unquestionable, so Yang Kai dared not hold back. The two engaged in close combat, while their magical beasts fought as well. As the flame crystal scorpion had long entered the high-level magical beast stage, its abilities were far beyond what Yang Kai's flame-horned bull could handle. Moreover, Wang Hao's physical quality had significantly improved through outdoor training. Chapter 28, Wang Hao wins. The atmosphere is tense. In order to quickly enhance his physical abilities, Wang Hao didn't hesitate to fight some magical beasts. Thus, his strength was much higher than that of an average third-grade student. With this, he was confident he could defeat Xiao Siren and become the first among the third-grade students this time. However, for now, he needed to quickly deal with Yang Kai and then enter the final match to compete for the final rankings. Meanwhile, on the first-grade competition stage, Lu Qingwen defeated his opponent and entered the top 5 along with 3 other first-grade students. In this round of competition, the academy allowed Su Feng to have a bye and let the remaining 4 compete against each other, with the final 2 winners facing Su Feng one after the other. Since the beginning of the competition, strictly speaking, Su Feng had only participated once and was already in the top 3. In his match with Lu Qingwu, Su Feng hadn't even stepped onto the stage before Lu Qingwu voluntarily conceded. However, no one in the audience said anything. After all, Su Feng's strength was evident. Over the course of half a year, he had far surpassed the level of first-grade students, and until now, Su Feng had not fully demonstrated his true strength. Some said he had reached the level of the top few second-grade students, while others claimed he had the strength of third-grade students, but that was all speculation. Up until now, Su Feng had not shown all of his power, making it difficult to assess based on mere guesses. The first-grade competition had now reached its final showdown. while the other grade students had just finished their promotion matches. Wang Hao had successfully won in that promotion match and entered the finals. Xiao Siren also advanced to the finals without any pressure and was currently competing in the first match of the finals against another third-grade student. The student who was facing off against Xiao Siren looked worried and clearly did not want to duel with him. After all, the opponent's magical beast had already reached the level of beast spirit, and Xiao Siren's physical fitness was also above average among third-level students. Once a magical beast reaches the beast spirit level, it gains a certain level of intelligence. During combat, a glance from its master is enough for it to understand what to do next, and its attack power and defense capabilities leaped significantly compared to high-level magical beasts. In contrast, the student's magical beast was merely a high-level one, and unless they reached a certain level of tacit understanding, it still required the Beast Master's commands during battle, needing the Beast Master to be proficient in multitasking. Furthermore, when it came to physical capabilities, he had no chance against Xiao Siren. I concede. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he directly announced his surrender to the instructor in charge of the duel. Meeting Xiao Siren in the first round of the finals, the student could only consider himself unlucky and left the duel stage with his magical beast in defeat. Winner, Xiao Siren. With this, Xiao Siren entered the top 50 among the students. TCH, how boring. Seeing his opponent concede immediately, Xiao Siren disdainfully remarked as he turned to leave the duel stage. As the second-ranked third-level student, needing to use a recovery pill after fighting a nobody was quite pathetic. Looks like spending too much time with Feng has turned you into a waste as well. Upon seeing Wang Hao arrive, Xiao Siren began to mock him sarcastically. What did you say? Wang Hao originally didn't want to pay attention to Xiao Siren, but hearing him belittle Feng, he couldn't hold back anymore. He rushed forward and grabbed Xiao Siren by the collar, causing the atmosphere in the third-level student resting area to tense up. Say that again if you have the guts. Wang Hao glared fiercely at Xiao Siren, raising his fist. What? Am I wrong? Defeated underling. The last few words were pronounced by Xiao Siren with deliberate emphasis. Looking at Wang Hao with extreme disdain. You. Seeing Xiao Siren's arrogance, Wang Hao prepared to smash his fist into Xiao Siren's face. How go? Just as Wang Hao was about to strike, Lu Wen and Su Chong hurried over, pulling him back and separating the two. How go? Don't fall for his provocation. Have you forgotten that fighting privately among students is forbidden in the academy? After separating Wang Hao and Xiao Siren, Lu Wen advised him. Every academy has its rules. Students can spar with each other during matches or training, but private fights will be strictly punished by the academy. Fortunately, Lu Wen and Su Chong were called over earlier, or else Wang Hao might have faced punishment from the academy for throwing that punch. Humph, a waste is just a waste, only bringing trouble to others. Seeing Wang Hao being held back by Lu Wen and Su Chong, Xiao Siren mocked even more recklessly. You wait. Wang Hao clenched his fist tightly, glaring fiercely at the arrogant Xiao Siren. Thanks to Lu Wen and Su Chong arriving in time, Wang Hao didn't act impulsively. Although he was extremely angry, he ultimately restrained his urge. If he fought Xiao Siren and got punished by the academy, he would lose his chance for a fair match against him. Once Wang Hao's emotions calmed down a bit, Lu Wen and Su Chong took him aside to rest. On the duel stage, the first-level students' matches were nearing their end. Lu Qingwen and another student entered the final match, and now they were drawing lots with Feng to decide who would compete first. However, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. Another first-level student drew the lot to face Feng, but after confirming that his opponent was Feng, he didn't even step onto the duel stage and directly announced his surrender to the instructor. When it was Lu Qingwen's turn, he also promptly announced his voluntary surrender without any hesitation. Thus, the first-level student competition at Qihua Academy concluded swiftly. Feng had only officially participated in one duel during this academy competition and had already claimed the first place among the first-level students. Although the ranking seemed predetermined, no one questioned the result, and the crowd began to chant Feng's name. Had Feng not been just a first-level student, everyone present would have believed he had the ability to compete against second-level students and even third-level students. Those who had witnessed Feng's displayed strength were well aware of this, especially the Academy's second-level students. Chapter 29, Competition Rewards, Dragon Race Dragon Source. It seems that the strength of Feng, the young city lord, has gained everyone's unanimous recognition. There's no denying that Feng's strength has already surpassed that of first-level students, and he could directly be promoted to second-level student. Shi Tian and Shi Ling, who were watching from above, were also somewhat surprised. The first-level students' competition concluded faster than they expected, and before other grade students finished their finals, Feng had already become the first in the first-level student category. However, although their matches had ended, the final award ceremony would be held together. So Shi Tian would announce the Academy's rewards only after the second and third-level student competitions were completely over. As the first-level students' matches concluded, The crowd began to focus on the second and third level students' competitions. Some people walked down from the viewing platform and surrounded Su Feng. The girls, blushing shyly, handed over their prepared gifts and letters to Su Feng to express their feelings. Instantly, a mountain of gift boxes and cards piled up in front of Su Feng. Young City Lord Su Feng, here is the love meal I made for you. Young City Lord Su Feng, this is the doll I personally made for you. Young City Lord Su Feng. More and more people approached Su Feng, presenting him with their prepared items. Seeing this, Su Feng felt somewhat helpless. These items weren't necessary for him, but the enthusiasm of these people was overwhelming, and he couldn't refuse them outright in front of everyone. So he had to accept them all into his 2 storage rings. Taking advantage of a gap in the crowd, he slipped out of the encirclement and ran to the high viewing platform of the duel arena. Fenger, your strength is too formidable. I didn't even get a chance to see your second divine beast, the vermilion bird. Upon seeing Su Feng arrive, Su Tianzong was very pleased. From the beginning until now, Su Tianzong had only seen Su Feng's azure dragon. The so-called vermilion bird hadn't even had a chance to appear. And Su Feng had already become the first among first-level students. In the future, if both of Su Feng's divine beasts appeared together, who would be their opponent? Judging from the momentum exhibited by the azure dragon earlier, Su Tianzong estimated that the azure dragon absolutely had the level of a high-level magical beast, even reaching the beast spirit level. Moreover, the bloodline power of the azure dragon divine beast held absolute suppression over these magical beasts. If a fight broke out, it could probably contend with a beast king. In this world, magical beasts are classified into various levels by beast masters. From low level to high level is the most basic tier, while beast spirits, beast kings, and even beast emperors represent another level of magical beasts. Starting from the beast spirit level, these magical beasts possess a certain level of intelligence and can cooperate with their beast masters without needing constant commands. Also, starting from the beast spirit level, these magical beasts have their own unique and powerful attack capabilities. Thinking of this, Su Tianzong was even more eager to witness the strength that Su Feng's vermilion bird would display. If you want to see it, I can summon the vermilion bird after the competition ends. To avoid affecting the matches, Su Feng planned to let the vermilion bird appear only after all the academy competitions concluded. By the way, Dean Shi, could you reveal what the reward is for ranking first among the first-level students? Su Feng asked curiously, as he had always been concerned about the hidden Long Yuan within the Qihua Academy. Now that he had become the top first-level student, he was eager to know the reward, which would only be announced after all the matches were over. Unable to wait, he directly inquired about it with Dean Shi. Since young city lord Su Feng is so eager to know, I want to keep it a secret. Seeing Su Feng so impatient, Shi Tian decided not to hide anything and took out a box from the storage ring in his hand. However, when the box was placed in front of Su Feng, he revealed a look of disappointment. This is a third-tier pill, the Yuanshan pill, which can help the user strengthen their mental power. Shi Tian spoke at length about the effects of the Yuanshan pill, but Su Feng showed no interest at all. Oh, the reward for being the first among first-level students is actually a third-tier Yuanshan pill. The academy is quite generous. Hearing that the Yuanshan pill was the reward for first place among the first-level students, Shirling felt a bit surprised. Although he had seen quite a few third-tier pills in daily life, this was a reward for the student competition. If the first-level students received a third-tier pill as a reward, what about the second and third-level students? Moreover, the top 3 all had similar rewards. However, Su Feng didn't think much of it. Wait, Dean Shi. I just want to ask if there's anything in the academy that's very beneficial for dragon-type magical beasts? Seeing that the reward wasn't Long Yuan, Su Feng decided to ask a bit. Although the third-tier Yuanshan pill was a precious pill, Su Feng was more concerned about Long Yuan. The Qinglong should have reached the level of beast spirit by now, and if it consumed Long Yuan, it might be able to break through to the level of Beast King. However, after being in Qihua Academy for more than half a year, although Long Yuan occasionally emitted a trace of aura, every time Su Feng prepared to follow the aura to search, it suddenly disappeared. It might have been included in the rewards for this competition, but there was none among the first-level students, and Su Feng was feeling a bit impatient. Of course, there are things that can help dragon-type magical beasts improve, such as the blood of earth dragons at the beast spirit level. This earth dragon blood contains a trace of true dragon bloodline. If you need it, you can exchange the Yuanshan pill for this earth dragon blood, Shi Tian said seriously to Su Feng. Su Feng was at a loss for words. The power of the true dragon bloodline contained in this earth dragon blood, not to mention the impurities, if compared, it might not even be as much as what a drop of the Qinglong's urine contains. Long Yuan. Seeing Shi Tian talking nonsense, as if he were trying to fool him, Su Feng bluntly mentioned Long Yuan. Upon hearing Su Feng directly speak the words Long Yuan, Shi Tian immediately became serious. Young city lord, how did you know? Tian hurriedly pulled Su Feng to a corner and whispered, "The existence of Long Yuan is known only to a few deans and is kept very secret. Even the instructors within the academy do not know about it." Yet Su Feng spoke it out loud. For a moment, Tian felt a bit surprised. I sensed it through my Qinglong." Su Feng did not hide anything and said directly, "You don't mean to want Long Yuan as a reward, do you?" Tian realized this. Since it was Su Feng's Qinglong that sensed it, then it was natural that he wanted Long Yuan to enhance the Qinglong. However, this put Tian in a difficult position. Long Yuan is extremely precious, and even the chief administrator values it highly. Although this Long Yuan has always been stored in the treasury of Qihua Academy, Tian did not dare to take it out lightly. "This matter is not something I can decide alone, so I cannot take out Long Yuan." Tian's expression was somewhat awkward. He knew how important Long Yuan was to Su Feng, and if he could decide, he would hand it over to Su Feng without hesitation. In fact, Long Yuan is not very important for ordinary magical beasts. It only has effects on dragon-type magical beasts. However, Long Yuan is extremely rare and has miraculous effects for dragon-type magical beasts. Seeing Tian in such a dilemma, Su Feng said nothing, but his face still revealed a look of disappointment. "How about this? I will send someone to ask the chief administrator." After pondering for a moment, Tian suddenly said, "Really? That would be great." Hearing that Tian would send someone to ask, Su Feng immediately felt a glimmer of hope. Tian had thought about it and decided to ask, given Su Feng's talent and ability. Tian thought that the chief administrator might agree to give Long Yuan to Su Feng. No need to call. But just as Tian was about to send someone to ask the chief administrator, a voice suddenly came from behind them. The crowd turned to look in the direction of the voice, and a person dressed in a platinum robe slowly walked over. Chief Administrator. Seeing the person approaching, Tian and Ling immediately bowed respectfully and greeted him. "Ha ha ha, Qining, long time no see." Su Tianzong then slowly walked over, greeting the person as if they were old friends. Seeing this scene, Su Feng felt a bit puzzled. "Young City Lord Su Feng, don't you know? Our Beast Master Hall's Chief Administrator Qining and City Lord Su Tianzong were classmates in the same year many years ago and are very good friends." Seeing that Su Feng looked puzzled, Tian quietly moved to Su Feng's side to explain. It turns out that Su Tianzong and their Chief Administrator Qining were classmates in the same academy in their youth and had a very good relationship. The two were almost on equal footing in terms of status, so they didn't need to be as formal as Tian and the others. "Su Tianzong, your son is very talented, but you also know how precious Long Yuan is, so it can't just be given away," Qining said slowly. Although he had a good relationship with Su Tianzong, Long Yuan was not something that could just be handed over. As the chief administrator of the Beast Master Hall, he had to consider the 4 major academies. "Oh, don't be so formal. How about I trade you Lintian City for it?" Su Tianzong joked, but in reality, if Qining really agreed, he would not hesitate to accept the trade. Hearing this, Tian and Ling and the others were immediately shocked, looking at Su Tianzong. It is known that Lintian City is the largest and richest city in the Meteorite Kingdom, even surpassing the royal city of Anjing. As the city lord of Lintian City, Su Tianzong relied on Lintian City and possessed great power. Even the current king of the Meteorite Kingdom had to give Su Tianzong face. Now Su Tianzong seemed to be joking, wanting to exchange Long Yuan for Lintian City. But if Qining really agreed, Su Tianzong would indeed follow through with the exchange, as everyone in Lintian City knew how much he cherished Su Feng. However, Qining did not refuse nor agree to this offer. Just as everyone was looking at each other in confusion, a roar from a magical beast suddenly came from the competition arena. Seeing this, everyone decided to put the matter aside and stood on the viewing platform to watch the situation below. On the competition stage for the 3rd level students, a flame crystal scorpion was currently being attacked frantically by a fire-red dog, already covered in wounds and pushed to the edge of the competition stage, where it could fall off at any moment. Meanwhile, beside the competition stage, Wang Hao was competing against Xiao Siren, just as Su Feng and the others were discussing Long Yuan. The competition for the 3rd level students was also coming to an end. Now Wang Hao has encountered Xiao Siren in the top 10 competition. At this moment, Wang Hao is continuously attacking Xiao Siren, but surprisingly, not a single blow has landed on him. After a long fight, Wang Hao has already exhausted a lot of stamina, while Xiao Siren, on the contrary, has been evading Wang Hao's attacks to wear him out. His Crimson Fire Dog has reached the Beast Spirit level, providing him with abilities that are stronger than Wang Hao's. In terms of strength, speed, and agility, he outmatches Wang Hao, almost crushing him. However, Wang Hao refuses to concede defeat, appearing determined to fight Xiao Siren to the end, continuously launching attacks. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you, this waste, to still be a waste after half a year. It seems you'll be my lifelong defeated opponent." Seeing Wang Hao, covered in injuries yet still attacking him, Xiao Siren couldn't help but laugh. "Shut up." Hearing Xiao Siren's taunts, Wang Hao shouted angrily and swung his fists at him. Sigh. It seems that the first place among the third-level students will once again go to the Xiao family's Xiao Siren. Watching the duel between Wang Hao and Xiao Siren, Shi Tian sighed softly. Throughout many previous competitions, Wang Hao has continuously lost to Xiao Siren, and Shi Tian knows that Wang Hao has always wanted to defeat him. However, Xiao Siren's beast rank is higher than Wang Hao's, and his growth speed is also faster. No matter how hard Wang Hao tries, he cannot catch up to Xiao Siren's rate of improvement and can only settle for second place. Initially, it was thought that Wang Hao had upgraded his beast to near the beast spirit level, which might allow him to defeat Xiao Siren and come in first. But unexpectedly, Xiao Siren has already upgraded his beast to the beast spirit level, once again widening the gap between them. It seems that in this competition, Wang Hao will once again be defeated by Xiao Siren. Sigh, if only Xiao Siren's beast and Wang Hao's beast were of the same rank, with Wang Hao's effort, he could definitely surpass Xiao Siren, but unfortunately, Shi Tian is well aware of the hardships Wang Hao has endured, but regrettably, both sides are losing due to the rank of their beasts. This is why rank is so important for beasts. The higher the beast's rank, the faster its growth speed will be. And those beasts that are only ranked at low levels, although they can also reach high realms, take a much longer time. Beasts around the low rank might not even reach the beast spirit level by the time they expire. Chapter 31. Third level rankings, Xiao family first. The rank of a beast determines both the speed of its improvement and the limits it can reach. Although working harder than others can narrow the gap, it is merely a drop in the bucket. Furthermore, some pills can also enhance beasts, like the third-grade beast control pill that Feng obtained through the system earlier. After taking the beast control pill, the Azure Dragon directly upgraded from a high-level beast to a beast spirit. However, the beast control pill is a third-grade pill, and its external price is absurdly high. An average family might not be able to afford even one in a lifetime. Although this kind of pill can instantly enhance a beast can only consume one. If a second one is taken, the effect is not as pronounced as the first, unless one is extremely wealthy. Otherwise, no one would attempt to continuously use beast control pills to upgrade a beast's level. As for why Xiao Siren's Crimson Fire Dog was able to break through to the beast spirit level this time, in addition to its high talent, it also received a beast control pill awarded by the Xiao family. Ever since Xiao Wu's beast was disabled by Feng, the younger generation of the Xiao family has become vulnerable. To maintain the Xiao family's status, Xiao Wu spared no expense to purchase a beast control pill to enhance Xiao Siren's beast. But as long as Xiao Siren secures first place in this competition, the Academy's rewards will compensate for this loss. The third-grade Yuan Spirit pill that Feng obtained earlier was actually a decision made by Shi Tian on his own. Originally, the first-ranked first-level student could at most receive a second-grade pill, but due to Feng's talent, Shi Tian made an exception and replaced it with a third-grade Yuan Spirit pill. As the principal of the Crimson Fire Academy, he has the authority to make such decisions. However, if someone else were to become the first-level student champion, Shi Tian could only reward them with a second-grade pill at most. Now, the battle between Wang Hao and Xiao Siren is still ongoing. However, it is clear that both Wang Hao and his beast are currently at a disadvantage. Wang Hao's reckless attacks have left Xiao Siren somewhat flustered. Although Wang Hao's Flame Crystal Scorpion is at a lower rank compared to Xiao Siren's Crimson Fire Dog, Wang Hao's personal qualities are somewhat superior. After all, in order to enhance his abilities, he often fights fierce beasts without relying on his beast's powers. Although his beast's rank is not as high as Xiao Siren's, when it comes to strength and combat experience, Wang Hao is still quite skilled. Despite previously being beaten to a pulp by Xiao Siren's reliance on his beast's abilities, through long-term training in battling beasts, his body has become quite resilient. Moreover, he is growing more ferocious as the fight continues, and Xiao Siren has sustained quite a few injuries. Wang Hao gradually grasps Xiao Siren's movement trajectory and swiftly delivers a decisive blow, hitting right where Xiao Siren is dodging. Is that all you've got? Just as Wang Hao's punch is about to hit Xiao Siren, unexpectedly, at the moment of contact, Xiao Siren quickly turns around and evades the attack. After dodging the blow, Xiao Siren puts some distance between them and dusts himself off. If that's all you've got, then let's end this boring match quickly. After saying this, a fierce glint flashes in Xiao Siren's eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, dust rises on the competition stage, and Xiao Siren disappears from sight. Wang Hao looks around but finds no trace of Xiao Siren, as if he has vanished. Wang Hao immediately becomes vigilant. I'm right above you, you fool. Suddenly, Xiao Siren leaps into the air and drops down from above Wang Hao. With a powerful punch, he directly knocks Wang Hao to the ground. Uffed. After receiving such a heavy blow, Wang Hao immediately spits out a mouthful of blood and collapses to the ground. Wang Hao tries to struggle to get up, but due to his multiple injuries, he finds it difficult to stand. Exhausted, He props himself up with his upper body and glances at the situation of his flame crystal scorpion and Xiao Siren's crimson fire dog. He sees that his flame crystal scorpion has been pinned to the ground by the crimson fire dog, with multiple wounds on its body. And the crimson fire dog continues to attack the flame crystal scorpion, seemingly intent on disabling it. "Stop it, you beast!" Wang Hao becomes anxious upon seeing this scene. His second brother was similarly disabled by someone from the Xiao family. If his beast is also disabled by Xiao Siren, then the younger generation of the Wang family will be finished. But Xiao Siren pays no heed to Wang Hao's shouts and allows the crimson fire dog to continue its assault on the flame crystal scorpion. Wang Hao wants to concede, but he is unwilling to give up. However, if this continues, his flame crystal scorpion might also be disabled. "I concede. Stop." Just as Wang Hao is about to speak up to concede, an instructor nearby hurriedly shouts and directly intervenes to stop the crimson fire dog. "Xiao Siren, do you think this is Zile Academy?" The instructor, seeing the injuries on the flame crystal scorpion, yells at Xiao Siren. Wang Hao's second brother was similarly disabled at Zile Academy by the Xiao family's beast masters, as the principal of Zile Academy, Xiao Wenlei, is a member of the Xiao family. But this is the Red Fire Academy, and the principal is Shi Tian. How can they tolerate a beast master's magical beast being taken down by another student? Seeing that the mentor intervened, Xiao Siren was extremely disdainful. The mentor ignored Xiao Siren's disrespectful demeanor and approached Wang Hao's side. "How are you? The flame crystal scorpion can no longer continue fighting. You should admit defeat." The mentor inquired about Wang Hao's condition and advised him to concede the match. The flame crystal scorpion had lost its combat ability, and if the fight continued, Wang Hao would have no chance of winning. Wang Hao's emotions were low, and his face was filled with reluctance. However, his flame crystal scorpion had already lost its fighting capability, and continuing the match would be like a dying struggle. "I admit defeat." Despite his unwillingness, after some consideration, Wang Hao ultimately chose to forfeit the match. "I announce that the level 3 student competition has ended, and the first place is Xiao Siren." With Wang Hao's voluntary concession, the mentor disdainfully declared Xiao Siren the victor, maintaining his top rank among level 3 students. They really are from the Xiao family. All of them are so vicious. Shiling in the stand said angrily. There was no way around it. Xiao Siren's magical beast was already of a high tier, and ever since Xiao Wu was incapacitated, the Xiao family's talent in the Beastmaster Holy Temple's 4 major academies could only rely on Xiao Siren's relatively high aptitude, which must have received special training from the Xiao family. Although Shi Tian was very angry at this scene, as the principal, he couldn't say much. Moreover, the main person in charge, Qi Ning, was also present, and he didn't say anything either. He couldn't deliberately make things difficult for Xiao Siren. Chapter 32, The Match Ends. An overlevel challenge. Useless. Hearing Wang Hao admit defeat, Xiao Siren disdainfully spat to the side. He originally planned to leave the competition stage like this. But upon hearing those words, Wang Hao suddenly exploded with anger. Breaking free from the mentor's support, he turned and charged at Xiao Siren. Simply seeking death. Seeing Wang Hao charge again, Xiao Siren's eyes flashed with fierce light. Easily dodging Wang Hao's attack, he turned around and delivered a heavy elbow strike, knocking Wang Hao down to the ground once more. Wang Hao. Seeing this scene, the mentor's heart tightened, and he hurried over to Wang Hao's side to check his condition. After a simple examination, Wang Hao's breath and pulse were very weak. If he didn't receive treatment soon, he might even pass away prematurely. The mentor quickly called for someone to carry Wang Hao away for treatment, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of anger. With a heavy expression, he slowly walked up to Xiao Siren's side. "Why did you have to use such heavy force?" Seeing Xiao Siren's merciless demeanor, the mentor's anger could not be contained, and he angrily reprimanded his actions. "I was just acting in self-defense. Who told him to attack me? Is the mentor going to favor him?" Xiao Siren didn't take the mentor's reprimand seriously. "You." Stung by Xiao Siren's words, the mentor pointed at him in anger but found it difficult to say anything. Wang Hao had indeed rushed forward to attack Xiao Siren first, which was his mistake. However, Xiao Siren could have easily avoided it and didn't need to use such heavy force against Wang Hao. Wang Hao had already been severely injured in the earlier match, and after this strike, he fell unconscious, his breath and pulse very weak. This is too much. The main person in charge, Xiao Siren's strike was entirely intentional. Shouldn't he be punished? Although Shiling was the head of the Shi family, he couldn't help but feel displeased at this scene. Although Xiao Siren's actions were excessive, Wang Hao did act first. "I will handle this matter afterward." Looking at the situation on the field, Qin Ying spoke slowly. As the main person in charge of the Beastmaster Holy Temple, he would not favor either side, and moreover, he was not from one of the 4 major families of Lintian City. He could not ignore the fact that Wang Hao acted first just because he was severely injured. However, he also would not overlook Xiao Siren's heavy-handedness against a fellow student from the same academy. This seeing Qining speak. Shiling wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Meanwhile, Su Feng, seeing Wang Hao beaten like this by Xiao Siren, was also somewhat angry. Although he didn't have much interaction with Wang Hao, the latter had previously been enthusiastic in introducing him to most of the academy's matters. So, seeing Wang Hao covered in wounds, Su Feng's anger towards Xiao Siren deepened. Alright, since the student competition has ended, Shitian, you should prepare to award the students. Qining turned to Shitian and said, preparing to leave. Yes. Hearing Qin Ying's order, Shitian prepared to announce the results of the competition. Ding. The God-level choice system has been activated, and it is issuing a selection. Please make a choice. Host, choice 1. Ignore it and wait for Shitian to award the prizes. Reward, 500 gold coins. Choice 2. Request to challenge Xiao Siren at a higher level. Reward, 9-fold Phoenix Fire Technique. Please make your choice within 30 seconds. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Su Feng's mind. Finally, there are options again. For the past few days of the competition, the system had been silent, but now it had finally activated again. There were only 2 options this time. The first option's reward of 500 gold coins was naturally unappealing to Su Feng, but the second option's reward was quite interesting. The 9-fold Phoenix Fire Technique is a fire-type technique of Earth level. Su Feng decisively chose the second option. Beating up Xiao Siren while also receiving a technique as a reward was something Su Feng was extremely happy about. Moreover, he had wanted to do this from the beginning. It was just that fighting was prohibited in the academy, and he hadn't found an opportunity until now. Seeing the system's second option instantly piqued Su Feng's interest. Next, we will proceed to the award ceremony, please. Wait. Before Shitian could finish speaking, Su Feng directly interrupted. Qining, who was about to leave, also stopped and turned to look at Su Feng. Shiling and Su Tianzong were also stunned, unsure of what Su Feng meant by asking Shitian to wait, as the competition had already ended, and they should quickly reward the students. I want to challenge Xiao Siren, Su Feng slowly said as he walked up to Shitian. What? What did you say? Su Feng, young city lord, are you serious? Shitian, Shiling, and Su Tianzong were all stunned by Su Feng's words, looking at him in disbelief. I want to challenge Xiao Siren at a higher level. Seeing them all stunned, Su Feng repeated himself. He wanted to jump 2 levels and challenge Xiao Siren, who was a level 3 student, as a level 1 student. Su Feng, young city lord. This is not a joke. You should think carefully. Yes, although Xiao Siren is very detestable, he is a level 3 student. Shitian and Shiling both tried to dissuade Su Feng, warning him not to attempt to challenge Xiao Siren now. Although Su Feng's divine beast was very powerful, Xiao Siren's red firehound had already reached the level of a beast spirit and was not so easily dealt with. Both Shitian and Shiling firmly believed that even if Su Feng used both of his magical beasts in battle, 2 high-level magical beasts might not be able to compensate for the gap in magical beast levels. But even if they were close, the gap between magical beasts was still significant. I agree to your request. Just as Shitian and the others were trying to dissuade Su Feng, Qining unexpectedly spoke up to agree to Su Feng's request and exchanged a glance with Su Tianzong. Qining agreed to Su Feng's request, and Shitian and Shiling immediately fell silent. Really? That's great. Seeing Qin Ying's agreement, Su Feng was still a bit surprised. However, Qining spoke again, but I have one condition. If you agree to it, then I will allow you to challenge Xiao Siren at a higher level. Hearing Qin Ying's words, Su Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect that as the head of the Beast Master Sanctuary, Qining would bargain with him over such matters. Chapter 33. Rewarding the Dragon Source. Harsh conditions. What condition? Since Su Feng had already chosen the second option from the system, he might as well go all the way and see what condition Qining would propose before considering whether to continue the challenge. After all, Su Feng had never tried to make a choice from the system options without completing it, so he was curious about what kind of punishment might follow. You can challenge Xiao Siren, but you can only use one beast, and it must be your second beast, the Phoenix, to fight against Xiao Siren. If you succeed in the challenge, the Dragon Source can also be given to you as a reward. Qining slowly stated his conditions. What? Such a condition? And even offering the Dragon Source as a reward. Hearing this condition, Shitian couldn't sit still. He naturally knew a bit about the Dragon Source, but the previous condition made him somewhat worried. Actually, Shitian was completely at ease when Su Feng wanted to challenge Xiao Siren, because Su Feng not only had 2 divine beasts, but he also estimated that the Azure Dragon had probably reached the level of Beast Spirit, coupled with Su Feng's Phoenix. With the combined strength of the 2 divine beasts, Shitian was sure that Su Feng's power against Xiao Siren was definitely a sure thing. However, the condition proposed by Qin Ying now required Su Feng to use only one beast for the challenge, and it had to be the Phoenix, which he had just obtained not long ago. Although from Su Feng's description, the Phoenix was also a divine beast with formidable power, Tian had not seen the phoenix in battle and could only estimate its level to be that of a high-level magical beast. But even if the phoenix was a divine beast, facing Xiao Siren's beast spirit-level Crimson Firehound made Tian a bit uneasy. After all, the gap between magical beast levels was quite large, even if the phoenix's aura was powerful enough to impose some pressure on him. Strong momentum did not necessarily mean strong combat power. Although Qining was willing to offer the dragon source as a reward for the challenge, the condition was still somewhat difficult. Feng, although the dragon source is very precious, this condition is a bit inappropriate. Why don't we just forget about it? Tian looked at Su Feng with a serious expression. Although the dragon source was rare and would greatly enhance Su Feng's Azure Dragon, the condition made Tian feel that Qining was just talking empty words. Yes, young lord, you should give up on this idea. Tian spoke again to persuade Su Feng. However, Su Feng did not show any disappointment. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, I agree. Su Feng ignored everyone's advice and directly agreed to Qining's condition. In his eyes, this condition from Qining was not a big deal. But the fact that Qining was willing to offer the dragon source as a reward for winning the challenge made Su Feng even more determined to challenge Xiao Siren. At this moment, both the people on the competition stage and the audience were dumbfounded. All the competitions among the students had already concluded, and Tian had just mentioned preparing for the award ceremony, but there had been no movement until now. Xiao Siren also looked puzzled at the high stand. But seeing Tian seemingly discussing something with Su Feng, he felt a bit excited. The audience, seeing the lack of action, began to grow anxious. I announced that a special competition will take place next. Suddenly, Tian spoke, and what he said was not about the award ceremony, but about a special competition. A special competition? Who is competing against whom? Yes, all the students' matches have been completed. Could it be that the academy's instructors are going to have a match? The crowd murmured about Tian's announcement of a special competition, speculating on what this so-called special competition could be. The first-ranked first-level student, Su Feng, will challenge the first-ranked third-level student, Xiao Siren, at a higher level. Facing everyone present, Tian slowly revealed the so-called special competition. What? The first-ranked first-level student, young Lord Su Feng, is actually going to challenge the first-ranked third-level student, Xiao Siren, at a higher level? This is a joke. This is a challenge that jumps 2 levels. Although both parties are the top-ranked students in their respective levels, young Lord Su Feng is only a first-level student. Yet he dares to challenge the first-ranked third-level student, Xiao Siren. Young Lord Su Feng's strength is indeed strong, but isn't Xiao Siren, a third-level student, even stronger? Dean Tian must be joking. How could such a challenge even be comparable? Hearing that Su Feng was going to jump 2 levels to challenge Xiao Siren, everyone was astonished. In their eyes, this was an impossible match, as the outcome was already quite clear, wasn't it? However, upon hearing this, Xiao Siren slightly raised the corners of his mouth, looking wickedly at Su Feng, who was also watching him from the high stand. Finally, he took the bait. It was worth the time I spent with Wang Hao. Xiao Siren muttered to himself softly, unable to hide a hint of joy on his face. The reason he hadn't defeated Wang Hao earlier was to use him as a tool to lure Su Feng into the trap. This was the task assigned to him by Xiao Hu, to lead Su Feng to request a higher-level challenge against himself, after which he would hold nothing back until he incapacitated Su Feng. Earlier, when he heard Tian mention preparing for the award ceremony, he was a bit displeased. But now, it had not disappointed him. For this, Xiao Hu spent a large sum to buy 2 berserk pills to greatly enhance his strength, allowing him to incapacitate Su Feng during the challenge. Although he knew that Su Feng's Azure Dragon could handle high-level Silver Wolf Kings and groups of Silver Wolves, his magical beast had already reached the beast spirit level. Even if Su Feng used both divine beasts in the challenge, as long as he took the berserk pills, his own power would multiply, and his magical beast would gain strength comparable to that of a beast king in a short time. Now that Su Feng had challenged him, he was very confident that he could pull Su Feng down from the pedestal of genius. At that time, the Xiao family's dark guards in Lintian City would directly control Lintian City, dealing with Su Tianzong's subordinates and bringing Lintian City under the Xiao family's control. In this way, his faction would not need to flee to Lin Kingdom, and the Xiao family's status in the Falling Star Kingdom would undergo a qualitative change. Hee ha! Just thinking about this made Xiao Siren laugh, and he became a bit manic, raising his head to provocatively look at Su Feng on the high stand, and made a provocative gesture. Chapter 34. Same method, Xiao family's next move. Looking at Xiao Siren, who was making a provocative gesture towards him on the competition stage, Su Feng calmly said to Su Tianzong. It was as if this competition posed no pressure at all for Su Feng. Even if Su Feng couldn't fight Xiao Siren with all his strength, he was still unafraid. Soon, Su Feng walked from the high platform towards the competition stage. No way, young Lord Su Feng is really going to challenge Xiao Siren. Dean Shirtion is not joking. Young Lord Su Feng is really going to jump 2 levels to challenge Xiao Siren. When people saw Su Feng walk onto the competition stage, they finally realized that Su Feng was indeed going to challenge Xiao Siren. Dean Shirtion was telling the truth. The first-ranked first-level student Su Feng was really going to challenge the first-ranked third-level student Xiao Siren. But in their eyes, this competition had no comparability at all. Xiao Siren, as a third-level student, although he is not much older than Su Feng, entered the academy several years earlier. Moreover, Xiao Siren's red fire dog has even reached the beast spirit level. In terms of practical experience and compatibility, Xiao Siren is undoubtedly far superior to Su Feng. However, it is astonishing that Shirtion actually agreed to this match. It's over. The young city lord Su Feng is really going to challenge Xiao Siren. If this match continues, given the Xiao family style of doing things, they will surely disable him. Forget it. I should take this opportunity to quickly show goodwill to the Xiao family and seek to ally with them. In the audience, a small portion of the spectators from Lintian City became agitated upon seeing this scene. Some even left before the match began, hurriedly looking for nearby flying magical beast rental shops to head towards Lintian City. On the competition stage, Su Feng walked calmly onto the platform. Humph. This is like a beaten dog, and the owner has come to seek revenge. Seeing Su Feng arrive, Xiao Siren began to mock him, his expression extremely arrogant. After all, after this match, the Xiao family would likely completely sever ties with Su Tianzong and the others, so Xiao Siren became even more presumptuous. I really don't know what kind of luck you stumbled upon to gain the recognition of a divine beast. But to be blunt, even so, you were still a waste, haha. Thinking of this, Xiao Siren couldn't help but call Su Feng a waste repeatedly, loud and arrogant. This action left everyone present in shock, staring blankly at the madly arrogant Xiao Siren on the competition stage. Ever since Su Feng arrived at the Red Fire Academy, Xiao Siren has always been displeased with him, feeling overshadowed. From first-level student to third-level student, everyone has been paying attention to Su Feng, almost forgetting about his existence as the top-ranked third-level student. Xiao Siren has always wanted Su Feng to disappear from this world. However, due to not finding opportunities in the academy and the fact that Director Shirtion always led the teams during outdoor training, he has never been able to find a chance. Now, he finally has an opportunity, and it is Su Feng who has taken the initiative to challenge him. This time, he can act without restraint, without any worries. You wild dog sure can bark. After mocking for a while, Su Feng's face showed little emotion as he looked at the nearly mad Xiao Siren and coldly said, "You might as well say a few more words now. Soon you won't be able to speak." Looking at Su Feng's calm demeanor, Xiao Siren had already imagined Su Feng's miserable appearance after he was defeated. Can the instructor start now? Su Feng ignored Xiao Siren and turned to the instructor beside him to ask. The challenge officially begins. The instructor nodded and directly announced the start of the challenge between Su Feng and Xiao Siren. Whoosh. But the moment the instructor finished the last word, Su Feng instantly disappeared from his original spot and appeared beside Xiao Siren in the blink of an eye, so fast that Xiao Siren, who was still celebrating in place, didn't he have time to react. Seeing Su Feng move next to him, Xiao Siren instinctively wanted to step back. Slap. But before he could make a move, a crisp sound echoed throughout the competition arena. Su Feng, with lightning speed, raised his right hand and suddenly slapped Xiao Siren's face. Xiao Siren, who had let his guard down and was still laughing arrogantly, did not notice that the instructor had already announced the start of the match. Su Feng's rapid attack caught him off guard. At this moment, a clear and swollen handprint appeared on Xiao Siren's left cheek, and his originally fierce face became even more terrifying. In an instant, the entire Red Fire Academy competition arena fell into silence. "You dare to hit me?" Xiao Siren glared at Su Feng with fierce eyes, speaking viciously. Su Feng ignored the mad Xiao Siren, and without saying a word, he swung out another slap, leaving a bright red handprint on the other side of Xiao Siren's face. This scene made some people in attendance feel inexplicably familiar. The last time such a scene occurred was when Su Feng was undergoing the Beast Egg selection ceremony. The one who got slapped by Su Feng was also a member of the Xiao family, Xiao Wu, who had also received 2 swollen handprints. Endless rage burned in Xiao Siren's heart. His already somewhat mad demeanor became even more vicious, and one thought remained in his mind. Kill that waste Su Feng. I will kill you. Xiao Siren distanced himself from Su Feng and shouted in rage. Then, Xiao Siren's red fire dog came to his side, baring its teeth at Su Feng as if it wanted to swallow him whole. A massive flame erupted around the red fire dog, almost surrounding the entire competition stage. The beast spirit level aura emitted by the red fire dog made many first-level students tremble. Is this the power of a beast spirit level magical beast? Although it cannot be compared to the divine beast of the young city, Lord Su Feng, the murderous intent is so intense. Although it cannot be denied that the strength of the young city Lord Su Feng is indeed formidable, at this moment, everyone present began to worry about him. Although Su Feng's divine beast aura is abnormally strong, when it comes to a real fight, it still depends on the combat strength of the magical beast. The aura emanating from Xiao Siren and the Red Fire Dog contained a powerful killing intent. Even when Xiao Siren previously fought against Wang Hao, he did not unleash such an aura, and it seemed that Xiao Siren truly wanted to kill Su Feng. Watching the tense atmosphere on the competition stage, the audience and students of all levels involuntarily felt nervous. Chapter 35, Beast Master Zhuke, Hellfire. In front of so many people, Su Feng directly slapped him twice. Xiao Siren, who originally planned to let Su Feng catch his breath, regretted it, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury, glaring at Su Feng like a wolf eyeing a sheep. The people watching in the competition arena sighed and shook their heads. To them, the outcome of this match seemed almost certain, but they did not understand why Su Feng insisted on challenging Xiao Siren. Xiao Siren's way of doing things was arrogantly reckless, but his strength was beyond doubt. Although Su Feng's talent is exceptional and his beast control is powerful, with a little training, he would undoubtedly surpass everyone, and Lintian City would remain firmly in their hands. However, jumping 2 levels to challenge Xiao Siren is truly foolish. Most people present believed that Su Feng would definitely lose this match, but he did not show a trace of worry on his face. On the contrary, looking at the mad Xiao Siren in front of him, Su Feng smiled and said, "First in the 3rd level students, is that strong?" Xiao Siren's face darkened as he said, "Don't worry, you'll know soon." Su Feng remained unfazed, closing his eyes as if sensing something, and raised his left hand high. As Xiao Siren was about to say something, suddenly an unusual aura filled the air. The clear sky began to gather heavy dark clouds out of nowhere, forming a massive swirling vortex of dark clouds that enveloped the entire Red Fire Academy, spreading out to the other 3 major academies. The divine beast Qinglong of the young city Lord Su Feng is about to descend again. Everyone get ready. Upon seeing this scene, those who had some prior experience quickly reminded everyone to prepare for the powerful pressure. However, gradually, some people noticed that this anomaly was different from the previous one when the Qinglong descended. At this moment, in the dark clouds high above, there were no raging lightning dragons, but rather streaks of fiery red light. What is going on? Why does it suddenly feel much hotter? Yes, and the phenomenon in the sky seems different from before. Could it be that this is also the beast of the young city, Lord Su Feng? Those who sensed the anomaly curiously gazed at the fiery red cloud vortex in the sky. This scene was too strange. Moreover, everyone felt that the temperature around them seemed to have risen slightly as well. The crowd was very puzzled, but driven by curiosity, they did not feel afraid. Instead, they were even more eager to see what kind of magical beast would descend from the dark clouds. The news of Su Feng obtaining his 2nd magical beast had not spread, leaving only speculation in their hearts. Just then, a loud bird call echoed through the sky. A fiery red shadow swept through the dark clouds and slowly descended from the center of the vortex onto the competition stage of the Red Fire Academy. Instantly, the temperature in the entire competition area surged. The stone bricks on the stage seemed to glow red as if they were on fire, making the stage resemble a sea of flames. A bird covered in red feathers, adorned with flames, appeared before Su Feng. Although the current Zhuke was only the size of an ordinary golden eagle, the flames behind it formed a majestic divine bird. What kind of divine beast is this? Could it be true that the young city Lord Su Feng has indeed obtained a 2nd magical beast? Su Feng really has obtained a 2nd magical beast. Watching this scene, the spectators were so shocked that they could hardly speak. Amidst their astonishment, sweat poured down their foreheads. The arrival of the Zhuke caused the temperature on site to rise, making everyone sweat profusely, and their clothes quickly became soaked. Moreover, the pressure emanating from it was not much weaker than when the Qinglong appeared. At this moment, the scorching temperature in the competition area, combined with the powerful pressure, even gave people a feeling as if they were in hell. The magical beasts in the vicinity also felt the same way, all terrified and crouching on the ground. The situation was bearable for the magical beasts, but the most uncomfortable were the avian magical beasts. This was naturally due to their bloodline issues. The Zhuke flapped its wings and let out a magnificent cry. This bird's call seemed to transcend time, echoing through the Red Fire Academy as if it had come from the ancient wilderness millions of years ago. The Zhuke appeared as if it had emerged from the primordial wilderness, exuding an endless and intense aura. The magical beasts in the forests of the continent went into a frenzy because of the Zhuchue's appearance, and the forces in various cities reacted similarly. In the Lord S mansion of Lintian City, several majestic generals in flying fish uniforms looked towards the direction of the Red Fire Academy, all displaying expressions of surprise. This aura has appeared again. Is it the young city lord's divine beast? Unclear, But the Lord said that the young city lord indeed obtained a second magical beast. Moreover, this aura seems to be another divine beast. The leading general gazed towards the Red Fire Academy. Just the presence of Su Feng's Qinglong was already shocking. Now that Su Feng has obtained another divine beast, they were all very excited and even wanted to rush to the Red Fire Academy to see for themselves. The young city lord Su Feng's opportunities are simply monstrous. I want to witness it too. The other guards in the Lord's mansion also felt shocked and curious. In the snow country, several people in white robes, accompanied by several individuals in uniform, were heading towards the Falling Star Country while observing the strange phenomenon rising in the sky above the Falling Star Country, their brows tightly furrowed. These individuals were the ones sent by the Dragon Clan's patriarch Long Ling, who were previously far away in the Falling Star Country. Hurry up. We must reach the Beast Master Sanctuary in the southern part of the Falling Star Country as quickly as possible. We must eliminate this child before he grows. The leading individuals felt the waves of pressure coming from afar, their eyes flashing with intense, killing intent. They then did not stop and headed straight towards the Red Fire Academy. Meanwhile, in the Red Fire Academy, everyone present was crouching on the ground under the pressure of the Zhuke. Even the parents of the watching students trembled uncontrollably under the Zhuchua's pressure. Cold sweat pouring down their foreheads, and they were all stunned into submission. Even Qining, who usually remained expressionless and composed, showed a slight change in his expression at this moment. He seemed mesmerized, staring blankly at Su Feng on the competition stage and the Zhuke beside him. After a moment, he raised his head and looked towards a certain spot high above the competition area, slightly nodding as if greeting someone. Chapter 36. The Xiao family is overwhelmed. Cheating with pills. Is this the Zhuke that Feng mentioned? What a strong flame aura. It seems that it is not weaker than the young city lord Su Feng's Qinglong. And this flame is incredibly fierce. Just the flames released inadvertently can raise the surrounding temperature, like a being born to accompany fire. Su Tianzong and Shi Ling, along with several mentors on the stage, looked at the Zhuke exuding flames before Su Feng, their faces filled with shock. Although Shi Tian had seen the Zhuke in the Shadow Forest before, he was still astonished to see it again. This Zhuke seemed like a divine spirit born from flames, its breath containing a thick fire attribute. Moreover, the Zhuke of the young city lord Su Feng seemed to exert even more pressure on the avian magical beasts. Its control over the flames was incredibly skilled. The flames in its control seemed to have a life of their own. As the head of the Red Fire Academy, Shi Tian was someone who understood fire attributes quite well. However, upon seeing the Zhuke, he felt that his understanding of fire was merely a drop in the ocean. And as the king of birds, the Zhuchua's bloodline pressure effect on these avian magical beasts would naturally be stronger. At this moment, Su Feng remained calm, and with a thought, the Zhuke spread its wings and circled around him. The Zhuke absorbed the flames attached to its body, and only then did everyone feel a collective sigh of relief as the temperature on-site decreased. However, many individuals had already collapsed to the ground and fainted in the scorching heat and strong pressure. Among these individuals, some were psychologically fragile, and combined with the extreme heat, it was within reason for them to faint. Quickly send elite mentors to rescue these people and apply protective barriers to reduce the pressure. Seeing the many individuals who had fainted on the stage, Shi Tian immediately ordered the nearby mentors to take action. To prevent the pressure released by Su Feng from being too strong, Shi Tian had made significant efforts. He sought out some spirit stones capable of reducing pressure and various similar items to lessen the impact of the pressure. However, when the mentors activated the protective barriers, although the pressure was somewhat reduced, it was still very strong, and they had no choice but to grit their teeth and rescue those individuals. At 18 years of age, yet possessing two divine beasts, a monster among monsters, several voices came from behind Shi Tian and the others, including Dean Wang Tianyan of the Shield Earth Academy, Dean Lin Xingya of the Water Academy, as well as Wang Zongchang and Lin Bin. Upon sensing the pressure coming from this side, they all rushed from their respective academies' competition areas to the Red Fire Academy's competition area. As they approached, they could clearly feel the significant temperature difference between the vicinity of the Red Fire Academy's competition area and other places. When they arrived and saw Su Feng's Zhuke, they immediately understood. Looking at the Zhuke on the competition stage, they all displayed expressions of astonishment. This was their first time seeing the Zhuke in person. The tales they heard were indeed magnificent, painting the Zhuke as something truly extraordinary. Although they were somewhat skeptical, upon witnessing the Zhuke firsthand, they were left in awe. Now, the several deans stared blankly at Su Feng and the Zhuke on the competition stage, regretting not having made a greater effort to recruit Su Feng into their academies. However, Shi Tian took a look around and his expression was not very pleasant. Lord Su, in my opinion, although this Zhuke is indeed formidable, it seems to have only reached the strength of a high-level magical beast. Xiao Siren had previously revealed a strong killing intent. Why don't I announce the competition's suspension? I'm afraid. Shi Tian assessed the combat strength of the Zhuke, although it had reached the level of a high-level magical beast. Xiao Siren's Crimson Fire Dog was a beast spirit-level creature. Previously, Xiao Siren had shown his killing intent, which was undoubtedly aimed at killing Su Feng. Given this, he did not want the challenge to continue. Wait a minute, Feng is actually challenging on his own initiative. He must be aware of Xiao Siren's strength. He probably has a way to deal with it. If he truly cannot withstand Xiao Siren, I will not hesitate to intervene. Su Tianzong's gaze was firmly fixed on the situation on the competition stage, and when he spoke the word intervene, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Although Su Tianzong mentioned intervene, if an unexpected situation arose, he would not simply intervene, but would unhesitatingly kill Xiao Siren. Moreover, with Su Tianzong's cunning, he could easily destroy the Xiao family if he wished. Did he think Su Tianzong was unaware of the secret dealings of Xiao Hu within Lingtian City? At this moment, everyone was focused on the situation on the competition stage. Under the pressure of the Zhuke, Xiao Siren struggled to stand up using his own strength, but he was already gasping for breath. However, he did not show any fear and slowly took out a box from his bosom. Ha ha ha, Su Feng. Today will be your death day every year. After saying that, Xiao Siren directly opened the box in his hand, took out the contents, and without hesitation swallowed it, also giving a pill to his Crimson Fire Dog. Instantly, Xiao Siren's figure swelled to twice its size, and his Crimson Fire Dog did the same. Its eyes filled with bloodshot veins, baring its teeth at Su Feng. That's a frenzy pill. Noticing the pill Xiao Siren had swallowed and the subsequent changes, Shi Tian immediately thought of the third-grade frenzy pill. What? A frenzy pill? Xiao Siren actually has a frenzy pill. It must have been given to him by Xiao Hu. Quickly stop this challenge. Upon hearing Shi Tian mention the name of the pill, Su Tianzong, Shi Ling, and others became somewhat anxious. Of course, Su Tianzong was aware of the frenzy pill, as the lord of Lingtian City. He had a broad knowledge and understood the frenzy pill. If taken, it could instantly double or even triple the physical abilities of the user, putting them into a painless frenzy state. If given to a magical beast, it could elevate the beast's strength by at least one level. Moreover, the user would enter a state where they would not feel pain and would become extremely violent. However, as the effects wore off, the injuries would cause excruciating pain, and the process would be slow, leading to a painful end where the user would bleed from all orifices. Therefore, the frenzy pill had always been prohibited in the alchemy world and was generally impossible to obtain. But now, Xiao Siren not only had one, but two. It was clear that Xiao Hu had secretly purchased them. Chapter 37, Zhuke Breakthrough, All Fires Ablaze. Unexpectedly, the Xiao family had such a scheme. I must completely eradicate the Xiao family from Lingtian City. Understanding all of this, Su Tianzong became furious. Long before he was set to leave Lingtian City to watch Su Feng's competition at the Crimson Fire Academy, his subordinates had reported that the Xiao family seemed to be plotting something. Although he did not know what the Xiao family was up to, being cautious, he had ordered several trusted subordinates to remain vigilant about the Xiao family's every move as he left. At first, Su Tianzong thought that the Xiao family wanted to take advantage of his absence to send their dark guards to occupy Lingtian City, even if it meant a deadlock. They would seize control of the city. But unexpectedly, besides this plan, Xiao Hu also intended to use Xiao Siren to deliberately provoke a challenge during the competition, leading Su Feng to take the bait. Then, during the challenge, Xiao Siren would take the frenzy pill to dispose of Su Feng. However, Su Tianzong was somewhat puzzled. Even if they killed Su Feng, how could the Xiao family's dark guards contend with the guards of the Lord's mansion? Oh no, the Xiao family must have external forces helping them. Su Tianzong concluded after much thought. Based on Su Tianzong's understanding of Xiao Hu, he knew that Xiao Hu must have some confidence to dare to turn against him. Xiao Hu was notoriously cunning. Otherwise, how could the Xiao family have previously possessed enough power to threaten the Lord's mansion? Quickly, Dean Shi, stop this challenge. Although Su Tianzong was worried that the Xiao family had already begun their actions in Lingtian City, the immediate concern was still Su Feng's safety. Just as Shi Tian was preparing to announce the challenge's suspension, Qining grabbed his arm. Let's watch a bit longer. Qining pointed towards the competition stage and said slowly, there, facing the frenzied Xiao Siren and the Crimson Fire Dog. Su Feng remained calm and showed no signs of fear. Ha ha ha, have you been scared, silly? Then I'll just take you out. The crazed Xiao Siren looked at the motionless Su Feng, mistakenly believing that Su Feng had been stunned by his aura, and he laughed maniacally, his laughter sounding quite eerie. Since you've taken the pill, I won't hold back anymore. Looking at the deranged Xiao Siren, Su Feng sneered and then took out a pill from his storage ring. He summoned the Zhuke to stand on his arm and fed the pill to it. Humph, I'm taking a frenzy pill. Everything you do is futile. Seeing Su Feng also giving his magical beast a pill, Xiao Siren was unconcerned. After all, Both his magical beast and himself had taken the frenzy pill, while Su Feng only had one. How could he compare? But just as he was about to launch an attack, the Zhuge suddenly erupted with power. Flames surged from its body and spread in all directions. Fortunately, the Academy had activated a protective barrier to withstand some of the flames. However, the flames spewing from the Zhuge could actually burn through the protective barrier. It seemed it wouldn't hold for long, and the flames would engulf it completely. Just as the barrier was about to shatter, a barely perceptible energy flowed into it, preventing it from breaking. The crowd did not notice this, but Qining happened to see it. It was the energy released by a figure atop the competition stage. Qining glanced at that figure and slightly bowed. Meanwhile, everyone else focused only on the Zhuge on the competition stage. They saw Su Feng feeding a pill to the Zhuge, and its momentum was rising. The flames erupting from it engulfed the entire competition stage, and the instructor acting as the referee hurriedly retreated outside the protective circle. In a very short time, the Zhuge also received a boost, and now its pressure and flames were even stronger. Even with the barrier in place, everyone present felt extremely hot. As if facing the sun, sweat would form only to evaporate instantly. The pressure was as terrifying as Su Feng's Qinglong, but combined with the intense heat, it made it seem that the Zhuge was even stronger than Su Feng's Qinglong. This is not without reason. The vermilion bird is an extremely skilled attacking sacred beast. The Emperor of Fire and the King of Birds, born to control the divine fire of the south, the Ming fire, with the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth. Moreover, the vermilion bird is a deity born from the great path of fire in the world, overseeing all flames in the south, and is the supreme red emperor of the southern heavens and earth. Therefore, it seems that the vermilion bird is much stronger than Su Feng's azure dragon, but both are sacred beasts that are not much different, just with different areas of expertise. Surrounded by flames, Xiao Siren and his red fire dog were not afraid at first. However, when the red fire dog almost touched one of the vermilion bird's flames, it ignited all the fur on its body. Instantly, the red fire dog, which had been somewhat majestic, emitted a burnt smell. Its fur completely burned off, making it look extremely ugly. Seeing this scene, the previously frenzied Xiao Siren showed a moment of normalcy, stunned in place. But then he quickly returned to his frenzied and irritable state, dodging in the sea of fire while moving closer to Su Feng. Having taken the berserk pill, along with the red fire dog, which had temporarily reached the level of a beast king, both their speed and strength were significantly enhanced, charging through the sea of fire towards Su Feng's location. But just as they were charging over, Su Feng's vermilion bird had fully absorbed the effects of the beast master pill, directly reaching the level of a beast spirit. Generally, magical beasts require at least a whole day to absorb the effects of the beast master pill, and they cannot fully absorb it. However, the vermilion bird only took a short while to not only completely absorb the effects of the Beastmaster pill, but also do so perfectly, directly elevating itself to the level of a beast spirit. In a short time, it released a wave of energy, sending the charging Xiao Siren and the red fire dog flying several meters away. The vermilion bird flapped its wings and soared above the contest stage, its flames making it appear like a blazing sun, dazzling and scorching, causing everyone present to not dare to open their eyes. Moments later, the light gradually weakened. At this moment, Su Feng stood atop the vermilion bird, looking down at Xiao Siren on the contest stage. How is this possible? Looking up at Su Feng and the vermilion bird soaring high in the sky, even in a frenzied state, Xiao Siren's body began to tremble involuntarily. His face filled with shock. Su Feng at this moment gave him a feeling of being unreachable, as if he were facing a deity while he himself was just an insignificant ant on the ground. Chapter 38. Burned to ashes, gaining dragon source. Xiao Siren let out an angry roar and charged at Su Feng again. The effects of the berserk pill had erupted within him, and Xiao Siren had lost all normal thought, only wanting to kill Su Feng. Seeing Xiao Siren charge again, Su Feng no longer hesitated. Since Xiao Siren had murderous intent towards him, Su Feng naturally showed no mercy. Xiao Siren leaped into the air on his red fire dog, jumping towards the vermilion bird and Su Feng, both man and beast clawing and biting at Su Feng. But the vermilion bird had already gathered a pure fireball in its mouth. When Xiao Siren was only 1 meter away, the fireball shot towards him. Bang! Immediately, the fireball enveloped them upon contact, bringing them crashing down to the ground. Xiao Siren, engulfed in flames, let out a piercing scream. He tried to extinguish the flames, but they would extinguish only to reignite, turning him into a fiery being. The red fire dog was also engulfed in flames, scorching every inch of its skin. The excruciating pain caused it to frantically flee on the contest stage, constantly crashing against the protective barrier surrounding the stage. Under the enveloping flames, Xiao Siren quickly collapsed to the ground, motionless. Before long, The frenzied red fire dog also collapsed beside the protective barrier, losing its breath, while the flames on them continued to burn. This flame is incredibly domineering. Moreover, it cannot be extinguished, as it seems to burn everything it touches to ashes. Even though I have studied fire-type magical beasts for many years, this is the first time I have seen such flames. Looking at the fireball released by the vermilion bird, Sir Tion's face was filled with shock, repeatedly exclaiming in admiration. As the principal of the Red Fire Academy, he was someone who understood fire attribute magical beasts very well and had even researched it specifically. However, he had never witnessed the flames released by the vermilion bird. And amidst his shock, he was extremely curious. The other principals and heads of families watching from the sidelines were also dumbfounded, staring blankly at the contest stage. Now a sea of fire. Such a domineering flame. Even I would not dare to touch easily. Young Master Su Feng truly opens one's eyes. Lord Su is indeed a tiger father with no dog son. Lin Tian City will surely shine under the hands of Lord Su and young Master Su. The three family heads were immensely shocked and sincerely congratulated Su Tianzong. The dominance of the vermilion bird's flames made them all fearful to touch, yet it was truly awe-inspiring. Hearing the praises from the crowd, Su Tianzong felt immense pride for Su Feng. For many years, he had watched Su Feng go through so much. Su Tianzong naturally knew about the hardships Su Feng faced before, being seen as a waste and mocked. If it were an ordinary person, they might have long given up on becoming a beast master and settled for a normal life. Now, Su Feng had leaped from the title of waste to become an unparalleled genius, a child of the heavens. Su Tianzong was happier than anyone else, but he also understood how difficult this was. Thinking of this, his eyes gradually turned red, but as the lord of Lin Tian City, Su Tianzong held back his emotions. At this moment, the flames of the vermilion bird had been burning on Xiao Siren and the red fire dog for a while. Su Feng patted the vermilion bird, which then absorbed all the flames on the contest stage, revealing a dilapidated contest stage. Aside from broken bricks and stones, nothing remained. Xiao Siren and the red fire dog were burned to nothing, leaving only 2 pieces of charred remains. Su Feng leaped down from the back of the vermilion bird, standing on the contest stage. The vermilion bird gently flapped its wings, stirring up gusts of wind that blew the 2 remaining pieces of charcoal into the sky, disappearing from the sight of the crowd. What just happened? Where did Xiao Siren and his magical beast go? Did they get scared away by young Master Su Feng's divine beast? Did young Master Su Feng succeed in his challenge? As the pressure dissipated, the bewildered crowd slowly stood up from their seats, exchanging glances and murmuring. Some fainted briefly due to the pressure and did not know what had happened, while others did not dare to open their eyes to watch. Are you blind? Xiao Siren was not scared away. He was burned to ashes. What? You mean young Master Su Feng succeeded in his challenge and turned Xiao Siren to ashes? Young Master Su Feng's challenge of jumping 2 levels actually succeeded. When they saw only Su Feng remaining on the contest stage, they understood the outcome of the challenge, but without Xiao Siren. They thought he had conceded and left out of fear. However, a few people were still able to withstand the pressure and caught a glimpse of the challenge. Despite it being hard to believe, Su Feng did indeed succeed in his challenge of jumping 2 levels and completely obliterated Xiao Siren. A first level against a third level. Su Feng had only been in the academy for half a year, yet he defeated Xiao Siren, who had been in the academy for 5 years and ranked first among third-level students. This rate of improvement in cultivation could no longer be described as abnormal. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers once again. Standing in the high viewing area, Qining stared intently at Su Feng on the contest stage, a hint of shock appearing on her face. He never expected that Su Feng could solve Xiao Siren directly with just 1 fire attack. Although Zhu Ke had been promoted to Beast Spirit level after taking the Beast Control pill, he didn't anticipate that the challenge would end so quickly. Looking at the position of the figure from before, it was already empty. After removing the protective shield, he walked to Su Feng's side. He took out a golden jade box from his sleeve and handed it to Su Feng. This is the dragon source I promised to give you. Keep it safe and don't let anyone else get their hands on it, Qining said kindly to Su Feng. Is this the dragon source? Looking at the golden jade box in his hand, which emitted a faint aura similar to the Qinglong, Su Feng was quite sure that this was the dragon source sensed by Qinglong earlier. The aura of the dragon source was suppressed to a very small level in this box. No wonder it was hard to sense before. Thank you, Master Qin. Su Feng slightly bowed and thanked Qining as he placed the box containing the dragon source into his storage ring. Since the other party was the Grand Master of the Beast Control Temple, directly managing the 4 major academies and also a friend of his father, enjoying equal high authority and prestige, Su Feng naturally treated him with respect. This is what you deserve. Even if you hadn't challenged Xiao Siren today with your talent, this dragon source would eventually be yours, Qining said slowly. Chapter 39, System Reward, 3,000 Thunder Movements. In fact, Qining had prepared this dragon source as a reward for Su Feng long ago, which is why he had kept it in the treasure vault of the Qihua Academy. Originally, I planned to give it to you when you reached a sufficiently strong level, but since you brought it up first, and an elder happened to have such a condition, I decided to give it to you now. As he spoke, Qining glanced up at the higher level of the competition arena. The elder whom Qining referred to must be a very strong person. However, I should have never met him, so why did he request Qining to agree to my challenge under that condition? Hearing what Qining said, Su Feng muttered to himself, feeling a bit confused. He couldn't understand why the other party wanted Su Feng to only use Zhuke to challenge Xiao Siren while offering the dragon source as a reward in advance. Moreover, the elder who could make Qining call him that must be significantly older than them, yet Su Feng had never encountered such an elder. Forget it, anyway. The dragon source is finally in hand. After obtaining the dragon source that he had been thinking about day and night, Su Feng didn't want to dwell on these matters. After thanking Qining, he went to find Su Tianzong. Due to Su Feng's battle with Xiao Siren, there was varying degrees of destruction throughout the competition arena, so the award ceremony was called off. Shi Tian directly dispatched various instructors to distribute the rewards to other students. Fenger, your opportunities in divine beasts make me very proud, said his father. Father, what happened in Lintian City? Seeing Su Tianzong's heavy expression, Su Feng hurriedly asked. If Su Tianzong's face was serious, something bad must have happened in Lintian City, and as the young lord, he naturally wanted to help. Intelligence from the Dark Guards indicates that the Xiao family suddenly activated all their Dark Guards in Lintian City, preparing to launch an attack on the city lord's mansion. That is why Xiao Siren had such strong killing intent towards you earlier. They want to destroy everything, Su Tianzong said directly in front of everyone. What? The Xiao family actually made a move at this time. City Lord Su, if needed, my Wang family is willing to mobilize everyone to help. Upon hearing what Su Tianzong said, Wang Zongchang was the first to speak, expressing willingness to assist Su Tianzong in clearing out the Xiao family members in Lintian City. The Wang family had always been at odds with the Xiao family, and if the Xiao family took over Lintian City, they would certainly eliminate the Wang family. Wang Zongchang naturally couldn't let Xiao Hu succeed. My Lin family is also willing to fully assist City Lord Su in exterminating the Xiao family. So is my Shi family. After Wang Zongchang spoke, Lin Bin, the head of the Lin family, and Shi Ling, the head of the Shi family, both expressed their willingness to fully assist Su Tianzong. You all, looking at the three major families present, all expressing their willingness to assist, Su Tianzong was a bit surprised. He understood Wang family's enthusiasm, but he didn't expect the Shi and Lin families to join in. However, this was normal. Their willingness to assist Su Tianzong was naturally to show sincerity and to build relationships. After all, Su Tianzong was the city lord of Lintian City, and the three families had developed into large families thanks to Lintian City. Ding! The God-level choice system is now activated, making a selection. Please make your choice. Host. Option 1. Stay in the academy for study. Reward. 1,000 gold coins. Please make your choice within 30 seconds. Hearing the system notification, Su Feng quickly glanced at the two options and their rewards. Without a doubt, Su Feng decisively chose the second option. Just as Su Tianzong and the others were about to turn and leave, Su Feng called out to them. Something happened in Lintian City, and as the young lord, he naturally had to contribute. Moreover, although he wasn't very strong now, he had the ability to shoulder certain responsibilities. The reward for the first option was gold coins, which Su Feng didn't care about at all. The second option offered a cultivation technique, which was naturally more beneficial for Su Feng. After all, having more techniques was better, as too much skill wouldn't hinder him. 3,000 thunder movements, a low-level earth-rank technique, could grant a person profound body techniques, with speed like lightning. Fast enough to create afterimages. If Su Feng were to use this 3,000 thunder movements with his current strength, he would probably find it difficult to even notice the afterimages. Su Tianzong hesitated. Although Su Feng had indeed gained some strength, the Xiao family was prepared this time, and the danger level of this mission was almost unknown. He was a bit worried about Su Feng's safety. Father, I won't let you down. Su Tianzong felt troubled and lowered his head in thought. City Lord Su, the young lord has 2 beast spirit-level divine beasts. Ordinary people can't harm him at all. Moreover, if the young lord's 2 divine beasts release their pressure together, those who lack skill might not be able to withstand it. Shi Ling flattered Su Tianzong and gave Su Feng a thumbs up. However, what he said was not without reason. Now that Su Feng's 2 divine beasts had reached the beast spirit level, ordinary people couldn't harm him, and the pressure released by divine beasts was indeed formidable. When faced with danger, he could also release pressure to escape, and with them around, even if there were powerful enemies, they should be able to handle it. Then, Su Feng asked for permission from Shi Tian and followed Su Tianzong and the others out of the academy. Each mounted their flying magical beasts and headed straight for Lintian City. Chapter 40. Lintian City, Turbulent Winds and Clouds. However, this would make things difficult for Xiao Wenlei, even if he was from the Xiao family. But the other three deans were also not easy to deal with, as they were directly governed by Qin Ning. When they became deans, Qin Ning had explicitly prohibited them from bringing family grievances into the academy. Otherwise, if Wang Tianyan, the dean of Shield Earth Academy, were to fight with Xiao Wenlei, it would surely turn the academy upside down. Therefore, Qin Ning had some control over the deans. But the other deans would not easily let him off. Since the Xiao family had completely severed ties with the city lord's mansion, they would find a way to deal with Xiao Wenlei in the academy to prevent the Xiao family from succeeding, even if Qin Ning disagreed. As long as the three deans did not speak of it, no one would know. All along, the Xiao family had not been well received by them, and it was just more apparent with the Wang family. The reason the Xiao family could stay in Lintian City was mainly that they had been there for a long time and had more resources, which allowed them to establish a foothold in Lintian City. At the beginning, the relationships among the four major families were relatively harmonious, with few conflicts arising between them. However, one day, the Xiao family suddenly seemed to have struck it rich, acquiring a large amount of gold coins and starting to train some guards. Since then, the Xiao family became somewhat arrogant and developed numerous conflicts with the other families, although they remained consistently respectful towards Su Tianzong. As time passed, the Xiao family's arrogance grew even more, and they no longer treated Su Tianzong with the same respect as before. Consequently, the three families were unified in their approach to the Xiao family's issues, although the Wang family was more aggressive, especially since their second young master had been crippled by the Xiao family. Most of the Xiao family members were at the Zile Academy, and the other families had similar numbers. The students challenged the Xiao family members under the pretext of competitions, planning to beat them black and blue to discipline them. With such reasoning, Qin Ning found it hard to intervene, as private fights were prohibited within the academy. But it was normal for students from different academies to compete against each other. Upon hearing the news, the Xiao family students in the Zile Academy were afraid to leave the academy, often hiding in their dormitories. But this couldn't stop the joint actions of the three major academies. Meanwhile, Su Feng was flying towards Lintian City with Su Tianzong and others on a flying magical beast. Father, who has the Xiao family found to help them? Su Feng was curious about who the Xiao family had found to dare challenge the city lord's mansion. This action would undoubtedly resonate with the other three major families. Therefore, if the Xiao family wanted to occupy Lintian City, they not only had to deal with the city lord's mansion's various guards, but also had to be wary of the Wang, Shi, and Lin families. I am not too sure, but there is a possibility. Otherwise, Xiao Hu would not dare to act so openly, Su Tianzong replied. He was unaware of what the Xiao family relied on to attempt to seize Lintian City at this time. However, Su Tianzong knew that Xiao Hu must have received powerful help to dare to do this. After all, the city lord's mansion alone had 8 magical beasts at the level of the city lord's guards, and the other 3 families, along with their respective heads, had a total of 6 magical beasts at the level of beast kings. The Xiao family, including Xiao Hu and Xiao Wenlei, only had 4. The strength of both sides was clearly skewed, as the Xiao family was much weaker, and Su Tianzong's magical beast was already at the level of beast emperors. Judging by the surface combat power, the Xiao family's magical beasts stood no chance. Throughout the journey, Su Tianzong wore a heavy expression, always feeling that something bad was about to happen, urging the servants to speed up the flying magical beasts. This was the first time Su Feng had seen Su Tianzong like this, and he felt a bit anxious as well. However, he did not fear the Xiao family now, just as he had before. Currently, Su Feng's Qinglong and Zhuke had both reached the level of beast spirits, and he still had the dragon source given by Qin Ning to further enhance the Qinglong. Su Feng's body was now an ancient holy body, with low-grade, earth-level techniques. The ninefold Phoenix Fire technique, and the lightning attribute abilities granted by the Thunder Pattern Pill. Moreover, he had recently obtained a low-grade earth-level technique, the 3000 Thunder Movements, which gave him even more capacity to participate in the extermination of the Xiao family. By then, with the assistance of the divine powers of the Qinglong and Zhuke, Su Feng's strength would be formidable. However, as they neared Lintian City, they saw thick black smoke rising from several places within the city, and many flames were burning. From a distance, they could also see several flying magical beasts battling in the sky above the city. These magical beasts did not belong to the city lord's mansion, nor did they appear to belong to the Xiao family. Whose magical beasts are those? Su Tianzong pointed at the flying magical beasts soaring above Lintian City and asked the heads of the 3 major families beside him. They are not from my Shi family. Our family's magical beasts have all been reported to the city lord's mansion. This is definitely not from my Shi family. These magical beasts are not from my Wang family either. Lin family head, are they from your family? No, all my flying magical beasts have been sent out. There should be none from my Lin family in the city. The heads of the three families looked at the flying magical beasts above the city, and all stated that they were not from their families. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that a few people dressed in black were standing on the backs of those flying magical beasts. They were actually controlling the magical beasts and launching attacks on Lintian City. The Xiao family had already begun their actions. Although those flying magical beasts seemed to be only at the beast spirit level, Su Tianzong felt increasingly uneasy, sensing that something was amiss. Chapter 41. Joining forces to deal with the Xiao family. Inside Lintian City, over 100 guards wielding weapons were fighting against the Xiao family members and their magical beasts in the streets and alleys. Although these magical beasts were all at the beast spirit level, their numbers were overwhelming. The guards of Lintian City engaged in battle with the Xiao family's dark guards, and at that moment, it was somewhat evenly matched. Among the Xiao family's dark guards, there were actually dozens of individuals wearing different outfits. Their strength was much greater than that of the Xiao family's dark guards, and their magical beasts had reached the peak of the Beast King level. Their presence momentarily gave the Xiao family a slight advantage, but soon, several of Su Tianzong's trusted aides arrived to confront them, which caused the situation to stabilize. These individuals seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, suddenly showing up to engage in battle against the Xiao family within Lintian City. During this time, the city guards had not managed to detect any traces of them. General Liu, the situation in the west is somewhat unfavorable. A young commander named Yang Fei rushed to Liu Hao's side, reporting on the situation in the western region of Lintian City. Upon hearing that the situation in the west was also weak, Liu Hao's expression grew serious, and he inquired about Su Tianzong's whereabouts. The Xiao family's offensive is very fierce, attacking simultaneously from all four directions of Lintian City, and the city lord's guards are somewhat overwhelmed. Yang Fei clasped his hands to report what he knew. They had sent messages to Su Tianzong early on and had also sought assistance from Anjing City. Observing the fighting throughout Lintian City, Liu Hao's expression was grim as he turned to join the battle. Suddenly, dozens of people approached from the other side of the street. General Liu, I've brought the Wang family to assist you. This group of people wore clothing bearing the Wang family's insignia, and at the forefront was the second elder of the Wang family, Wang Yun. Elder Wang, why have you come? As the commander of the guards in Lintian City, Liu Hao recognized members of the various families and immediately recognized Wang Yun. Following Wang Yun were dozens of guards from the Wang family, along with their magical beasts. General Liu, we are here under the orders of the family head to assist the city lord's mansion in exterminating the Xiao family, Wang Yun said as he stepped forward. So it was the order of the Wang family head. Upon hearing Wang Yun's words, Liu Hao understood. Not only our Wang family, but the Lin family and Shi family have also come to assist you. Wang Yun slowly explained to Liu Hao. They had wanted to assist Liu Hao since the Xiao family's attack began. After taking some time to prepare, they were ready to rush over. But some in the family were afraid of being punished. Earlier, it was Wang Yun who took the initiative to lead the Wang family members to assist Liu Hao. But some were concerned about not having received an order from Wang Zongchang and feared punishment afterward. Fortunately, Wang Zongchang had not yet arrived and had sent a message to Wang Yun, allowing them to assist the city lord's guards, which was why they arrived somewhat late. The same was true for the Shi and Lin families. Shi Ling and Lin Bin quickly issued orders to their respective families to immediately assist the city lord's guards in exterminating the Xiao family members in the city. Great. With your help, let's see how the Xiao family can still cause trouble. Upon hearing this news, Yang Fei was overjoyed. Since we have General Liu and General Yang here, let's go help in other areas. After saying this, Wang Yun cupped his hands to Liu Hao, turned around, and led the Wang family members to assist in other regions. That's great. With the help of the three great families, let's see how the Xiao family can still stir up a storm. Upon learning this news, Liu Hao immediately breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to join the battle. On Liu Hao's side, both his magical beasts and Yang Fei's magical beasts had reached the Beast King level, which was sufficient to handle the situation here. Now, the magical beasts of the Xiao family, along with the suddenly appearing magical beasts, had strength that was not much different. The battle situation in the city was gradually stabilizing. But Liu Hao and the others needed to evacuate the residents to a safe place. Since the Xiao family and these people were fighting directly in the city, the guards of the Lord's mansion were naturally responsible for the safety of the civilians. However, this also gave the Xiao family a chance. Unable to defeat Liu Hao and the others, they randomly captured a few civilians to threaten them. If Liu Hao and the others dared to act rashly, they would kill the hostages on the spot. But even if Liu Hao and the others did not confront them directly, as long as they encountered other hostages, they would mercilessly kill the hostages they had and replace them with another. Damn it, let's fight them. Seeing that the Xiao family had no bottom line, Liu Hao was furious, leading Yang Fei and several guards to engage in battle with them again, covering the other guards as they evacuated the surrounding residents. Thus, They fought and retreated until they reached the vicinity of the Lord's mansion, placing the rescued people inside and forming a defensive line. They blocked the Shao family and their magical beasts outside and began to counterattack. Now, more than half of the buildings in the city had been destroyed. Smoke was rising from the streets, and the people hiding inside the Lord's mansion were trembling in fear. Some of them had witnessed the brutal murder of those beside them by the Shao family, their eyes filled with helplessness and terror. Lin Tian City was their place of survival, and Su Tianzong was a good lord, deeply loved by the people in the city. While cursing the cruelty of the Shao family, the people clenched their fists, wanting to rush out and confront them. However, they were all stopped by the guards of the Lord's mansion protecting them. Although they understood the people's emotions, the fighting outside was not something these civilians could participate in. They also wanted to go out and fight the enemy, but protecting the civilians in the city was also very important. With the help of the Shi family, Lin family, and Wang family, the battle situation in the four directions of the city had stabilized much more. However, earlier, due to the sudden appearance of those mysterious people, the guards of the Lord's mansion and some magical beasts had suffered heavy casualties. Now, these injured guards and magical beasts had all gathered outside the Lord's mansion for emergency treatment to ensure they would not die from their injuries. Among the civilians, some who understood healing spontaneously treated them, while others assisted. The civilians hiding inside the Lord's mansion even cleared a space to allow these injured guards and magical beasts to move from outside to inside for treatment. It was evident that the guards of Lin Tian City and the civilians had a harmonious relationship. Chapter 42, Furious, blocked the Shao family. Arriving above the Lord's mansion, filled with injured guards and magical beasts, Su Tianzong's eyes were immediately filled with bloodshot veins, and he clenched his fists tightly. Before the flying magical beast could land steadily, Su Tianzong eagerly jumped down and slowly walked into the mansion. Su Feng followed closely, and the three family heads also entered the Lord's mansion. Upon entering through the main door, what met their eyes was the scene of guards and civilians lying on the ground with various degrees of injuries, and blood almost flowing everywhere. How could the Shao family be so cruel? This is too much. Are they trying to slaughter the city? Seeing the situation inside the Lord's mansion, the three family heads angrily denounced the Shao family for being inhumane, not even sparing the civilians in their quest to occupy Lin Tian City. These civilians had no power to resist, yet the Shao family spared no one. This was not an attempt to occupy Lin Tian City. It was clearly a massacre, turning Lin Tian City into a hell. Lord City Master. For these people, Su Tianzong was their savior. They worshipped him and respected him. As long as he appeared, he could bring them a sense of security. The originally vacant-eyed people gathered around, calling for their lord. Even those severely injured, with unclear consciousness, were softly calling out. Everyone looked at Su Feng with respect, momentarily forgetting the pain in their bodies. But the gaze of the crowd made Su Tianzong feel as if his heart was being pricked by sharp thorns, feeling very uncomfortable and angry. And Su Feng also felt uneasy. I will make the Shao family pay a heavy price for this. Looking at the people in the Lord's mansion, Su Tianzong said firmly. After calming everyone down, Su Tianzong took the three family heads and Su Feng to a room inside the Lord's mansion. Now, the three family heads, Su Tianzong and Su Feng, were all sitting in the conference hall of the Lord's mansion, gathering information from Lu Hao. According to the reports from the leaders of various regions, there were 14 Beast King level magical beasts that appeared in Lin Tian City, and nearly 100 magical beasts below the Beast King level. Moreover, among the Shao family's secret guards, there were unidentified mysterious individuals who seemed to be the beast tamers of these Beast King level magical beasts. Currently, the battle situation in Lin Tian City was relatively stable, but due to the sudden incident, an area centered around the Shao family had been occupied. Lu Hao shared all the information he had gathered during this period with everyone. Due to the sudden appearance of these mysterious individuals, the Shao family had already occupied 2/5 of Lin Tian City. Now, there were 3 important personnel guarding each city gate, and their magical beasts were all Beast King level generals, along with elders from various families. You arranged this well. You must ensure that the city gates are not breached, or reinforcements will surely come to assist the Shao family. However, have you investigated the identities of these people? Su Tianzong was very satisfied with Lu Hao's arrangements. But aside from this, they still did not know who the Shao family had invited to help them. Su Tianzong had been worried about this, feeling that the matter was not as simple as it seemed. Since entering the city, these individuals had worn masks even during battles, and their clothing was similar to that of the Shao family, so their identities had not yet been investigated clearly. Although Lu Hao had been investigating earlier, these people wore masks and their attire covered them completely. From their appearance, it was impossible to determine their identities. It should be noted that in the Meteorite country, there were many mercenary groups, as well as some underground organizations or other mysterious groups. Now, without more information, it was impossible to discern the identities of these individuals. However, Su Tianzong had a suspicion in his heart. Because Lintian City was slightly larger than the capital of the meteorite country, its combat strength was also much stronger than that of other cities. Unless those big shots from the capital took action, generally, no one would be foolish enough to provoke Lintian City. Although there were some powerful, mysterious organizations in the meteorite country, they would not easily attack Lintian City. So Su Tianzong speculated that these individuals might have come from other countries. However, the borders of the meteorite country were heavily guarded. How could these people conceal their tracks and sneak into the meteorite country, collaborating with the Xiao family to attack Lintian City? This left Su Tianzong somewhat puzzled. Next, we will completely seal off the areas occupied by the Xiao family, and if we encounter those mysterious individuals, try to leave them alive. Since the investigation yielded no results, Su Tianzong planned to capture a live one to extract some information from them. Yes, City Lord. Yes, my lord. Have you reported the situation to the National Lord? Su Tianzong asked, as this matter likely involved more than just the Xiao family's rebellion. It could very well involve issues between nations. If that is the case, then the seriousness of the situation must be reported to the Lord of the Falling Star Kingdom. I have already reported this matter to the National Lord, who has dispatched the nearest troops to our location. Long before the incident began, Lu Hao had sensed something was amiss and had promptly sent news to the National Lord of Anjing City. Good, since the situation has been reported, we should try to control the situation within the city before the troops arrive. As long as this matter is reported, that's enough. The Xiao family has retreated to the area they occupy, and as long as we control the situation in Lintian City before the reinforcements arrive, it will suffice. The crowd then dispersed to begin strengthening defenses against the area occupied by the Xiao family. Chapter 43. Meeting the Mysterious People, Strict Precautions. In the area occupied by the Xiao family, which accounted for 2/5 of the city, all buildings suffered varying degrees of damage. The residents here had also taken refuge in the area controlled by the city lord's mansion. Currently, the only ones active in this area were the Xiao family members and a number of mysterious individuals. As the sky gradually darkened, bonfires still burned on the streets. Groups of people patrolled with magical beasts to prevent the city lord's guards from launching a surprise attack under the cover of night. Meanwhile, a banquet was laid out in the Xiao family compound. Xiao Hu and several elders of the Xiao family were seated at the table with dozens of mysterious individuals, toasting and celebrating, completely unconcerned about a possible counterattack from the city lord's mansion. However, even though they were in the Xiao family compound, the mysterious individuals did not drop their disguises, concealing their identities tightly. Come, I, Xiao Hu, raise a toast to everyone. Xiao Hu stood up at the banquet, lifted his cup, and toasted to everyone, respectfully clinking glasses with the two mysterious individuals beside him, clearly showing deference. It seemed that they did not regard Xiao Hu highly at all. This scene made Xiao Hu, the head of the Xiao family, extremely awkward, forcing him to sit back down in silence. Just as Xiao Hu sat down, the two mysterious individuals slowly raised their cups. Immediately, dozens of other mysterious individuals present also raised their cups. As the two mysterious individuals beside Xiao Hu downed their drinks, the other mysterious individuals followed suit. Ahaha, as long as everyone is enjoying the drinks. Seeing them drink, Xiao Hu awkwardly smiled and said. It was obvious that the two mysterious individuals beside Xiao Hu were the leaders of this group of mysterious people. But Xiao Hu was actually unaware of their identities and could not stop himself from serving them wine like a sycophant, bowing and scraping to these two mysterious individuals. After pouring wine for the two, Xiao Hu respectfully said to them, completely losing the demeanor of the head of the Xiao family, resembling more of a servant. Yet he did not mind at all, trying to lower his status in front of these two mysterious individuals. The two mysterious individuals merely nodded slightly, without showing any response. This made Xiao Hu feel as if he was pressing his warm face against a cold buttocks. Although he was very displeased in his heart, he still suppressed his feelings and continued to pour wine for them. Gentlemen, I have a request. After half the round of drinks, Xiao Hu spoke again to the two. Initially, when Xiao Hu and the others acted, he had instructed the Xiao family's secret guards to avoid damaging the buildings in Lintian City and to refrain from harming the residents who could not resist. This was because Xiao Hu wanted to take Lintian City under his control and become its lord. However, most of the buildings in the area they occupied had suffered varying degrees of damage, and the surviving residents had also been killed, which was completely contrary to Xiao Hu's intentions. However, the Xiao family's secret guards had followed his orders, not damaging the buildings or killing the residents. But these mysterious individuals were utterly indifferent. All the buildings had been destroyed by their magical beasts, and the surviving individuals were captured by them to threaten the guards of Lintian City and subsequently killed. Even though Xiao Hu had warned them beforehand, they had not paid any attention. In the area occupied by the Xiao family, apart from the Xiao family's patrolling secret guards, there were no other traces of people. and not a single building was intact. Unable to bear it, Xiaohu brought this matter up to the two mysterious leaders. Do we need you to instruct us on how to do our job? The mysterious individual close to Xiaohu said with an annoyed tone. He showed no regard for what Xiaohu was saying, his words almost bluntly indicating that Xiaohu had no authority to say anything, leaving no face for him at all. That's not what I meant. Seeing the mysterious individual's displeasure, Xiaohu quickly changed his tune, not daring to harbor any thoughts of angering the other party. I will have them pay attention to this later. Another mysterious individual patted the shoulder of the annoyed one and spoke in a gentler tone to Xiaohu, with one of the mysterious individuals responding. The atmosphere in the room eased somewhat, and Xiaohu let out a sigh of relief. Slowly sitting down, he felt as if he had gone through a life-and-death experience. His face somewhat pale. After the banquet ended and Xiaohu settled the mysterious individuals, he slowly made his way back to his room. However, just a few steps after turning around, his legs suddenly went weak, nearly causing him to fall to the ground, but fortunately, a guard nearby quickly supported him. At this moment, beads of sweat had already formed on Xiaohu's forehead. Thankfully, nothing major happened. Wiping the sweat from his face, Xiaohu also felt relieved as he sat in a chair in his room. Master, do you think they will listen to you? The guard had heard Xiaohu's conversation with the two mysterious individuals and noticed that they had given no face to Xiaohu. Although the other mysterious individual had agreed to Xiaohu's request, he felt that they would not take it too seriously. Forget it, let them do as they please. As long as I become the Lord of Lintian City, I can always repair it later. Xiaohu had already given up on his previous thoughts. As long as he could become the Lord of Lintian City, that was enough. He did not dare to hope for the buildings in the city to remain intact. The earlier mysterious individual who had shown no regard for Xiaohu had exuded a hint of killing intent, causing Xiaohu's heart to tremble, and he no longer dared to make any requests of them. With a determined gaze, Xiaohu said, "The Xiao family has already been suppressed by Su Tianzong to the point of being unable to turn over, and all hopes must now be placed on this group of mysterious individuals. As long as I become the Lord, the Xiao family will have a chance to rise again, and the Xiao family will be stronger than before. Enduring humiliation for now is a small matter." After giving his orders to the guard, Xiaohu dragged his still trembling legs and lay down on his bed. The guard also took the orders and went to strengthen the outer defenses. Chapter 44, Late Night. Guarding the city gate. The entire night was not so peaceful. The 8 commanders of the city lord's mansion, in cooperation with the elders of the 3 major families, took turns launching sneak attacks on the area occupied by the Xiao family. Strangely, the periphery of the area occupied by the Xiao family only had the Xiao family's secret guards, while the mysterious individuals appeared only occasionally. And those outer secret guards of the Xiao family could not possibly be the match for the commanders under Su Tianzong. Gradually, the area occupied by the Xiao family shrank, and the elders of the 3 major families took turns attacking, reducing the Xiao family's territory more and more. By the time the first rays of sunlight rose over Lintian City in the morning, the area occupied by the Xiao family had shrunk to less than 1/3. During this period, apart from occasional fierce battles, those mysterious individuals had not appeared again, and the hidden guards of the Xiao family had also been dealt with several dozen. However, they retreated after a while, seemingly not wanting to engage in a prolonged confrontation with the city lord's people. After the fighting continued into the morning, he ordered his troops to rest quickly and to strengthen the vigilance in the reclaimed areas. Throughout the night, they did not capture a single mysterious person alive. Whenever they drove these individuals to the brink of collapse, the mysterious ones would leave first, while the Xiao family's hidden guards intentionally covered their retreat, even at the cost of their own lives. Although they were unable to ascertain the identity of the opponent, they were relieved to have reclaimed a portion of the territory. It seems the Xiao family was scared. They ran away as soon as the fighting started, and they ran quite fast. They ultimately underestimated our strength. They must be regretting it at home now. After a night of fighting and reclaiming some territory, the defense line of the Xiao family appeared almost non-existent, which delighted them, thinking that Xiaohu was afraid. After all, the united strength of the 3 major families, along with the support of the city lord's office, was far stronger than the Xiao family. Moreover, the Beast Emperor-level powerhouse Su Tianzong had yet to make a move. If Su Tianzong led his magical beasts, the Xiao family would probably not be able to hold on for a night, or so the heads of the 3 families thought. However, Su Tianzong's expression was not too relaxed. In his view, the series of actions by the Xiao family was too strange and did not resemble what Xiaohu would do at all. Furthermore, from the previous battle, the behavior of those mysterious individuals was completely different from that of the Xiao family's hidden guards. Last night's fighting was the same. During the retreat, the Xiao family's hidden guards did not rush to leave first. Instead, they covered the retreat of those mysterious individuals before hastily departing. Although these mysterious individuals were with the Xiao family, It seemed that the Xiao family was merely assisting them and might even be taking orders from them. The assistance that the Xiao family sought was likely a presence comparable to mine, so continued to investigate their identity. Thinking of this, Su Tianzong was filled with worry. He felt very strange throughout this journey. If this were the case, then the identity of the opponent must be quite high, likely on par with Su Tianzong himself. If the opponent also possessed a Beast Emperor-level magical beast, then it would make sense for the Xiao family to act this way. If a magical beast reached the Beast Emperor level, it would be easy to contend against 10 Beast King-level beasts simultaneously. If the mysterious individuals assisting the Xiao family were all Beast King level, there would be no need for others to intervene. Su Tianzong alone, with one beast, would be enough to eliminate them. However, if the opponent also had Beast Emperor-level magical beasts, then this matter would be difficult to resolve. Due to the lack of information about the opponent, Su Tianzong and his group had no means to investigate and could only speculate about who they might be. The Meteor Star Kingdom had dozens of beast tamers who had reached the Beast Emperor level. Some were ministers of the Meteor Star Kingdom, while others were city lords from other cities. Su Tianzong was well acquainted with their names, appearances, and their magical beasts, and he maintained good relations with them. Even those with whom he was not close had never had conflicts with him, so it was basically impossible for them to be people from the Meteor Star Kingdom. However, outside the Meteor Star Kingdom, Su Tianzong was not very clear about figures from other countries, knowing only a couple of very famous individuals. After ruling out the possibility of them being from the Meteor Star Kingdom, Su Tianzong speculated whether they might be from other countries. There were two major countries bordering the Meteor Star Kingdom. One was the Snow Country to the north, and the other was the Desert Country to the west. However, the three countries had signed a permanent peace treaty hundreds of years ago, and the rulers of the three nations guaranteed that no wars would occur thereafter, and their descendants would not infringe upon other nations upon inheriting the throne. Otherwise, the other nation would intervene to help the invaded country repel the enemy. This treaty had been in effect for hundreds of years without being broken by any of the three parties. However, Su Tianzong was now speculating that these mysterious individuals assisting the Xiao family were sent from one of the other two countries. If they were indeed from other countries, the seriousness of the situation would escalate significantly, as this would involve issues between nations, rather than just the Xiao family's desire to occupy Lintian City. Although further investigation was needed, Su Tianzong decided to report to the ruler of Anjing City to ensure that the ruler tightened border control. You will send this letter to the ruler. After writing a letter, Su Tianzong called a guard to quickly deliver it to Anjing City. Yes, Lord City Master. Immediately, a guard obeyed the command, boarding a magical beast and heading towards Anjing City. Although a portion of the area occupied by the Xiao family had been reclaimed last night, during the day, that group of mysterious individuals once again led personnel to engage in battle with the guards of the city lord's office. This time, they did not retreat easily but instead launched an extremely fierce attack on the guards. Moreover, they seemed to have united, appearing to be planning an assault on the northern city gate of Lintian City to occupy that gate. Their actions were surely aimed at opening the city gate to allow hidden reinforcements from outside to enter and coordinate with them inside the city. 3 family heads. You lead your respective teams to guard the other 3 city gates. I will lead the remaining generals of the city lord's office to support the northern city gate. Upon receiving the news, Su Tianzong personally led a few people to provide support and prevent them from occupying the city gate. Ding. The divine level selection system is now running. Making a selection. Please make a choice. Host. Option 1. Stay in the city lord's office. Reward. 1,000 gold coins. Option 2. Go to the northern city gate with Su Tianzong. Reward. 3,000 thunder movement second layer. Please make your choice within 30 seconds. As Su Tianzong spoke, the system's prompt sound rang in Su Feng's mind. Chapter 45. Saint Body Empowerment. Techniques emerge frequently. This time, regardless of the rewards, Su Feng would choose the second option. Father, I'm going to. Seeing Su Tianzong preparing to leave, Su Feng hurriedly followed. Su Tianzong did not refuse and allowed Su Feng to accompany him to the northern city gate. Calm. The moment Su Feng's mind entered, the scroll of the thunder movement technique instantly transformed into a ball of purple light, merging into Su Feng's consciousness. As the purple light merged into his body, Su Feng's eyes flashed with several streams of purple light, and a faint layer of purple mist appeared around him, radiating an extremely powerful aura. Is this the second layer of thunder movement? Su Feng felt the power flowing within him, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then, with a push off his toes, he instantly transformed into a streak of purple light, disappearing from his original spot and catching up with Su Tianzong and the others who had already walked far ahead. Compared to the first layer, the speed of the second layer had increased significantly. Moreover, Su Feng could feel that if he utilized all his current power, the speed of thunder movement would continue to accelerate. Swish! As Su Tianzong rushed towards the northern city gate, he suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing from behind, even sensing a hint of electricity. Turning around, he saw Su Feng standing beside him, and Su Tianzong noticed the purple light flowing in Su Feng's eyes. "Fenger, what is this?" Su Tianzong asked with curiosity, having previously noticed that Su Feng had fallen behind the group by several dozen meters, thinking he was organizing something. But upon turning back, Su Feng appeared next to him, and he distinctly felt a trace of electricity. "This is just a little technique I learned," Su Feng replied slowly. There was no need to hide anything from his father, so Su Feng spoke calmly. "Technique." Hearing Su Feng say it was a technique he practiced, Su Tianzong was somewhat puzzled. Although there are many martial arts in the Lord's Mansion and also in the Crimson Fire Academy, it seems he has never encountered a martial art like Su Feng's. It contains a hint of lightning attribute, and more precisely, it should be an extremely advanced movement technique. Su Tianzong felt very curious about where Su Feng obtained these martial arts, but now is not the time to discuss these issues. The dark guards of the Shao family and those mysterious individuals have already begun to attack the city gate, and they must hurry to defend the gate's line of defense. Hundreds of guards have already rushed to the northern city gate to counterattack the enemy's offensive. Meanwhile, the dark guards of the Shao family and those mysterious individuals have nearly 100 personnel, along with dozens of magical beasts, 5 or 6 of which have reached the Beast King level. This group of mysterious individuals commanded their magical beasts to violently crash into the defenses set up by the guards at the northern city gate. The dark guards of the Shao family, armed with weapons, charged towards the gate guards without hesitation, engaging them in close combat. Even when the guards' magical beasts bit and crashed into them, they showed no fear, aiming to prevent the guards from stopping the magical beasts of the mysterious individuals. It was evident that the magical beasts of these mysterious individuals had already broken through the first line of defense, while over half of the dark guards from the Shao family had sacrificed themselves, just as they were about to attack the next line of defense. A fierce and majestic heavenly demon phoenix suddenly appeared beside them. With a single strike, it swept away all the dark guards of the Shao family present, severely injuring several mysterious individuals as well. This heavenly demon phoenix is the magical beast of Su Tianzong, having reached the peak of the Beast Emperor level, making those Beast King level magical beasts no match at all. In just a few moves, they were knocked dozens of meters away, heavily injured and collapsed on the ground. "It's the Lord's heavenly demon phoenix. The Lord has come to save us. How wonderful." Seeing Su Tianzong's heavenly demon phoenix appear, the guards were extremely excited. In the previous battle, due to the desperate attack of the dark guards of the Shao family, there had already been a large number of casualties among the guards at the northern city gate, and the magical beasts had also suffered varying degrees of damage. Fortunately, Su Tianzong and the others arrived in time, which prevented further casualties among the guards. A group of Beast King level magical beasts could not withstand the assault and were instead heavily struck down by the heavenly demon phoenix. "Withdraw." As Su Tianzong's offensive grew fiercer, a mysterious individual shouted for the others to retreat. However, just as they were fleeing in panic, Su Feng seized the opportunity to use the 3000 thunder movement, charging towards them. The strange and swift movement technique made it impossible for them to catch Su Feng, who instead knocked them down one by one. Using the rapid maneuverability of the 3000 thunder movement, Su Feng weaved through the group and employed the ninefold phoenix fire technique to take them down, leaving them barely alive. However, Su Feng did not stop. Instead, he lunged at a mysterious individual. "You seek death." The mysterious individual targeted by Su Feng saw him charging over, halted his escape, and turned to face Su Feng. He pulled out a sharp dagger from his sleeve and thrust it towards Su Feng. Clang! When the dagger struck Su Feng, it emitted a sound of metal clashing. And to his shock, the dagger in the mysterious individual's hand shattered. "What kind of body is this?" The mysterious individual was stunned. He clearly felt he had stabbed Su Feng's flesh and not any armor. Yet it made a metallic sound, and his dagger shattered, leaving him utterly bewildered. But Su Feng would not explain much to him. Just as the mysterious individual attempted to attack Su Feng again, upon making contact, Su Feng suddenly vanished from his original spot, leaving only a hint of lightning attribute, while Su Feng had already appeared behind him. The mysterious individual reacted relatively quickly, immediately turning around to prepare for an attack. However, Su Feng unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking into the individual's body and knocking him unconscious. This attack was made possible by Su Feng using the lightning pattern pill, generating electricity through the 3000 thunder movement. Even Su Feng was surprised that this technique could actually knock someone out cold. "We need to save him." A few fleeing mysterious individuals saw their comrade being knocked out by Su Feng and hurriedly rushed back to rescue him. However, Su Tianzong and the commanders were close behind them. If they turned around to save this individual, they would likely be trapped as well. With no other choice, they had to abandon the rescue and continue fleeing towards the area occupied by the Shao family. During this time, The dark guards of the Shao family continued to stay behind this group of mysterious individuals, buying time for their escape. Chapter 46, Mysterious Identity, Meteor Star Snow Country. In the pursuit, Su Feng also launched a fire attack, knocking down the dark guards of the Shao family who had not managed to escape. This was the ninefold Phoenix Fire technique, a mid-level Earth-grade attack technique that had never appeared in this world before. Its power was immense, and Su Feng relied on this move, combined with the 3000 Thunder movement, to take down a large number of Shao family's dark guards. Su Tianzong and his commanders only stopped pursuing once they reached the area occupied by the Shao family. It seems this group has taken some precautions to protect their identities. Su Tianzong remarked, looking at the small pill in Su Feng's hand. Had Su Feng not knocked him out, this individual would certainly have ingested poison and died on the spot. After this, the Shao family and those mysterious individuals fell silent for a while. In the Shao family courtyard, a group of mysterious individuals knelt on one knee in the courtyard. Aside from Xiao Hu and the Shao family members present, the two most mysterious individuals were seated in chairs, watching the group of mysterious individuals before them. Reporting to you, my lord. One of our people was knocked out and captured by the enemy. They likely captured him alive. The reporting mysterious individual said tremulously. Bang! One of the mysterious individuals seated in the chair angrily slammed the armrest, shattering the wooden armrest into pieces, and stood up. What are your Shao family's dark guards doing? You can't even protect my people? The furious mysterious individual turned his head towards Xiao Hu, speaking in a raging tone. This sudden reprimand caused Xiao Hu, who was standing nearby, to immediately kneel down in fear, not daring to make eye contact. However, as he knew, the reason the mysterious individual was captured was entirely because he attempted to counterattack Su Feng and thus left the retreating troops. The dark guards of the Shao family had always been at the back, delaying for these mysterious individuals, resulting in nearly the entire force of Shao family's dark guards being wiped out. Yet this mysterious individual turned around and still placed the blame on the Shao family, which made Xiao Hu very displeased, but due to the other party's identity and strength, he dared not voice his grievances. At this moment, he could only silently kneel on the ground, bowing his head to take on this responsibility. If he dared to utter a word of complaint, he believed this irascible mysterious individual would kill him without hesitation. Cold sweat trickled down Xiao Hu's forehead, and his clothes were already soaked through. Trembling on the ground, he allowed the other party to scold him. The other elders of the Shao family present also dared not make a sound, merely watching Xiao Hu, the head of the Shao family, being scolded without any semblance of authority. Although they harbored much discontent, they similarly did not dare to complain to the other party. The relationship between the Shao family and these mysterious individuals did not seem like cooperation from the beginning, but rather a master-servant relationship. The Shao family was the servant, while these mysterious individuals were the masters. Even ordinary mysterious individuals held a higher status here than the elders. After the irritable mysterious individual scolded Xiao Hu for a long time, he finally stopped, and another mysterious individual also stood up from his seat. After that person was captured by them, they would definitely investigate our identities. It seems we can't afford to drag this out any longer. While the support from the Meteorite Kingdom hasn't arrived yet, we need to speed up our actions. Another mysterious figure said slowly. His words indicated that preparations were to begin for a direct takeover of Lintian City. These two mysterious figures had not appeared at the fighting scene from the beginning until now. It had always been the dark guards of the Shao family and other mysterious individuals confronting the guards of the City Lord's mansion inside the city. Now that one mysterious person had been captured alive by the City Lord's mansion, their identities were likely to be exposed as well. Taking advantage of the fact that Su Tianzong and the others had not fully reacted yet, they prepared to take Lintian City in one fell swoop. However, at present, they were not in a hurry to send people to fight the guards of the City Lord's mansion head-on. They still had a group of personnel hiding outside Lintian City, so their next target was still to occupy a city gate, allowing the support from the outside to enter the city. Inside the City Lord's mansion, a person was tied up and placed in front of the mansion. Fenger, where did you learn those techniques you used earlier? I've never seen them before. Su Tianzong asked curiously about the techniques Su Feng had used. To be honest, even as the City Lord of Lintian City, having seen countless martial arts, he had never encountered the techniques displayed by Su Feng. However, it seemed that one was a lightning movement technique, and the other was a fire attribute attacking technique. Moreover, he had also seen Su Feng's body crush the opponent's dagger, indicating that the strength of his physique was not inferior to that of some highly defensive magical beasts, perhaps even far surpassing them. These techniques were obtained by the child during his training outside, Su Feng replied. Although these techniques were not a secret, due to the existence of the system, Su Feng decided to keep it hidden. However, it could indeed be considered as something Su Feng accidentally obtained during his training. Listening to Su Feng, Su Tianzong was somewhat skeptical, but did not ask further. He then instructed the guards to remove the mask and the disguise of the mysterious person. Upon removing the disguise, it was revealed that the person was wearing a set of clothing that was different from ordinary people, and the style did not match that of the Meteorite Kingdom. Furthermore, the mysterious person's appearance was slightly different from that of the people living in the Meteorite Kingdom. He had much more hair than the people of the Meteorite Kingdom, and his physique was somewhat robust and tall. Just by looking at the mysterious person's appearance, Su Tianzong was certain this person was not from the Meteorite Kingdom. The clothing and appearance had almost no resemblance to that of the people from the Meteorite Kingdom. Seeing the true face of this person, Su Tianzong felt a sinking feeling in his heart, confirming his previous thoughts. These mysterious individuals truly were infiltrators from other countries, and the concerns Su Tianzong had were indeed real. Although he had learned the identity of the other party, this matter really involved issues between nations, which made Su Tianzong's head ache. Based on Su Tianzong's experience, these mysterious individuals came from the Snow Country to the north of the Meteorite Kingdom. Chapter 47. The Extreme North, the Lingbing Sect. Moreover, the mysterious person's clothing was embroidered with a character Ling. Why was this person's clothing embroidered with the character Ling? Is there a major family with the surname Ling in the Meteorite Kingdom? It can't be a family. It looks more like some kind of organization. Looking at the character Ling on the mysterious person's clothing, the heads of the three major families present were somewhat stunned. As far as they knew, there seemed to be no major family with the surname Ling in the Meteorite Kingdom, nor was there any organization that used the character Ling as a symbol. The character Ling seemed somewhat familiar. Su Tianzong looked at the character on the mysterious person's clothing, lost in thought, as he felt he had seen it before, but couldn't recall it at the moment. For a while, everyone present was thinking, using the character Ling as a clue to consider the mysterious person's origin. Wake him up. After thinking for a long time, Su Tianzong decided to wake the person up and extract some information from him. Soon, a guard came over with a bucket of water and directly splashed it onto the mysterious person. The unconscious mysterious person let out a scream upon being splashed with cold water and woke up. As soon as he regained consciousness, he looked around in terror, very alert. After struggling a few times, he realized he was tied up with ropes, and upon turning his head, he saw a group of ordinary people standing at the door, all glaring at him. In front of him sat Su Tianzong and the other three family heads. He instinctively moved his tongue between his teeth, but did not notice that the poison he had hidden in his mouth had already been removed. Don't look for it. Your poison has already been taken away. Seeing the mysterious person's nervous appearance and his tongue still moving, Su Tianzong realized he was trying to find the poison to kill himself. But unfortunately, when he was knocked out by Su Feng, the poison had been taken out. Even so, don't think you can get any information from me, the mysterious person said firmly, showing no fear despite being in enemy territory. Su Tianzong signaled to the guards with a nod, and several guards brought various tools and placed them in front of the mysterious person. Upon seeing this, the mysterious person was instantly horrified, his hair standing on end. What do you want? The mysterious person looked at the various incomprehensible torture instruments before him, and fear finally showed in his eyes. I'll give you one last chance. If you voluntarily confess, you might avoid this pain. But if you insist on not speaking, Su Tianzong said very seriously to the mysterious person, almost word by word, making the mysterious person extremely frightened. No, I won't say anything, the mysterious person said in panic. Although he was still very scared, he feared that if he revealed his identity and was rescued later, it would be even more terrifying than the current situation. So he did not dare to easily expose his identity. Seeing that the mysterious person was so tight-lipped, Su Tianzong no longer hesitated, waved his hand, and directly had the guards restrain him on the torture device. Don't come over, don't come over. The mysterious person was restrained on the torture device and immediately let out a piercing scream. Watching the mysterious person being restrained and his expression of pain, the people gathered near the courtyard gate cheered, with no one feeling sympathy for him. It was not that people were cold-blooded, but these mysterious individuals not only destroyed buildings, but any civilians they encountered would also be killed by them. Stop, stop. I'll talk. After a while of torment, the mysterious person could no longer bear it and hurriedly said. Seeing that the mysterious person finally begged for mercy, Su Tianzong signaled the guards to stop and stood up from his seat. If I had known it would come to this, why endure this suffering? Speak, who are you? Where do you come from? And what is your purpose? Su Tianzong did not give the mysterious person any time to breathe and cut straight to the point, asking the key questions. After all, time was very tight, and Su Tianzong needed to quickly clarify the identity information of this group of people to determine how to deal with them later. We are people from the Snow Country. We came here just to find something. You really are from the Snow Country. Are you trying to provoke a war? Upon hearing the mysterious person say they were from the Snow Country, Su Tianzong was instantly enraged. This group of mysterious individuals suddenly invading Lintian City was clearly trying to incite a war between the two countries, which made Su Tianzong furious. On this continent, the three countries had finally calmed the flames of war and developed peacefully for over 100 years. Yet now the Snow Country could no longer hold back and was about to start a war. No, we are from the Lingbing sect. We just came here to take something. That's all I know, please let me go. The mysterious person hurriedly explained when he saw Su Tianzong thinking they had come to incite war. They were only here to retrieve something, but he was not clear about what it was. He didn't want to stay any longer and revealed everything he knew, pleading with Su Tianzong to let him leave. The Lingbing sect, I see. But what exactly do you want to take in Lingtian City? Upon hearing the name of the Lingbing sect, Su Tianzong suddenly recalled the character Ling. The Lingbing sect is a powerful sect within the Snow Country, comparable in status and strength to the Beast Master Temple in the Fallen Star Country. No wonder this group of mysterious individuals had concealed their appearances so thoroughly. They wanted to cause a commotion in Lingtian City to find what they were looking for. But what could be in Lingtian City that they valued so much? They even sent so many people to infiltrate, risking a conflict between the two countries, and this group had also killed the citizens within the city. Although he learned this information, Su Tianzong still did not dare to relax. The Lingbing sect's people wanted to take something from Lingtian City, but they were so high profile about it. Could it be that they intended to blame the Shao family afterward? And what kind of item could provoke such aggressiveness from them? Although many questions remained unanswered, it seemed that this mysterious person did not know much either. So Su Tianzong had to be on high alert regarding the Shao family and the Lingbing sect. No matter what their intentions were, Su Tianzong would not let them have their way. Chapter 48. The Elder steps in, 9 Dragons' Fiery Fury. After gathering all the information he could from the mysterious person, Su Tianzong signaled for the guards at the gate of the courtyard to withdraw. He then went to discuss matters with the generals and 3 family heads. In the courtyard, only the mysterious person remained tied up, helplessly shouting. At first, the onlookers did not move, but once the guards and Su Tianzong left, they slowly entered the courtyard. What do you want? Mayor Su, let me go. I've already told you everything I know, please let me go. The mysterious person panicked as he saw Su Tianzong and the guards leave, and the crowd began to enter the courtyard. He struggled desperately to free himself, but the ropes binding him were very tight. The people slowly approached him, rolling up their sleeves and glaring at him fiercely. This group of mysterious individuals had killed their relatives and friends during the earlier fight, and naturally, the people wanted to take out their anger on him. Without saying a word, they unleashed their fury. In the courtyard, cries of anguish and curses echoed. So much so that even the guards patrolling outside the mayor's residence could hear the dreadful shouts. However, they paid no mind and continued their patrol around the mayor's residence. Father, is this Lingbing sect very powerful? Su Feng was curious about this sect, as he was not familiar with the forces from other countries. The Lingbing sect is a major sect in the Snow Country, similar to our Beast Master Temple. Su Tianzong explained, and Su Feng immediately understood. Realizing that they were likely using the mayor of Lingtian City to have the Shao family assist them in acquiring what they wanted. However, in my view, the Shao family is merely their pawn. In the end, all that happened will be blamed on the Shao family. Report. Before Su Tianzong could finish his sentence, a guard suddenly rushed in, looking somewhat flustered. Reporting to the mayor, the Shao family and those mysterious individuals are gathering and approaching the mayor's residence. What? Upon hearing this news, Su Tianzong immediately became alert. They were going to confront the mayor's residence directly. Could it be that what they wanted was inside? Combining the earlier intelligence, Su Tianzong speculated that what they wanted was likely within the mayor's residence. However, as the mayor, Su Tianzong naturally knew what was in the treasury. It was merely some precious pills, weapons, and treasures. Although some were rare, Su Tianzong felt they were not after those. All generals, prepare yourselves. Each family head give their orders. But now was not the time for him to overthink. He immediately issued orders for all personnel to get ready. Hundreds of guards and nearly 100 magical beasts quickly gathered in front of the mayor's residence, moving towards the Shao family's group. The two sides eventually met on the famous Triumph Street in Lingtian City. Su Tianzong's side had gathered over 100 magical beasts and several hundred guards, while the Shao family and the Lingbing sect had only just over 100 people, and their magical beasts numbered only a few dozen. On the surface, the combined combat power of the Shao family and the Lingbing sect was significantly lower than that of Su Tianzong's side. Moreover, Su Tianzong's magical beasts were at the peak of the Beast Emperor level, making it seem that the Shao family had little chance of winning this battle. Xiaohu, come out. With a shout, the head of the Wang family, Wang Zongchong, stepped forward from his group, calling out Xiaohu's name. Old man Wang, long time no see. Xiaohu slowly walked out from the group of the Shao family and the mysterious individuals. After sizing up Su Tianzong's group, despite their larger numbers, he showed no signs of worry on his face. Young Lord Su Feng, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Upon seeing Su Feng and Su Tianzong's group, Xiaohu spoke arrogantly and glanced back at the two mysterious individuals behind him. Xiaohu, you collude with outsiders to try to take over Lingtian City. Are you not afraid of the National Lord's wrath? Su Feng said slowly. If Xiaohu were to occupy Lingtian City, the National Lord of Anjing City would surely send troops, and when the Lingbing sect's people left, he would end up with nothing. If you want to punish me, you'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. After inviting the two mysterious individuals out, Xiaohu grew even more arrogant. These two mysterious individuals were the backing for his boldness in instigating the uprising. If Su Feng and the others wanted to punish him, they first needed to defeat these two mysterious individuals. However, one of the mysterious individuals closest to Xiaohu suddenly swung his hand and sent Xiaohu flying. Xiaohu was stunned. The Xiao family members were also taken aback, and Su Tianzong's group watched this scene in disbelief. Internal strife? My lord, what is the meaning of this? A dazed Xiaohu looked at the mysterious individual, confused. Mayor Su, young Lord Su Feng, greetings. The mysterious individual who struck Xiaohu actually greeted Su Tianzong and Su Feng. This action left everyone stunned. Earlier, they had been fighting fiercely and glaring at each other. So why was this mysterious individual, who appeared to be a leader, now trying to ingratiate himself with Su Tianzong? Are you elders of the Lingbing sect? Su Tianzong asked about their identity, suspecting that they were high-ranking elders within the Lingbing sect. Mayor Su has good eyesight. We are indeed elders of the Lingbing sect. I am the 5th elder, Xuelingyun, and he is the 6th elder, Feng. The mysterious individual said, removing his mask to reveal his true appearance. And the other mysterious individual also took off his mask. This sudden revelation of identity caught Su Tianzong off guard. Elders of the Lingbing sect. What are you here for in Lingtian City? What do you want to take? Su Tianzong wanted to figure out what the other party was trying to take away, especially with two elders suddenly appearing. The 9-dragon Thunderfire in the Purple Thunder Academy's treasury, Xuelingyun said slowly. You want the 9-dragon Thunderfire from the Purple Thunder Academy? Why are you causing such a commotion in my Lingtian City? Could it be that this is a deal you made with the Xiao family? Hearing Xuelingyun's words, Su Tianzong was immediately furious. What they wanted was in the Purple Thunder Academy, so why come to Lingtian City to kill the citizens and guards? They must have reached some agreement with the Xiao family. Chapter 49, the head of the Xiao family falls. Upon hearing Su Tianzong's words, Xuelingyun smiled. That's right. We agreed to help them take Lingtian City in exchange for the 9-dragon Thunderfire in Xiao Wenlei's hands. Xuelingyun did not hide anything and directly revealed the content of their deal with the Xiao family. Aren't you afraid we will be on guard since you disclosed your plan? Upon hearing Xuelingyun lay out their entire plan, Su Tianzong was momentarily stunned. However, Xuelingyun seemed unconcerned. Because we have noticed a better alternative. As he spoke, Xuelingyun's gaze locked onto Su Feng. What do you mean by that? Su Feng noticed that Xuelingyun was looking at him as he spoke, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. What alternative? What does the 9-dragon Thunderfire have to do with him? How can he be something that can be replaced? Su Feng did not understand the meaning of his words. The 9-dragon Thunderfire was a rare fire of heaven and earth, and he, Su Feng, was just a person. How could he be a replacement? We want the fire attribute magical beast that belongs to young Master Su Feng. As a condition, we can abandon our cooperation with the Xiao family and will compensate for the losses incurred during this period. Xuelingyun pointed at Su Feng and explained slowly. Hearing this, Xiaohu became uneasy. Xuelingyun and the others were going to abandon them. If that were the case, wouldn't either Xiao family have to die? How could he allow such a thing to happen? He hurriedly stood up and walked to Xuelingyun's side. Elder Lingyun, you can't do this. We had an agreement. You can't abandon us. Xiaohu pleaded with Xuelingyun, taking out the contract they had signed earlier from his storage ring and placing it in front of Xuelingyun. However, Feng snatched the contract from Xiaohu's hands, destroyed it completely, and sent Xiaohu flying several meters away. Xiaohu fell to the ground, unconscious. Seeing Xiaohu being sent flying, everyone from the Xiao family present was shocked and hurried over to check on his condition. Is he dead? One elder from the Xiao family who arrived first felt Xiaohu's pulse and said in horror. Xiaohu was killed by Feng's strike. You elders of the Ice Spirit sect have no credibility. I will fight you to the end. The members of the Xiao family glared fiercely at Xuelingyun and Feng, charging towards them in unison. However, Xuelingyun and Feng ignored them and nodded to a mysterious person beside them. Immediately, the members of the Xiao family and the people from the Ice Spirit sect that Xuelingyun and Feng brought were wiped out. The Xiao family had no power to resist and were completely exterminated. The Xiao family was thoroughly finished. Watching the Xiao family and the Ice Spirit sect fight each other and ultimately be wiped out, the three family heads present felt a wave of fear. The Ice Spirit sect was too powerful, and they were even more ruthless than the Xiao family. As elders of the Ice Spirit sect, To kill former partners without hesitation was simply shocking. However, Xuelingyun and Feng remained unfazed. City Master Su, how do you see our sincerity? As long as you hand over that fire attribute magical beast belonging to your son, we will withdraw from Lingtian City and compensate for all losses afterward. What do you think? Xuelingyun said slowly to Su Tianzong, looking at Su Feng. Ding. The super selection system is running, initiating the next selection. Please make a choice within 30 seconds. Option 1. Agree to the conditions and hand over the Zhuke. Reward. 1,000 gold coins. Option 2. Refuse the conditions and escape alone. Reward. 2,000 gold coins. Option 3. Refuse the conditions and fight to the end with the Ice Spirit Sect. Reward. 9-fold Phoenix Fire Decision 3rd level. As soon as Xuelingyun finished speaking, the system's voice rang in Su Feng's mind. Su Feng would naturally not choose the first option. If a divine beast could be measured by items, he wouldn't agree even if offered an entire country for the Zhuke, regardless of the reward. The second option was to let Su Feng flee in the heat of battle. As the young city master, how could he possibly do such a thing? Thus, Su Feng decisively chose the third option to elevate his 9-fold Phoenix Fire Decision to the 3rd level. I refuse. After selecting the third option, Su Feng rejected Xuelingyun. Immediately, a scroll of the 9-fold Phoenix Fire Decision appeared in Su Feng's mind and merged into his consciousness. Feeling the surging fire elemental aura within him, Su Feng skillfully grasped the 3rd level of the 9-fold Phoenix Fire Decision. Young City Master Su, please don't act impulsively. Think carefully before making a decision. Hearing Su Feng's outright refusal, Xuelingyun did not rush to act, but instead urged Su Feng to consider it. After all, it was best to avoid conflict, and as long as Su Feng agreed, they would not only withdraw from Lingtian City, but also compensate for all losses. They felt this was the best choice for Su Tianzong and the others right now, because as elders of the Ice Spirit Sect, their strength was certainly higher. Su Tianzong also realized this. He knew a bit about the Ice Spirit Sect, and the elders within the sect were all beast masters with level magical beasts. Their magical beasts surely reaching the Beast Emperor level. If a fight broke out, even if they had more Beast King level magical beasts, only Su Tianzong would have a Beast Emperor level. Although Su Tianzong's magical beast was at the peak of the Beast Emperor level, facing 2 Beast Emperor level magical beasts at once was still somewhat overwhelming. However, Su Tianzong would never agree to let Su Feng call out his magical beast. If you want my son's magical beast, you have to step over my dead body, Su Tianzong said fiercely. Despite the other party's strong power, he was not afraid of them, and the support from Anjing City was also on the way. That's right. Now Su Feng possesses the 2nd level of 3,000 thunder moves and the 3rd level of the 9-fold Phoenix Fire Decision. Combined with the ancient holy body and the divine power of the Azure Dragon and Zhuke, they shouldn't even think about taking advantage of him. We have more people and magical beasts than you. We can just fight it out. Are we afraid of you? The people of the Ice Spirit Sect were utterly ruthless, and they would not negotiate with them. Now that the Ice Spirit Sect had dealt with the members and magical beasts of the Shao family, Su Tianzong's side had far more beast kings than them. Moreover, the actions of the 2 elders from the Ice Spirit Sect earlier, without any bottom line, made everyone very disgusted. The 3 family heads present, along with the generals of Lingtian City, all stood ready, prepared for a fight to the death. Chapter 50, Wanting the Divine Beast, Offer a Nation in Exchange. Seeing that Su Tianzong and the others were not considering their conditions at all, Xuelingyun shook his head helplessly. I don't want to fight with you. Since you disagree with what I said, don't blame us for being heartless. Saying this, Xuelingyun and Feng summoned their magical beasts. Elders Xuelingyun and Feng did not appear in the previous battle, and no one had seen their magical beasts. But before they could see their magical beasts, a terrifying pressure immediately descended upon everyone present. The oppressive feeling brought by 2 Beast Emperor level magical beasts made all the Beast King level magical beasts present tremble. From behind this group of Lingbing sect personnel, 2 massive magical beasts slowly approached, bringing with them a chilling aura. What kind of magical beasts are these? I've never seen them before. So cold. Are they Ice attribute magical beasts? As the 2 magical beasts drew closer, the guards present began to speculate about what kind of beasts they were. In the country of Yunxing, the seasons are like spring all year round, with only a few areas being relatively cold, so Ice attribute magical beasts are rarely seen, and there is little knowledge about them. However, Snow Country is different. Most of the magical beasts in their country are primarily Ice attribute, and there is a wide variety. But due to the harsh environment, these Ice attribute magical beasts are also extremely formidable. The magical beast of Xuelingyun is the Icefield Wolf, while the magical beast of Feng is the Ice Bear King. Both of these magical beasts are powerful creatures from Snow Country, and they are now at the Beast Emperor level. Their strength is formidable and doesn't need further explanation. Just the intense chill emanating from them is overwhelming. Most of the people present were seeing such magical beasts for the first time, except for Su Tianzong, the city lord, who had once had the fortune to witness some ice attribute magical beasts from Snow Country. He had some understanding of the Icefield Wolf and Ice Bear King and knew well their strength. It seems they have also reached the Beast Emperor level, which gives Su Tianzong a headache. 2 ice attribute magical beasts at the Beast Emperor level cannot be dealt with solely by his summoned beasts. He can only rely on his peak Beast Emperor level strength to stall them for a while. City Lord Su, you still have a chance to reconsider. I believe the outcome of a fight between you and us is not difficult to guess, Xuelingyun said, not rushing to attack, but instead giving Su Tianzong and the others another opportunity to choose. He and Feng summoned their magical beasts only to demonstrate their strength to Su Tianzong and the others, hoping to make them retreat. At the beginning, they had investigated Su Tianzong's strength and that of the others. The Beast King level magical beasts were not significant to them. But Su Tianzong's Tianyao Phoenix had reached the peak Beast Emperor level, even though they had 2 Beast Emperor level magical beasts. It wouldn't be that simple to fight against Su Tianzong. Moreover, the ruler of Yunqing must have sensed something by now. Their time was running out, and they needed to obtain Su Feng's Zhuke and leave Yunqing. Xuelingyun had previously sent several people to the Beastmaster Holy Temple's Zilei Academy to find Xiao Wenlei from the Xiao family to obtain the 9 Dragons Thunderfire with Xiao paw print. However, the main goal was still Su Feng's Zhuke. To get the Zhuke before the reinforcements from Anjing City arrived, they had to let Su Tianzong and the others reconsider to avoid conflict if possible. What do you want my son's Zhuke for? Do you think the conditions you mentioned can compare to a divine beast? He knew that Xuelingyun and the others were more anxious than he was. After all, they were in Yunqing, not their Snow Country. If they waited for the ruler's reinforcements to arrive, neither of them would be able to leave. However, he was also curious about why Xuelingyun and the others wanted Su Feng's Zhuke and why they previously wanted the 9 Dragons Thunderfire from the treasure vault of Zilei Academy. The 9 Dragons Thunderfire is a particularly powerful fire attribute, and Zhuke also possesses incredibly terrifying fire attribute attacks. The commonality between the two is their exceptionally strong fire attributes. But Lingbing sect is a sect from Snow Country, which mostly consists of ice attribute magical beasts. Why do they want powerful fire attributes? Su Tianzong found it hard to understand why Xuelingyun and the others were so eager. There's no harm in telling you. Xuelingyun readily agreed and took out 3 scrolls from his ring, tossing them to Su Tianzong and the others. These 3 scrolls depict 3 magical beasts from the Misty Ice Field in our Snow Country. They are called Titan Snow Ape King, Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, and Ice Sky Snow Maiden. These 3 magical beasts are collectively known as the 3 great kings of the extreme north in our Snow Country and are incredibly powerful. We want Su Feng's Zhuke to suppress the ice attributes of these 3 magical beasts with its strong fire attributes. As you know, in our Snow Country, there are only a large number of ice attribute magical beasts, and to deal with these 3 beasts, we need something with a powerful fire attribute to suppress their abilities. Previously, the Xiao family contacted us, saying they could use the 9 Dragons Thunderfire as a condition for us to help them capture Lintian City. But when we arrived, we found that the fire attribute abilities of Su Feng's magical beast seemed to be even stronger than the 9 Dragons Thunderfire. So if you agree to give us the Zhuke, the previous promise still stands, and we can also compensate with other things, as long as we have them. We will definitely agree. Xuelingyun explained their purpose to everyone, introduced the 3 great kings of the extreme north, and expressed their willingness to exchange for anything they could provide as compensation. It seems you must want my Zhuke? After hearing Xuelingyun's words, Su Feng became somewhat interested in the so-called 3 great kings of the extreme north, and it seemed that Xuelingyun and the others were determined to exchange for the Zhuke. Yes, we will do our utmost to compensate young Master Su Feng. Xuelingyun promised Su Feng. If you want to exchange, that's fine, Su Feng said slowly. Really? That's great. Young Master Su Feng is indeed a reasonable person. Hearing Su Feng's words, Xuelingyun felt a glimmer of hope and hurriedly praised Su Feng. Trade you with your Snow Country. Before Xuelingyun could be too happy, Su Feng slowly uttered the second half of his sentence. Instantly, everyone present was stunned, and Xuelingyun and the others looked at Su Feng in shock. Their eyes wide open, almost as large as copper bells. Are you toying with us? Lingbing sect is just a major sect in Snow Country. How could they have such power to exchange Su Feng's Zhuke with the entire Snow Country? Moreover, they were not even sure if obtaining this Zhuke would truly allow them to subdue the 3 great kings of the extreme north. Su Feng, opening his mouth to ask them to trade the entire Snow Country for the Zhuke, felt like he was mocking them. Even Xuelingyun, who usually had a good temper, couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. A child not yet 20 years old dares to toy with us. Don't waste words with them. Let's just seize that divine beast directly. The hot-tempered Xuelingfeng couldn't hold back anymore. Su Feng's words indicated that they would not be handing over the divine beast for exchange. Rather than waste time talking with Su Feng and the others, it would be better to just fight and forcefully take it. They didn't have much time left, and since Su Feng showed no intention of exchanging, they could no longer waste time. The reinforcements from Yunqing were about to arrive, and they had to hurry. If you don't agree, then don't blame us for taking action. Everyone attack. Seeing that mediation was impossible, Shui Lingyun no longer delayed and ordered the members of Lingbing sect to attack Su Tianzong and the others. Leaders and elders from each family, prepare for battle. Seeing that Shui Lingyun no longer wanted to talk, Su Tianzong also gave the order for all Beast King level magical beasts and elders from each family with Beast King level strength to engage in battle. Dozens of Beast King level magical beasts fought simultaneously on the streets of Lintian City, creating an incredibly shocking scene. This kind of spectacle usually occurs only in the wild, in magical beast forests, and is rarely seen in cities. However, the number of Beast King level magical beasts on Su Tianzong's side was double that of Shui Lingyun and the others. Originally, if they hadn't killed the Shao family members, there would have been around 10 of them, but now they are left with only 6. Suddenly, several ice spikes shot towards Su Tianzong and his Beast King level magical beasts. Instantly, 3 Beast King level magical beasts were unable to dodge in time and were struck by multiple ice spikes, heavily injured and falling to the ground, losing their combat ability. This was the ice attribute attack released by Shui Lingyun's Ice Field Wolf, and the ice spikes had a freezing effect when they hit these magical beasts. Su City Lord, although your Beast King level magical beasts outnumber ours, this battle mainly depends on us. Do you really think that with just you and one beast, you can defeat us? After slightly showcasing her strength, Shui Lingyun slowly said, Humph, Shui Lingyun's words are indeed not false. The outcome of the battle primarily depends on the confrontation of both sides' top powers, even if both sides have a larger number of secondary combat forces. If one side's top combat power can defeat the other as strongest, then there is no chance of reversing the outcome of the battle. However, Su Tianzong would not easily compromise with them. As long as he could delay until reinforcements arrived, he would be able to turn the situation around. Tian Yaohuang, let them see your strength. Su Tianzong turned to his Tian Yaohuang and said, the Tian Yaohuang is a peak Beast Emperor level magical beast. If they think they can easily deal with it, they will surely regret it. Tweet. The Tian Yaohuang let out a bird call, flapping its wings and stirring up a strong wind. As a peak Beast Emperor level magical beast, its intelligence is not lower than that of humans. Upon hearing Su Tianzong's command, it immediately ignited its fighting spirit. Flapping its wings, it soared into the sky, shooting fiery feathers towards the Ice Field Wolf and Ice Bear. The ice spikes that were previously shot from the Ice Field Wolf were instantly melted by the fiery feathers, and several fiery feathers struck them. However, the fiery feathers did not cause much damage, as the surface temperature of their skin was extremely low. When the fiery feathers hit them, the originally scorching temperature quickly dropped, and they only suffered slight burns on their skin. Ling Feng, let's bring that Tian Yaohuang down together. After the Tian Yaohuang's attack dissipated, Shui Lingyun called out to Shui Lingfeng to attack Su Tianzong together. I've been eager to do this. Shui Lingfeng rubbed his hands and signaled his Ice Bear King to attack the Tian Yaohuang along with the Icefield Wolf. Instantly, the 2 Beast Emperor level ice attribute magical beasts launched their attacks towards the Tian Yaohuang, suspended in the sky. The 2 magical beasts summoned countless ice and snow, condensing into ice spikes the size of arms, shooting towards the Tian Yaohuang. Although the Tian Yaohuang fought hard to counterattack and neutralized most of the attacks, it still suffered some damage. Fortunately, it is at the peak of Beast Emperor level. Otherwise, an ordinary Beast Emperor level magical beast would likely have fallen directly in this battle. However, the guards of Lingtian City and the heads of the 3 major families watching this scene were all shocked. The battle of Beast Emperor level magical beasts is something they have rarely seen. The battle of Beast Emperor level magical beasts can easily destroy a city and is truly not on the same level as Beast King level ones. Su City Lord's Tian Yaohuang is indeed at the peak of Beast Emperor level. Even when facing 2 Beast Emperor level ice attribute magical beasts, it still has the strength to fight. However, the opponent is not weak either, being both Beast Emperor level and ice attribute magical beasts. If it weren't for Su City Lord's Tian Yaohuang being able to use fire attribute abilities, it would be a different story. Alright, now is not the time to discuss this. Let's quickly deal with their Beast King level magical beasts to help Su City Lord. The 3 family heads looked at Su Tianzong's Tian Yaohuang and the battle with the Icefield Wolf and Ice Bear King, even becoming somewhat mesmerized. However, this is not the time to watch a show. They must quickly deal with the opponent's Beast King level magical beasts and support Su Tianzong. Although the Tian Yaohuang has not yet lost its mysterious upper hand, the opponent has 2 Beast Emperor level magical beasts, and if the battle continues, The Tian Yao Huang will surely be defeated. This is not something they want to see, so they quickly took action. The heads of the three major families, along with the elders from each family, joined forces with Su Tianzong's generals to launch a siege against these Beast King-level magical beasts from the Icefield sect. Excluding the three Beast King-level magical beasts that were heavily injured by the ice spikes earlier, the combined fighting force of the three families and the City Lord's mansion now totals up to 11 Beast King-level magical beasts, with nearly twice the number. They surrounded these opponents, not letting a single person from the Icefield sect escape, and Su Feng was among them, surrounding them. He did not rush to release his divine beast, having just obtained the 9 layers of Phoenix Fire Decision and 3000 Thunder Movement. Su Feng had not yet tried the full power of these two techniques. Taking this opportunity, Su Feng wanted to understand these techniques better. The Beast King-level magical beasts were left to the family heads, elders, and generals, while he focused on the people from the Icefield sect. Chapter 52. Obtaining Thunder Illusion Body. 9 layers of Phoenix Decision. The encirclement had completely trapped this group of people. Now there were still more than a dozen people from the Icefield sect, 6 of whom were beast tamers of these Beast King-level magical beasts. Faced with a much larger number of people and magical beasts, they couldn't help but tremble slightly. However, the generals and family heads would not let them off easily. They had killed dozens of people who hadn't managed to evacuate during this time. And now it was time for them to pay. Attack. With a command from Lu Hao, the leader of the generals, everyone launched an attack from all sides towards the encircled Icefield sect personnel and magical beasts. Although the magical beasts of this group were also powerful ice attribute magical beasts, they had no chance to fight back under the pressure of numbers. As soon as these magical beasts tried to launch an attack, they would be interrupted by the general's magical beasts, giving them no opportunity to retaliate. 6 Beast King-level magical beasts fighting against 11 Beast King-level magical beasts was pure oppression. Even these ice attribute magical beasts, which thrived in harsh environments, could not withstand it. Ding. The divine selection system has been activated and is issuing a choice. Please make a choice, host. 1. Stand by and watch the show. Reward. Medium-grade armor. 2. Stay away from the battle area. Reward. Medium-grade spiritual weapon. 3. Take action to eliminate the Icefield sect personnel. Reward. 3000 Thunder Illusion Body. Please make a choice within 30 seconds. Hearing the system's prompt again in his mind, Su Feng hurriedly began to check this time's options and rewards. The first option was actually medium-grade armor, which is a good protective item for ordinary people, but Su Feng had the ancient sacred body, so he didn't care for the defensive capabilities of medium-grade armor at all. The second option offered a medium-grade spiritual weapon, which is also not bad. In the Fallen Star Kingdom, a medium-grade spiritual weapon is worth more than a medium-grade armor, and its value is also considerable. However, to be honest, Su Feng currently had no need to spend money, and as the young lord of Lingtian City, how could he possibly lack money? Although these medium-grade spiritual weapons and medium-grade armors are treasures in the eyes of others, they are not necessary for Su Feng. With the ancient sacred body, his defense is already stronger than many armors, and since he has 3000 Thunder Movement and 9 layers of Phoenix Fire Decision, he doesn't really need a medium-grade spiritual weapon either. So, Su Feng chose the third option and obtained the third volume of 3000 Thunder Movement, integrating it into his consciousness. 3000 Thunder Illusion Body. Once the third volume of 3000 Thunder Movement was fully integrated into his consciousness, the people of Lingtian City had already completely surrounded the members of the Icefield sect. Seizing the opportunity, Su Feng stealthily slipped into the encirclement and approached the group of Icefield sect personnel. Upon seeing Su Feng break in, the group was initially stunned, but then they started to laugh. Unexpectedly, as the young lord of Lingtian City, he actually ran into the encirclement. As long as they captured Su Feng as a hostage, they could resolve the crisis of being surrounded. Immediately, the members of the Lingbing sect, who were among a group of magical beasts, looked at the incoming Su Feng with sinister eyes, as if they viewed him as a meal on a plate. They possessed Beast King-level magical beasts, and their own abilities were naturally strong. Facing a teenager like Su Feng, they believed that any one of them could easily deal with him. However, Su Feng did not show any signs of fear on his face. Instead, he looked at this group as if they were prey, revealing a fierce glint in his eyes, which sent chills down their spines. Quick, capture him. Then threaten them to retreat, or our magical beasts won't hold out much longer. The members of the Lingbing sect were not considering why Su Feng had come here. Instead, they were secretly relieved that he had. Once they captured Su Feng, the young lord of Lingtian City, as a hostage, they did not believe that those surrounding them would dare to attack. Moreover, they could force Su Feng to obediently reveal his divine beast, which was simply perfect. However, Su Feng's entrance did not seem fearful. Instead, he regarded them as prey, which instilled a sense of fear in them. To them, This young man who was not yet 20 was just a kid. Although they felt that Su Feng was a bit strange, their magical beasts could not hold out much longer, and they had to capture Su Feng as a hostage to resolve the crisis they faced. Thus, the members of the Ling Bing sect, disregarding that Su Feng was alone, all charged at him together. They were all experienced beast masters, robust in every aspect, and believed that dealing with a teenager was a piece of cake. They quickly approached Su Feng, reaching out to grab him. Whoosh! As the first person charged towards Su Feng to grab him, Su Feng unexpectedly vanished from his original spot with an eerie movement technique, leaving him to grasp at nothing. Su Feng then appeared behind this person and struck him with a ninefold phoenix fire decision to his back. Instantly, red patterns spread from this person's back, and his clothes began to burn. The next moment, he turned into a human torch, screaming madly within the encirclement, struggling on the ground. In no time, he lay on the ground, lifeless. What did this kid just do? What incredible speed! How did he get behind him? And what kind of technique did he use? This kid is really strange. Everyone shouldn't underestimate him. Is this kid really only 18? After Su Feng directly eliminated one person, the members of the Ling Bing sect were stunned. Before they could grasp the situation, Su Feng had already taken one of them down. They couldn't see how Su Feng had moved behind this person, and the attack seemed to be a fire attribute technique, extremely domineering. According to their earlier investigation, Su Feng was just an 18-year-old beast master. How could he possess such high speed and such a powerful attack technique? They were all in their 30s, with robust physical qualities, not weak young people without combat power once separated from magical beasts. Yet Su Feng not only took down one person, but they also failed to see how he moved. For a moment, the members of the Ling Bing sect no longer dared to underestimate the 18-year-old Su Feng. After losing one person to Su Feng, they now had 10 left. Although they were much older than Su Feng and outnumbered him, the bizarre abilities he had just displayed were too unsettling. They formed another encirclement within the original encirclement to trap Su Feng. Chapter 53, 3,000 Illusions, Facing the Instructor. Seeing that this group had surrounded him, leaving no chance for Su Feng to escape, he was not worried at all. On the contrary, it was just as he wanted. Now that the 3,000 Thunder Movement and ninefold Phoenix Fire Decision had both reached the 3rd level, Su Feng was eager to test the combat power of these techniques and had no intention of escaping. Kid, no matter how difficult it is for you, since you voluntarily walked into the net, don't blame us for using numbers to bully the weak. One member of the Ling Bing sect spoke to Su Feng. The strange abilities Su Feng had previously displayed made them somewhat fearful, and they could not afford to rely on their numbers and age advantages to capture him. Their magical beasts had already been dealt with by the leaders of Lin Tian City and various families, and they didn't know when the next moment might come when they would be broken through. They did not want to be killed by the people of Lin Tian City. To survive, they had to capture Su Feng and threaten the others to retreat. Go ahead and try, Su Feng said coldly, not showing any signs of fear. In his eyes, these people were merely prey for him to practice on. Even with their numbers and their robust physical qualities, he felt not a shred of fear. But then, the Ling Bing sect member who had spoken suddenly raised the corner of his mouth, causing Su Feng to feel something was off. Whoosh! One of the members of the Ling Bing sect who had surrounded Su Feng stepped aside, and several ice spikes shot towards Su Feng from the gap. When Su Feng turned to look, the ice spikes were already in front of him. The other members of the Ling Bing sect smirked, believing that Su Feng would surely not be able to dodge. However, Su Feng merely smiled confidently and calmly, just as the ice spikes were about to touch his clothes. Whoosh! The next moment, Su Feng once again exhibited a movement technique that made him seem to disappear from the spot, leaving only a trace of electric current behind, while the ice spikes drove into the ground where he had just stood. What? How did he do that? Is this guy really only 18? The members of the Ling Bing sect were bewildered, staring blankly at the spot where Su Feng had just been standing. The power Su Feng displayed far exceeded their understanding, and they even began to doubt whether the information provided by the Shao family about Su Feng was wrong, or if the Su Feng before them was someone else in disguise. They had seen and understood various techniques, but what Su Feng exhibited did not resemble any technique they recognized. The speed Su Feng demonstrated was even much stronger than some magical beasts that excelled in running in the wild. Most importantly, cultivating techniques required one's physical strength to reach a certain level before they could practice. It wasn't something one could just decide to do. Given Su Feng's performance, his physical quality must be extraordinarily powerful to cultivate such rapid movement techniques. Otherwise, how could he achieve a speed that the naked eye couldn't capture? Moreover, for Su Feng to achieve such fast movement speed and practice this technique, what level of physical strength would he need to possess? Is this really something an 18-year-old boy could do? Or is the Su Feng before them someone else in disguise? The shock that Su Feng brought to them was simply overwhelming, not to mention how he achieved it. They had never seen the two techniques he used before. How could he enhance his speed so much, and with lightning attributes as well as such a powerful fire attribute technique? Where did he learn these? Although they didn't know much about fire attribute techniques, this movement technique was too bizarre. Even the Shui family's lord, who practiced the lightning step, couldn't achieve such speed, could he? There were very few fire attribute techniques in the Snow Country, but they still had some understanding of movement techniques. The sect leader of the Lingbing sect possessed a movement secret technique called the lightning step, which they had witnessed. However, their sect leader was already in his 40s, and he had worked hard to meet the training conditions for that technique. Moreover, the speed of their enhancement was not as fast as Su Feng's movement technique. Is this really a technique that an 18-year-old can master? The crowd was stunned. Su Feng had such a fast movement technique. And that fire attribute technique was also incredibly domineering. Once it hit a person's body, red patterns would spread across their skin, emitting wisps of flames, ultimately burning the person to ashes. The crowd looked at Su Feng as if they were seeing a demon, their bodies trembling involuntarily. They wanted to command their magical beasts to attack, but the people of Lingtian City had completely restrained them, leaving no room to attack Su Feng. Clap, clap, clap. A member of the Lingbing sect slapped his face hard. Everyone, let us attack together. I don't believe we can't defeat a little brat. The member of the Lingbing sect encouraged the others and took out his weapon. Charge, kill him. As members of the Lingbing sect, how could we lose to a little brat? With this encouragement, the members of the Lingbing sect regained their spirits, each taking out their weapons, running their techniques. Ready for an all-out battle. Su Feng had made them look so pathetic. As instructors, how could they lose to an 18-year-old? It would be laughable. Kill. Instantly. 5 instructors from the Lingbing sect rushed towards Su Feng, weapons in hand. They unleashed various techniques, pouring out their attacks on Su Feng without holding back. What is happening? Why are the members of the Lingbing sect suddenly so agitated? The 3 family heads and the generals of Lingtian City, standing outside the encirclement, were puzzled as they heard the commotion from within. Because the magical beasts of the Lingbing sect were blocking their view, they couldn't see what was happening inside, only occasionally catching glimpses of flames erupting from the encirclement. It seemed like they were fighting someone. Fighting? Aren't all those inside members of the Lingbing sect? Could it be they are turning on each other? No, there seems to be another figure inside. The people of Lingtian City watched from a few meters away, keeping their magical beasts engaged with those of the Lingbing sect, while remaining vigilant in case someone suddenly broke through. However, there was suddenly some movement within the encirclement. They focused their eyes and saw there was indeed a fight happening inside. But they hadn't entered, so who were the Lingbing sect members fighting against? Gradually, the crowd moved closer to the encirclement, peeking through the gaps to see what was happening inside. It's the young Lord Su Feng. The first to get closer and see was the head of the Wang family, Wang Zongchang, who exclaimed in surprise. Through the gaps between the magical beasts, he saw the situation inside the encirclement. He noticed that besides the members of the Lingbing sect, there was another figure, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed Su Feng. Chapter 54. The winner takes all, the purgatory killing god. As Wang Zongchang realized Su Feng was inside, everyone else was stunned. The heads and elders of various families, along with the generals of Lingtian City, hurriedly moved closer to see and confirmed that Su Feng was indeed inside the encirclement. What? The young Lord Su Feng was just beside them. How did he end up inside fighting the Lingbing sect members? Lu Hao saw Su Feng inside, and his heart sank. He quickly inquired of the other generals nearby. Su Feng had clearly been behind them just moments ago. They had no idea when he had gone inside. Now he was in the encirclement, fighting several members of the Lingbing sect. Although they weren't very familiar with these Lingbing sect members, they knew that beast masters who could raise beast kings had strong physical qualities and techniques. Now that Su Feng was surrounded by these people, they began to panic. Quickly deal with those magical beasts and rescue the young lord. Seeing this, Lu Hao no longer hesitated and ordered the generals and family members to quickly eliminate the magical beasts surrounding them and rescue Su Feng. Immediately, the people of Lingtian City commanded their magical beasts to spare no effort in quickly dealing with the Lingbing sect's magical beasts. However, Su Tianzong's situation wasn't much better either. Facing 2 beast king level magical beasts, even Su Tianzong's heavenly demon phoenix, at its peak, was feeling quite powerless. Although Su Tianzong's heavenly demon phoenix had some fire attribute attacks, the ice attributes of Shui Lingyun and Shui Lingfeng's magical beasts were not to be underestimated. If he wasn't careful, he could be injured by the ice spikes they released. At first, the heavenly demon phoenix could withstand the attacks, using its fire attacks to neutralize the ice attribute attacks of the ice wolf and ice bear king. However, ultimately, 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. And there were already several places on its body affected by the ice attribute attacks, with the freezing effect becoming more pronounced. Su City Lord, I must admit, Both you and your magical beasts are quite strong, but you still underestimate the strength of our Ling Bing sect elders. Saying this, Shui Lingyun shot an ice spike towards Su Tianzong. Their magical beasts were fighting while Shui Lingyun and her companion were engaged in a contest of techniques with Su Tianzong. As the city lord of Lingtian City, Su Tianzong had learned very powerful techniques. Even when facing two elders of the Ling Bing sect, he showed no signs of retreat. Despite being unyielding in the technique contest, just like his magical beast, he still found it difficult to take on two opponents at once. You Ling Bing sect people really talk too much and are shameless. Although Su Tianzong wanted to buy time, Shui Lingyun's words were simply too numerous. And with two people and two magical beasts attacking him, they had the audacity to say they underestimated him. If they were to face Su Tianzong one-on-one, he could guarantee they would not be his match. Ha ha ha, Su City Lord, your provocation won't work on us. We know your strength is formidable, though it is indeed somewhat bullying. But aren't your people also bullying our Ling Bing sect members? Shui Lingyun didn't care about Su Tianzong's words. Looking back at the encirclement where the people of Lingtian City were, and said to Su Tianzong, "Humph, in the end, you were just a group of people without any bottom line." Although the people of Lingtian City had surrounded the Ling Bing sect members, these Ling Bing sect people had invaded first. They cruelly killed the civilians of Lingtian City and abandoned the cooperating Xiao family. All of this showed that Shui Lingyun and her group were people without any principles. Ha ha ha, in this world, the winner is king and the loser is a bandit. Once we deal with you, we'll kill everyone in Lingtian City, who will know what happened in the meantime. Hearing Su Tianzong's words, Shui Lingyun not only didn't feel angry, but instead laughed wildly. As long as they dealt with Su Tianzong and then eliminated all the people in the city, who would know what they had done. I didn't expect the elders of your Ling Bing sect to be such people. It seems your Ling Bing sect's title as a major sect is a joke. As an elder of the Ling Bing sect, Shui Lingyun regarded the people of Lingtian City as mere grass. Su Tianzong deeply despised the Ling Bing sect members. With such character as an elder, what kind of students could the Ling Bing sect possibly produce? The more Su Tianzong looked at Shui Lingyun, the more disgusted he felt. They had ruined his city like this and even threatened to kill everyone in it. Su Tianzong clenched his fists. He would not lose to such people. Immediately, the three of them began to fight again. Various techniques were unleashed, and the surrounding buildings were affected, collapsing. On the other side, the people of Lingtian City were urging their magical beasts to exert all their strength to quickly eliminate the Beast King-level magical beasts of the Ling Bing sect. When they learned that Su Feng was inside, they completely disregarded the possibility that the fighting between the magical beasts could affect them. They grabbed their powerful weapons and, in coordination with their magical beasts, attacked the magical beasts of the Ling Bing sect. Su Feng stayed inside a little longer, and their hearts became increasingly tense. Looking at the encircled area, flames erupted, and there were sparks of electricity, accompanied by the screams of the members of the Ling Bing sect. Inside the encircled area, despite the large number of Ling Bing sect members, Su Feng moved with ease. Utilizing the 3,000 thunder illusions, he shuttled back and forth among the crowd with agility. Seizing the opportunity, he approached a member of the Ling Bing sect from behind and struck him with a palm. Instantly, smoke billowed, and red flames spread across his body in intricate patterns. The next moment, the person exploded on the spot, blood raining down like a shower, mixed with clots. The inside of the encircled area now resembled a hellish scene, and Su Feng was the god of death within this hell. Is he really only 18 years old? The Xiao family must be lying to us. How could a person named Su Feng possess such formidable cultivation at just 18? He looks to be around 18. But could he have been possessed by someone? Upon seeing Su Feng kill another person, the members of the Ling Bing sect could no longer contain their fear, and suddenly, one person thought of a possibility. That is, although Su Feng appeared to be just an 18-year-old child, he might have been possessed by a powerful undead. Otherwise, they would never believe that someone merely 18 years old could cultivate such powerful techniques. Moreover, according to previous intelligence, Su Feng also possessed two beast companions. If it was said that he was possessed by an ancient undead, they would believe it. The moment that person mentioned possession, the others in the Ling Bing sect couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. It's not that they were paranoid. The possibility of possession was quite real. Chapter 55, owing to Lingtian City, repaying with life. The act of being possessed by a powerful undead had been rumored in their snow country. It is said that some powerful individuals, when on the brink of death, could use a certain technique to turn their magical beasts into offerings, transforming themselves into undead beings that could exist in the world for a long time. The stronger the magical beast's abilities, the longer they could remain in the world. The way Su Feng was exhibiting his power resembled that of an ancient powerful being's undead possessing a body. Thinking this way, it all made sense that Su Feng, at his age, could have such formidable techniques and two divine beasts. Stop thinking about it. What good does it do to understand this? We need to find a way to deal with him. Although they had indeed come to this realization, how could they deal with Su Feng? Were they really going to turn into a rain of blood from a single blow from Su Feng? Just the thought of it made several instructors from the Lingbing sect shiver. They did not want to die here, especially not in such a gruesome manner. I don't want to play anymore. I surrender. I surrender. Just as the Lingbing sect members pondered how to deal with Su Feng, suddenly, an instructor ran to Su Feng's side, directly kneeling before him. Young Master Su, I surrender. Please don't kill me. The instructor knelt before Su Feng, constantly begging for mercy and trying to appease him. Li Feng, you actually surrendered to a child. What are you doing, Li Feng? You are betraying Elder Shui Lingyun and the others. The instructor, named Li Feng, actually knelt before Su Feng, begging for mercy, which instantly angered the other instructors, reproaching him for betraying them. An instructor from the Lingbing sect kneeling before an 18-year-old child begging for mercy would sound ridiculous to anyone. The other instructors from the Lingbing sect all criticized Li Feng's actions, cursing him without regard for their previous camaraderie. However, Su Feng paid no attention to this. He struck Li Feng on the forehead with a palm. Li Feng instantly exploded like the person Su Feng had struck earlier, turning into a rain of blood, once again dyeing the encircled area red. He doesn't even spare those who surrender. Upon seeing Su Feng kill Li Feng, the members of the Lingbing sect were stunned. Li Feng had already knelt before Su Feng, like a dog, pleading for his life, yet Su Feng still killed him. He was truly a god of death. However, Su Feng remained indifferent. He disregarded these people's words and completely ignored Li Feng's previous pleas for mercy. The Lingbing sect had killed innocent citizens of Lintian City, disrupting its long-standing peace, and their utterly immoral actions had been carried out to the fullest. No matter how much they begged for mercy, Su Feng would not spare any of them. As the young master of Lintian City, how could he accept the surrender of these people? How could he explain it to the innocent citizens who had died? If he let them go just because they surrendered out of fear, what about the citizens they had killed? Did those citizens not beg for their lives before dying? Yet, what did they do? They killed anyone they saw without regard for the pleas of defenseless citizens. Did they ever spare anyone because of a citizen's pleas? The result was that not a single one was spared. Tens of thousands of citizens in Lintian City had been killed by them, and dozens of city guards were also slaughtered. Were their lives not worth anything? Were their lives considered less valuable than those of the Lingbing sect members? If Su Feng let any of them go today, he would be unworthy of being the young master of Lintian City. When facing these people, if Su Feng did not act decisively, how could he face the fallen citizens and guards? The sins you have committed cannot be compensated for, even with your lives. Su Feng said coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent, already seeing them as dead. The lives of 1,000 people could not be repaid with the lives of these few Lingbing sect instructors. Let us fight him to the end. Seeing Su Feng's ruthless determination, the few instructors from the Lingbing sect stopped their wild thoughts, regardless of whether Su Feng was possessed by someone or not. If they did not fight desperately, today it would either be Su Feng's death or theirs. Charge! Kill him! With a loud shout from one of the Lingbing sect instructors. The others also resolved to fight to the death, determined to kill Su Feng. The remaining 4 instructors of the Lingbing sect charged towards Su Feng from 4 directions, each unleashing their strongest attacks. However, Su Feng remained calm. He raised his arm high, gathering energy in his palm until it turned red. Su Feng did not attack them. Instead, he struck the ground with great force. Boom! The 9-fold Phoenix Fire Decision, gathered with all of Su Feng's strength, smashed into the ground where he stood. Instantly, the ground shattered, and a red liquid erupted forth, resembling lava spewing from a volcanic eruption. From the center of Su Feng's palm, cracks appeared on the ground, extending outward. The ground trembled violently, causing the 4 Lingbing sect instructors to lose their balance and fall to the ground. The lava that erupted from the ground rained down from above, immediately scorching the 4 of them, causing them immense pain. The intense heat burned their skin, gradually sinking into their flesh, searing their blood and meat. As the lava touched their flesh, it hissed, releasing a charred odor. Ah! Help! Help! The 4 instructors, burned by the lava clinging to them, let out cries of agony. As they suffered, their voices gradually faded, and their faces twisted in pain. Their magical beasts, affected by the sudden explosion and the erupting lava, caused the entire encircled area to scatter, allowing the magical beasts of Lintian City to seize the opportunity and eliminate them all. What lay before them was a scene resembling a hell on earth. Looking at the blood, magma, and the 4 ferocious-looking instructors of the Lingbing sect scattered within the encirclement, they felt a chill run down their spines. In the center of the encirclement stood Su Feng, unharmed, with a cold expression on his face. What happened here? Why are there only 4 fierce-looking individuals left from the dozen Lingbing sect instructors? What exactly transpired just now? seeing the horrifying scene within the encirclement. They were all dumbfounded, their eyes wide open like copper bells, staring blankly at Su Feng who stood there. Su Feng's cold demeanor made them feel that he was completely different from the usual kind-hearted Su Feng. Chapter 56. The battle continues, intensifying phase. Although Su Feng was unharmed, everyone felt a powerful killing intent radiating from him. In the past, Su Feng was a very kind young man. Whether interacting with the heads of various families or the citizens of the city, he always displayed warmth. But now, he felt unfamiliar, as if he had become a different person. Moreover, they had clearly surrounded a dozen Lingbing sect members earlier, so why were there only these 4 grim-looking corpses remaining? Blood and flesh were scattered on the ground, and the originally gray road bricks were now completely stained red. This scene was too horrifying, giving the feeling of being in hell. Young Master Su Feng, are you alright? Seeing Su Feng's condition, Lu Hao and several commanders hurriedly approached him, inquiring about his well-being. Commander Lu, I'm fine. Upon seeing Lu Hao and the others arrive, Su Feng's expression softened, returning to the friendly demeanor of the young master. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Su Feng revert to his usual character. Lu Hao looked around Su Feng and, upon confirming that he had indeed suffered no injuries, finally relaxed completely. Young master, what just happened in there? How did only these 4 corpses remain after we surrounded a dozen Lingbing sect members? Lu Hao asked Su Feng about what had transpired in the encirclement and why he ended up inside it. Moreover, looking at the blood and small bits of flesh on the ground, Lu Hao was somewhat shaken. Despite having seen countless bloody scenes, witnessing this one was still shocking. He could easily guess that those who had vanished might have turned into the remains scattered on the ground. It's nothing. I've already dealt with them, Su Feng said lightly in response to Lu Hao's inquiry, revealing no additional expressions. What? These people were actually dealt with by young Master Su Feng. Everyone present was astonished by Su Feng's words. It wasn't that they looked down on Su Feng. After all, the opponents were instructors from the Lingbing sect, all formidable individuals. How could Su Feng have taken down a dozen of them alone? The enemy had a numerical advantage and were seasoned sect instructors, with their beast taming abilities reaching the peak of beast spirit. That Su Feng claimed he had dealt with them alone was simply unbelievable. Everyone stood there, dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. How is my father doing? Noticing the unusual expressions on everyone, Su Feng changed the subject, asking about Su Tianzong's situation. Su Tianzong was currently engaged in a duel with 2 elders from the Lingbing sect. Moreover, the magical beasts on the opposing side were all at the Beast Emperor level, making Su Feng somewhat worried about his father's situation. Although he knew that Su Tianzong's Tianyao Phoenix was at the peak of Beast Emperor level, facing 2 Beast Emperors would negate any advantage. It seems that Lord Su has gone west with those 2 Lingbing sect elders, Lu Hao replied, regaining his composure and pointing in the direction where Su Tianzong had left. Earlier, during the battle between Su Tianzong and Tianyao Phoenix against Shui Lingyun and Shui Lingfeng, Su Tianzong had gradually fallen into a disadvantage. To buy time, he had been fighting and retreating with Tianyao Phoenix, luring Shui Lingyun and Shui Lingfeng away from there. My father led them away. Upon hearing this news, Su Feng felt a wave of concern. Su Tianzong must have wanted to prevent their battle from affecting Su Feng and the others, and if Su Tianzong was alone, he wouldn't be able to hold out against Shui Lingyun and Shui Lingfeng for long. Quick, let's go support my father. Su Feng grabbed Lu Hao and ran in the direction he had previously pointed out. Meanwhile, the others were still immersed in the scene, imagining how Su Feng had managed to defeat a dozen instructors from the Lingbing sect by himself. Looking at the blood-stained stone bricks and the scattered bits of flesh, the most striking were the 4 grim-looking corpses. Their expressions alone were enough to prove the horrors they had experienced. The 4 corpses, once surrounded by hot, fiery magma, had now cooled significantly, turning into black, lumpy masses on their bodies, still emitting steam. The more they looked, the more horrifying it became, and the crowd couldn't help but shiver. After noticing that Su Feng and Lu Hao had already left, they hurriedly followed them in that direction. On the other side, Su Tianzong was standing on the back of Tianyao Phoenix, maintaining a certain distance from Shui Lingyun and Shui Lingfeng. Since Tianyao Phoenix could fly in the sky, Shui Lingyun and Shui Lingfeng's magical beasts found it difficult to attack them, but Su Tianzong consistently kept his distance from them. Shui Lingyun and Shui Lingfeng rode their magical beasts, pursuing Su Tianzong through the city. As soon as Tianyao Phoenix entered their attack range, several ice spikes would shoot towards it. Su Tianzong, wanting to lead them away, deliberately maintained a certain distance from them. Lingfeng, give me a hand. Seeing that Su Tianzong remained outside their attack range, Shui Lingyun said to Shui Lingfeng. He then patted the back of his Ice Plains wolf, signaling it to slow down, and moved to the back of the Ice Bear King. Su Tianzong watched the 2 on the ground, somewhat confused, but still kept his distance, leading them toward an open area near the western city gate. However, just as Su Tianzong looked ahead, Feng urged his Ice Bear King to run forward quickly, directly positioning itself in front of Tianyao Phoenix. Feng jumped off the Ice Bear King, while the Ice Bear King stood up. The Ice Plains Wolf, which had been trailing behind, quickly caught up and jumped onto the Ice Bear King's arm, using its strength to leap into the sky again. Instantly, the Ice Plains Wolf and Yun leaped to a height of over 10 meters, actively closing the distance to Su Tianzong. Lord Su, prepare to die? Yun shouted. And his Ice Plains Wolf gathered several ice spikes, seizing the opportunity to launch them at Tianyao Phoenix, which was hovering just a few meters away. What? Hearing Yun's shout, Su Tianzong turned to see Yun and his Ice Plains Wolf leaping high into the air. He hadn't expected them to coordinate, using the brute force of the Ice Bear King to jump into the air and close the distance, bringing him and Tianyao Phoenix into their attack range. Su Tianzong tried to dodge, but the Ice Plains Wolf had already gathered nearly 100 ice spikes, surrounding him and launching the attack. Chapter 57, System Choice. Divine Beast Xuanwu, using fire attribute attacks to negate some of the damage, but the ice spikes gathered by the Ice Plains Wolf were too dense. Even though Tianyao Phoenix's attacks deflected some, more ice spikes were still coming. Suddenly, several ice spikes struck Tianyao Phoenix, with some hitting its wings. Tianyao Phoenix felt pain in its wings and was unable to maintain its flight balance, crashing heavily from the sky. Boom! The heavenly demon Phoenix crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a large pit in the stone-paved road. Su Tianzong, who was standing on the back of the heavenly demon Phoenix, was also thrown off and slammed against a nearby building wall. Pooh! A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from Su Tianzong's mouth. Under the attack of the Icefield Wolf, an ice spear pierced through his left shoulder, going straight through his left arm. This blow caused severe damage. The area struck by the ice spear quickly became frostbitten, rendering Su Tianzong's left arm completely immobile. Helpless, Su Tianzong gritted his teeth, covered the ice spear with his hand, and forcefully shattered it, then took out a pill from the ring on his right hand and swallowed it. After doing all this, Su Tianzong barely managed to stop the frostbite on his left hand. Slowly getting up, Su Tianzong's expression was very heavy, and his physical condition was not good either. City Lord Su, just accept your fate. We only want your son's divine beast. Why must you pay the price of your life to stop us? Looking at the disheveled Su Tianzong, Yun felt helpless. As long as Su Tianzong agreed to hand over Su Feng's vermilion bird, there would be no need for a fight, and they had also promised to compensate Su Tianzong afterward. This matter could have been resolved without any conflict. Even if Su Tianzong had the peak heavenly demon phoenix at the Beast Emperor level, wasn't the outcome still obvious? Su Tianzong's face was somewhat pale, but he still did not yield, wiping the blood from his mouth. I have already said, if you want my son's divine beast, you must step over my dead body. Su Tianzong stood up, catching his breath, and spoke to them with determined eyes. He would never allow them to take Su Feng's divine beast, even if it meant death. He could not let them succeed. Su Feng had put in tremendous effort to become a beast master and was once regarded as a waste. The achievements Su Feng had made today were all due to his unyielding spirit, and these divine beasts were all opportunities that belonged to Su Feng. Wanting Su Feng's vermilion bird was equivalent to destroying Su Feng. Su Feng was an unparalleled genius that had never appeared in the Beastmaster world. And with 2 divine beasts, he would surely become the most powerful existence in this world in the future. He could not allow these people to ruin the rise of a genius, just as he intended to fight again with Yun and the others. The heavenly demon phoenix was already severely injured. Continuing to fight would undoubtedly damage the foundation of the magical beast. If they wanted to recover afterward, it would be nearly impossible, but for Su Feng, Su Tianzong was willing to take that risk. He then awakened the heavenly demon phoenix, preparing for battle once more. Father, City Lord, Su City Lord. Just as Su Tianzong prepared to charge at Yun and the others again, voices from Su Feng and the crowd from Lingtian City came from behind them. Following the traces of the battle, Su Feng and the others finally found Su Tianzong. But seeing that both Su Tianzong and the heavenly demon phoenix were heavily injured, everyone was instantly enraged. Without saying a word, they launched an attack on Yun and the others. More than a dozen Beast King-level magical beasts unleashed several attacks towards the 2. Various attribute attacks surged towards them like a tidal wave. However, Yun and his companion did not panic. Instead, they signaled the Icefield Wolf and the Ice Bear King to work together to form a massive ice wall in front of them to block the attacks. Su Feng and Lu Hao took this opportunity to arrive by Su Tianzong's side and check his injuries. City Lord. Seeing the bloody hole in Su Tianzong's left arm caused by the ice spear, Lu Hao and the other leaders were deeply shocked. Su Tianzong was the strongest person in Lingtian City and a powerful figure among the Beast Emperor-level magical beasts in the Fallen Star Kingdom. Yet, he had been beaten to such a state by Yun and the others. The leaders did not hesitate and hurried to treat Su Tianzong's injuries. Commander Lu, take my father and the heavenly demon Phoenix to a safer place for treatment. Seeing Su Tianzong was so heavily injured, Su Feng said nothing and stood up to look at Shui Lingyun and Shui Linfeng, instructing Lu Hao and the other leaders to take Su Tianzong and the heavenly demon Phoenix to a safer place for treatment. Young city lord, you mustn't. Lu Hao looked at Su Feng, his entire being exuding a powerful killing intent once again, even more intense than when they were surrounded earlier, and suddenly realized that Su Feng was intent on fighting Shui Lingyun and the others. Although they did not know how Su Feng had dealt with those instructors from the Lingbing sect earlier, these two were elders of the Lingbing sect. Even the mightiest Su Tianzong had been gravely injured by them. How could Su Feng possibly be their opponent? Yes, young city lord. You should go to a safe place with the city lord. Leave this to us. Other leaders also realized this and urged Su Feng to go to a safe place with Su Tianzong, while they would handle Shui Lingyun and Shui Linfeng, along with their magical beasts. They were all the strongest leaders in Lingtian City, aside from Su Tianzong, possessing Beast King level magical beasts. And with the addition of the heads of the three families and elders, they would be enough to stall Shui Lingyun and the others for a while. By that time, the reinforcements from Anjing City would likely arrive soon. Indeed, young city lord Su, both of their magical beasts are at the Beast Emperor level. Your techniques won't be effective against them. The heads and elders of various families also persuaded Su Feng. Although they did not know how Su Feng had dealt with the more than 10 instructors from the Lingbing sect alone, fighting between magical beasts was not just about personal strength. The magical beasts of Shui Lingyun and his companion were both at the Beast Emperor level, while Su Feng's two divine beasts had only just reached the Beast Spirit level. If Su Feng went up against them, it would be tantamount to seeking death. As leaders of Lingtian City, they could not allow Su Feng to fall into danger, so their stance was extremely firm. Ding! The divine level choice system is now active. Issuing choices. Please make your selection, host. Choice 1. Follow the advice and move to a safe place. Reward. 1,000 gold coins. Choice 2. Lead everyone to retreat and delay until reinforcements arrive. Reward. Ice Crystal Beast. Choice 3. Fight with all your might against Shui Lingyun and his companion. Reward. 4 holy beasts, Xuanwu. Please make your choice within 30 seconds. Just as everyone was trying to persuade Su Feng, the system's prompt sounded in Su Feng's mind again. Chapter 58. Xuanwu descends. Heaven and earth transform. Hearing the system's prompt, Su Feng completely ignored the advice of those around him. He stood still, his gaze fixed on the 3 options on the system interface. This time there were 3 options. Su Feng directly ignored the first option and focused on the second and third options. The second option was to lead everyone to retreat, dragging out time to exhaust Shui Lingyun and his companion while waiting for the reinforcements from Anjing City to arrive. Moreover, the reward was the Ice Crystal Beast Egg, which was rarely seen in the Fallen Star Kingdom. The Ice Crystal Beast was quite popular even in the Snow Country, as it was a rare beast, and its attack capability was much stronger than ordinary magical beasts. Any magical beast entangled by it would be tightly constricted until all its bones broke and it lost the ability to move. However, the Ice Crystal Beast would reveal its sharp poisonous fangs and inject ice attribute poison into the opponent's body, eventually causing the opponent to be eroded by the ice attribute toxin and turn into an ice sculpture. Even other ice attribute magical beasts could not withstand its toxin. In the Snow Country, there were even some villages that worshipped the Ice Crystal Beast as a deity. However, Su Feng did not know much about the Ice Crystal Beast. He was more concerned about the reward in the third option. Xuanwu, one of the 4 holy beasts. How could it be compared to the Ice Crystal Beast? Born with the combat ability of a high-level magical beast and possessing powerful pressure. Although choosing the third option meant having to fight against Shui Lingyun and the others, Su Feng resolutely chose the third option. Despite the second option being safer, Su Feng did not want to escape. Shui Lingyun and the others had severely injured Su Tianzong, and Su Feng could not tolerate that. Even though the power disparity was great, he did not fear them. Quickly take my father to a safe place. That's an order. After making his choice, Su Feng commanded Lu Hao and the others. No matter how much they tried to dissuade him, Su Feng resolutely walked towards Shui Lingyun and the others. Young city lord. Seeing Su Feng walking towards Shui Lingyun, everyone wanted to stop him again. But Su Feng simply turned his head and glanced at them. Ah, Yangxing, take a few people and bring the city lord to a safe place for treatment. The rest of you, follow me to assist the young city lord in fighting the enemy. Seeing that stopping him was futile, Lu Hao no longer tried to persuade Su Feng and ordered Yangxing to take a few people to move Su Tianzong and Tian Yaohuang to safety. Meanwhile, he led the others towards Shui Lingyun to resist them together with Su Feng. The crowd from Lingtian City, leading their respective magical beasts, stood beside Su Feng and moved closer to Shui Lingyun. Dozens of Beast King-level magical beasts filled the air with overwhelming battle intent. However, Xuelingyun and his companion were not afraid. The battle intent released by their magical beasts easily overshadowed that of the magical beasts from Lingtian City. The temperature around them plummeted, and frost appeared on the ground, as two Beast Emperor-level magical beasts watched Su Feng and the others with a fierce gaze. Su Feng, young city lord, don't waste your effort. As long as you hand over that vermilion bird to us, we will immediately retreat and spare your lives. How about it? Looking at the united crowd from Lingtian City, Xuelingyun's mouth slightly curled up as he reiterated their demands to Su Feng. The dozen Beast King-level magical beasts were not a big deal in their eyes. With a snap of his fingers, his Ice Plains Wolf and Ice Bear King could easily eliminate them, but he did not want to escalate the situation too much. As long as Su Feng handed over the vermilion bird, they would retreat immediately without harming anyone else. However, just as he finished speaking, an abnormal phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. In the clear blue sky, a large mass of dark clouds gathered out of nowhere. In an instant, the dark clouds formed a vast area, as if swallowing the entire sky, and created a massive swirling vortex of dark clouds. Within the cloud layer, it seemed there was rainwater, but strangely, this rainwater did not fall like normal rain. Instead, it gathered into the clouds and formed water dragons that swirled through the cloud layer. Looking up at the unusual sight in the sky, Xuelingyun felt somewhat puzzled. They had previously witnessed the celestial phenomena caused by Su Feng's divine beast descending. However, this phenomenon in the sky was different from the two they had seen before, which made them somewhat apprehensive. Could it be that this kid has another hidden divine beast? Xuelingyun mused. The appearance of such a phenomenon must be due to a divine beast descending. However, they had previously investigated Su Feng's azure dragon and vermilion bird. And while the phenomena they produced were similar, the elements contained within the dark clouds were different. This made them feel that Su Feng must have some hidden divine beast. Although there were some concerns, they still focused on the swirling dark clouds in the sky. From the center of the dark cloud vortex, a glowing object was rapidly descending towards their location. Ultimately, the glowing object landed before Su Feng, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a beast egg. As the beast egg landed before Su Feng, cracks began to appear on the surface of the eggshell, and the magical beast inside was about to break free. However, before the Xuanwu emerged from the egg, a heavy pressure emanated from the cracks in the eggshell. The powerful pressure instantly overshadowed the battle intent radiated by the Ice Plains Wolf and Ice Bear King. Under this aura, the Beast King-level magical beasts present exhibited a posture of worship, all kneeling towards the beast egg. Even the Ice Plains Wolf and Ice Bear King could not help but want to kneel before the beast egg. Everyone present was astonished, staring at the egg before Su Feng, watching as the divine beast descended from the beast egg. They saw the cracks on the beast egg multiplying, covering every part of the eggshell. Suddenly, the eggshell burst apart. A spirit being, composed of a turtle and a snake, appeared before everyone, directly shattering all their preconceived notions. The body and limbs of the turtle were present, while the tail was that of a snake-like creature. This combination was unprecedented, and the snake at the tail seemed to possess another consciousness, coiling around the turtle. Although its appearance was bizarre, the aura it emitted made it look extraordinarily majestic. For a moment, everyone present was at a loss for words, just staring blankly, with cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Even Xuelingyun and Feng were the same. They had never encountered such a combination of magical beasts in their country, and to be born at the level of a high-tier magical beast was beyond comprehension. This was simply not the strength one would expect from a magical beast just hatching from an egg. Moreover, this overwhelming pressure was reminiscent of the vermilion bird and azure dragon they had previously felt. Chapter 59. 3 Beast Tamers, Pressures that Shake the Heavens. With a turtle body and a snake tail, just standing there brought tremendous shock to everyone. It also exuded an incredibly strong oppressive aura, undoubtedly signaling the arrival of a divine beast. After the Xuanwu emerged from the eggshell, it actively approached Su Feng, staying by his side. This divine beast recognizes the young city lord? Am I dreaming? This magical beast, no wait. This divine beast has become the third beast of young city, Lord Su Feng. 3 magical beasts. The third beast of young city, Lord Su Feng. The crowd from Lingtian City was dumbfounded, completely frozen in place, their faces filled with disbelief. Everyone stared wide-eyed, rubbing their eyes, checking the Xuanwu that was attached to Su Feng's feet, fearing they were seeing an illusion. 3 magical beasts. This was beyond what words could describe. It should be known that throughout tens of thousands of years in the magical beast realm, very few people have managed to obtain 2 magical beasts. Those who did were legendary figures in the magical beast realm, leaving behind renowned deeds throughout history. Not to mention those who possessed the bloodlines of ancient magical beasts. Their achievements were even more glorious. Currently, Su Feng's first magical beast was the Azure Dragon with pure dragon blood, and he also possessed a powerful fire attribute Divine Beast, the Vermilion Bird. With two divine beasts, Su Feng was destined to create shocking achievements in the magical beast realm and even reshape the entire world. Dominating the world was just a matter of time. Now, Su Feng had obtained a divine beast with a turtle body and snake tail again. What kind of achievements could he create in the future? It was hard for everyone to imagine. Perhaps unifying the entire magical beast world would not be an exaggeration. Xuelingyun and Xuelingfeng were also left speechless. They had investigated Su Feng early on and were shocked to learn that he possessed two divine beasts. But they never expected that now. Su Feng had obtained another divine beast. What kind of physique does this kid have to attract divine beasts like this? This kid in the future. He could see that Su Feng would definitely achieve something remarkable that would attract worldwide attention. But he found it hard to find the right words to describe it. In their country, such a person had never appeared, having three magical beasts, all of which were pure blood divine beasts. No one had ever imagined such a thing could happen. Yet Su Feng had done it, and even they, who had seen much of the world, couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts. Lingfeng, if this kid doesn't hand over that vermilion bird today, then just kill him. Although Su Feng's talent and opportunities made him cherish talented individuals, if he does not hand over the vermilion bird today, they would have to kill him regardless of how extraordinary his talent and opportunities are. Obtaining the vermilion bird is for the purpose of nurturing it to subdue the three great kings of the extreme north. If they can subdue these three kings, their snow country will be invincible and no one will be a match for them. However, if they cannot obtain the vermilion bird today, they would not hesitate to kill Su Feng. The aura that Su Feng displayed was truly terrifying. If they did not subdue the three kings of the extreme north, once Su Feng grows stronger, the three divine beasts reaching the Beast Emperor level would be able to completely crush even those of the same level. Yes, I think so too. Xuelingfeng shared the same thoughts as Xuelingyun. They then prepared to take action directly. But before they could start, the strange phenomenon in the sky changed again. Blue lightning, crimson flames, and a towering water dragon filled the dark clouds above. A blue figure and a crimson figure slowly descended from the vortex of clouds. As these two figures landed slowly before everyone, the sense of oppression around them increased several-fold. All present, including all the magical beasts, prostrated on the ground, heavily panting, feeling as if the air around them had become extremely thin. The crimson figure raised the surrounding temperature. The Icefield Wolf and Ice Bear King were extremely fearful of this crimson figure, resisting the scorching heat and showing signs of wanting to escape. This kid's three divine beasts have such strong auras. This sense of oppression felt as if a huge stone was pressing down on them. Xuelingyun felt the combined oppressive aura emitted by the three divine beasts in front of Su Feng, causing his body and mind to tremble, and his legs to shake uncontrollably. Just standing was already making him sweat profusely. The crimson figure was the vermilion bird, while the blue figure was Su Feng's first divine beast, the Azure Dragon. The presence of all three divine beasts was truly terrifying. The Azure Dragon coiled around Su Feng. The vermilion bird flapped its wings, hovering in front of Su Feng, while the Xuanwu accompanied Su Feng at his feet. At this moment, Su Feng stood there, filled with a sacred aura, looking like an imposing and immovable god. The young lord Su Feng is like a deity. It's incredibly shocking. The young lord is simply a god king descending. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone in Lingtian City, Su Feng looked like a god coming from the heavens, filled with a sacred aura that inspired admiration. Young lord Su Feng, I must say, your divine beasts are indeed formidable. However, their strongest level right now is only the beast spirit level. Do you think these divine beasts are our match? Although Su Feng's divine beasts have a strong aura, they could tell that only the Azure Dragon and the Vermilion Bird had reached the beast spirit level, while the Xuanwu was only at a high rank. Although their auras made their magical beasts somewhat apprehensive if it came to a fight. Two Beast Emperor level beasts against two Beast Spirit level magical beasts and one high-rank magical beast. The outcome is predictable. The people of Lingtian City, upon hearing this, calmed down. Xuelingyun's words were the key. They were so immersed in Su Feng's holy light that they almost forgot. Although the young lord's divine beasts are mighty, their highest level is only the Beast Spirit level. It's fine. The young lord's Vermilion Bird seems to be able to restrain the opponent's magical beasts. As long as we cooperate with the young lord's divine beasts, we can surely buy enough time. Everyone realized this, indeed feeling some apprehension. But Lu Hao discovered that the scorching temperature released by the Vermilion Bird seemed to have a suppressive effect on Xuelingyun's Icefield Wolf and Ice Bear King. If their Beast King level magical beasts coordinated with Su Feng's Vermilion Bird, they might be able to hold them off for a while and buy some time. Thinking of this, everyone reignited their fighting spirit. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, They will not allow Xue Lingyun and his group to easily take away Su Feng's vermilion bird. The leaders of Lingtian City would not allow Xue Lingyun and these outsiders to act wantonly in Lingtian City. Chapter 60. Taking out the dragon source. Teaching with jealousy. The atmosphere became tense again. However, Su Feng did not rush to attack Xue Lingyun and the others. Instead, he took out a box from his storage ring. It was the box that Qin Ying had given him, containing the dragon source. Su Feng held the box in his left hand, and the azure dragon coiled around him lowered its head, getting close to the box. Xue Lingyun looked at the seemingly ordinary box in Su Feng's hand with confusion, but his brows furrowed slightly. This is the aura of the dragon source. Xue Lingyun carefully sensed the box in Su Feng's hand and discovered something shocking. The plain-looking box in Su Feng's hand actually emitted the aura of the dragon source. What? Lingyun, you're not mistaken, are you? This kid actually has the dragon source. Hearing Xue Lingyun's words, Xue Lingfeng was also shocked, staring wide-eyed at the box in Su Feng's hand. How could I be mistaken? Although the aura emanating from that box is weak, I can be sure that it is indeed the aura of the dragon source. Xue Lingyun said with a firm expression. Although the aura released from the box was weak, he still sensed that what was inside the box was indeed the dragon source. Who doesn't he know about the dragon source? Their Lingbing sect's master once obtained it. In the end, he rewarded this dragon source to a highly meritorious elder in the sect, who is now the grand elder of the sect, Xue Linglong. The Lingbing sect is a very strict sect. Those who enter the position of elder will change their surname to Xue. Xue Lingyun and Xue Lingfeng, along with others, are all elders of the same generation as Xue Linglong. When Xue Linglong obtained the dragon source as a reward from the sect master, they had witnessed that dragon source and clearly remembered its aura. Now, the aura emitted by the box in Su Feng's hand was extremely similar to that of the dragon source, and Xue Lingyun was certain that what was in the box was indeed the dragon source. Lingyun, then what are we waiting for? Let us quickly seize the dragon source from that kid's hands. Xue Lingfeng looked at the dragon source in Su Feng's hand, his eyes shining brightly, rubbing his hands in impatience. Icefield Wolf, go for it. Directly capture that kid. Xue Lingyun no longer hesitated and directly ordered his Icefield Wolf to grab Su Feng. As long as they captured Su Feng, they could not only make his magical beasts obedient, but also obtain the incredibly precious dragon source. Should they consider themselves lucky? Or is Su Feng just unlucky? Originally, they only wanted Su Feng's vermilion bird, but now they wouldn't let go of the dragon source either. Immediately, the Icefield Wolf and Ice Bear King charged towards Su Feng. Hurry, stop them. We cannot let them harm the young lord even a bit. Seeing Xue Lingyun's Icefield Wolf and Ice Bear King charging recklessly, the leaders of Lingtian City did not back down and summoned their magical beasts to block them. The three families and others also did not hold back, fully committed to facing the enemy. Dozens of Beast King-level magical beasts fiercely blocked in front of Su Feng, and although the opponents were a rank higher than them, they did not retreat. Seeing this, Su Feng gestured for the vermilion bird and Xuan Wu to assist them to buy him some time. What Su Feng needed to do now was to let the azure dragon absorb this dragon source to enhance its power. He did not know how long this process would take, but for now, he had no other choice but to do it. Then, Su Feng opened the box. Roar. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar echoed from the box. Inside was a glowing sphere-like object emitting dazzling light, surrounded by a very thick aura of dragons. Lingyun, it really is the dragon source. Feeling the extremely pure aura of the dragon source around him, Xue Lingfeng excitedly said to Xue Lingyun. Earlier, when Xue Lingyun said that the box in Su Feng's hand contained the dragon source, he still had some doubts. After all, the dragon source is extremely rare and precious, to the point that even if it is useless to oneself, one would never take it out, no matter how high the price offered, no one would sell it. Although Su Feng is the young city lord of Lingtian City, they have only heard that the Beast Master Temple obtained a dragon source some time ago. Apart from that, there have been no reports of dragon source in the Meteorite Kingdom for nearly 100 years. At this moment, Xue Lingfeng was completely stunned, staring blankly at the ball of dragon source in Su Feng's hand. Hurry, Lingfeng, break through their obstruction. We can't let this kid's azure dragon absorb the dragon source. Seeing Su Feng open the box and hold it in his hand, the azure dragon coiled around Su Feng also stared directly at the dragon source. Xue Lingyun immediately realized that Su Feng intended to let his azure dragon absorb the dragon source. Upon seeing this, Xue Lingyun quickly shouted to the still-dazed Xue Lingfeng, instructing him to command his Ice Bear King to break through the obstacles posed by the people of Lingtian City. Yes, Ice Bear King, quickly grab that kid. Hearing Xue Lingyun's shout, Xue Lingfeng finally came to his senses and hurriedly ordered his Ice Bear King to charge straight at Su Feng. Immediately, the Ice Bear King attempted to rely on its brute strength and high defense to directly break through the defensive circle of the people of Lingtian City. Dozens of Beast King-level beasts stood ready, while a high-level Xuanwu was also behind them, using its own abilities to enhance the defenses of the beasts. The Zhuke was hovering in front of the Beast King-level beasts, showing no sign of retreat as it watched the charging Ice Bear King. When the Ice Bear King was only a few meters away from the crowd, Zhuke lightly waved its wings. It dodged the charging Ice Bear King, which then crashed directly into the defenses of the beasts of Lintian City. Bang! The Ice Bear King collided with the defense circle, producing a dull sound. The powerful impact almost broke through the defense circle of the beasts, but it just fell short by a hair. What is going on? The Ice Bear King can't break through them. Xuelingyun was stunned at this scene. A group of Beast King-level beasts plus a high-level beast were actually able to withstand the full-force impact of the Ice Bear King. If this were to be said, people would probably think he was a fool. Although there were 11 Beast King-level beasts present, the gap in strength between levels could not be simply compensated for by numbers. Xuelingyun and Feng found it hard to believe, and so did the people of Lintian City. They were very aware of the gap between both sides and knew it couldn't be compensated by numbers, yet they managed to hold on. Why is that? They had no idea. Could it be that they had consumed their stamina in the previous encounter with the city lord? It shouldn't be, to be honest. Even if that were the case, they shouldn't be able to hold on. Never mind that. We need to continue delaying them to buy time for the young city lord. Everyone was quite puzzled, but there was no time for them to think about it now. However, Lu Hao seemed to notice that there was something enhancing the defense of each of their beasts. But Lu Hao didn't know where this enhancement came from until he saw the Xuanwu behind them. Chapter 61. The Might of Xuanwu, Absorbing Dragon Source. Lu Hao noticed that Su Feng's new beast seemed to be operating its own power. A faint force was slowly released from the Xuanwu and entered the 11 Beast King-level beasts present. This was actually the effect brought by the young city lord's new divine beast. Lu Hao was shocked. Su Feng's Xuanwu was only a high-level beast. Yet it could enhance the defense of other beasts to withstand the impact of the Ice Bear King. Commander Lu, what are you saying? What effect has the young city lord's divine beast brought? Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, everyone was a bit confused. What effect did Su Feng's new divine beast bring? They didn't notice the subtle changes on their beasts, but were fully focused on resisting the attack, completely unaware that it was the Xuanwu enhancing the defense of their beasts. Didn't you notice? The young city lord's divine beast can enhance the defense of beasts. Seeing that everyone still hadn't noticed, Lu Hao explained. Upon closer observation, a thin layer of blue was attached to the surface of these Beast King-level beasts. It was this layer of blue membrane that provided protection to these beasts, enabling them to withstand the attacks of Beast Emperor-level beasts. Everyone took a closer look and finally discovered the clue. This high-level beast could actually enhance a group of Beast King-level beasts' defense to withstand Beast Emperor-level attacks. Wang Zongchang said in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. Every time Su Feng obtained a divine beast, it left people in awe, repeatedly refreshing everyone's understanding of beast tamers. For a moment, everyone stared blankly at Su Feng's Xuanwu. But after a while, they shifted their attention back to the beasts of Xuelingyun and his companions. Although Xuelingyun and the others were also surprised, they had no time to ponder how they achieved it, as they were focused on obtaining the dragon source in Su Feng's hand. The Ice Bear King was preparing to charge again, while the Icefield Wolf was attacking the Zhuke, hovering in the air. Now that Su Feng's Zhuke had appeared, it was the perfect opportunity to capture it. Although the dragon source was very attractive, Xuelingyun had not forgotten the purpose of their visit. However, the Icefield Wolf could not fly and could only launch ice spikes to attack the Zhuke. But the Zhuchue's flames seemed even more domineering than Su Tianzong's heavenly demon phoenix. Under the Icefield Wolf's multiple attacks, they were all neutralized by the Zhuchue's flames. The ice spikes melted by the Zhuchue's flames didn't even have time to turn into water before being evaporated by the intense heat. For a moment, the 11 Beast King-level beasts of Lintian City and Xuelingfeng's Ice Bear King were in a stalemate. While Xuelingyun's Icefield Wolf was also unable to do anything to the Zhuke hovering in the air. Instead, the Zhuke seized the opportunity to unleash flames, temporarily trapping the Icefield Wolf in a ring of fire. The Icefield Wolf could only continuously release ice attribute attacks to extinguish the flames on the ground, trying to find a gap to escape the fiery circle. Just as the Ice Bear King was preparing to charge again, the Zhuke attacked from behind the Ice Bear King, spraying several flames towards its back. Roar! The Ice Bear King felt pain in its back and let out a huge roar, rolling on the ground. This attack temporarily alleviated the pressure on the defense line that was about to be breached, allowing the people of Lintian City to catch a brief breath and recover. Lu Hao took out several pills from his storage ring and distributed them to everyone present. Although they had withstood the Ice Bear King's charge earlier, these beasts were already exhausted. Moreover, they had already consumed a lot of stamina in the previous skirmish with the Lingbing sect. And if the Ice Bear King charged again, their seemingly defendable defense line would be instantly destroyed. Yes, Commander Lu. The other several commanders immediately took the pills and fed them to their beasts. In that case, we thank Commander Lu. The heads of the three major families did not hesitate to accept. Although they were from the three major families and naturally had such recovery pills, they did not mind that Lu Hao took the initiative to distribute them, and after thanking him, they gave the pills to their beasts. You elders and family heads need not be polite. You are all contributing to Lin Tian City. Everything you do today, I, Lu, have seen. And I am immensely grateful to all the family heads and elders for coming to the aid of Lin Tian City in its time of crisis. Lu Hao's words came from the heart. The Wang family, the Shi family, and the Lin family had all contributed a lot in this confrontation against external enemies. And Lu Hao remembered it well. Commander Lu, you are too kind. City Lord Su has always treated our three families well. Now that Lin Tian City is in danger, we naturally must lend our full support, Wang Zongchang said, and the other two family heads also nodded in agreement with Wang Zongchang's words. Once, there was only the Shao family as a prominent family in Lingtian City. The other three families started relatively late in Lingtian City. Although Su Tianzong developed them out of certain considerations, the heads of the three families have always remembered this favor. Now that Lingtian City is facing an invasion from the Lingbing sect, they naturally cannot stand by and do nothing. Moreover, Su Tianzong is a very good person. Although they suffered heavy losses this time, as long as this matter is resolved, Su Tianzong will definitely not treat them unfairly afterward. Now, with the Shao family, one of the four major families, completely wiped out, the wealth left by the Shao family is considerable, which allows the other three families to have benefits to redistribute. Additionally, the various treasures stored in the Shao family's treasury can also compensate for their losses this time. Furthermore, with Su Feng's current display of strength, he is bound to achieve great things in the future and become a prominent figure. For now, it is worth getting injured a little to protect Su Feng. As long as they can build a good relationship with him, they believe he will not forget them in the future. Thinking of this, the members of the three families became more motivated, and after a short recovery, they focused again. At this moment, Su Feng held the dragon source in his hand. He slowly extended the dragon source towards the Qinglong, allowing it to begin absorbing the energy of the dragon source to enhance its strength. Although Su Feng was unsure how much Qinglong could improve after absorbing all the power of the dragon source, or how long the process would take, there was no other way at the moment. Soon, the orb-shaped dragon source was slowly swallowed by Qinglong, which began to absorb the power contained within the dragon source with all its might. Chapter 62. The Might of Zhuke, the Transformation of Qinglong. Just as the Ice Bear King was preparing to charge again, Qinglong had already swallowed the dragon source and started to absorb the pure power contained within it. Oh no! This kid's divine beast has already started to absorb it. Snow Lingyun, seeing that Su Feng's Qinglong had begun absorbing the dragon source, immediately ordered his ice wolves to assist the Ice Bear King in breaking through the defenses of the people in Lingtian City. As long as they could break through their defenses and capture Su Feng, the Zhuke would naturally submit. At that point, even if the dragon source was absorbed by Su Feng's Qinglong, they could still extract the power of the dragon source from Qinglong. Although they wouldn't be able to extract all the power of the dragon source, they should still be able to obtain a decent amount of energy. Upon hearing Snow Lingyun's command, the ice wolves ignored the Zhuke, hovering high in the sky. After a few ice spikes struck the Zhuke, the ice wolves, along with the Ice Bear King, launched an attack on the magical beasts of Lingtian City, attempting to break their defenses in one go. However, how could the Zhuke allow them to succeed? Being a divine beast, it already possessed great intelligence, and after advancing to the beast spirit level, its wisdom surpassed that of ordinary humans. A stream of true fire melted the ice spikes of the ice wolves, and then it flapped its wings, coming behind the ice wolves and the Ice Bear King again. Immediately, the Zhuke soared into the sky. At this moment, the Zhuchue's entire body was enveloped in flames, which gradually grew more intense, making it shine like the sun once again. The crowd looked up in shock at the figure of the Zhuke. How can there be two suns in the sky? It's terrifying. The Zhuke of the young city lord can actually achieve this level? The members of various families, as well as the generals of Lingtian City, were astonished by the fireball transformed by the Zhuke, their faces filled with disbelief. In their eyes, it seemed as if two suns had appeared in the sky, and the surrounding temperature had become extremely hot. Su Feng's Zhuke had just reached the beast spirit level, but the fire attribute attack it wielded likely reached the power level of a beast king. This was normal, as the Zhuke was the king of fire, the king of birds, born to control the divine fire of Nanjingli. In terms of fire attributes, no magical beast dared to compare with the peak Zhuke. Even if the current Zhuke was only at the beast spirit level, its fire attribute far surpassed many magical beasts. The flames on the Zhuke became more and more vigorous, and the fireball had already taken shape, charging forward, directly transforming into a fireball and crashing into the Ice Wolves and the Ice Bear King. The scorching temperature seemed to want to burn everything in the world to ashes. Bang! The fireball's UK collided with the position of the Ice Wolves and the Ice Bear King, immediately producing a huge sound. And the hard road bricks were smashed into a large pit, with scattered bricks turning bright red from the heat. Several flames clung to the Ice Wolves and the Ice Bear King, beginning to scorch their fur and skin. Even a spark could ignite fiercely on them. Roar! The Ice Wolves and the Ice Bear King cried out in pain as they were burned by the Juchue's flames. Both magical beasts fell to the ground, rolling around in an attempt to extinguish the flames. However, this fire was extremely difficult to extinguish, even after rolling on the ground for a while. They only managed to put out a little. Their snow-white fur was burned away in patches, revealing some charred skin underneath. Seeing that the flames were so hard to extinguish, the Ice Wolves even directly breathed towards the Ice Bear King, using their ice attribute to extinguish the flames on the Ice Bear King's body. However, the effect was still very slow, and it took a long time to completely extinguish the flames on the Ice Bear King. But the fire on the Ice Wolves had already burned off all their fur. The once imposing Ice Wolves had instantly turned into a bald dog, looking extremely miserable. The Ice Bear King was not much better off. Although the flames on its body had been completely extinguished by the Ice Wolves, its fur had also been burned away, and the place on its back that had been hit by the Juchue's flames was already charred. Now, the entire back of the Ice Bear King emitted a fragrant aroma of roasted meat, making the people of Lingtian City feel a bit hungry. They had fought since morning, and it was now afternoon, without having eaten a single meal. Now, smelling the roasted meat aroma wafting from the Ice Bear King, they felt a bit tempted. Roar! The Ice Bear King noticed their peculiar gazes and let out a fierce roar, wanting to fight with them. However, it was bitten on the leg by the Ice Wolves, who were also in great pain from the burns. Even the tough-skinned Ice Bear King had been roasted on its back, and the Ice Wolves were in a worse situation. Otherwise, burned to the point of looking like a bald dog, they were beginning to emit a foul smell of charred flesh. Seeing this, the Ice Bear King finally helped the Ice Wolves extinguish the flames on their bodies. The fire attribute of this Juke was indeed so domineering. It seemed very likely to subdue the three kings of the extreme north. Although their magical beasts were now in a very sorry state, Snow Lingyun did not mind this. Instead, he was astonished by the Juchue's flames. The Juke had just reached the beast spirit level, yet the fire attribute it used could even overwhelm magical beasts at the Beast Emperor level, if nurtured a little in the future. Subduing the three great kings of the extreme north would definitely not be a big problem. However, this was uncertain. The Ice Wolves and the Ice Bear King had already sustained some injuries in their previous battle with Su Tianzong's Tianyao Phoenix, and their stamina had also been greatly consumed, which might have allowed the Juke to take advantage of this. Otherwise, with the Ice Wolves and their strength, they would definitely have been able to break through the defenses of Lingtian City, and they wouldn't be so embarrassed now due to the Juke. Just as the Juke created this commotion, Su Feng's Qinglong floated autonomously in the air, coiling its body. The energy of the dragon source was powerful, and the light it emitted could be clearly seen even within Qinglong's body. As time passed, the dragon source was slowly absorbed by Qinglong, and Qinglong's form began to change slightly. Its blue scales became more lustrous, and its dragon horns grew even more majestic and robust. The dragon source made the dragon bloodline contained within Qinglong incredibly powerful, and Qinglong seemed to be undergoing a transformation. The crowd remained vigilant in defense while watching the changes in the Azure Dragon. This was a rare opportunity to witness the transformation of a divine beast up close. Once, they had believed in the existence of such creatures. However, throughout tens of thousands of years, apart from folk legends about ancient beasts ascending to divine status, who had ever witnessed a divine beast with their own eyes? Before Su Feng's divine beast appeared, they had all doubted the existence of such powerful beings in this world. But now, the legends of those ancient divine beasts had been manifested in Su Feng's hands. Chapter 63. The Passage of Time, the Fusion of Dragon Source. The ancient era dates back hundreds of thousands of years. The people of the Beastmaster continent no longer had records of those divine beasts. Only a few primitive villages had some sparse records, which were not comprehensive. The most well-known were the four strongest divine beasts from ancient times, each guarding one of the four regions of the Beastmaster continent. However, records about these four divine beasts were extremely rare, with various folk tales circulating. Su Tianzong had once heard that there were some records of the Azure Dragon in a village, identical to Su Feng's Azure Dragon, albeit with minor discrepancies. Due to poor preservation over the years, the recorded books had been destroyed or stolen. In the end, Su Tianzong spent a fortune to acquire the remaining records and informed the three major families, urging them to use these records as references to search for accounts of divine beasts. The heads of the three major families agreed. But they were skeptical about the contents of these tattered books, since no one had ever seen a true divine beast. They believed these books were merely the fantasies of ancient people. Nevertheless, because it was a task entrusted by Su Tianzong, they did search earnestly. Although they found a great deal, there were very few that resembled Su Feng's Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird. While the records in these books bore some similarities to Su Feng's Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, that was about all, and they did not dwell on it. However, upon witnessing the pure dragon aura emanating from the Azure Dragon, and based on its transforming appearance combined with the records they had seen, they were astonished to find them completely consistent. The Azure Dragon was indeed one of the powerful dragon-shaped divine beasts from ancient times. With this realization, they began to speculate whether the Vermilion Bird and the newly born Black Tortoise were also two of the four divine beasts from ancient times. Now, as the dragon source was slowly absorbed by the Azure Dragon, the dragon aura grew increasingly powerful. The Azure Dragon showed signs of a breakthrough. How long had it been since the dragon source had already been absorbed by the Azure Dragon to more than half? Su Feng noted that the dragon source within the Azure Dragon had shrunk to less than half its original size and was amazed by the Azure Dragon's absorption speed. Icefield Wolf, take this pill and go capture that kid. Xue Lingyun also noticed the Azure Dragon's imminent breakthrough and tossed a pill to the Icefield Wolf, instructing it to attack them again. The Icefield Wolf caught the pill thrown by Xue Lingyun and swallowed it whole. Instantly, its wounds healed significantly. Even the burns from the Vermilion Bird's flames began to recover slowly. Ice Bear King, you should take this pill as well. Seeing that Xue Lingyun had given his Icefield Wolf a pill, Xue Lingfeng also took out a pill for his Ice Bear King, though he looked reluctant as he tossed it to the Ice Bear King. Immediately, the injuries on the Ice Bear King also began to heal, though its fur did not regrow. What kind of pill did they take for such remarkable recovery effects? The people of Lintian City were astonished to see the heavily injured Icefield Wolf and Ice Bear King, who had been in a dire state, recover almost completely after taking a single pill. They were shocked at what kind of pill could restore their injuries. While surprised, they also felt quite anxious. Such pills were extremely expensive. Although they were third-grade pills, if auctioned, they could rival the value of some fourth-grade pills. Originally, the Icefield Wolf and Ice Bear King had been battered and exhausted, only capable of fighting due to their injuries. But now that Xue Lingyun's magical beasts had recovered, their magical beasts were still battered and could not withstand another round of attacks. Su Feng also realized this and felt it was somewhat tricky. The Azure Dragon still needed time to fully absorb the dragon source, while the Icefield Wolf and Ice Bear King had now recovered. If they attacked the people of Lintian City again, they would surely break through. The Black Tortoise, as a high-tier being, could provide strong defense. But the Vermilion Bird was somewhat weakened after using that fiery move. After all, the Vermilion Bird was only at the beast spirit level now, and that fire was the original flame it controlled, requiring a significant amount of power. With the Vermilion Bird's current strength, it could only use it once a day. Humph. Kid, I have to say, that Vermilion Bird's flames are indeed formidable. But I don't think it can use it again now, can it? Xue Lingyun noticed that Su Feng's Vermilion Bird seemed quite exhausted, indicating that the flame had taken a heavy toll. Young City Lord, please lead the divine beasts to retreat. We will hold them off. Hearing Xue Lingyun's arrogant words, Lu Hao felt furious, but he knew it was indeed the truth. However, even so, Lu Hao would not allow them to harm Su Feng in the slightest. It was his responsibility as the leader of Lintian City. Please, young city lord, evacuate quickly. We will buy you time. The other commanders also urged Su Feng. The heads of the three major families and the elders hesitated for a moment, but were also willing to stay behind to buy time for Su Feng. They could have escaped without having to confront Xue Lingyun and the others. However, due to the past favors from Su Tianzong, they decided to stay, knowing that Su Feng would surely become a significant figure in the future. Helping Su Feng today would be like securing a favor from a future powerhouse. Although they needed Su Feng to grow strong in the future, they had already made up their minds to assist him, and now they were all in the same boat. If these commanders were dealt with, Xue Lingyun would likely not spare them either. Thus, the heads of the three families and the elders stayed behind, each taking out usable pills from their storage rings for their magical beasts to take, buying time for Su Feng's Azure Dragon to absorb the dragon source. However, they were puzzled as to why the reinforcements from Anjing City had not yet arrived. Lu Hao had already sent word to Anjing City when the people from Lingbing sect and the Xiao family started invading the city. It had already been over a day. By all rights, they should have arrived by now. Chapter 64, New Rewards, Imperial Seal Technique. It has now been a day and a half since then. By all accounts, considering the distance from Anjing City to Lintian City, it should only take at most 2 days to arrive by flying magical beast. The marching speed of the troops from the Meteorite Kingdom is not something that can be measured by ordinary flying magical beasts. Moreover, The ruler of the Meteorite Kingdom had stipulated that troop reinforcements must arrive at their destination within a day. Otherwise, they could face the death penalty for delaying military action. Yet, a day and a half had passed, and there was still no sign of reinforcements. Commander Liu, why haven't the reinforcements from Anjing City arrived yet? Yes, it should have already exceeded the ruler's deadline. Don't they fear being punished by the ruler? The people of Lintian City were filled with confusion and worry. The later the reinforcements arrived, the more dangerous their situation became, and they might even lose their lives here. I also don't know why they haven't arrived yet. Lu Hao was equally puzzled, but had no idea why the reinforcements were delayed. Upon hearing this, Su Feng looked at the anxious crowd, and his expression darkened. Ding! The divine level choice system is activated, and choices are being issued. Please make your selection, host. Choose option 1. Escape with the divine beast, and receive a reward of 2,000 gold coins. Choose option 2. Surrender the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird to ensure everyone's safety, and receive a reward of a high-grade spiritual weapon, the Blood Sword. Choose option 3. Personally intervene to disrupt Shui Lingyun and the others, and receive a reward of an advanced Earth-level martial art, the Imperial Seal Technique. Please make your choice within 30 seconds. Just when Su Feng was at a loss, the familiar system prompt echoed in his mind. The high-grade spiritual weapon Blood Sword and the advanced Earth-level martial art Imperial Seal Technique. Su Feng was somewhat surprised by the rewards in the second and third options. One was a high-grade spiritual weapon, and the other was an advanced Earth-level martial art, the Imperial Seal Technique. Both rewards were extremely precious. The Blood Sword was a sword, and it was an immensely powerful spiritual weapon capable of absorbing any blood to enhance its power, making it a weapon that could be strengthened. As long as the Blood Sword absorbed enough blood, a single strike could kill a Beast Emperor-level monster. If the blood contained exceptionally powerful energy, it could even be used to slay Beast Sect-level or higher monsters. The advanced Earth-level martial art, the Imperial Seal Technique, was also a very powerful technique. The Imperial Seal Technique consisted of 5 forms: Mountain Opening Seal, Sea Turning Seal, Earth Covering Seal, Sky Annihilation Seal, and Ancient Emperor Seal, all interconnected. When all 5 sealing techniques were perfected, the user could achieve the ability to overturn rivers and seas, devouring the sky and earth. This was much simpler and more direct than the Blood Sword, and just mastering one sealing technique provided an incredibly strong offensive capability. In comparison, the Blood Sword, which required blood to develop, was not as good. Moreover, if Su Feng wanted the Blood Sword, he would have to hand over the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird to Shui Lingyun and the others to ensure the safety of everyone present. Trading 2 divine beasts for a sword that needed nurturing was not a smart deal for Su Feng. The first option was directly ignored by Su Feng. Even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't run away alone to save himself, especially for just 2,000 gold coins. This 2,000 gold coins would be enough for an ordinary family to work diligently for 10 years. But as the young lord of Lintian City, how could he lack such a small amount of gold? Therefore, Su Feng directly chose the third option and sank his mind into his consciousness. The scroll of the Imperial Seal Technique floated within, displaying the content of the Mountain Opening Seal, while the contents of the other 4 seals were shrouded in mist. In an instant, as Su Feng's consciousness dove into the scroll, the content of the Mountain Opening Seal transformed into a ball of golden light and entered Su Feng's awareness. The golden light entered his body, and Su Feng's hands were instantly filled with power, faintly radiating an extremely powerful aura. So, this was the advanced Earth-level martial art, the Imperial Seal Technique. Su Feng felt the power within his palms and instinctively threw a light punch. Instantly, a gust of wind surged toward the ground, creating a small pit. Su Feng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't even activated the Mountain Opening Seal of the Imperial Seal Technique, but merely used his physical strength to lightly throw a punch, and yet it had such tremendous power. However, after a moment of thought, Su Feng calmed down. Cultivating the Imperial Seal Technique required a powerful body to withstand it, and Su Feng had previously obtained the Ancient Holy Body, which made his physique exceptionally strong. Just like the 3,000 thunder movements, with the enhancement of the Ancient Holy Body, his speed was even faster than what the 3,000 thunder movement technique could provide. The Ancient Holy Body not only had a natural and strong resistance to various corruptive forces, allowing for a certain degree of immunity to possession and the ability to dispel killing intent, but it also provided a vast amount of resource essence, far exceeding that of others in terms of power and combat strength. Under normal circumstances, shattering some magical treasures with bare hands was not a big deal. If he activated the technique with the Ancient Holy Body, he could also gain the enhancement effect of the Holy Body, making it much stronger than the effects brought by the technique alone. Su Feng took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He crossed over to Lu Hao and the others, summoned the Vermilion Bird from his ring, gave it a pill to consume. and slowly walked toward Shui Lingyun and the others. Next, he would confront Shui Lingyun and the others directly, while the Vermilion Bird and the others would be responsible for holding back the Icefield Wolf and Ice Bear King, preventing these two magical beasts from interfering with him. Although the magical beasts belonging to Shui Lingyun were powerful, if it came to comparing techniques, Su Feng was confident he wouldn't lose to either of them. Even if the Icefield Wolf and Ice Bear King tried to interfere, Su Feng was confident he could escape from them. With the ancient holy body combined with the 3,000 thunder movements, as long as Su Feng was careful, even the Beast Emperor level Icefield Wolf and Ice Bear King wouldn't be able to catch him. Moreover, with the strength of the ancient holy body, as long as he wasn't hit in a vital area, Su Feng could quickly recover from injuries. Meanwhile, the people of Lingtian City were extremely nervous. As Su Feng walked out from behind them, the Icefield Wolf and Ice Bear King, which were originally prepared to attack them, halted their charges and glared at Su Feng with fierce expressions. They clearly remembered how the Vermilion Bird had made them look so disheveled. As Beast Emperor level magical beasts, they were supposed to be the overlords in the wild magical beast territory, yet today they were humiliated by a beast spirit level magical beast. So they naturally wanted to settle the score with Su Feng. Chapter 65, Condensed Thunder Illusion, 1 against 2. Now that Su Feng and the Vermilion Bird had both stepped forward, they were just right to be dealt with. Immediately, the two Beast Emperor level magical beasts slowly approached Su Feng and the Vermilion Bird. Shui Lingyun did not stop them, allowing their magical beasts to attack Su Feng. It didn't matter if they solved Su Feng right there. They had already spent too much time trying to obtain Su Feng's divine beasts. If they delayed any longer, they would inevitably be unable to stop the reinforcements from outside the city. The reason for the delay in the reinforcements from Anjing City was that Shui Lingyun and the others had spent a large sum of money hiring a group of bandits from the Fallen Star Kingdom before taking action. They paid 1 million gold coins to have these bandits hold up the reinforcements for a day on the only route to Anjing City. For these bandits, they were more than happy to do so. 1 million gold coins was no small amount, and they were very familiar with fighting in the mountains and forests. Lingtian City was surrounded by woods and small hills, making it the best battlefield for these bandits. Even if there were troops surrounding them on normal days, they could use the terrain to escape. So for them, making 1 million gold coins by holding up the reinforcements for a day was something they were very willing to do. However, now that almost 2 days had passed, the reinforcements were likely to arrive soon, and Shui Lingyun could no longer afford to delay. Immediately, the Icefield Wolf and Ice Bear King charged towards Su Feng, opening their massive mouths as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Young Lord, seeing the two Beast Emperor level magical beasts attacking Su Feng, Lu Hao shouted, his heart leaping, and rushed towards Su Feng. But they were already too late to stop the Icefield Wolf. The Icefield Wolf and Ice Bear King were almost upon Su Feng, the Icefield Wolf opening its huge mouth to swallow him. Bang! The Icefield Wolf bit down hard at Su Feng's location, kicking up a cloud of dust. The people of Lingtian City were dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene with dark expressions. Young Lord, Lu Hao and the other leaders called out to Su Feng, their eyes filled with despair. Just as the Icefield Wolf bit down, they saw that half of Su Feng's body had already disappeared, and they all thought he had been swallowed by the Icefield Wolf. They couldn't believe it, holding on to the last glimmer of hope as they watched the movement in the dust. As the dust slowly settled, a figure suddenly appeared before everyone, and their expressions regained composure. Commander Lu, help me hold back these two beasts. Before the dust had fully settled, Su Feng's voice rang out. The hearts of the people from Lingtian City, which had been hanging in suspense, relaxed upon hearing his voice. Su Feng was actually unharmed. However, they did not dare to delay their guesses about how Su Feng managed to do it. Since Su Feng had them restrain these two Beast Emperor monsters, he must have some plan. Immediately, they abandoned their original defensive formation and spread out to restrain the Icefield Wolves. After taking the elixir from his subordinate, Zhu Ke temporarily regained some energy and joined them in the fight. Kid, do you want to fight us? We are elders of the Ice Crystal Sect. Are you sure you want to do this? Seeing Su Feng approaching them alone, Shui Lingyun realized that Su Feng probably intended to engage in a martial arts duel with the two of them. Shui Lingyun and Shui Lingfeng were elders of the Ice Crystal Sect, having learned countless martial arts within the sect. How dare Su Feng challenge them? At the moment when both of them thought Su Feng was crazy, the latter's face showed no signs of worry. On the contrary, he smiled and said, "Are the elders of the Ice Crystal Sect very strong?" Shui Lingyun sneered. At this point, you're still talking nonsense. Su Feng continued to smile. Are the elders of the Ice Crystal Sect very strong? Shui Lingyun scoffed and was about to speak when suddenly, the anger on his face froze, because he noticed that Su Feng's right hand was gathering a very powerful force. Moreover, strands of divine light were emanating from Su Feng's body, and the ground beneath him was trembling slightly, even cracking. Seeing this, Xueling Yun's expression became serious as he looked at Su Feng. At this moment, Su Feng was using a trace of the Azure Dragon's divine power, combined with his ancient sacred body, and the unmoving divine king form reappeared, which involuntarily made Xueling Yun feel a hint of fear. However, as an elder of the Ice Crystal sect, how could he fear an 18-year-old kid? Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Prepare to die. With that, Xueling Yun charged forward, intending to eliminate Su Feng directly. However, Su Feng did not move. In an instant, another figure of Su Feng appeared, standing in place. This figure besides Su Feng looked exactly like him. Even the sacred aura was indistinguishable. This was the clone created by Su Feng's 3,000 thunder illusions. The thunder illusion could condense, and its strength was comparable to that of the main body. As long as the main body was not dead, the illusion could not be destroyed, making it an extremely formidable martial art. At this moment, Su Feng effectively had the combat power of two people. As long as Su Feng's main body did not die, this illusion could last for a long time. Xueling Yun's heavy punch did not hit Su Feng's main body, but was blocked by the suddenly appearing thunder illusion. Although this illusion was struck by the heavy blow, it did not dissipate. Instead, it grabbed Xueling Yun and released a powerful electric current into his body. The 3,000 thunder movement and the illusion could work in conjunction with the lightning control ability gained from Su Feng's thunder pattern pill. Xueling Yun was shocked by the powerful electric current, causing his limbs to spasm, and his hair stood on end. Hey, Ling Yun, I'll help you. Seeing that Xueling Yun was caught in Su Feng's trap, Xueling Feng felt somewhat helpless. He hadn't intended to intervene because one Su Feng shouldn't require both elders to act. If someone saw this, they would surely become a laughingstock. But Xueling Yun did not expect to be restrained by Su Feng's thunder illusion, and if the electric current continued, it would be difficult for Xueling Yun to break free. Reluctantly, Xueling Feng had to intervene to break Su Feng's thunder illusion. Boom! With a heavy strike, Su Feng's thunder illusion was shattered by Xueling Feng. Only then did Xueling Yun break free, but his body was still uncontrollably twitching, and it took a while before he could regain control. Ling Feng, this kid is not simple. His martial arts are too strange, things I've never seen before. After being shocked, Xueling Yun felt a lingering fear. He did not expect that Su Feng would possess such an illusion technique, and that after taking a hit from him, it would only dissipate for a short time before recovering, which was why he had suffered that blow. He was quite displeased. As an elder of the Ice Crystal sect, he had fallen into a trap set by an 18-year-old kid. Xueling Yun considered himself cunning, but he did not expect to be caught off guard today. He could not tolerate this humiliation. Chapter 66, Sect Elder, Strength is Average. Originally, he had planned to toy with Su Feng for a while, but now, not only did he fail to toy with Su Feng, but he was also left in such a sorry state. Although he was not injured, this was an immense disgrace for him. Ling Feng, don't interfere. I want to thoroughly torment this kid. Xueling Yun's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, and a strong killing intent gradually emerged. This surprised Xueling Feng, as he realized that Xueling Yun was genuinely angry. It was known that Xueling Yun was usually a stable person, rarely showing such emotions, and was quite cunning. The bandits in the forest outside of Lingtian City were arranged by Xueling Yun, and the scheme to deceive Xiao Hu and the Xiao family was also Xueling Yun's idea. Su Feng had used his martial arts to make Xueling Yun suffer, which left Xueling Yun completely embarrassed. Now, every second that Su Feng lived in this world added to Xueling Yun's anger, filling his mind with murderous intent towards Su Feng. This was the first time Xueling Feng had seen Xueling Yun like this. Even if he wanted to intervene to quickly eliminate Su Feng, he did not dare to, because Xueling Yun's character was notorious within the Ice Crystal sect. If he displeased Xueling Yun in this situation, he might even be attacked by him. Therefore, after Xueling Feng broke Su Feng's thunder illusion, he voluntarily stepped aside and turned to attack the people of Lingtian City. At this moment, Xueling Yun looked at Su Feng with a somewhat frenzied gaze, filled with killing intent, but Su Feng was not afraid of him. The shattered thunder illusion reformed, and two Su Fengs took up a stance, keeping a close watch on Xueling Yun. He knew that Xueling Yun was difficult to deal with, despite having many martial arts. The ninefold Phoenix Fire technique was only at the 3rd level, and the Imperial Seal technique had only the mountain opening seal. As an elder of the Ice Crystal sect, the martial arts he could use must be very powerful. Xueling Yun stared at Su Feng with a fierce gaze, and his body began to run his martial arts, preparing to attack Su Feng. Prepare to die, kid. Once his martial arts were activated, Xueling Yun charged fiercely towards Su Feng. Xueling Yun's palm contained ice spikes, aimed directly at Su Feng's neck, intending to take him down in one blow. As his palm passed, even the moisture in the air condensed into icy mist, gathering on the ice spikes in Xueling Yun's hand. Su Feng and his thunder illusion gathered a fireball in their hands using the ninefold Phoenix Fire technique to counterattack Xueling Yun. Boom! The ice spikes from Xue Lingyun collided with Su Feng's ninefold Phoenix Fire technique, resulting in a massive explosion from the clash of two opposing attributes. Su Feng and the Thunder Illusion were knocked back a few steps by the intense blast, while Xue Lingyun was also pushed back a few steps. Xue Lingyun's Ice Profound Palm was a low-tier, Earth-level martial art, but he had mastered it to perfection. However, against the third level of the ninefold Phoenix Fire technique, he did not gain any advantage. Although Su Feng's ninefold Phoenix Fire technique was also an Earth-level martial art, it was precisely because of the attribute restraint that this effect was achieved. Xue Lingyun was quite surprised. His Ice Profound Palm had reached a perfected state. And although Su Feng's fire attribute martial arts had a restraining effect, it shouldn't be completely disadvantageous, right? Having practiced his Ice Profound Palm for many years, he could not even defeat a young kid, which struck Xue Lingyun's heart deeply, making him increasingly frantic. Su Feng's Thunder Illusion could simultaneously use the ninefold Phoenix Fire technique, which meant Xue Lingyun's Ice Profound Palm was facing two attacks at once. Although Xue Lingyun was somewhat frenzied now, he still analyzed the battle situation clearly. It had to be said that Su Feng's martial arts were indeed powerful and abnormal. However, as an elder of the Ice Crystal sect, the martial arts he knew were certainly not limited to just the Ice Profound Palm. Immediately, Xue Lingyun charged towards Su Feng again. Moreover, Xue Lingyun's speed suddenly increased significantly. With a light step, he covered several meters and directly appeared in front of Su Feng. A layer of ice enveloped his fist, eventually forming an ice spear that fiercely stabbed towards Su Feng's chest. However, just when the ice spear was about to pierce through Su Feng's body, he unexpectedly vanished from his original spot, causing Xue Lingyun to miss. Su Feng's speed was so fast that Xue Lingyun couldn't even detect it, far surpassing his frost step, which was already a high-level movement technique of the profound rank. This left him very curious about what kind of movement technique Su Feng had learned and what rank it was. After missing his first attack, Xue Lingyun moved again in search of Su Feng's trace. However, he spotted Su Feng's figure behind him, as well as Su Feng's lightning phantom. Without a word, Xue Lingyun attacked once more, the ice spear in his hand still intact, stabbing directly at Su Feng. Su Feng's lightning phantom and his real body emitted the same aura, making it difficult to discern which was which, but Xue Lingyun remained calm. As long as Su Feng was hit by him, Xue Lingyun was confident that Su Feng would be killed by this Ice Poison Dragon Spear. This Ice Poison Dragon Spear was Xue Lingyun's strongest attack technique, a powerful skill of the Earth rank. He had already practiced it to the second level. As long as it struck even a minor wound, even if it wasn't fatal, Su Feng would be severely poisoned by the chilling toxin, which was also difficult to dispel with ordinary fire attribute techniques. Xue Lingyun no longer planned to drag this out. He activated his frost step and began to attack Su Feng frantically. Regardless of whether he was hitting Su Feng's real body or his lightning phantom, Xue Lingyun showed no signs of slackening, aiming every strike at fatal points. Su Feng's real body would quickly shift positions just before being attacked, while his lightning phantom charged straight at Xue Lingyun. This was an attempt to trap Xue Lingyun again and then use an electric shock. Xue Lingyun smiled. Having fallen for it once, he would not be fooled again. However, Su Feng's 3,000 thunder movements were far faster than his frost step, making it impossible for him to keep up with Su Feng. Cunning and calculating, Xue Lingyun focused on the two Su Fengs before him, contemplating how to deal with him. One must admit that Su Feng, as an 18-year-old youth, displayed strength worthy of his admiration. Initially, he had intended to take Su Feng as his disciple. However, after causing such a commotion in Lingtian City, it was clear that Su Feng would not become their disciple. Moreover, if Su Feng grew stronger in the future, he would become their enemy. They were already well aware of Su Feng's talent. If allowed to grow, even as elders of the Lingbing sect, they might not be able to contend with him. Su Feng not only had powerful divine beasts, but even the techniques he used were extraordinarily strong, forcing Xue Lingyun to use lethal force to eliminate future threats. Chapter 67, Strength Improvement, Everyone Shocked. Xue Lingyun's attacks became increasingly rapid. He directly bypassed the Su Feng charging at him, knowing that it was merely Su Feng's lightning phantom. His target was only the rapidly moving real body of Su Feng. Although Su Feng's 3,000 thunder movements were faster than his, Xue Lingyun seemed to have grasped the pattern of Su Feng's movements, able to move to Su Feng's side a step ahead. Even though Su Feng moved again, as long as Xue Lingyun timed it right, he would surely land a hit. Su Feng also sensed this. During several position shifts, he attempted to use the ninefold Phoenix Fire technique to dispel Xue Lingyun's Ice Poison Dragon Spear. However, after several failed attempts, he had no choice but to rely on his speed advantage to continue distancing himself from Xue Lingyun. Yet, it seemed that Xue Lingyun had mastered his movement trajectory, able to follow him the moment he shifted. Kid, keep struggling, Xue Lingyun thought, watching Su Feng's increasingly heavy expression. revealing a teasing smile. It was already impressive for a young man like Su Feng to reach this level. But Xuelingyun still held a grudge over being humiliated by Su Feng. Seeing Su Feng's expression grow more serious, Xuelingyun felt a sense of pride. However, unbeknownst to Xuelingyun, a smile appeared on Su Feng's face. Xuelingyun did not notice Su Feng's action and was instead calculating where Su Feng would move next. He had already mapped out the possible positions Su Feng might shift to, and as long as he caught up to Su Feng, he was confident he could hit him. Meanwhile, Feng was also making progress. Although he was alone, the Ice Plane Wolf was with him. The Ice Plane Wolf was responsible for capturing the Vermilion Bird, while the Ice Bear King was blocking the people of Lingtian City to prevent them from interfering with the battle between Xuelingyun and Su Feng. Though the people of Lingtian City wanted to help Su Feng, Su Feng's Azure Dragon was still behind them. The dragon source in the Azure Dragon's body was nearly fully absorbed, and it would soon break through to the Beast King level. The people of Lingtian City could sense that once the Azure Dragon completely absorbed the dragon source, a breakthrough would be no problem. Moreover, the strange phenomena in the sky were gradually changing. Originally, there were fire clouds, lightning, and a relatively weak water column dragon in the swirling dark clouds. However, now the blue lightning was stronger than the other two attributes, seemingly overshadowing them. This was likely due to the Azure Dragon about to break through to the Beast King level, which left everyone in shock. It had only been half a year since Su Feng became a Beastmaster. Yet now, his Azure Dragon was about to break through to the Beast King level. While they had spent most of their lives just getting their respective magical beasts to that level, the speed of this enhancement was simply monstrous. Seeing the Azure Dragon about to reach the Beast King level, everyone was incredibly envious. Most of their magical beasts were around the Beast Spirit level and had only reached their current level through extensive training. However, when Su Feng tested the Azure Dragon's rank, it was unknown, leading to widespread speculation that it had surpassed the Beast King level, possibly reaching a rank that had never been seen before. Although people were initially skeptical, the current situation seemed to confirm this. Furthermore, Su Feng's divine beasts were all born with the strength of high-level magical beasts, which was terrifying. Watching the Azure Dragon about to break through, everyone was envious, but the Ice Bear King's attacks forced them to focus. Without the Ice Plane Wolf's help, the people of Lingtian City could only rely on the enhancement from the Xuanwu to barely withstand the attacks. After regaining some strength, the Vermilion Bird continued to tangle with the Ice Plane Wolf. The Vermilion Bird relied on its flying ability to toy with the Ice Plane Wolf, constantly using fire to attack the agitated Ice Plane Wolf on the ground. Unable to hit the Vermilion Bird, the Ice Plane Wolf prepared to assist the Ice Bear King. But the Vermilion Bird would attack it from behind, adding new wounds to its already recovering back. Although these wounds were not as severe as those inflicted by the previous intense flames, they made the Ice Plane Wolf look quite embarrassed. The Ice Plane Wolf originally had a beautiful coat of snow-white fur, but now it was completely bare, infuriating it as it continuously unleashed attacks at the Vermilion Bird. However, whenever the Ice Plane Wolf attacked the Vermilion Bird, it would quickly fly high to escape the range of the Ice Plane Wolf's attacks. A Beast Emperor-level magical beast being toyed with by a Beast Spirit-level magical beast made the Ice Plane Wolf extremely angry, but it found itself powerless against the Vermilion Bird. This was the advantage that flying magical beasts had in battle. The people of Lingtian City, witnessing this scene, felt their fighting spirit rise. However, that alone was not enough to let them lower their guard. If their side suffered a defeat, the seemingly balanced situation would be overturned. So they dared not let their attention waver in the slightest. Su Feng was entangled with Xuelingyun. Each time, Xuelingyun's predictions became increasingly accurate, and Su Feng's expression grew darker. Ha ha ha, kid, I have completely captured your movement trajectory. Your talent is indeed surprising. Every year at this time, I will hold a memorial for you. Xuelingyun laughed maniacally, already viewing Su Feng as a dead man. Although Su Feng was fast, Xuelingyun felt he had fully grasped Su Feng's movements. As soon as Su Feng showed a flaw, a single strike would be enough to finish him off. Whose memorial it will be is still uncertain. Su Feng ignored him entirely. The more arrogant and pleased Xuelingyun became, the calmer Su Feng remained. Even though Xuelingyun had touched him multiple times, Su Feng showed no concern. At this point, you still dare to talk nonsense. Seeing that Su Feng did not show excessive worry, Xuelingyun was extremely disdainful. Although Su Feng's talent was extraordinary, many geniuses perished before they could grow. Simply because of such arrogance, they were obliterated. Now, Su Feng was no different. Xuelingyun would erase him, making him disappear from this world. He would let Su Feng know that even a genius, before maturing, would fall in the face of absolute power. Although he had initially considered making Su Feng his disciple, reality would not allow Su Feng to survive. However, he felt a hint of doubt. From the very beginning, Su Feng's movement trajectory seemed to be leading him. initially making it impossible for him to see Su Feng's movements. But gradually, Su Feng's speed seemed to have slowed down. Xue Lingyun felt a sense of unease but did not pay it much attention. Su Feng had been fighting him for quite a while. If he could maintain such high speed for so long, how incredible must Su Feng's stamina be? Even Xue Lingyun, after using the frosty steps for so long, felt somewhat sluggish. Chapter 68. Xue Lingyun defeated, Xue Lingfeng furious. Thus, Xue Lingyun believed that Su Feng's technique had consumed too much energy, causing his speed to decrease. None of that mattered. What was important was that Su Feng's speed had slowed, and he had grasped the pattern of Su Feng's movements, making him somewhat excited. As an elder of the Lingbing sect, today he was made to look so pathetic by Su Feng. If word of this got out in the Meteorite Kingdom, he would be ridiculed by everyone. If it spread to their Xue nation, he would lose all face. Therefore, today he not only had to kill Su Feng, but also eliminate everyone present to prevent this from spreading. Although others in Lingtian City were busy fighting the Ice Plains Wolves and Ice Bear King and did not notice their situation, Xue Lingyun, driven by inner shame, felt he must kill everyone here. Immediately, Xue Lingyun began to pursue Su Feng again. Faster, faster, just keep running, huh? Watching Su Feng run everywhere being chased by him, Xue Lingyun felt a sense of relief from his shame. In his eyes, Su Feng was just a little sheep, despite his extraordinary talent. As long as he hadn't team matured, he was merely much stronger than the average person. He had a fundamental gap with Su Feng. Being a revered elder of the Lingbing sect, the ice poison dragon cone formed by his left hand lunged fiercely at Su Feng, missing once and then striking again, determined to hit Su Feng. Before long, Xue Lingyun saw Su Feng show a flaw. The speed that had previously been undetectable was now slower than Xue Lingyun's frosty steps. Xue Lingyun charged with all his might. The ice poison dragon cone aimed precisely at Su Feng's chest, wanting to see Su Feng pierced and bleed to death. Got you. As Xue Lingyun charged with effort, he finally caught up to Su Feng, his expression extremely sinister. He raised the ice cone, intending to stab it directly into Su Feng's chest. However, Su Feng's expression confused Xue Lingyun. Instead of fear, Su Feng showed a triumphant smile. Xue Lingyun was puzzled. This strike could finish Su Feng, so why was he still smiling? But then, he seemed to realize something and hurriedly tried to stop his attack. However, at that moment, Su Feng charged towards Xue Lingyun, allowing the ice poison dragon cone to pierce his body while tightly grabbing Xue Lingyun. Yet, that figure was not Su Feng's true body but his thunder illusion body. Xue Lingyun had been chasing Su Feng's thunder illusion body. Xue Lingyun panicked, confused about why what he was chasing had turned into Su Feng's thunder illusion body. He had been keeping an eye on Su Feng's true body. Why had it changed to an illusion? What had gone wrong? Why was this happening? Xue Lingyun let out an angry roar towards Su Feng. He couldn't understand why it had turned out like this. An elder of the Lingbing sect, being toyed with by a child for so long, his heart was almost collapsing. He wanted to know when he had started chasing an illusion. But Su Feng ignored him completely, unwilling to explain how he did it. Su Feng's thunder illusion body tightly grasped Xue Lingyun and released a powerful current that invaded his body, rendering Xue Lingyun unable to struggle. Then as a surge of electricity flowed in, Xue Lingyun's hands began to twitch again, unable to speak, only able to stutter a few words. As the current spread throughout Xue Lingyun's body, he began to convulse like before from the electric shock, his eyes rolling back, and his hair stood on end. But that wasn't the end. Taking advantage of this great opportunity, Su Feng naturally had to unleash an attack on Xue Lingyun. Otherwise, if Xue Lingfeng arrived and they teamed up, it would be troublesome. Immediately, Su Feng began to gather power in his hands. The effects of the ancient sacred body were indeed strong. Even after fighting Xue Lingyun for so long, Su Feng felt no significant fatigue. Now, Su Feng wanted to test the power of the mountain-shattering seal. Although he currently only knew one move, the mountain-shattering seal, it was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Moreover, combined with the ancient sacred body, the power of the mountain-shattering seal could be slightly enhanced. Su Feng could gather the ability to perform the mountain-shattering seal without forming seals. When he had gathered enough power, Su Feng struck towards Xue Lingyun with a palm. Instantly, the palm Su Feng struck out transformed into a massive hand, its momentum overwhelming, leaving deep marks on the ground as it passed. The enormous hand-shaped wave rushed towards Xue Lingyun. This scene immediately interrupted the battle between Xue Lingfeng and the others in Lingtian City, drawing everyone's attention to Su Feng's location. Their mouths agape at the giant hand that seemed capable of instantly destroying a mountain. What? Lingyun is actually trapped by that kid again. Attracted by this scene, Xue Lingfeng noticed this attack was aimed at Xue Lingyun. However, Xue Lingyun, trapped by Su Feng's thunder illusion body, had lost the ability to move and could not dodge this attack at all. Xue Lingfeng reacted quickly, using his ice profound palm to counter some of the attack's power. However, The wave produced by Shui Lingfeng's ice profound palm could not compare to the attack formed by Su Feng's mountain-shattering seal at all. Upon contact with the mountain-shattering seal, Shui Lingfeng's ice profound palm was neutralized, and the damage mitigated was minimal. Watching Su Feng's attack rush towards Shui Lingyun, bang! Su Feng's mountain-shattering seal engulfed Shui Lingyun and also engulfed Su Feng's thunder illusion body. The intense attack made a huge noise and kicked up a cloud of dust, obscuring everyone's view of the situation. Lingyun. The dust had not yet settled when Shui Lingfeng hurriedly rushed in, searching for traces of Shui Lingyun. However, when he found Shui Lingyun, she had completely lost consciousness, and the clothes on her back had been completely destroyed. Yet, Shui Lingfeng furrowed his brows tightly. Now that Shui Lingyun had been knocked out, they had invested so much effort to obtain Su Feng's divine beast. How could they return empty-handed? Shui Lingfeng had a violent temper, and this was something he could not tolerate. He had to take one of the vermilion bird or the azure dragon. After settling Shui Lingyun, Shui Lingfeng walked alone to face the crowd of Lintian City. He decided to take away Su Feng's azure dragon. The vermilion bird was simply a better choice for the 9-dragon Thunderfire, while the azure dragon contained the incredibly precious dragon source. Weighing the pros and cons, Shui Lingfeng chose to take the azure dragon. Chapter 69, Frustration and Rising Killing Intent. Shui Lingfeng's temper could hardly withstand the current situation. He and Shui Lingyun had brought a dozen instructors from the Lingbing sect and several Beast King-level magical beasts. But now, a dozen instructors and several Beast King-level magical beasts were dead, and Shui Lingyun had been knocked out by Su Feng, leaving their 2 Beast Emperor-level magical beasts in a very sorry state. The people of Lintian City had only 14 Beast King-level, 2 Beast Spirit-level, and 1 high-level magical beast. Yet they had managed to put them in such a predicament. They had neither obtained the vermilion bird nor the dragon source, and the more Shui Lingfeng thought about this, the angrier he became. Bring me that azure dragon. Shui Lingfeng commanded the Icefield Wolf and Ice Bear King with a dark face. The Icefield Wolf was somewhat reluctant. Its master was Shui Lingyun, so why should it listen to Shui Lingfeng? As a Beast Emperor-level magical beast, it naturally had its own pride. The Icefield Wolf only wanted to eliminate Su Feng and avenge Shui Lingyun. Without heeding Shui Lingfeng's command, the Icefield Wolf charged towards Su Feng. Although Su Feng had knocked out Shui Lingyun, the Icefield Wolf was a magical beast, and no matter how capable Su Feng was, it wanted to avenge its master Shui Lingyun. Icefield Wolf. Seeing the Icefield Wolf ignoring his command, Shui Lingfeng immediately exploded with rage. Indeed, the Icefield Wolf was just like Shui Lingyun when it came to being stubborn. Shui Lingfeng felt quite helpless. He then ignored the Icefield Wolf and led the Ice Bear King to attack the crowd of Lintian City. Meanwhile, the Icefield Wolf, despite its disheveled appearance, bared its teeth and pretended to be fierce as it stared at Su Feng. Uffed! Su Feng, seeing the Icefield Wolf that looked like a hairless dog, almost couldn't help but laugh. Especially the Icefield Wolf's forced fierce demeanor made it seem anything but imposing. It was just much larger than an ordinary wild dog. Roar! Seeing Su Feng smiling, the Icefield Wolf became furious. As a Beast Emperor-level magical beast, being mocked by a human child crushed the wolf's pride. A strong killing intent surged, and the Icefield Wolf charged fiercely towards Su Feng. However, what came rushing towards it was Su Feng's mountain-breaking seal. The power was still formidable, destroying everything in its path. The stone bricks were reduced to dust, and the ground was cracked. The Icefield Wolf shot out several ice spikes, but they only slightly diminished its attack power. Fortunately, its attack was not entirely ineffective. The Icefield Wolf's ice spike attack was slightly stronger than Shui Lingyun's ice profound palm, and although it was neutralized upon colliding with the mountain-breaking seal, it did slow down the attack speed of the mountain-breaking seal. However, it still hit the Icefield Wolf's tail, causing its entire body to spin around, though it did not sustain significant damage. This was because magical beasts inherently had much stronger defenses than humans. Although Su Feng could knock out Shui Lingyun, it did not mean he could inflict effective damage on the Beast Emperor-level Icefield Wolf. Furthermore, the mountain-breaking seal consumed a lot of energy. After using it with all his strength twice, even with the enhancement of the ancient saint body, Su Feng felt a bit tired. Even though the Imperial Seal technique was an advanced Earth-tier technique, Su Feng could only use the mountain-breaking seal at present, which couldn't deal much damage to the Beast Emperor-level Icefield Wolf, though it might be effective against Beast King-level beasts. But let's not forget, Su Feng still had the Vermilion Bird. Just as the Icefield Wolf was spinning from that hit, the Vermilion Bird quietly arrived behind the Icefield Wolf. Several fire rays shot towards the Icefield Wolf, but they only managed to create a shallow blood hole on its skin. The Icefield Wolf ignored the Vermilion Bird's attack, knowing it couldn't hit the Vermilion Bird, so it focused on attacking Su Feng. Shooting out ice spikes, the Icefield Wolf transformed into an ice storm, howling towards Su Feng. The vermilion bird continuously fired fire rays to neutralize the ice-field wolf's ice spikes. However, due to previous energy consumption, it only neutralized a small portion of the ice spikes. But more importantly, was the ice storm that the ice-field wolf had created. Despite Su Feng quickly dodging with the 3000 thunder movement, the ice storm still closely followed behind him. The ice storm swept through the buildings in the area, uprooting the already damaged tiles from the ground and incorporating them into the ice storm. Moreover, the ice storm grew larger and larger, almost on the verge of destroying all the surrounding buildings. Su Feng was moving to distance himself from the ice storm while unleashing several mountain-breaking seals to break the ice storm. But no matter how Su Feng attacked, the ice storm showed no signs of calming down. Left with no choice, Su Feng summoned a phantom using the 3000 Thunder Phantom to attack the ice storm alongside him. With Su Feng and the Thunder Phantom attacking together, the Icefield Wolf's ice storm was finally alleviated, and the Vermilion Bird took the opportunity to form a firewall in front of the ice storm to block it. The Icefield Wolf's ice storm had exhausted a significant amount of Su Feng's stamina, and he was beginning to pant. Meanwhile, the situation of the crowd in Lintian City was not optimistic either. Even with only the Ice Bear King and Shui Lingfeng present, the sheer number of Beast King level magical beasts could not withstand the Ice Bear King's attacks. The Xuanwu had augmented their defense for so long, but its energy was gradually running out, and the blue protective layer on the Beast King level magical beasts was starting to flicker in and out. The power of the divine beast belonging to the young master of Shoqing was likely to be exhausted. If this continued, they might not be able to withstand even 2 more attacks. They hadn't expected the gap between Beast King level and Beast Emperor level magical beasts to be so vast. It was truly too tricky. Realizing that Xuanwu was becoming exhausted, Wang Zongchang felt anxious. Looking at Xuanwu's condition, it could not hold on for much longer. But the Ice Bear King's attacks showed no signs of stopping. Instead, they were becoming increasingly fierce. Their magical beasts were also exerting all their strength to resist, already holding nothing back against the Beast Emperor level Ice Bear King, and they were close to exhaustion, just a few more hits away from their defenses breaking. But once their defenses were breached, the Azure Dragon behind them would surely be captured, and they could very likely be killed by the opponent. The sky was gradually darkening, but the reinforcements they were waiting for had yet to arrive. Everyone's hearts were filled with anxiety. At this moment, they had to either hold on or face a dead end. Continuing to exhaust themselves would ultimately lead to their own exhaustion. If their magical beasts fell, Shui Lingfeng's Ice Bear King would mercilessly kill them on the spot. However, they noticed that Su Tianzong, who had been healing in a safe position, had just begun to recover. Moreover, Su Tianzong's Tianyao Phoenix had also awakened, and a glimmer of hope appeared on their faces. Although the Tianyao Phoenix was still in a severely injured state, Su Tianzong saw the plight of the crowd. He instructed the Tianyao Phoenix to assist the people of Lintian City to alleviate their situation. The Tianyao Phoenix did not hesitate and slowly walked towards the crowd of Lintian City. Chapter 70. The mountain-breaking seal shatters. The Tianyao Phoenix is injured. Although the Tianyao Phoenix walked with a bit of a tremor, it still persevered and approached. Just a dying struggle. Seeing the Tianyao Phoenix slowly approaching, Shui Lingfeng was not flustered but rather extremely disdainful. The Tianyao Phoenix had already been severely injured by the attacks of the Icefield Wolf and the Ice Bear King earlier. Although it had barely managed to heal itself somewhat, some wounds were still bleeding, and Shui Lingfeng did not feel any fear. However, the Tianyao Phoenix was, after all, a peak Beast Emperor level magical beast, and if it suddenly intervened, it could cause them trouble. Fortunately, Shui Lingfeng ordered the Ice Bear King to deal with the Tianyao Phoenix first before addressing the people of Lintian City. After all, these people were also struggling in their dying moments and would be resolved in no time. Immediately, the Ice Bear King shifted its target and launched an attack on the Tianyao Phoenix. The people of Lintian City took this opportunity to hurriedly take medicinal pills to recover and then go to assist the Tianyao Phoenix. Their magical beasts also breathed a sigh of relief. The Ice Bear King's attacks were too fierce, and even with Xuanwu enhancing their defense slightly, they could only barely withstand it. All these magical beasts had suffered varying degrees of injuries, and after taking the medicinal pills, they began to recover as quickly as possible. On Su Tianzong's side, Yang Fei had been treating Su Tianzong's injuries. After such a long time, using all his strength, he finally brought Su Tianzong back to consciousness. Su Tianzong squinted his eyes, checking the current situation. When he saw Su Feng battling the Icefield Wolf, he gritted his teeth, wanting to stand up and help Su Feng. However, as soon as he moved, the wound in his left arm began to bleed again, and he almost fainted. Fortunately, Yang Fei hurriedly helped to stop the bleeding, preventing Su Tianzong's wound from worsening. Lord City Master, you can't move recklessly anymore. Yang Fei urged Su Tianzong, understanding his desire to help Su Feng. Although he knew a bit about healing methods, He was after all a leader and not well versed in various treatments. If Su Tianzong's wound worsened even slightly, he wouldn't be able to treat it anymore. Hearing Yang Fei's words, Su Tianzong finally refrained from getting up hastily. Lying on the ground, he tilted his head slightly to observe the situation on Su Feng's side. Although Yang Fei said so, if Su Feng was truly in danger, he would rush to help him without hesitation. Even if it meant paying the price of his life, he would not hesitate. On the Tianyao Phoenix's side, the Ice Bear King had abandoned its attack on the magical beasts of Lintian City. As a peak Beast Emperor-level magical beast, the Tianyao Phoenix now dared not be careless, even in its severely injured state. However, since the Tianyao Phoenix was now unable to fly due to its injuries, it made things easier for the Ice Bear King. Previously, the Tianyao Phoenix had relied on its flying ability, and it took a great effort from the two Beast Emperor-level beasts to severely injure it. Now that the Tianyao Phoenix could no longer fly, the Ice Bear King was ready to confront it directly to avenge the previous humiliation. The Ice Bear King initiated the attack first, sending ice spikes along the ground toward the Tianyao Phoenix. The ground instantly turned frosty, extending to the feet of the Tianyao Phoenix, followed by several ice spikes that shot up from the ground. Although the Tianyao Phoenix's form was somewhat shaky, it did not evade the attack, but stood its ground steadily. Chirp! The Tianyao Phoenix let out a bird call, producing intense and sharp sound waves. The sound was piercing, causing everyone to cover their ears, and the incoming ice spikes were shattered, turning into icy mist. After the fierce ice spikes were completely neutralized, the Tianyao Phoenix pressed the attack, unleashing a fire ray in retaliation against the Ice Bear King. The Ice Bear King did not hold back either. After one attack was neutralized, it shot out several ice spikes and charged directly at the Tianyao Phoenix. It aimed to eliminate the Tianyao Phoenix with this strike, knowing full well the principle of seizing the moment when the enemy is weak. Taking advantage of the Tianyao Phoenix's reduced combat power, it aimed to quickly deal with it before conserving its strength to deal with the people of Lintian City and capture that Azure Dragon. On the other side, the Icefield Wolf's ice storm continued to pursue Su Feng. Everything in its path was destroyed, and a layer of frost had formed around. As the ice storm continued to spin, several ice spikes were accelerated by the storm, shooting toward the rapidly moving Su Feng in an attempt to block his movement. The Icefield Wolf's chain attack brought considerable trouble to Su Feng. Although Su Feng's 3,000 thunder movements allowed him to navigate various terrains with ease, he still couldn't find a way to break the Icefield Wolf's tactic. He wanted to forcibly interrupt the ice storm with his Thunder Phantom body, but the powerful wind prevented the Thunder Phantom body from entering it. Fortunately, Su Feng collapsed a nearby building, piled up the debris, and then struck with a mountain opening seal, sending the stones flying into the ice storm. Instantly, the stones integrated with the storm, causing the ice storm to carry a large amount of debris. Indeed, with these heavy objects interfering, the Icefield Wolf's ice storm was neutralized. The speed of the ice storm could not maintain so much weight, gradually slowing down and dissipating. The debris in the storm fell to the ground, revealing the Icefield Wolf. Immediately, Su Feng's Thunder Phantom body seized the opportunity to attack the Icefield Wolf, leaping onto its back. He unleashed several mountain opening seals and ninefold Phoenix Fire decisions at close range, causing the Icefield Wolf to thrash wildly, trying to throw Su Feng's Thunder Phantom body off its back. However, surprisingly, the Icefield Wolf's actions did indeed throw off Su Feng's Thunder Phantom body. Since the Icefield Wolf's fur had been burned off, Su Feng's Thunder Phantom body could not grab onto anything and was thrown off after a few strikes. As a peak Beast Emperor-level magical beast, even though Su Feng's Thunder Phantom body managed to hit the Icefield Wolf's back several times, it only caused a slight indentation in its spine. If it had been Xueling Yun earlier, it was likely that all of her bones would have been broken, and her breath would be faint. Now, the Icefield Wolf's back had some curvature, but it had not lost its combat ability. However, while the Icefield Wolf had suffered a setback, the situation was much more optimistic for the Ice Bear King and the Tianyao Phoenix. Although the Tianyao Phoenix was at the peak of the Beast Emperor level, its injuries had already reduced its combat power by more than half, making it unable to attack with full strength. Several ice spikes from the Ice Bear King came rushing in, and the Ice Bear King charged forward, nearly reaching the Tianyao Phoenix. The Tianyao Phoenix endured the immense pain in its wings and waved them to evade the attack. But this also worsened the injuries to its wings. After dodging the attack, it stumbled and fell to the ground, blood flowing from its wings. Chapter 71. The Azure Dragon's Divine Might, Soaring to the Nine Heavens. The Tianyao Phoenix wanted to stand up and continue fighting the Ice Bear King, but its wounds began to worsen again. The wounds on its wings were bleeding uncontrollably, and if it continued to force itself to fly like this, the Tianyao Phoenix's wings would likely be irreparable in the future. A flying magical beast that loses its ability to fly is weaker than a ground-based magical beast that cannot fly. But the Ice Bear King was already slowly approaching the Tianyao Phoenix. It wanted to tear the Tianyao Phoenix apart to avenge the humiliation it had suffered. The people of Lintian City, seeing this, hurriedly led their magical beasts to block the Ice Bear King's path to prevent it from attacking the Tianyao Phoenix. However, although their magical beasts had taken recovery pills, their conditions did not improve. Meanwhile, the Icefield Wolf shook its body, stretching its injured back. The Icefield Wolf assumed a hunting posture, preparing to attack Su Feng again. The Ice Bear King was also ready to crush the magical beasts of Lintian City and kill the Tianyao Phoenix, capturing the Azure Dragon. But just as the Icefield Wolf was about to attack Su Feng again, it felt a hint of moisture in the air, accompanied by an extremely strong sense of pressure coming from the side. The Ice Bear King also sensed the strong pressure coming from behind. The crowd gathered at the city of Lintian, led by the Ice Bear King, stared blankly in the direction behind him, while swelling Feng, who was beside the Ice Bear King, was also frozen in place. The direction they were looking at was where the Azure Dragon had previously been. At this moment, the Azure Dragon was radiating a dazzling light. As the light grew more brilliant and enveloped the Azure Dragon entirely, the phenomena in the sky underwent dramatic changes. In the swirling dark clouds, where three elements converged, the blue lightning unexpectedly acquired several other attributes alongside it. These attributes overshadowed the flames and water columns in the clouds, creating a sense of impending doom. Outside the city of Lintian, the once calm waters of the moat suddenly surged violently. The river water resembled waves in the ocean, ultimately converging into pillars of water that soared into the sky, reaching the clouds. The appearance of the water columns was like a colossal dragon of water, merging into the high heavens. The lightning in the dark clouds became increasingly violent, resembling a gathering of thunderous dragons and unicorns. The aura emitted by the Azure Dragon also grew stronger, causing the Beast Kings present to tremble and prostrate themselves, recreating the scene of beasts in worship. The river water in the moat appeared to condense into several water dragons, reminiscent of the chaotic times when rivers flowed backward into the sky. What is happening? The reversal of river water is truly a miracle. This scene completely overturned everyone's understanding of nature. The light from the Azure Dragon resonated with the towering water columns, drawing closer to the Azure Dragon. The water dragons surrounding the city of Lintian converged from the sky towards the Azure Dragon, enveloping it in a massive water sphere. As all this water gathered around the Azure Dragon, the blue lightning from the clouds also flowed into the water sphere. The water sphere grew larger, and with the influx of lightning, it began to churn. Once all the river water from the moat had converged, and all the blue lightning from the clouds surged into it, the water sphere suddenly calmed down. The crowd stared blankly at this scene, their knees involuntarily kneeling. Their magical beasts also lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to look up at the water sphere, silently showing their submission to the Azure Dragon within. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in the Beast Control Sanctuary, Shi Tian, Wang Tianyan, and Lin Qingya, who had been busy with their own tasks, also paused in their steps. Director Lin, Director Wang, did you feel that? Shi Tian's face was filled with shock as he looked towards the direction of Lintian. They had previously felt the intense pressure from within Lintian, but they had grown accustomed to it. Shi Tian knew it was the aura emitted by Su Feng's divine beasts, and the other two directors were aware of it as well, so they did not pay much attention. However, the current pressure was unexpectedly strong, causing even the usually calm Shi Tian's heart to tremble. This pressure was much stronger than what Su Feng had previously displayed, and even from a distance of thousands of miles, it felt terrifying. Could the young city lord have obtained another divine beast? No. This pressure was much stronger than what had been emitted when those divine beasts descended. Could it be that Su Feng's divine beast had broken through? The three directors looked towards Lintian, each expressing their own guesses. Lin Qingya believed that Su Feng had obtained another divine beast, which was why the pressure had increased so much again. But Shi Tian understood better. This did not seem like the kind of pressure that a newly born divine beast could produce. Rather, it felt like Su Feng's divine beast had broken through its level and enhanced its power, resulting in such intense pressure. The divine beast of the young city, Lord Su Feng, had broken through. Wang Tianyan was greatly shocked upon hearing Shi Tian's words. As far as they knew, Su Feng's Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird were both at the beast spirit level before he left. If Su Feng's divine beast had truly broken through, it meant that either the Azure Dragon or the Vermilion Bird had reached the Beast King level. It was only half a year since Su Feng became a Beast Master. Although these divine beasts had started at a high-level magical beast level, it was astonishing to think that in just half a year, one could rise from high-level magical beasts to Beast King level. Such a speed of advancement was beyond description. Generally, it takes 2 to 3 years for a Beast Master's magical beast to advance from low level to Beast Spirit level, even if it reaches a certain grade. Yet Su Feng had spent just over half a year to reach the Beast Spirit level, and now possibly one had already broken through to Beast King level. This rate of improvement was no longer something abnormal could describe. Even though Su Feng's divine beasts began training from high-level magical beasts, the higher the level of magical beasts, the more difficult it is to break through. Some people's magical beasts may reach high level, but could remain stuck there for a lifetime without progressing. The higher the breakthrough level of magical beasts, the greater the opportunity needed, and even a slight misstep could lead to failure. Chapter 72. The Mysterious Girl. The battle continues. They knew well the hardships on the path of magical beast advancement, not to mention others, even as directors. They had gone to great lengths to help their magical beasts break through. For instance, Shi Tian's nine-headed lion had been stuck at the Beast King level for nearly 5 years before breaking into the initial stage of Beast Emperor level. To help his nine-headed lion break through to the Beast Emperor level, Shi Tian had even requested a leave of absence for half a year to seek ways for the nine-headed lion's breakthrough. The other two directors had similar experiences. Their magical beasts had also been stuck at the peak of Beast King level for a long time. They were inclined to believe Shi Tian's guess because Su Feng was a student of the Red Fire Academy, and Shi Tian was personally responsible for teaching him. Given Shi Tian's speculation, combined with this overwhelming pressure, they believed it wholeheartedly, and it made them envious of Su Feng. Who wouldn't want their magical beasts to break through effortlessly? But aside from Su Feng's few divine beasts, who could truly achieve such a level? The answer is that there are no predecessors or successors. The three directors stood by the balcony of the Beast Control Sanctuary, staring blankly in the direction of Lintian, even forgetting what they were supposed to be doing. Have you all forgotten my orders while standing here? Just as the three directors were still gazing blankly towards Lintian, a steady voice came from behind them. The three directors felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing the voice, and they turned around to respectfully bow. Great supervisor, they said in unison. It turned out to be Qin Ying who had come over. Seeing the three of them frozen in place, staring at the direction of Lintian without executing his orders, Qin Ying inquired. Great supervisor, we'll go right away. Shi Tian was the first to speak, pulling the other two directors to complete the tasks assigned by Qin Ying. Immediately, the three directors rushed towards the direction of Zile Academy, fearing that taking even a moment longer would lead to punishment. Watching them leave, Qin Ying then lifted his gaze towards the direction of Lintian. Feeling the overwhelming pressure coming from 1,000 miles away, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Senior, what do you think of this child? After glancing at the direction of Lintian, Qin Ying turned around and respectfully spoke to a corner of the balcony. From the corner where Qin Ying was looking, a girl with fiery red hair walked out. It seems like a lively little girl who is only in her teens. Yet she can make Qin Ying, the chief of the Beast Master Temple, address her as senior. Although she looks young, she is not affected by the strong sense of oppression around her. It is known that all the students from the 4 academies of the Beast Master Temple are currently lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Among these students, even the high-level 3rd-tier students cannot withstand it and have collapsed. Yet this little girl, who looks only in her teens, is completely unharmed and unaffected, which makes one curious about her identity. I dare not make any comments about her. After looking toward the direction of Lintian City for a while, the girl playfully said to Qin Ying. However, her light-hearted words left Qin Ying, as the chief, greatly shocked. This child can actually receive such high praise from you. Although the little girl said she did not dare to rank him, in Qin Ying's ears, it conveyed more than just a simple surface meaning. It was as if she said nothing yet implied something, and only Qin Ying could understand the deeper meaning behind her words. Always calm and expressionless, Qin Ying was stunned in place, silently gazing toward Lintian City. The little girl, seeing Qin Ying's expression, smiled playfully and also looked in the direction of Lintian City. Inside Lintian City, an overwhelming sense of oppression filled the large city. The civilians hiding in the Lord's mansion were fainting one after another due to this pressure. And the guards outside the mansion also collapsed. At this moment, the only ones still conscious in the city were those fighting against Feng. They were closest to the Qinglong and felt the strongest sense of oppression, even though they could maintain their consciousness due to their strong physical condition. They were already sweating profusely. Even Feng felt extremely uncomfortable. Forcing himself to stand, he was gasping for breath, and his hands and feet trembled involuntarily. The back of Feng's clothes was already soaked. If he did not force himself to stand, he might be better off than the others in Lintian City. However, he could not lie on the ground, nor did he dare to. If he chose to lie down, he feared it would be even harder to get up, especially since Su Feng's divine beasts were still active. His Ice Bear King was also extremely uncomfortable, only slightly better than Feng. But taking a step required immense effort. However, Su Feng's Zhuke and the tortoise snake hybrid Xuanwu could move freely, and Feng dared not show any signs of slackening. Ice Bear King quickly stopped that magical beast from breaking through. Shui Lingyun wanted to interfere with Qinglong during its breakthrough. Such a strong sense of oppression means that once Qinglong completes its breakthrough, its combat power will likely increase significantly. Now is the weakest moment for Qinglong. Shui Lingfeng must seize this opportunity to block Qinglong's breakthrough and take it away. Immediately, the Ice Bear King braved the pressure from Qinglong and slowly approached it. Once within its attack range, it would turn both Qinglong and the massive water sphere into a giant ice ball. However, they forgot that Zhu Ke and Xuanwu both had the ability to act, and Su Feng could also move freely under this pressure. Before the Ice Bear King could get close, Zhu Ke and Xuanwu appeared in front of it. Su Feng also came to Shui Lingfeng's side. Earlier, when Shui Lingfeng's Ice Bear King attacked the heavily injured Tianyao Huang, Su Feng naturally had to return the favor. Shui Lingfeng noticed Su Feng's arrival. Although the pressure made it difficult for him to move, he still posed in a defensive stance, wary of Su Feng. "Kid, don't think you can deal with me like this," Shui Lingfeng threatened. However, Su Feng paid no attention to his words, transforming into the Thunder Phantom and standing beside Shui Lingfeng. Shui Lingfeng's heart instantly sank. Earlier, Shui Lingyun was trapped by Su Feng's Thunder Phantom and knocked out in a few moves. Now, Shui Lingfeng posed a much greater threat than Shui Lingyun did. Under the influence of the oppressive aura emitted by Qinglong, his ability to act was already severely hindered. Seeing this, Shui Lingfeng could only call upon the Ice Bear King to join him in confronting Su Feng first. But this allowed Su Feng's Zhu Ke and Xuanwu to follow them, and their situation was still not optimistic. Chapter 73. Attempting to seize Qinglong, a foolish dream. Fortunately, Shui Lingyun's Icefield Wolf also slowly approached. Since Su Feng came to Shui Lingfeng's side, it naturally had to follow, but its eyes were only on Su Feng. Upon seeing that the Icefield Wolf was finally with him, Shui Lingfeng let out a slight sigh of relief. Now, with two Beast Emperor-level magical beasts confronting Su Feng, Shui Lingfeng did not believe they couldn't take him down. Su Feng's Zhu Ke only had the strength of a beast spirit level, and Xuanwu was merely at the level of a high-tier magical beast, which was hardly a threat in the face of two Beast Emperor-level magical beasts. However, Shui Lingfeng's true target was not Su Feng, but rather the Qinglong, which was on the verge of breaking through. Once Su Feng and their two magical beasts moved over here, Shui Lingfeng leaped onto the shoulder of the Ice Bear King. In the next moment, Shui Lingfeng feigned an attack on Su Feng, but suddenly changed direction, charging straight toward the water sphere where Qinglong was. Zhu Ke and Xuanwu were tricked by Shui Lingfeng's feigned attack, allowing the Ice Bear King to break through their encirclement. Su Feng did not pay attention to Shui Lingfeng, who suddenly changed his target. He simply instructed Zhu Ke to intercept them while he and Xuanwu dealt with the Icefield Wolf that had not left. It seemed that the Icefield Wolf had set its sights on Su Feng. Even as the Ice Bear King attacked Qinglong, the Icefield Wolf's gaze remained fixed on Su Feng. The Icefield Wolf had a very close bond with Shui Lingyun, and after Su Feng heavily injured Shui Lingyun, the Icefield Wolf bore a strong desire to kill Su Feng. It now only wanted to eliminate Su Feng, disregarding the mission that Shui Lingyun and the others needed to complete. A mere human, coupled with a strangely shaped Xuanwu that only had the strength of a high-tier magical beast, the Icefield Wolf did not take them seriously at all. The Icefield Wolf took the initiative to attack, charging straight at Su Feng. It swung its sharp claws at Su Feng, but to its surprise, Su Feng did not dodge this time. As a Beast Emperor-level creature, it possessed intelligence comparable to that of a human and sensed something unusual, even doubting that the Su Feng before it was just a Thunder Phantom. Nevertheless, it did not stop its attack and raised its front paw to claw at Su Feng's head. However, at that moment, a layer of light blue film emerged around Su Feng, which was clearly Xuanwu enhancing Su Feng's defensive power. The Icefield Wolf's sharp claws slashed towards Su Feng. Crack! The Icefield Wolf's left front paw claw, while slicing through Su Feng, actually broke off directly. The four sharp claws fell from the Icefield Wolf's toes, and the wound immediately bled. The Icefield Wolf, in pain, bent its injured paw and retreated to distance itself from Su Feng. The Icefield Wolf looked at its injured paw. Upon contact with Su Feng, its four hard and sharp claws actually fell off, leaving behind four bloody holes. With the powerful defensive strength of the ancient holy body, and now enhanced by Xuanwu, even high-tier spiritual tools might not be able to harm Su Feng. The Icefield Wolf's claws, at most, reached the level of a mid-tier high-grade spiritual tool. Their attacking power was strong, but they were not as solid as Su Feng's defenses, which led to the Icefield Wolf's claws falling off directly. The Icefield Wolf now completely lost the appearance of a Beast Emperor-level magical beast. Its fur had been burned away, and now it had lost one claw. The once Beast Emperor-level Icefield Wolf began to panic. It had never expected that a human's defensive power could reach such a high level, especially without any armor, relying solely on the enhancement of a high-tier magical beast. As the proud Beast Emperor-level monster, The Icefield Wolf had lost its fighting spirit after being defeated time and again by Su Feng. It glanced at the unconscious Shui Lingyun lying nearby, wanting to take her away and no longer wishing to fight the terrifying boy in front of it. In the Icefield Wolf's eyes, Su Feng was even more beast-like than the monsters themselves, with both incredible speed and high defense. With a limp, the Icefield Wolf slowly made its way to Shui Lingyun's position. On the other side, Shui Lingfeng and the Ice Bear King were confronting the Azure Dragon. Without the interference of the people from Lintian City, the closer they got to the massive water sphere, the more uncomfortable the Ice Bear King felt. It even had to resist the urge to crouch down, causing Shui Lingfeng to nearly fall off its shoulder multiple times. However, as long as they entered the attack range, it would be enough. Shui Lingfeng planned to turn the Azure Dragon along with the massive water sphere into a giant ice ball and then take it away. Otherwise, if they continued to drag this out, their situation would become even more dangerous. The pressure from the Azure Dragon at the moment of its breakthrough was overwhelmingly strong, making Shui Lingfeng feel apprehensive. He knew that Su Feng's Vermilion Bird, being only beast spirit level, could make the Icefield Wolf and the Ice Bear King so miserable. If they waited for the Azure Dragon to break through to Beast King level, combined with the Vermilion Bird, Shui Lingfeng even felt that they would be no match for them. After all, they had already exhausted most of their strength and were now somewhat fatigued. He did not expect that the people from Lintian City could hold out for so long against them with just a dozen Beast King level beings. Nor did he expect Su Feng's Vermilion Bird, being only Beast Spirit level, could create such difficulties for the Ice Bear King and the others across a 2-level difference. The cost had far exceeded their expectations. Yet even now, they had not obtained anything they desired. The few instructors from the Lingbing sect sent to Zilei Academy had not reported back, which left Shui Lingfeng feeling quite troubled. Just a little more. How could I return empty-handed? With only 5 meters left to enter the Ice Bear King's attack range. As long as the Ice Bear King could attack the water sphere with its strongest ice attribute attack, they would surely be able to freeze the Azure Dragon and take it away quickly. Thud, thud. Each step of the Ice Bear King was heavy, and Su Feng's Vermilion Bird had already arrived before them. The Vermilion Bird continuously sprayed fire attacks at them, but the intensity of these ordinary flames could not break through the Ice Bear King's defenses. Although the flames would cause some injury, they were still within the Ice Bear King's tolerance. Ignoring any attacks from the Vermilion Bird, the Ice Bear King continued to slowly approach the Azure Dragon. Standing on the Ice Bear King's shoulder, Shui Lingfeng operated his technique to counter the Vermilion Bird, weakening its flames to reduce the damage the Ice Bear King would take. Shui Lingfeng continuously took out some low-grade pills from his ring and had the Ice Bear King consume them as well, in order to restore their strength while getting closer to the Azure Dragon. Chapter 74. The Ice Bear King defeated, the Azure Dragon reborn. The Ice Bear King, withstanding the flames of the Vermilion Bird, approached the Azure Dragon. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. The closer the Ice Bear King got to the Azure Dragon, the more intense the Vermilion Bird's attacks became. Moreover, the silent water sphere behind the Vermilion Bird also began to stir. Lightning churned within the water sphere, and several thorny vines with sharp barbs emerged from the ground of the water sphere, forming a tray-like structure to support it. Seeing this, Shui Lingfeng jumped down from the Ice Bear King's shoulder. Facing the overwhelming pressure, he launched an attack on the Vermilion Bird, allowing the Ice Bear King to continue approaching the Azure Dragon. Shui Lingfeng's attack did indeed prevent the Vermilion Bird from focusing its attacks on the Ice Bear King. But Shui Lingfeng was just one person. How could he compare to a monster? Even though the Vermilion Bird was of beast spirit level, it was still a divine beast. While the Ice Bear King could withstand the flames of the Vermilion Bird, Shui Lingfeng did not have such high defensive capabilities. The Vermilion Bird chased after Shui Lingfeng, launching flames, while Shui Lingfeng used his rich combat experience to hold the Vermilion Bird at bay. Gradually, the Ice Bear King stepped forward, but the final meter felt incredibly distant. Because this distance was already very close to the Azure Dragon, the pressure became exceedingly heavy. Thud, thud. The Ice Bear King gritted its teeth against the pressure and quickly took 2 steps, finally bringing the water sphere into its attack range. The pressure here became even more intense, making each breath for the Ice Bear King feel laborious. But it did not rest for a moment and began to gather energy on the spot. This would be its final strike, the strongest attack it could muster. If it succeeded, they would be able to take the Azure Dragon away. If not, the Ice Bear King would no longer have the strength to fight. The Ice Bear King opened its mouth wide, and the moisture in the surrounding air began to turn into frost mist, gathering into a powerful ice spear in the Ice Bear King's mouth. As time passed, the ice spear grew larger, even exceeding the size of the Ice Bear King's head. When the ice spear finally stabilized, it had reached a size equal to half of the Ice Bear King and stopped changing. Bang! The massive ice spear shot rapidly toward the water sphere. The ice spear produced a sonic boom as it pierced the surface of the water sphere. The intense ice attribute began to have a vaporizing effect. The side that was pierced by the ice spear began to freeze and gradually expanded. Moreover, the ice spear continued to penetrate deeper into the water sphere, directly targeting the azure dragon located at the core of the water sphere. Seeing this scene, Feng couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The situation seemed to be unfolding as he had anticipated. At this speed, it wouldn't be long before the massive water sphere turned into an ice ball. Feng no longer paid attention to the vermilion bird and turned to the Ice Bear King's side. Once the water sphere completely turned into an ice ball, he would take the azure dragon and leave, but the situation with the Icefield Wolf and Yun was not looking good. Even against the Beast Emperor-level Icefield Wolf, Feng had not allowed it to gain any advantage. Although his techniques could not effectively harm the Icefield Wolf, Feng seemed to possess endless strength, with his techniques pouring down on the Icefield Wolf like a tsunami. Even the Icefield Wolf was struggling to withstand these intense attacks. Most importantly, Feng also had a Thunder Clone. This Thunder Clone was incredibly terrifying, with combat power identical to Feng's real body. And as long as Feng's real body did not die, the Thunder Clone was nearly impossible to disperse. Even if it was dispersed, Feng still had the ability to summon another Thunder Clone. The Icefield Wolf had already consumed a significant amount of energy, although it had taken recovery pills. It was merely a drop in the bucket. The battle with Feng consumed energy rapidly, as it had initially used the extremely energy-consuming Ice Storm technique, thinking it could defeat Feng in one blow, but Feng was too fast. Even though its Ice Storm had chased Feng for most of the day, it had not managed to catch up. Now, the Icefield Wolf appeared completely defeated in front of Feng. However, on Feng's side, things were somewhat better. The Icefield Wolf wanted to hold out until the Ice Bear King finished its business before coming to deal with Feng together. Yet the situation changed once again. The water sphere, which had been rapidly condensing into ice blocks, suddenly stopped changing, and the parts that had already formed ice blocks were shattered by the lightning in the water, reverting to being part of the water sphere. Moreover, the once powerful ice spear was entangled by the blue lightning within the water sphere and was easily destroyed. After destroying the ice spear, the water sphere underwent another transformation. The water sphere began to unfurl like flower petals, expanding outward, while the thorny vines supporting the water sphere formed a splash of water, slowly spreading outward. Once the water sphere completely unfolded, it revealed a beast egg covered in blue scales inside. This egg was identical to the azure dragon beast egg that Feng had obtained initially, only much larger. The dragon aura emanating from the blue scales of this egg was overwhelming. The aura of the azure dragon, the young city lord, had become even more powerful. Is the young city lord's azure dragon reborn from its egg? The people of Lin Tian City, who were lying on the ground, looked at this scene with great shock. The petals made of water, the thorns as the branches, and the beast egg transformed from the azure dragon in the middle. This scene was too sacred. Moreover, it emitted an incredibly pure dragon bloodline aura, immensely divine. Damn it! Ice Bear King, smash that beast egg for me. Although Feng was shocked by this scene, he did not pay much attention. Since the azure dragon had transformed into an egg, then just break the eggshell directly to disrupt the azure dragon's breakthrough. As long as the azure dragon's breakthrough was affected, its strength after the breakthrough would definitely be greatly diminished, and that was exactly what Feng intended to do. After all, they only wanted the dragon's source power within the azure dragon. Even if the azure dragon's breakthrough was destroyed and its strength affected, it wouldn't have much impact on extracting the dragon's source power. However, the Ice Bear King did not respond at all. Instead, its figure appeared somewhat ethereal and swayed unsteadily. Ice Bear King, what are you doing? Feng once again ordered the Ice Bear King sternly. Yet, just as he finished speaking, the Ice Bear King staggered and knelt down on the ground, gasping heavily. After using that attack of ice spikes, the Ice Bear King had already exhausted all its strength. It heard Feng's command, but its body had no energy left to move, not even to stand. Seeing the Ice Bear King collapse, Feng's expression darkened immediately, and he hurried to the Ice Bear King's side to check the situation. Chapter 75, Azure Dragon's Advancement, Beast King Pinnacle. Upon reaching the Ice Bear King's side, Feng took out a pill from his ring and had the Ice Bear King take it to regain some strength. However, the Ice Bear King had expended too much energy. Just this one pill wouldn't restore much of its strength. Feng frowned, and his expression turned grim. What had happened this time was simply too outrageous, almost unimaginable. Although he still had many recovery pills in his ring, was it really worth it to continue like this? Feng fell into deep thought, unsure of what to do next. If the Ice Bear King could regain some strength and take the azure dragon away, that would be acceptable. After thinking for a moment, Feng decided to go all in. He took out all the recovery pills from his ring and frantically had the Ice Bear King swallow them. The sudden influx of a large number of pills made the Ice Bear King somewhat resistant, but in the end, it swallowed all of them. This battle had brought it great humiliation, and it did not want to fall so easily. As a beast, Emperor-level magical beast, the Ice Bear King naturally had its own pride. If it were to be brought down today by a dozen Beast King-level beasts and 2 Beast Spirit-level and 1 high-level magical beast, what dignity would it have left? The Ice Bear King no longer hesitated. After swallowing all the pills, it began to absorb their power with all its might. Taking advantage of the fact that the Azure Dragon had not yet been reborn from the egg, the Ice Bear King aimed to destroy the egg from the outside, weakening the Azure Dragon's strength to kill it. The Icefield Wolf glanced over and saw the Ice Bear King standing up again, instantly regaining its fighting spirit and began to counterattack Su Feng. However, their good intentions were futile since the Azure Dragon's breakthrough had already become a foregone conclusion. Before the Ice Bear King could attack again, cracks began to appear on the surface of the Azure Dragon egg, and several sacred beams of light shot out from the cracks, illuminating the surroundings. Roar! A deep and majestic dragon roar resonated from within the eggshell. This dragon roar was vast and powerful, as if it came from the heavens, ancient and far-reaching, like it had traversed time from the ancient times of the Beast Master continent. Upon hearing this dragon roar, everyone present was stunned. In no time, the cracks in the blue-scaled egg widened until it exploded, revealing a long and majestic azure dragon once again before everyone's eyes. At this moment, the azure dragon was twice the size it had been before, and its appearance was more imposing, no longer resembling the small azure dragon it once was. Its sharply defined dragon face and the fullness of its scales, with no wings yet able to hover in midair, exuded a powerful aura at all times. The Ice Bear King, which was just about to attack the azure dragon, trembled and collapsed to the ground, while Xue Feng's expression was filled with fear. The azure dragon had already advanced to the Beast King level, and Xue Feng's heart sank. When he saw the azure dragon for the first time, he immediately felt a sense of crisis. Now that the Ice Bear King had just regained some strength, Xue Feng thought that even if the Azure Dragon had broken through, the Ice Bear King could still handle it. But he was wrong. After the Azure Dragon broke through to the Beast King level, he felt that its strength was very close to the Beast Emperor level. The Azure Dragon had directly risen to the pinnacle of the Beast King level. In the current state of the Ice Bear King, it could still handle a magical beast that had just broken through to the initial Beast King level. But he never expected that Su Feng's Azure Dragon would directly break through to the pinnacle of the Beast King level. How could the Ice Bear King fight against that? The Ice Bear King was already covered in wounds, and even with the recovery from the pills, it couldn't return to its peak state. If it were to fight the Azure Dragon now, it could easily be defeated or even killed. But Xue Feng had already used up all his possessions. He was unwilling to leave so easily. The more unwilling Xue Feng was, the happier the people of Lin Tian City became. The pinnacle of the Beast King level. Am I seeing things? Is it really the pinnacle of the Beast King level? You're not mistaken. The young city lord's Azure Dragon has truly reached the pinnacle of the Beast King level. The people of Lin Tian City rubbed their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. The pinnacle of the Beast King level. Even their magical beasts had not reached this level yet. They originally did not have much hope for Su Feng's Azure Dragon, only expecting to delay for more time, because they initially believed that even if Su Feng's Azure Dragon broke through, it would only just enter the threshold of the Beast King level, and even if the Ice Bear King was in poor condition, it could still handle a magical beast that had just advanced to the Beast King level. But now the Azure Dragon had directly broken through to the pinnacle of the Beast King level, already nearing the Beast Emperor level, which made them start to question their lives. Their magical beasts were all around this level, and it took them great effort to advance to the Beast King level. Although they had heard that when testing the Azure Dragon's level, Shirtian had defined it as a certain level, the speed of this advancement was unheard of and unseen. Even Xining, who had obtained a level magical beast, took 2 or 3 years to advance to the Beast King level. Was the difference in talent speed between this so-called level and level really that vast? They had never thought that a Beast Master could advance to the Beast King level in just half a year. But everything that happened to Su Feng in this battle was refreshing their understanding. The Dragon Source actually allowed the Azure Dragon to break through to the pinnacle of the Beast King level. But the facts prove that they had underestimated Su Feng's Azure Dragon and this precious Dragon Source. At this moment, the Icefield Wolf fighting against Su Feng was also stunned. Upon witnessing the Azure Dragon's rebirth, its body began to tremble involuntarily. However, it still had a trace of pride as a Beast Emperor-level magical beast, forcing itself to suppress its trembling body, having realized the seriousness of the situation. The Icefield Wolf no longer paid attention to Su Feng and instead turned to Xue Feng's side, originally looking panicked. Xue Feng felt much more relieved when the Icefield Wolf approached them. Although the Ice Bear King could only exert the strength of a mid-level Beast King now. With the Icefield Wolf joining, he believed they would have a fighting chance against the pinnacle of the Beast King level Azure Dragon, just like at the beginning. When he and Shui Lingyun's magical beasts attacked Su Tianzong's Sky Demon Phoenix together, as long as he can take the Azure Dragon away, even if it means killing it, Shui Feng is willing to do so. He is already at the end of his rope, if he gains nothing at all. How will he explain himself to the sect master of the Lingbing sect? How will the other elders of the Lingbing sect mock him? Chapter 76, 3 Divine Beasts. Accompanying him, Shui Lingfeng orders the Icefield Wolf and the Ice Bear King to prepare for a desperate battle against the Azure Dragon. Su Feng also slowly walks towards the Azure Dragon, while the Vermilion Bird and the Xuanwu approach the Azure Dragon as well. At this moment, the 3 divine beasts gather together. The Azure Dragon hovers behind Su Feng, the Vermilion Bird flies in circles beside him, and the Xuanwu stands at his feet. This scene is deeply etched in the hearts of the people of Lintian City. At just 18 years old, Su Feng appears to them as an immensely grand figure. He seems nothing like a young man or an ordinary mortal. He resembles a divine king who has descended from the heavens. A savior capable of rescuing the world from calamity. This battle has lasted long enough. It's time to end it. Looking at Shui Lingfeng and their 2 utterly battered Beast Emperor-level magical beasts, and then glancing at the now ruined streets, Su Feng coldly says, his gaze revealing a hint of murderous intent. This battle has been ongoing since the sun rose, continuing until now. The sky has gradually darkened from dusk. The buildings of Lintian City have been mostly destroyed, and the street where Su Feng and the others are located has completely turned into ruins. This was once a bustling street, but now it bears no trace of its former prosperity. Countless magnificent structures have turned to ashes in the Great Fire. The stone bricks, statues, and building materials have all been thoroughly destroyed. The development of Lintian City has not been easy, and Su Feng does not want to see it destroyed any further. Humph, kid. Who lives and who dies is still uncertain. Although the Azure Dragon is indeed very powerful now, Shui Lingfeng is an elder of the Lingbing sect, and he cannot show weakness. Come on, kid. Shui Lingfeng shouts loudly and begins the attack. The Icefield Wolf and the Ice Bear King rush towards Su Feng. The 2 magical beasts splitting up to launch simultaneous attacks from both sides. The Azure Dragon guards against the Icefield Wolf attacking from the left, while Su Feng, along with the Vermilion Bird and the Xuanwu, confronts the Ice Bear King and Shui Lingfeng attacking from the right. The power of the 3 divine beasts converges on Su Feng, and the Xuanwu also provides additional defense, making Su Feng's formation incredibly solid. Even when facing 2 Beast Emperor-level magical beasts, Su Feng can handle it with ease, no longer passive as before. The Icefield Wolf and the Ice Bear King have already exhausted most of their stamina. If they were at their peak condition, Su Feng might have been somewhat wary. But unfortunately, they have underestimated the strength of the people of Lintian City. Did they think that by eliminating the strongest Su Tianzong, the 2 Beast Emperor-level magical beasts could dominate in Lintian City? If they hadn't killed the 4 Beast King-level magical beasts of the Shao family earlier, perhaps the situation could have been more optimistic, but now they can only blame themselves. Originally, Shui Lingfeng and the others did not intend to take Su Feng's Vermilion Bird. At the beginning, they genuinely wanted to cooperate with the Shao family to exchange the position of the City Lord of Lintian City for the 9-Dragon Thunderfire from the treasury of the Zile Academy. Although they knew Su Feng had the Vermilion Bird, they didn't dare to openly cause trouble in the Red Fire Academy since Su Feng was there. After all, the Red Fire Academy is one of the 4 academies of the Meteor Country's Beastmaster Sacred Hall, and its ultimate overseer, Qining, is a very powerful figure. Their strength is comparable to that of the sect master of the Lingbing sect, so they had to cooperate with the Shao family. Thus, Shui Lingyun and Shui Lingfeng discussed taking Su Feng's Vermilion Bird along to prepare for subduing the 3 kings of the extreme north. They initially thought this would be completed quickly, but little did they know, Su Feng also had the Dragon Source, which further attracted their greedy hearts. However, the current outcome did not develop as they had imagined. Shui Lingyun was knocked unconscious. The 2 Beast Emperor-level magical beasts were also severely injured. They lost over a dozen instructors from the Lingbing sect and spent 100 gold coins along with a large amount of elixirs. The situation has developed to a point that is far from satisfactory. If they had not killed the Shao family, quickly taken Lintian City, and completed the cooperation with the Shao family to obtain the 9-Dragon Thunderfire, they could have wrapped things up perfectly. Unfortunately, there are no regret medicines in this world, and time cannot be reversed. But if they could start over, Shui Lingfeng would definitely have killed Su Feng directly, seized the Dragon Source, and taken the Vermilion Bird without wasting time on the people of Lintian City. However, the reality is that Shui Lingfeng can only exert all his strength to try to capture either Su Feng's Azure Dragon or Vermilion Bird, and then escape. Yet given Shui Lingfeng's current situation, it seems very difficult. The Ice Bear King is entangled with Su Feng, while Su Feng, bolstered by the Xuanwu's enhanced defense, has the Vermilion Bird continuously attacking the Ice Bear King. For the time being, Feng and the Ice Bear King cannot break through. Moreover, the Icefield Wolf is in a dire state. Although the Icefield Wolf can still exert the peak strength of a Beast King, the Azure Dragon is still much stronger than it. Whenever the Icefield Wolf shows a flaw, it is injured by the Azure Dragon's attacks. Additionally, thorns keep appearing on the ground, trying to bind the Icefield Wolf in place. Even being restrained for a moment by these thorns will subject it to multiple attacks. A stream of azure lightning will surge into the Icefield Wolf's body along with the thorns. While the thorns and flowers formed from water by the Azure Dragon also become part of the Azure Dragon's attacks, the water petals transform into water columns, almost as if they have a life of their own, continuously pursuing the Icefield Wolf. The Azure Dragon's strongest attribute is wood, but it also masters many other attributes, making its attacks highly diverse, leaving the Icefield Wolf unable to predict where the Azure Dragon's next strike will come from. Meanwhile, Su Feng's Vermilion Bird primarily focuses on flames, being a divine beast of pure fire attacks. Although it cannot use its incredibly powerful flame attacks now, it still has an attribute advantage over the Ice Bear King. Whenever the Ice Bear King launches an ice attribute attack against Su Feng, the Vermilion Bird will try to neutralize it and counterattack. Thus, relying on the Beast Emperor level Azure Dragon, the Beast Spirit level Vermilion Bird, and the high-level magical Beast Xuanwu, Su Feng keeps Feng in a tight spot, leaving him utterly flustered. At this rate, it will only be the Icefield Wolf and Ice Bear King's strength that will be exhausted first. Good job, young city lord. Awesome. Kill them and avenge the citizens of Lintian City. The commanders of Lintian City, who are prostrated on the ground, are very excited, urging Su Feng to kill Feng and their magical beasts to avenge the citizens who sacrificed their lives in this incident. Their commanders of Lintian City felt extremely desolate when the people of the Lingbing sect were slaughtering in the city. Although they did their utmost to evacuate most of the citizens of Lintian City to safety, nearly 100 citizens still met a tragic end at the hands of the Lingbing sect. Even though it was their first time encountering the people of the Lingbing sect, they had already developed a deep hatred for them. Chapter 77, Reluctance and Helplessness. In their eyes, only by eliminating the instigators of this incident, Feng and his companion, can calm the anger of the commanders. Unfortunately, the oppressive aura of the Azure Dragon is something even their magical beasts cannot withstand, let alone themselves. The Azure Dragon has broken through to the peak of the Beast King level, naturally exuding an incredibly powerful oppressive aura. So even magical beasts of similar rank cannot resist this pressure. Now, they can only pray that Su Feng can eliminate Feng and those two Beast Emperor level magical beasts in one fell swoop. They have immense faith in Su Feng's strength. Moreover, the powers of the Icefield Wolf and the Ice Bear King are nearly exhausted. Even Su Feng's Zhuke and Xuanwu are like this. But Su Feng's Qinglong has just broken through to the peak of the Beast King level and is currently at the peak of its power. As long as either the Icefield Wolf or the Ice Bear King is defeated, the situation of this battle will be overturned by Su Feng. Therefore, Feng is very vigilant and no longer underestimates Su Feng. However, just as he was preparing to try to break through Su Feng's side again, the Icefield Wolf was knocked several meters away by a water column. The water column directly slammed the Icefield Wolf to the ground, but that was not the end. While the Icefield Wolf was still stunned, several thorns suddenly emerged from the ground beside it, binding its four limbs. The sharp spikes on the thorns pierced deeply into the Icefield Wolf's flesh. The Icefield Wolf tried to bite off the thorns that were binding it, but its mouth was cut and bleeding from the sharp spikes, and the thorns were getting thicker and thicker. Once completely bound in place by the thorns, a water column containing blue lightning struck the Icefield Wolf. The water column formed a sphere, completely wrapping around the Icefield Wolf's head, while the lightning in the water ball took the opportunity to invade the Icefield Wolf's body. The powerful current wreaked havoc inside the Icefield Wolf, which struggled in pain. However, its head was completely surrounded by water. As long as it opened its mouth to scream or breathe, water would flow in. With its limbs bound, its head trapped in the water ball, and the current coursing through its body, this series of attacks left the already exhausted Icefield Wolf in immense agony. Feng originally wanted to help the Icefield Wolf, but Su Feng did not give him that opportunity. However, once the Icefield Wolf fell, Su Feng's three divine beasts would simultaneously attack him and the Ice Bear King, making their situation even more difficult. Just as he was preparing to rush to save the Icefield Wolf, a sharp thorn suddenly emerged from beneath the Icefield Wolf's abdomen, piercing it directly. Instantly, the Icefield Wolf lost its breath, blood flowing down with the thorn, and a Beast Emperor-level magical beast fell. The young city lord's magical beast really did it. The series of attacks from the young city lord's Qinglong, is simply seamless. That is a Beast Emperor-level magical beast. Seeing Qinglong resolve the Icefield Wolf with such a series of attacks is like flowing clouds and running water. Even the Beast Emperor-level Icefield Wolf was caught off guard by this combo, which is truly shocking. The people of Lintian City were extremely excited, expressing heartfelt admiration. Young City Lord is mighty. Young City Lord, kill these two beasts. Yes, we can't let the culprit escape. Kill them. Now that the Icefield Wolf has been dealt with. Only Shui Feng and his Ice Bear King remain on the field. With the strength Qinglong just displayed, dealing with the Ice Bear King is completely no longer a problem. The people of Lintian City hurriedly urged Su Feng to kill them. They must not let them escape. Naturally, Su Feng would not let them go. After Qinglong finished off the Icefield Wolf, it came to Su Feng's side to resist Shui Feng and the Ice Bear King together. Now, all that was needed was for Qinglong to take action to eliminate Shui Feng and their group. Seeing this, Shui Feng's heart sank. He did not expect Qinglong to break through to the peak of the Beast King level, and its strength was so formidable. Even though the Icefield Wolf had consumed a lot of energy earlier, it shouldn't have been so easily dealt with by Qinglong. Shui Feng originally thought the Icefield Wolf could hold off Qinglong a little longer, but now it had been killed directly by Qinglong. This made an already dire situation even worse. Now, Qinglong's strength was too strong, and the Ice Bear King's condition was also poor. If this continued, the Ice Bear King might also be killed by Qinglong. However, Shui Feng was still a bit hesitant. But Su Feng would not give him any free time and directly ordered Qinglong to take down the Ice Bear King and capture Shui Feng as well. Once this matter was over, Su Feng planned to hang Shui Lingyun and Shui Feng at the city gate of Lintian City. The things these two had done could not just end with their deaths. Su Feng wanted them to be in despair, to the point that even death would be an extravagant thought. Qinglong acted swiftly, its massive body just managing to surround Shui Feng and the Ice Bear King, making it difficult for Shui Feng to escape. Moreover, Su Feng's Zhuke was also coiling in the sky. As long as there was an opportunity, Zhuke would attack the Ice Bear King and Shui Feng without mercy. Seeing this scene, the people of Lintian City focused their attention. The earlier incident of Qinglong killing the Icefield Wolf happened so quickly that they hadn't even reacted before the Icefield Wolf was resolved by Qinglong. Now that Qinglong was about to take down the Ice Bear King, they naturally wanted to watch closely. The people of Lintian City were excited, while Shui Feng, surrounded by Qinglong, wore an extremely gloomy expression. If only he and the Ice Bear King had quickly escaped from here earlier, they might have slipped away. But now it was no longer possible. Qinglong's body had already surrounded them, and with the Ice Bear King's current strength, it was unlikely it could overpower Qinglong. Damn it! I am not willing to accept this, Shui Feng shouted, venting his unwillingness. But Qinglong had already begun to attack the Ice Bear King, and thorns continuously emerged from the ground beneath Shui Feng, trying to bind him and the Ice Bear King. Fortunately, Shui Feng reacted quickly, leaping onto the Ice Bear King's back. However, these thorns continued to attack Shui Feng, and one of the Ice Bear King's feet was also bound by thorns. Although the Ice Bear King used brute force to forcibly break free from the thorns' restraints, as soon as its foot hit the ground, more thorns would wrap around it. After several rounds of struggle, thorns had already entwined around the Ice Bear King's body, causing it to bleed profusely from the sharp spikes and looking very disheveled. The same was true for Shui Feng, who was clinging to the Ice Bear King's back. His legs were tightly bound by several thorns, and the sharp spikes pierced into his thighs, causing blood to flow continuously. Moreover, the thorns were constantly pulling him down, trying to drag Shui Feng off the Ice Bear King's back. Once Shui Feng was pulled down, the densely packed thorns on the ground would overwhelm him, binding him tightly to the ground until the Ice Bear King was resolved, and he would be captured alive. Chapter 78, Rising Killing Intent, Desperate Escape. Shui Feng struggled continuously. One hand firmly grasped the Ice Bear King's shoulder to prevent himself from falling, while the other hand took out a sharp sword from his ring to cut the thorns binding his legs. However, the effect was minimal, even if cut. The thorns would quickly wrap around him again. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly critical, Shui Feng panicked. After cutting off all the thorns binding him, he directly stood on the Ice Bear King's shoulder. Turning around, he glanced at the distant Shui Lingyun lying down, then at the Icefield Wolf that had been pierced and was already dead. Shui Feng's expression turned cold, as if he had made a decision. Kid, you have offended the Lingbing sect. You won't have a good ending in the future. If you agree to let us go now, we can let bygones be bygones. Think carefully for the sake of the citizens in your Lintian city, and for the sake of your respective families. Shui Feng forced himself to appear calm, speaking to Su Feng in a half-threatening tone. He wanted to use the Lingbing sect, the lives of the citizens of Lintian City, and the lives of their respective families to threaten Su Feng, making Su Feng withdraw Qinglong, allowing them to leave the Fallen Star Kingdom safely. The status of the Lingbing sect in the Snow Country is as high as that of the Beast Master Holy Temple in the Fallen Star Kingdom. Even the country lord has to consider the face of the Lingbing sect's leader. Although Lintian City also holds a significant position in the Fallen Star Kingdom. Would Su Feng dare to trade the lives of the citizens in Lintian City and their respective families for Feng's life? Feng was trying to corner Su Feng, believing that an 18-year-old kid would not understand. He wanted to intimidate Su Feng with these words. Although Su Feng's strength is powerful, he is still just a naive child unaccustomed to the world. As long as he can be intimidated into letting Lingyun leave the Fallen Star Country safely, he can later bring a large group of other members from the Lingbing sect to confront him. He doesn't believe that the combat power of a mere city like Lintian can compare to that of the Lingbing sect. After Feng finished speaking, the thorns of the Azure Dragon stopped spreading, but Su Feng's face showed no expression. Ding! The God-level choice system has been activated and is issuing a choice. Please make a selection. Host. Option 1. Stop attacking Feng and the Ice Bear King. Have Feng compensate for the losses in Lintian City. And then let them leave. Reward. 3,000 gold coins. Option 2. Stop attacking Feng and the Ice Bear King. Treat them well to ease the relationship with the Lingbing sect. Reward. Ice Wolf Beast Egg. Please make a choice within 30 seconds. The reason Su Feng stood there as if in a daze is that the system's voice echoed in his mind. The Azure Dragon, not having received Su Feng's order, also stopped attacking, but did not let the thorns retreat. As long as Su Feng gave the command, the thorns would wrap around Feng and the Ice Bear King again. At this moment, Su Feng was examining the three options in the system. The first and second options both required Su Feng to let Feng leave. The first option required Feng to compensate for the losses in Lintian City before leaving, while the second actually required Su Feng to treat them well. What the hell? Feng and his group killed nearly 100 innocent civilians in the city, and the once prosperous streets of Lintian City were utterly destroyed. It was already outrageous that they were not required to compensate, but now Su Feng was expected to treat them well to maintain a good relationship with the Lingbing sect. Although the Lingbing sect is the largest and most powerful sect in the Snow Country, this is still the Fallen Star Country. The Fallen Star Country has the Beast Master Holy Hall. Even if Su Feng killed the two elders Feng and Lingyun and offended the Lingbing sect, the Beast Master Holy Hall would intervene. For the people of the Lingbing sect to act recklessly in the Fallen Star Country, they would have to defeat the Beastmaster Holy Hall first. In this incident, it was the Lingbing sect that invaded Lintian City first and killed over 100 unarmed civilians. As the young lord of Lintian City, Su Feng had to kill them. Therefore, no matter how good the rewards of the first and second options were, Su Feng would not choose either. Su Feng waved his hand lightly at the Azure Dragon, and the thorns began to crazily spread, determined to capture Feng and the Ice Bear King. The thorns suddenly sprouted again, and Feng realized that he had not intimidated Su Feng, which gave him a headache. With his hands behind his back, a talisman paper slowly emerged from the ring on his right hand, while his left hand quickly grasped it and pretended to place it on the Ice Bear King's shoulder. After doing this, Feng looked again at the still motionless Lingyun. His brows furrowed tightly, his expression heavy. However, thinking about the death of Lingyun's Ice Wolf, Feng's expression turned resolute. He then raised his left hand, revealing the talisman paper he had taken from the ring earlier. He took out a long needle from the ring and fiercely stabbed it into the talisman paper on the Ice Bear King's shoulder, directly piercing into the Ice Bear King's flesh. As the needle penetrated, blood began to ooze from the tip on the surface and was slowly absorbed by the talisman paper. The strange characters on the talisman paper began to emit a blood-colored glow. Kid, I will remember this grudge today. Prepare to face the wrath of our Lingbing sect. After doing all this, Feng said to Su Feng with a dark expression. He completely ignored the Azure Dragon's thorns that had already wrapped around his upper body and instead coldly stared at Su Feng. Feng's words sounded as if he intended to leave this place, but the thorns had tightly ensnared them, and the Azure Dragon's body surrounded them, leaving no gaps. Where could Feng and the others escape? The people of Lintian City were momentarily confused upon hearing Feng's words. However, Su Feng noticed the talisman paper on the Ice Bear King's shoulder and immediately felt something was wrong, quickly ordering the Azure Dragon to destroy that talisman paper. The Azure Dragon reacted swiftly, controlling the thorns to attack the talisman paper, and with one strike, it destroyed the talisman. But to Su Feng's surprise, the strange characters on the talisman had already been imprinted on the Ice Bear King's shoulder, and the needle piercing the Ice Bear King's shoulder was still oozing blood. Although the speed was slow, the once robust Ice Bear King suddenly shrank in size. The blood that flowed out was absorbed by the strange characters on the Ice Bear King's shoulder, disappearing without a trace, becoming part of the characters. As the characters on the Ice Bear King's shoulder continued to appear, a circle of light patterns suddenly emerged beneath the Ice Bear King, resembling some sort of formation, projecting light through the dense thorns. Chapter 79, Life or Death Escape, Blood Pattern Talisman. Before long, the characters on the Ice Bear King's shoulder stabilized. The penetrating needle also stopped oozing blood, but the Ice Bear King was already extremely weak, as if all the blood in its body had been drained. The formation beneath the Ice Bear King's feet seemed to have taken shape, gradually enveloping the Ice Bear King and Shui Lingfeng in light. The Azure Dragon manipulated the thorns and other attribute attacks against them. But strangely, the Azure Dragon's attacks could not penetrate the light covering the Ice Bear King and Shui Lingfeng. This layer of light even acted as a shield, capable of defending against the Azure Dragon's attacks. Seeing the light spreading, Feng ordered Zhuke to attack as well, while he tried to prevent the light curtain from enveloping Shui Lingfeng and the others. Combining what Shui Lingfeng had said earlier, Feng felt that the formation on the ground might be some kind of teleportation array. If allowed to fully activate, Shui Lingfeng and the Ice Bear King might escape because of it. While the Azure Dragon and Zhuke attacked, Feng also summoned a lightning clone to help stop the operation of the formation. But no matter how intense the attacks were, the light curtain remained unmoved. Just as the light was about to completely cover Shui Lingfeng, he shot a fierce glare at Feng and then disappeared from the spot. The ground where they had been standing revealed a formation drawn in blood. Seeing that Shui Lingfeng and the Ice Bear King had completely vanished without a trace, Feng let out a helpless sigh. Turning to look at the people of Lingtian City, who were still crouched on the ground, Feng ordered the Azure Dragon to leave first, while Zhuke took Xuanwu and also left the scene. After the pressure from the Azure Dragon dissipated, the people of Lingtian City slowly stood up. They helped each other toward where Feng was standing. They curiously looked at the blood pattern formation left behind after Shui Lingfeng's disappearance. Does anyone recognize what kind of formation this is? The characters in this formation are quite strange. They don't resemble our usual writing system. Indeed, could it be a unique script from their snow country? The characters on this formation were completely different from those in the Fallen Star country. Lin Bin, the head of the Lin family, speculated that this might be a unique script of the snow country. However, as far as they knew, the scripts of the Fallen Star country, snow country, and desert country were all the same, with no discrepancies. For a moment, everyone present was at a loss regarding the characters in this formation. Hiss. I feel like I've seen this kind of writing somewhere before, but I can't recall it right now. Just as everyone was preparing to give up on investigating the characters of the formation, Wang Zongchang, the head of the Wang family, slowly spoke up. Looking at the blood characters in the formation on the ground, Wang Zongchang felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen them somewhere before, but now he couldn't remember where. I've remembered. Suddenly, Wang Zongchang finally recalled these characters. What did you remember? Quickly tell us. Yes, Lao Wang. What does this text actually mean? They are all unfamiliar with these characters, yet Wang Zongchang seems to have some understanding, which piqued everyone's interest. Feng was also a bit curious about what kind of formation Shui Lingfeng used, as it not only defended against their attacks, but also allowed him and the Ice Bear King to escape. Everyone, please don't rush. If I'm not mistaken, Shui Lingfeng must have used the blood pattern talisman. This kind of talisman absorbs the blood of magical beasts to achieve teleportation, and when the formation is activated, a layer of light screen will rise. The higher the level of the magical beast whose blood is being absorbed, the stronger the defensive capability. Even a full force attack from a magical beast of the same level cannot break through the protective shield of the formation. So, this talisman is called the blood pattern talisman, and the abilities it exhibits are exactly those incredible effects seen earlier. The characters on this talisman are ancient inscriptions, which are completely different from the characters used by the countries in the beast control continent today. Although the blood pattern talisman has powerful capabilities, the cost of using it is quite heavy. To use this talisman, one must provide the blood of a magical beast, and the effectiveness of the talisman is related to the level of that beast. If the absorbed magical beast is at the Beast King level, the protective shield formed by the formation can withstand attacks from Beast Emperor level magical beasts. If the absorbed beast reaches the Beast Emperor level, the shield can defend against Beast Sect level magical beasts. In summary, the higher the level of the absorbed magical beast, the greater the defensive power of the shield can be formed. This is a kind of talisman that can be made by a profession known as a talisman master in ancient times. Although this talisman is very powerful, using it comes at a cost. As mentioned earlier, when used, one must provide the blood of a magical beast to activate the formation. Although the absorbed beast will not be completely drained of blood, it will still be significantly affected. The absorbed beast will lose strength due to the blood being drawn away. Moreover, after this, even if the beast takes elixirs or trains, it will not be able to break through its limits, and even a slight improvement will be a luxury. Therefore, This kind of talisman was rarely used in the past, and even now, if people obtained such a talisman, they would merely treat it as a collectible artifact. Wang Zongchang knows all this because of his personal interests. He is an antique enthusiast who loves to collect items from ancient times. With a large number of ancient artifacts in his home, he also collects some ancient books to understand the culture of ancient times. He once learned that an auction house in Anjing City seemed to have an item from ancient times up for auction. Wang Zongchang, who is obsessed with such items, immediately rushed to the auction house in Anjing City to participate in that auction. When it was time for the so-called ancient item, it was indeed a talisman called the Blood Pattern Talisman. At that time, the auction house staff specifically introduced the function of the Blood Pattern Talisman to everyone, and Wang Zongchang just casually listened a bit. However, another person also took a liking to this Blood Pattern Talisman, seemingly a young master living in the prince's mansion of Anjing City. Wang Zongchang did not pay attention to the identity of the other party. It was just him and the young master from the prince's mansion bidding against each other. However, Wang Zongchang was in a hurry that time and did not have many gold coins to bid with, so the Blood Pattern Talisman was bought by the other party. Chapter 80. The matter is settled, and arrangements begin. Because he did not win the bid for the Blood Pattern Talisman, Wang Zongchang was very reluctant to think back on this matter. Therefore, when he saw the Blood Pattern Talisman on the Ice Bear King's shoulder, he did not think of it at first glance. If he had reacted at that time, perhaps Feng could have been stopped in time to interrupt the activation of the Blood Pattern Talisman formation. Wang Zongchang felt very sorry about this. Master Wang, this is not your responsibility. It is my failure to notice the anomaly in time. Seeing Wang Zongchang suddenly become downcast because of this matter, Feng hurriedly comforted him and took the responsibility upon himself. The three families had already put in a lot of effort in this battle. Not only did they provide money and resources to settle the surviving citizens of Lintian City, but they also did their utmost to help the generals repel the personnel from the Ice Crystal sect. Feng, as the young lord, naturally saw all of this. Moreover, who would have thought that Feng would have a blood pattern talisman and be willing to sacrifice the Ice Bear King's blood for escape? More importantly, Yun was still lying nearby. Feng did not expect the people from the Ice Crystal sect to be so inhumane towards their companions. Even though Yun was an elder of the Ice Crystal sect, Feng did not take Yun with him when he fled. Before activating the formation to escape, Feng saw Feng glance twice in the direction of Yun and even looked at the direction of the Ice Wolf. At that moment, Feng must have been hesitating whether to take Yun along to escape. When he looked at the Ice Wolf, his expression suddenly became determined, indicating that he had decided to abandon Yun. Fortunately, Feng did indeed abandon Yun. Subsequently, the people of Lintian City rested on the spot to recover their strength. Feng then approached the still unconscious Yun, picked up the scattered thorns on the ground, and bound Yun's hands before starting to search through Yun's sleeve pockets. As an elder of the Ice Crystal sect, Yun must have some valuable items. Lintian City had been devastated so badly by them and was in dire need of gold coins for repairs and development. Feng planned to use the gold coins from Yun to restore Lintian City and for other more valuable items that could be useful. He would directly put them in his storage ring. Those that could not be used would be placed in the treasury of the Lord's mansion later. Along with the storage rings he seized from the instructors of the Ice Crystal sect earlier, Feng obtained dozens of storage rings this time, containing a total of 500,000 gold coins, which greatly surprised him. The rings from the instructors only had a total of 50,000 gold coins. But as an elder of the Ice Crystal sect, Yun's ring only had 450,000, which was truly pitiful. However, Feng still took everything into his own ring, intending to use it for the construction of Lintian City later. Immediately after, Feng ran over to Su Tianzong. Due to heavy wounds earlier, Su Tianzong was in a state of unconsciousness. Fortunately, Yang Fei had been by Su Tianzong's side all along, ensuring that Su Tianzong was not in life-threatening danger. Seeing that Su Tianzong was out of serious danger, Feng also breathed a sigh of relief and turned to check on the status of the Sky Demon Phoenix. It was already heavily injured, and in order to hold down the Ice Bear King, its injuries had worsened, and its current condition was not optimistic. Feng hurriedly instructed Lu Hao and other generals to take Su Tianzong and the Sky Demon Phoenix to the Lord's mansion for treatment. At this moment, the citizens in the Lord's mansion were still unconscious due to the intense pressure released when the Azure Dragon broke through to the Beast King level. After Lu Hao and several other generals settled the Sky Demon Phoenix and Su Tianzong, they began to look for the doctors responsible for treatment in the unconscious crowd. The Sky Demon Phoenix was treated by a dedicated person in the Lord's mansion who cared for magical beasts. Meanwhile, Feng dragged Yun into the Lord's mansion, where he had the guards bind him in the dungeon of the Lord's mansion and watched him 24 hours a day. After 2 days of turmoil, it finally calmed down, and everyone was extremely exhausted. After sending off the people from the three families, Su Feng first went to check on Su Tianzong's situation. At this moment, the dedicated Dr. Jean in the Lord's mansion was examining Su Tianzong's condition and gradually providing treatment. Su Feng did not disturb them, but waited for Dr. Jean to finish the examination and treatment before inquiring about the situation, with Yang Fei assisting Dr. Jean nearby. After a little while, Dr. Jean and Yang Fei finally completed their tasks. Dr. Jean, General Yang, how is my father's condition? Seeing the two come out, Su Feng hurriedly inquired. Young Lord, the city lord is blessed and has a strong fate. His injuries have stabilized now, and he will recover after some time of recuperation. Yang Fei was the first to speak, informing Su Feng that the situation was good and there was no need to worry too much. However, while speaking, Yang Fei displayed a hint of pride. Ha. Indeed, General Yang's treatment was timely, and the city lord's body was not invaded by the cold poison, Dr. Jean said with a smile. Su Tianzong's current injury situation is stable, thanks to Yang Fei's timely treatment. If the cold poison had invaded, Su Tianzong's left arm would not have just been pierced with a hole. It could have been completely ruined in less than half an hour, potentially threatening Su Tianzong's life. Yang Fei's treatment dispelled the cold poison from Su Tianzong's body and also controlled the massive bleeding from the wound. Fortunately, Su Tianzong took him into the guards of Lintian City. After joining the guard team, Yang Feng did not disappoint Su Tianzong, thus being promoted to a general. However, although his current position is a general, he still enjoys reading books on healing techniques and records of herbs. Although he has not practiced them, he applied all this knowledge during the treatment of Su Tianzong. Su Feng patted Yang Fei on the shoulder to show his praise and promised Yang Fei access to the healing books in the city lord's library that he was interested in. After learning that Su Tianzong's condition was stable, Su Feng went to check on the situation of the heavenly demon phoenix. Under the care of several specialists, the injuries on the heavenly demon phoenix had also eased, and it was now quietly sleeping and resting. The other injured individuals received appropriate treatment and were now all fast asleep, leaving only a few guards to keep watch. Su Feng also slowly walked towards his room. This battle had lasted 2 days, and Su Feng was a bit fatigued, quickly falling into a deep sleep. Chapter 81. There is a cause for everything, truly unfortunate. Early the next morning, before Su Feng had woken up, a knocking sound came from his door. Young Lord, the reinforcements from Anjing City have arrived. They are already at the gate of the city lord's mansion. Yang Fei's voice came from outside the door, continuously knocking. All right, I'll be right there. Soon. Su Feng washed up, changed his clothes, and walked out of his room. At this moment, the citizens in the city lord's mansion had also awakened and gathered on both sides of the main gate. Su Feng stepped forward, slowly walking to the gate of the city lord's mansion. He saw a group of soldiers in armor, each holding their weapons, kneeling in front of the gate. Their faces were smeared with ash and some bloodstains, and their weapons were broken. Behind them were dozens of injured soldiers. It seemed they had experienced a battle. Young Lord, you have arrived. This person was the leader of the reinforcement sent from Anjing City, Li Xian. Lu Hao was standing at the gate, observing these soldiers. And upon seeing Su Feng arrive, he pointed to the person kneeling in front of the soldiers and said, "These are the troops sent by Anjing City to support Lintian City, and the leader of this unit is Li Xian." After entering Lintian City and seeing the devastation, they were led directly to the city lord's mansion by Lu Hao. When they arrived at the gate, Lu Hao was about to take them inside. But Li Xian directly knelt at the gate of the city lord's mansion. Almost 100 soldiers behind him also knelt down. Seeing this scene, Lu Hao did not try to dissuade them, but asked Yang Fei to call Su Feng over to see how to proceed, due to the delayed arrival of their reinforcements. Much of Lintian City had been devastated. The once prosperous Lintian City had become like a ruin after these 2 days of battle. Lu Hao understood that they knelt outside the gate instead of entering the city lord's mansion out of guilt. He said nothing about it, but he felt some dissatisfaction in his heart regarding their late arrival. However, this matter still needed to be addressed, since Su Tianzong still needed to recuperate. It was up to Su Feng, as the young lord, to handle the situation. Upon seeing this group of people arrive now, Su Feng naturally felt very dissatisfied because they had far exceeded the time required for reinforcements. However, seeing the injured soldiers behind them eased his discontent somewhat. Why did you end up like this? Su Feng slowly walked up to Li Xian and helped him up as he spoke gently. They had to provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, Su Feng would not hesitate to hang the blame for the delayed reinforcements on them. Although Li Xian was helped up by Su Feng, he still did not dare to look directly at Su Feng. Young Lord, please punish me. Li Xian spoke without unlocking, directly requesting Su Feng to punish him, and knelt down again. Young Lord, if there is to be punishment, please punish us all together. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, the soldiers kneeling behind him also began to speak up. Seeing this group of people collectively asking for punishment, Su Feng was somewhat taken aback. You come with me. Lu Hao, you first settle these people down, and I will understand the situation afterward. However, Su Feng did not pay attention to their pleas and ordered Li Xin to follow him into the city lord's mansion, instructing Lu how to first settle these soldiers inside the mansion and plan after understanding their experiences. Soon, this group of soldiers was taken to the courtyard of the city lord's mansion for accommodation. The destruction in the East District and South District was somewhat better. However, the citizens residing in the North District and West District had suffered greatly because the Shao family was located between the Northwest Districts, and the battle had expanded towards both districts, leading to the most severe destruction, especially in the West District, which had experienced the last battle. Most of the buildings were reduced to ruins, with almost nothing left intact. Their faces were extremely gloomy and despondent. But they did not lose hope and began to work on recovery. Inside the city lord's mansion, Su Feng and Li Xin arrived at the hall of the city lord's mansion. Su Feng slowly sat down in a seat and motioned for Li Xin to sit down and recount their previous experiences. However, Li Xin did not sit, but knelt again in front of Su Feng, as if seeking forgiveness. Tell me what you experienced before. Why was the speed of your reinforcements so slow? Su Feng's tone was calm, and he did not feel angry because they had arrived late. Su Feng had previously discovered that among this group of troops led by Li Xin, there were only 3 Beast Kings in total, and even if they had arrived yesterday, they would not have made a significant difference. Moreover, many of the soldiers in Li Xin's unit were also injured, leading Su Feng to suspect there was more to the story. Su Feng urged Li Xin to share their prior experiences, but Li Xin hesitated about whether to speak. After pondering for a moment, Li Xin finally spoke slowly, recounting their experiences. After receiving the plea for help from Lintian City, the National Lord immediately dispatched them to support Lintian City. Originally, the National Lord intended to send a Beast Emperor-level leader as their commander. However, before departing, the National Lord sent this Beast Emperor-level leader to execute a mysterious mission. Reluctantly, the commander of the troops became Li Xin. When they were only 100 kilometers away from Lintian City in the hilly area, in order to save time, Li Xin did not send anyone ahead to scout the situation. When the troops entered deep into the hills, they were ambushed by a group of nearly 200 bandits. The troops quickly fought back, but the bandits had set up numerous traps in the hills, making it difficult for the troops to escape for a time. Although the bandits were soon driven away, several soldiers in the troops were injured. After that, Li Xin became cautious and sent several soldiers to scout the situation ahead of the troops. However, after they had walked for a while, the bandits suddenly reappeared. Moreover, traps that had not been set before unexpectedly appeared, causing more soldiers to be injured. Fortunately, they were a well-trained unit, and this group of bandits, wanting to engage in direct confrontation, ended up being counter-killed by several soldiers before fleeing in panic. Chapter 82, System Activated, 500,000 coins. Seeing these bandits starting to escape, Li Xin decided to send a small team to pursue them in hopes of making the following journey smoother. However, the bandits were agile in this hilly terrain and quickly vanished without a trace. Although several soldiers were injured in this ambush, the bandits suffered dozens of casualties. Li Xin believed that after this lesson, the bandits would not dare to come again on their subsequent journey. Unexpectedly, they had not walked 500 meters when the bandits reappeared. This time, they were very cunning, only shooting arrows and throwing stones from a distance, not daring to approach the troops again. Seeing this, Li Xin personally led the soldiers to take the initiative to attack and eliminate these bandits. However, when they launched their attack, the bandits cleverly began to retreat, using their familiarity with the underground passages in the hills to evade the troops' pursuit. This left Li Xin's unit in a very passive position. They had brought very few people, with only 3 main forces, and faced with such cunning bandits, it was quite a headache. The bandits relied on their knowledge of the terrain and the traps they had set, which caused the soldiers of the unit to suffer consecutive injuries. Originally, they only needed half a day's time to reach Lintian City. Yet they were delayed by this group of bandits for an entire day, and these bandits would intermittently appear, even at night, to harass the troops, leading to a very poor situation for the soldiers. It was only until early this morning that they finally exited the hilly area and rushed towards Lintian City without stopping. Before they even entered Lintian City, he discovered large areas of ruins within the city. In an instant, Li Xin felt deeply guilty. Despite the soldiers' conditions not having fully recovered, he led them to the gate of the Lord's mansion. Having been played by a group of bandits, Li Xin, as the commander of this troop, bore the main responsibility, so he did not want to explain anything earlier. He feared that Su Feng would misunderstand and think he was making excuses for himself, thus increasing his punishment, which is why he had delayed speaking. He pleaded with Su Feng, the young lord, not to punish him severely, stating that all of this was due to his poor decision-making, but he asked for forgiveness for those soldiers. After conveying all these experiences to Su Feng, Li Xian knelt on the ground, respectfully requesting that Su Feng punish him alone. Ding! The God-level choice system has been activated and is issuing choices. Please make a selection. Choice 1. Ignore this and punish Li Xian and all troop members. Reward: 100,000 gold coins. Choice 2. Punish Li Xian and all troop members participate in the reconstruction of Lintian City to earn merit. Reward: 500,000 gold coins. Choice 3. Do not impose any punishment. Treat it as if nothing happened. Reward: 30 tons of food. Please make a selection within 30 seconds. Just as Su Feng was contemplating how to handle this situation, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. This time, the rewards for the 3 options from the system were all generous, with the lowest being 100,000 gold coins. Right now, Lintian City was in urgent need of resources and gold coins to recover, but the 3 options had different punishments for Li Xian and his men. Although Li Xian's troop did not arrive in time for the battle in Lintian City, there were some special circumstances, and Su Feng had heard a little about the bandits in the hills not far from Lintian City. These bandits frequently appeared in the hillside forest areas near Lintian City, often robbing outside merchants who came to trade, which had previously caused quite a headache for Su Tianzong. For this reason, Su Tianzong had personally led the guards of Lintian City to eliminate them in their active areas. However, these bandits were very tricky. Whenever they sensed they could not win, they would quickly escape, making it impossible to stop them. Therefore, Li Xian and his men could not be entirely blamed for encountering these bandits. Considering the current situation, Su Feng glanced at the 3rd option and decisively chose the 2nd option, receiving the system's reward of 500,000 gold coins into his ring. Now, the food in Lintian City was sufficient, and the battle occurred within the city, while the rice fields planted by the common people were outside the city. So the food was not significantly affected. The important thing was gold coins. A large number of buildings in Lintian City had been destroyed, and the city walls had also been damaged, requiring a substantial amount of gold coins to purchase materials for repairs. Even though the Lord's treasury had a considerable amount of gold coins, there were too many things that needed to be repaired all at once. The management of the 2nd option was excellent and rewarded 500,000 gold coins, which perfectly covered the repair expenses. You should indeed be punished for your inadequate support. Su Feng said to the kneeling Li Xian. I, Li Xian, allow young Lord Su Feng to punish me. However, young Lord, could you only punish me and spare those soldiers in the unit? This is all my fault. I am willing to bear all the responsibility. Hearing Su Feng's words, Li Xian seemed resigned as he bowed his head to accept his punishment. Yet, he did not want the soldiers he led to be punished as well, and he continued to take the blame upon himself to ensure that Su Feng punished him alone. Nearly 100 soldiers regarded Li Xian as a brother. They all had their families. Li Xian only wanted to sacrifice himself to protect the soldiers he led. All right, don't rush to seek death. I haven't said what the punishment is yet. Seeing that Li Xian was continually taking the blame upon himself and asking Su Feng to spare his soldiers, Su Feng felt somewhat helpless. Upon hearing this, Li Xian slightly raised his head to glance at Su Feng. Su Feng's expression did not seem very unpleasant. He did not give off the impression of someone who would not listen to reason, so Li Xian's worried heart relaxed a bit. I can understand your situation this time, so you will not be sentenced to death. However, while you may escape the death penalty, you cannot avoid the punishment for your mistakes. For some time, I will need your troop to help me restore the prosperity of Lintian City. Su Feng said to Li Xian expressionlessly, slowly stating his requirements. Now, the gold coins needed to restore Lintian City were almost enough, but there might be a shortage of manpower. The 2nd option from the system provided Su Feng with a way to handle them. Having Li Xian and his team help repair Lintian City would perfectly address the manpower shortage issue, making the 2nd option from the system a perfect solution to 2 problems. Thank you, young Lord Su Feng. Upon hearing Su Feng's decision, Li Xian's eyes turned red with gratitude. Immensely thankful that Su Feng did not punish them according to the rules set by the ruler of the Falling Star Kingdom. Subsequently, without saying another word, Li Xian left the hall to prepare to execute Su Feng's orders. Chapter 83. The head of the family requests an audience. The Shao family treasury. Su Feng allowed the injured soldiers to stay in the Lord's mansion for treatment and, after their recovery, to join Li Xian in the reconstruction of Lintian City's buildings. Li Xian worked efficiently. Apart from the 10 or so injured soldiers, he led more than 80 soldiers into the reconstruction project. With these strong laborers and the guards of Lintian City, along with skilled commoners, the repair progress accelerated significantly. Some magical beasts also participated, making things much easier for the people. However, Su Feng quickly spent the 500,000 gold coins he had just obtained from his belt, and subsequently took from the treasury of the Lord's mansion. Everything in the city was managed by Su Feng, with the help of Lu Hao and other generals. Despite this, There were still many matters to address in Lintian City. While Su Feng was busy handling affairs, the heads of the Wang, Lin, and Shi families approached him. Seeing Su Feng's serious demeanor while dealing with tasks reminded them of Su Tianzhou. The three family heads did not disturb Su Feng, but quietly sat nearby, waiting for him to finish his work. When the citizens of Lintian City learned about this, they flocked to the execution ground. The citizens saw Shui Lingyun and started throwing things at her, causing her to bleed from her head. Some impulsive individuals even wanted to step forward and take revenge for their deceased relatives and friends. Fortunately, the guards from the Lord's mansion were present at the execution ground, preventing the impulsive citizens from acting out. Shui Lingyun was scheduled to be executed 3 days later. Simply letting her die would be too lenient. Therefore, the guards would regularly provide her with water to ensure she could last until the execution day. After learning this news, the citizens calmed down and stopped thinking about killing Shui Lingyun immediately. They then began to pick up things to throw at her again. As long as it didn't cause her death right away, the guards did not interfere with what the citizens did. In fact, they even shared in the citizens' urge to vent their anger on Shui Lingyun. Since morning, the citizens' emotions towards venting their anger on Shui Lingyun had been rising, and more people joined in. Fortunately, with the guards overseeing the situation, things eventually calmed down. Inside the Lord's mansion, Su Feng finally relaxed around noon after being busy all morning. He planned to leave the remaining matters to Lu Hao and other capable individuals in the mansion. Only then did Su Feng approach the three family heads. "What can I do for you three family heads?" Even though he had been dealing with affairs all day, Su Feng still noticed the three family heads quietly waiting for him, indicating they had something to discuss. The young lord is truly talented, managing Lintian City as well as the lord himself. It seems that it won't be long before Lintian City regains its former prosperity. Indeed, the young lord not only had impressive strength, but also managed affairs so adeptly, truly a rare talent. After exchanging glances, the three family heads began to flatter Su Feng, as if they merely came to see him. However, their expressions clearly indicated that they had business to discuss, which Su Feng naturally noticed. "All right, three family heads. I know you are here to ask me to check the Shi family treasury." After being busy all morning, Su Feng had no energy for pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Indeed, that's the case," Lin Bin said, a bit awkwardly, not expecting Su Feng to state it directly. The other two family heads also felt somewhat embarrassed. "Don't worry, all three families contributed this time, and you are entitled to a share of the items in the Shi family treasury." The three families had all worked hard during the defense, and they had also sent personnel to assist with the repairs in Lintian City. As the young lord of Lintian City, Su Feng understood the importance of rewards and punishments. He then led the three family heads to the Shi family courtyard. The Shi family was located in the northwest district of Lintian City. Upon arriving at the entrance, two stone lions flanked the sides, giving the entrance a stately appearance. Pushing open the door revealed a spacious courtyard. Su Feng had already sent people to investigate the internal structure of the Shi family earlier that morning. The group followed Su Feng and entered the Shi family's interior with ease. During their exploration of the Shi family structure, the guards discovered a secret door in the room where Shi lived, but it required a mechanism to open. The guards only indicated the location of the secret door and then handed the structural diagram to Su Feng. The Shi family's treasury was most likely behind this secret door. Su Feng led the group to Shihu's room. It had to be said that as the head of the Shi family, Shihu's room was filled with expensive items. After collecting everything into his ring, Su Feng began to search for the location of the secret door within the room. Shihu is quite cunning. The mechanism for this secret door is very intricate. Indeed, forcing it open might trigger some traps. It seemed that behind this secret door was definitely the Shi family's treasury. The three family heads examined the secret door and began to study how to activate the mechanism. Although each of the three family heads had similar mechanisms in their own homes, every mechanism appeared similar on the outside, but their internal structures were almost entirely different. Moreover, if the method of opening was incorrect, it would trigger the defensive mechanisms and release hidden attacks, possibly sealing off the secret passage completely. Thus, the three family heads did not dare to casually touch the mechanism of the secret door. "You all stay back a bit. I am going to forcibly break this secret door." Su Feng did not care about their concerns and placed his hand on the secret door, preparing to break it open forcibly while asking the three family heads to step back to avoid being harmed by any triggered mechanisms. "Young lord, this secret door cannot be forcibly broken." "Yes, young lord, this secret door can withstand several tons of force. It cannot be broken open." "That's right. If this secret door is not broken properly, the mechanisms inside could be triggered, and the secret passage behind it could even be completely sealed." Seeing Su Feng prepare to forcefully break open the secret door, the three family heads hurriedly tried to discourage him. They estimated that it could withstand several tons of force, making it impossible for a human to break it open. Furthermore, once the secret door was attacked, the mechanisms would activate, potentially sealing the passage behind it. Chapter 84. Obtaining the Seal of the Sea and Opening the Treasury. However, Su Feng did not care about these warnings. Ding. The God-level choice system is now operational. Issuing choices. Please make a selection within 30 seconds. Choice 1. Find the correct method to activate the mechanism. Reward. 1,000 gold coins. Choice 2. Abandon opening the secret door and seek a specialist to crack the mechanism. Reward. 5,000 gold coins. Choice 3. Forcefully break open the secret door and its mechanisms. Reward. Imperial Seal Technique. Seal of the Sea. Just as Su Feng was about to begin his attack, the system's voice echoed in his mind, halting his actions. After reviewing the 3 options, Su Feng chose to forcibly break open the secret door and the mechanisms. Immediately, Su Feng's consciousness delved into his mind, and the scroll of the Imperial Seal Technique reappeared. The mist covering the section detailing the Seal of the Sea dissipated, and the content of the Seal of the Sea integrated into Su Feng's consciousness. Instantly, Su Feng mastered the method of using the Seal of the Sea. Seeing that Su Feng was determined to forcefully break open the secret door, the 3 family heads stepped forward to take a defensive stance behind him, to protect him from any potential attacks triggered by the secret door's mechanisms. Noting the family heads' actions, Su Feng did not attempt to convince them to leave. He stepped back a few paces, took a stance aimed at the location of the secret door, and prepared to break it open. The 3 family heads grew tense at the sight. The attacks from the mechanisms behind the secret door were something even they did not dare claim to withstand. Even some powerful magical beasts might not be able to break open this secret door, yet Su Feng was attempting to do so with his human strength. The 3 family heads could only stand behind Su Feng, ready to protect him with all their might when the mechanisms activated and attacked. Although they were unfamiliar with the hidden door mechanism of the Shao family, they could still imagine a thing or two by comparing it with their own. However, they still held a glimmer of hope for Su Feng. This was because during the fight with the people from the Lingbing sect, Su Feng was able to defeat more than a dozen instructors from the sect by himself and even single-handedly defeated Xuelingyun. It was not an exaggeration to say that Su Feng's displayed strength had far surpassed theirs. Perhaps Su Feng could indeed break open this hidden door of the Shao family. Nevertheless, they did not dare to relax. Who knew what kind of mechanisms Shao Hu would forge to protect the Shao family's treasury? To ensure Su Feng's safety, the 3 family heads decided to stand behind him, ready to activate their techniques at any moment to protect him. Once everyone was ready, Su Feng also began to gather energy in preparation for an attack. Su Feng's palm started to gather energy, and before long, he gently waved towards the location of the hidden door. Su Feng used the Kaishan seal from the Emperor Seal Technique, preparing to break open this hidden door and its mechanisms. The Emperor Seal Technique was Su Feng's highest-ranked technique at the moment, and he had also mastered the Fanhai Seal. Coupled with the immense physical strength of the ancient holy body, he could significantly enhance the attack power of each sealing technique. Su Feng struck out with a palm, forming a massive palm print that surged towards the hidden door. The Kaishan seal had a remarkable destructive effect. The large room was devastated by the giant palm unleashed by the Kaishan seal. The wooden shelves and furnishings in the room were all destroyed, and the roof of the house was lifted off. However, Su Feng did not stop. He quickly struck out with another palm, sending 2 massive palm prints flying towards the hidden door in succession. Although the 2 palm prints looked similar, the elements within them were different, and the auras they released were completely distinct. The powerful shockwaves from the 2 palm prints made the 3 family heads feel a hint of fear. Xiao Hu's entire room was reduced to ruins, leaving only the incredibly strong hidden door and the secret passage behind it. However, as the 2 massive palm prints from the Kaishan seal and the Fanhai seal struck the hidden door, a sound of mechanisms activating came from within. Suddenly, several arrows shot out from either side of the hidden door, aiming at Su Feng and the 3 family heads. Yet, before they could travel even a meter, they were blown apart by the shockwaves from the Kaishan seal and the Fanhai seal, with not a single arrow able to fly a meter away. However, shortly after, a cloud of purple mist sprayed out from either side of the hidden door, clearly containing deadly poison. The poisonous mist continued to spew forth, causing everything it touched to show signs of corrosion. Even the incredibly hard surface of the hidden door began to show some corrosion upon contact with the poisonous mist. Moreover, this poisonous mist continued to spread, filling the entire area and drifting towards Su Feng and the others. This is bad. There is too much poison mist. If we get touched by it, it's over. Young lord, let us retreat. The poisonous mist has already overflowed. Seeing the overwhelming amount of poisonous mist spewing from the hidden door, even Su Feng's Kaishan seal and Fanhai seal shockwaves could not disperse it as it advanced toward them. The 3 family heads became a bit anxious and hurriedly advised Su Feng to retreat. It was clear that the toxicity of this poisonous mist was extremely strong. Even the materials of the hidden door could not withstand it, and their bodies would surely be unable to endure it. However, despite the three family heads' constant urging, Su Feng remained unmoved, standing his ground. Seeing this, the three family heads made up their minds and continued to stand behind Su Feng, beginning to activate their techniques to resist the poisonous mist. However, before the three family heads could complete their techniques, the poisonous mist was already very close to them. Panic set in for the three family heads as they attempted to forcibly take Su Feng away from here. But Su Feng took a step forward, actively approaching the poisonous mist, leaving the three family heads dumbfounded. But in the next moment, Su Feng gently waved his hand towards the poisonous mist, sending out another massive palm print that blew away the poisonous mist in front of him. Following that, several more palm prints were unleashed, with the enormous hands formed by the Kaishan seal and the Fanhai seal sweeping towards the poisonous mist, directly dispersing the thick cloud of poison. Ultimately, Su Feng's palm prints struck the hidden door. On the incredibly hard surface of the hidden door, several sealing techniques struck, causing cracks to begin forming on its surface. Moreover, the cracks continued to expand, with several fissures appearing on the secret passage behind the hidden door as well. Boom. Finally, under the assault of several sealing techniques, the hard hidden door was blasted into fragments, raising a cloud of dust. Before the dust could settle, Su Feng struck out with another Kaishan seal, blowing the dust away. The area where the hidden door had been was now in ruins, revealing the secret passage behind it. The three family heads were stunned. They did not expect this intricate hidden door to be forcefully destroyed by Su Feng. Even if they had put forth their full efforts, they would not have dared to say they could break it. Yet, Su Feng, who was much younger than them, had easily accomplished it. It seemed they had underestimated him. The secret passage looked quite long, and there was no light illuminating it inside, making the three family heads hesitant to believe that the Shao family's treasury was truly at the end of this passage. Chapter 85, Protecting Tian City, Making a Choice. Looking at the forcefully broken hidden door, the three family heads could not help but feel amazed. Although they had witnessed the terrifying power of Su Feng's techniques before, they were still once again shocked by him. Every time Su Feng displayed his abilities, it left them in awe. Was this really something an 18-year-old boy could achieve? The three family heads felt their faces flush with embarrassment, not uttering a word. As the dust finally settled, the hidden door vanished, and the secret passage behind it did not close off due to Su Feng's forceful destruction. The powerful attacks from Su Feng's several sealing techniques were too overwhelming. Although the hidden door was very resistant, the mechanisms inside were destroyed by the intense vibrations. Otherwise, not only would the passage have been sealed, but there would have also been other mechanisms set to activate. The lighting mechanisms along the sides of the passage were also damaged, making it impossible to activate them normally, so they could not see the situation inside at all. However, this did not pose a problem for them. The three family heads each took out a glowing firestone from their rings for illumination. With the light from the three firestones, they could finally see the structure of the secret passage. Su Feng then took the lead, walking ahead of the three family heads. Goodness, Xiaohu's treasure vault is set up like a maze. This treasure vault looks quite large. That old ghost Xiaohu is really bold. Xiaohu's thoughts are truly ingenious. The internal structure of the secret passage was intricate and complex, resembling a maze. The hidden door's mechanisms were so elaborate, and the secret passage was similarly designed. The three family heads could not help but admire Xiaohu's cleverness. His foresight in life had reached such a level, it could only be attributed to Xiaohu alone. The secret passage had many corridors, and taking the wrong one would trigger mechanisms that could attack them. One could only say Xiaohu was overly cautious. Fortunately, these mechanisms posed no significant challenge to the three family heads, who easily dismantled them. However, the most important task remained, finding the correct passage to the treasury. Helplessly, Su Feng began to dismantle the structure of the secret passage. However, he did not use any techniques. Instead, he relied solely on his physical strength to break through some holes in certain corridors for passage. Before long, they finally arrived in front of the Shao family's treasury. What came into view was a bronze door, with a switch for activating the door beside it. Su Feng walked to the switch and pulled it down. Click. Immediately, the bronze door began to tremble and let out a dull sound of mechanisms activating. As the mechanisms fully activated, the bronze door slowly opened to both sides. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot out from behind the door, making it difficult for everyone to adjust momentarily. After a moment, they slowly opened their eyes to check the situation inside the treasury behind the door. Su Feng slowly walked into the Shao family's treasury with the three family heads. And what caught their eyes were two wooden boxes filled to the brim with gold bars. There were also neatly arranged elixirs, spiritual herbs, and some weapons on the wooden shelves. Just these two boxes filled with gold bars were worth over 2 million gold coins. And the elixirs and spiritual herbs were also quite expensive. The items in this treasury were worth at least over 10 million gold coins. After a rough inspection of everything in the Xiao family's treasury, Wang Zongchang, the head of the Wang family, gave his estimated value. This meant that, excluding the 2 boxes of gold bars worth 2 million coins, the other items in the treasury were worth several million gold coins combined. It's worth noting that in the Beastmaster continent, an average family's annual income is less than 10 gold coins. However, the other 3 families were somewhat accustomed to this. After all, they were also one of the 4 major families in Lintian City, with an annual income of over 1 million gold coins. The other items in the Xiao family's treasury were acceptable, but the remaining gold coins seemed to be inconsistent with the Xiao family's income. Logically speaking, the Xiao family's annual income should also be over 1 million, but the amount of gold coins left in the treasury was too little, completely not matching their income. However, everyone did not consider this and began to gather all the items in the treasury together. Young City Lord, all the items in the Xiao family's treasury are here. The 3 family heads placed everything from the treasury together, waiting for Su Feng to distribute them. There were elixirs, spiritual herbs, spiritual swords, armor, and everything from the Beastmaster continent in the Xiao family's treasury. Ding! The God-level selection system is running. Issuing choices, please make a selection. Host. Option 1. A 30-70 split. Only giving each of the 3 families 1/10. Reward. 5,000 gold coins. Option 2. Divide everything into 4 parts, 1 for each family. Reward. 3rd grade elixir. Beastmaster elixir. Please make your choice within 30 seconds. While Su Feng was pondering how to distribute these items, the system's options appeared before him again. This time there were only 2 options, and Su Feng casually glanced at them before deciding on his choice. The method of the second option was just right, and he could also obtain the Beastmaster elixir. Just in time, Su Feng had acquired the Xuan Wu and hadn't had a chance to enhance it. With this Beastmaster elixir, he could elevate the Xuan Wu to the Beast Spirit level of power. After making his choice, Su Feng independently divided the items before him into portions and handed 3 of them to the 3 family heads. This distribution result made the 3 family heads extremely grateful. To be honest, the losses of the 3 major families in this battle were not as high as that of the City Lord's mansion. They had initially thought that getting around 20% each would be enough. But unexpectedly, Su Feng divided these items into 4 parts, allowing everyone to receive an equal value. Su Feng's action deeply moved the 3 family heads. Thank you, young City Lord. After receiving their portions, the 3 family heads exchanged glances and sincerely thanked Su Feng in unison. Once everything in the treasury was handled, Su Feng left the treasury with the 3 family heads. When they walked out of the treasury, the sky outside was already a bit dim. Upon realizing this, Su Feng was very satisfied with his earlier decision on the distribution. Ultimately, the 2 million gold coins divided into 4 parts were all invested into the repairs of Lintian City. In just 1 day's time, some of the buildings had completed their initial construction. This time it was not just a simple repair job, with such a large investment. Su Feng planned to make the streets and buildings in Lintian City even more prosperous than before. Although Lintian City was originally prosperous, the older areas had complicated buildings that did not utilize the area effectively. Taking advantage of the current situation, Su Feng intended to plan this area in an orderly manner to maximize the use of the land. Chapter 86, Slashing Through Snow and Cloud, Decisive in Killing. After 2 days of repairs, a street in the western area of Lintian City had been completed. The northern district also had a street taking shape, which would be operational in a couple of days. However, the repair expenses were significant, and Su Feng's 50,000 gold coins had been spent early on, while the 200,000 gold coins from the Xiao family were nearly exhausted as well. To make up for the funds, Su Feng sold off the useless elixirs from the Xiao family's treasury, keeping only some valuable ones. Over the past 2 days, the affairs that needed handling in Lintian City kept Su Feng extremely busy. However, after these days, Su Feng had become proficient in managing these matters, quickly processing the mountain of tasks. Soon, Su Feng planned to take a break and wait for new tasks to arrive. Just as he was about to leave the room to rest, Lu Hao approached. Young City Lord. Lu Hao respectfully walked up to Su Feng and knelt on one knee. Young City Lord, the execution date for Shui Lingyun has arrived. Kneeling, Lu Hao continued to explain about Shui Lingyun, stating that today was indeed the execution day, and the citizens of Lintian City had all gathered at the execution ground waiting for Su Feng to carry it out. Lu Hao was worried that Su Feng might forget this matter while busy with tasks, so he specifically came to remind him. Oh, is that so? I almost forgot. Alright, I'll change my clothes and go. If it weren't for Lu Hao's reminder, Su Feng would have indeed forgotten about Shui Lingyun. Immediately, Su Feng turned and walked back to his room to change his clothes before heading to the execution ground. At this moment, the execution ground in Lintian City was already packed with citizens. To manage the scene, the city lord's mansion had dispatched a large number of personnel. And Li Xian had also brought his team to assist the guards of Lintian City. Thousands of citizens surrounded the execution ground, making it difficult for the guards to move even a step outside. The citizens were eagerly trying to squeeze into the execution ground, carrying vegetables and eggs in their hands. Those who couldn't get in handed these items to those inside, until they reached the people at the very front. The recipients of these vegetables and eggs did not hesitate to pick them up and throw them at Shui Lingyun, who was bound at the execution ground. Shui Lingyun, instead of resisting, frantically licked the vegetables or the egg liquid that splattered on his face. For the past 3 days, he had been tied here, exposed to the elements. His physical condition was extremely poor, and it was only thanks to the guards feeding him water regularly that he had survived until today. Hunger drove him to forget his dignity and face, madly licking up everything thrown at him. Now, he was completely unrecognizable as the elder of the Ice Crystal sect. Even worse than a beggar. After days of torment, Shui Lingyun's mental state was also very poor. He had already suffered a heavy blow to his spirit from Su Feng. And after being tied up and humiliated for 3 days, he now resembled a fool. In his madness, he shouted insults and mocked the citizens of Lintian City from the execution platform, regardless of the outrage from the citizens outside. This behavior infuriated the citizens, who wanted to break through the guards' blockade and go up to Shui Lingyun to give him a few slaps. Upon hearing this, the citizens outside began to stir as well. The situation became uncontrollable, and Li Xian's 100-man team, along with the guards of Lintian City, struggled to maintain order. Young City Lord is here. Just as the citizens were about to break through the guards' blockade, Lu Hao brought Su Feng to the execution ground in a beast cart. Upon hearing that the young City Lord had arrived, the agitated citizens calmed down. Subsequently, the citizens tacitly parted to the sides, leaving a path for Su Feng. Su Feng stepped down from the beast cart and slowly walked toward the center of the execution platform. The citizens on both sides were unusually quiet at this moment, their eyes fixed on the slowly approaching Su Feng. Young City Lord is mighty. Young City Lord, a deity descends. Bless us, Lintian City. Young City Lord. As Su Feng walked halfway, a person in the crowd suddenly led the cheers for him. Soon, the people present also began to cheer, looking at Su Feng with excitement. The citizens had heard that, without Su Feng and his divine beast turning the tide, Lintian City would have long been occupied by the people of Lingbing's sect. Moreover, afterwards, Su Feng managed Lintian City in an orderly manner, repairing the destroyed districts one by one and quickly restoring life to the city. All of this was due to Su Feng, and the citizens of Lintian City respected and appreciated him from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, Su Feng's appearance made people temporarily forget about Shui Lingyun. As Su Feng slowly approached the execution platform, Shui Lingyun, who had been in a frenzied state, suddenly turned gloomy. Upon seeing Su Feng coming closer, Shui Lingyun instantly recalled the events of their previous battle. He felt a sharp pain in his head and did not want to think about it, beginning to thrash wildly in an attempt to break free from his restraints. However, in his weakened state, he had no strength to escape the binding ropes. Shui Lingyun looked at Su Feng in terror, straining to break free. Just as Su Feng happened to glance in his direction, immediately, Shui Lingyun felt as if he had seen a devil. His body went limp, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and a puddle of foul liquid flowed from beneath his feet. This scene made the citizens present feel disgusted. Shui Lingyun, as an elder of Lingbing's sect and someone many decades older than Su Feng, was actually so frightened that he urinated himself upon seeing Su Feng. The citizens were very disdainful and didn't even want to look at Shui Lingyun again. Seeing this scene, Su Feng turned his head and stopped watching Shui Lingyun. However, he was quite satisfied with this outcome. Su Feng had said from the beginning that even if Shui Lingyun were sentenced to death, it would not make up for the losses Lintian City suffered this time. Su Feng aimed to kill and strike at the heart to calm the feelings of the citizens of Lintian City and to console the souls of those citizens and guards who sacrificed their lives due to this incident. Furthermore, if given the chance, Su Feng would not forget the fleeing Shui Lingfeng and that Ice Bear King. Even if it meant offending Lingbing's sect and the Snow Country, Su Feng would not hesitate. He would show no mercy to his enemies and would act decisively. Chapter 87. Su Feng Statue, revered by all. After Su Feng took his seat on the inspection platform, the 3 family heads had already arrived early to watch and personally helped Su Feng settle in. The citizens in the crowd began to shout for the immediate execution of Shui Lingyun. Seeing the high-spirited atmosphere and the citizens calling for Shui Lingyun's death, Su Feng no longer hesitated. He did not want to look at Shui Lingyun again. Then, Su Feng raised his hand high and coldly waved it down. Seeing this gesture from Su Feng, the executioner raised his large knife and brought it down fiercely. Clang! With the sound of the object hitting the ground, Shui Lingyun was decapitated. The citizens of Lintian City cheered and rejoiced, feeling not a shred of pity. Afterwards, Lu Hao placed Xueling Yun's head in a box and handed it to a guard, who rode off on a magical beast, leaving Lintian City. Xueling Yun's head would be sent to the Lingbing sect in the Snow Country to let the people of Lingbing sect know, and to establish authority for Lintian City. If the people of Lingbing sect dared to come again, Xueling Yun would be their fate. The citizens watched this scene, standing in place, looking up at the sky, praying for their departed loved ones. After Xueling Yun's death, the onlooking citizens slowly left. The head of the Wang family, Wang Zongchang, was the first to speak, and the other two family heads nodded in agreement. Seeing the three family heads being mysterious, Su Feng became a bit curious. Now that Lintian City was more stable, after busying himself for so many days, Su Feng wanted to go out and take a look at the current recovery status of Lintian City. So, Su Feng followed the three family heads towards the direction of the Western District. Along the way, they arrived at the newly built streets in the Western District. Here, the former prosperity had returned, and the citizens doing business here saw Su Feng's arrival and quickly smiled to please him, offering him the goods they were selling. More and more people gathered around, each holding some items, ready to present them to Su Feng. Unable to refuse at that moment, Su Feng had to accept everything into his ring. After a while, the crowd finally dispersed, and Su Feng was able to continue walking with the three family heads. When they arrived at an open area, it had already been transformed into a city square. In the center of the square, there seemed to be a huge statue, currently covered by 4 large red cloths. The statue was completely obscured by these 4 large red cloths, and Su Feng could not see what it looked like inside at all. The three family heads brought Su Feng to the center of the square and handed him a red ribbon for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. The next moment, a large crowd of citizens suddenly appeared around the square. Su Feng was a bit confused, as it looked like a ribbon-cutting ceremony was about to take place. After a while, the square was filled with people. All the citizens of Lintian City had come here. A person stood at each corner of the statue, holding a corner of the red cloth with one hand. "Young master, shall we begin the ribbon cutting?" Wang Zongchang said to Su Feng after exchanging glances with the other two family heads. The three family heads began cutting the ribbon, and Su Feng followed suit. Once they finished cutting the ribbon, the people at the corners of the statue used both hands to grasp the cloth and pulled down the huge red cloth with all their might. Accompanied by the sound of fireworks, the red cloth slowly fell. The statue behind the red cloth gradually revealed itself to the crowd. When the red cloth completely fell, the onlooking citizens cheered and rejoiced once again. This statue was of Su Feng, depicting the moment he fought alongside 3 divine beasts. That scene was deeply etched in the hearts of the 3 family heads, so they pooled their resources to immortalize it in the form of a statue. The citizens of Lintian City had been hiding in the city lord's mansion at that time and did not have the chance to witness that moment. But the statue in front of them was lifelike, and even though the crowd had not witnessed it firsthand, they could vividly imagine the scene in their minds. The 18-year-old Su Feng appeared to them like a divine being descending from the heavens, his stature so majestic. From this moment, the citizens of Lintian City would regard Su Feng as their faith and continue to live in Lintian City. Everyone placed their hopes on Su Feng, believing that under his leadership, Lintian City would become even more prosperous. This square was the place where Su Feng fought against Xueling Yun and the others earlier. Because of this square and this statue, it would become the liveliest place in Lintian City in the future. The citizens were very excited, singing and dancing in the square, celebrating Lintian City's rebirth from this disaster. Seeing the enthusiastic citizens in the square, Su Feng felt emotional. He did not expect the citizens of Lintian City to recover to their previous state so quickly, which would greatly aid in the city's recovery. After finishing his tasks for the day, Su Feng handed over the remaining matters to Lu Hao and the others, while he went to visit Su Tianzong. Upon entering Su Tianzong's room, he found that Su Tianzong had just woken up. After days of specialized care, Su Tianzong's injuries had improved significantly. After taking the lifebone pill obtained from the Shao family's treasury, he would be able to move freely after resting for a while longer. "Fenger, you've worked hard these days." As the lord of Lintian City, Su Tianzong sometimes felt at a loss when facing certain matters. However, Su Feng was able to solve them perfectly, which made Su Tianzong feel very gratified and at ease. After visiting Su Tianzong, Su Feng came to the side of Tianyao Huang. Su Feng also had Tianyao Huang take some healing pills from the Shao family's treasury, and her severely injured wings began to slowly recover. Coupled with the powerful self-healing ability of magical beasts, she would be able to regain her combat capability within a month. Now, Su Tianzong still needed some time to recover his mobility, and by then, Su Feng would no longer need to handle the affairs of Lintian City. Although Su Feng was quite adept at dealing with these matters now, he did not want to be bound by them. After all, he was still young, and Su Feng wanted to become a powerful beast master to fulfill his deceased mother's wishes. Chapter 88. Conclusion of repairs and taking over the Shao family. After a week's time, due to sufficient manpower and abundant funds, along with the help of some magical beasts, all repair work in Lintian City had entered its final stages. Moreover, besides the three major families, some smaller families in Lintian City were also doing their best to participate. Among them, the Su family was the most hardworking. They not only participated in the repair work, but also sent people out to attract merchants to come to Lintian City for business. However, since their family was a small one, many merchants were skeptical of them, thinking they were just trying to deceive them into coming to Lintian City for business. The earlier destruction of Lintian City had long spread to other cities, so some people did not believe that Lintian City could recover in such a short time. Nevertheless, under the persuasion of the Su family's representatives, some merchants were still brought in. When they saw that Lintian City was nearly back to its original state, they decisively decided to stay and conduct business there. Additionally, the urban layout planned by Su Feng had a high utilization rate of land. And some passing merchants who came to Lintian City also firmly decided to settle down and operate there, making the streets much more prosperous than before. Now, these plots of land were directly managed by the Lord's Manor, so the number of affairs to handle had increased. The western and northern districts were currently the most prosperous areas in Lintian City, and a large influx of business personnel needed to go through the Lord's Manor's review to conduct business in Lintian City. These days, he had been checking the documents submitted by these business personnel in the Lord's Manor, but while Su Feng was inspecting, he discovered a letter. Su Feng took out the letter, which was from the Beast Master Holy Temple. Opening the letter, Su Feng began to read its contents. The gist of it was that Xiao Wenlei from Zilei Academy colluded with the Lingbing sect to hand over the 9 dragons Thunderfire from Zilei Academy's treasury to the latter. However, Xiao Wenlei had already been eliminated by the deans of the other 3 academies. And those from the Lingbing sect who had infiltrated Zilei Academy to meet Xiao Wenlei had also been dealt with. Because all the mentors at Zilei Academy needed to undergo investigation, and there was no candidate for the position of dean. Qin Ying wanted Su Tianzong to come to Zilei Academy to take on the role of dean. Since Su Tianzong and Qin Ying were fellow students, and Su Tianzong possessed a beast emperor-level magical beast, he was the most suitable candidate for the position of dean of Zilei Academy. However, Qin Ying knew that Su Tianzong was currently the lord of Lintian City, so he could temporarily take on the role of dean of Zilei Academy. And once the investigation of the mentors was clear, Su Tianzong could leave on his own. Su Feng sighed after reading the contents. What made him want to laugh was that the Lingbing sect didn't gain anything this time, but suffered such heavy losses. However, Su Feng needed to think about Qin Ying's request for Su Tianzong to temporarily take over Zilei Academy. Ding! The God-level choice system is running and issuing a selection. Please make your choice. Option 1. Agree to Qin Ying's request and let Su Tianzong take over Zilei Academy directly. Reward: 100,000 gold coins. Option 2. Agree to Qin Ying's request and let Su Tianzong temporarily take over Zilei Academy. Reward: mid-grade high-level spirit weapon. Option 3. Promote the Su family to replace the Xiao family and take over Zilei Academy. Reward: 100 loyalty of the Su family. Option 4. Refuse Qin Ying's request and let him seek other options. Reward: 200,000 gold coins. Please make your choice within 30 seconds. Just as Su Feng was pondering how to deal with Qin Ying's matter, the system's prompt interrupted him. Looking at the system interface that appeared before him, there were actually 4 options this time, and the rewards after the options were quite generous. Su Feng glanced at the first and second options and decided not to consider them. Su Tianzong's body had not fully recovered yet, and taking over Zilei Academy directly might be a bit too much for him. The same went for temporarily taking over Zilei Academy. The third option was a good idea, and Su Feng had previously thought of this as well. Promoting them was a good choice, just like when Su Tianzong had initially started in Lintian City. He had also promoted the Wang family, Lin family, and Shi family. Moreover, the reward for selecting this option was to gain the Su family's 100 loyalty to the Lord's Manor and to Su Feng. If this 100 loyalty was effective, then the reward for this option would be fantastic. This way, promoting the Su family would eliminate future worries about them turning out like the Xiao family. Furthermore, to outsiders, the Su family would still appear to be the Su family, but in reality, they would be no different from the Lord's Manor. Acting as the Lord's right hand and left hand men, Su Feng was very satisfied with this option. As for the fourth option, Su Feng did not plan to consider it either. After all, this letter was personally written by Qin Ying, and he was naturally quite troubled about the vacant position of dean at Zilei Academy. If he had any other solution, he wouldn't have suggested letting Su Tianzong take over Zilei Academy, since Su Tianzong was originally the lord of Lintian City. If he were to also take on the role of dean at Zilei Academy, it would be impossible for him to manage both sides given the vast distance. Qin Ying proposing this matter was certainly due to a lack of other options. If Su Feng directly refused Qin Ying, it would also be awkward for both sides. Even if they didn't mind, it would inevitably cause suspicion from others. Therefore, Su Feng did not intend to consider the fourth option. Consequently, Su Feng chose the more prudent third option and instructed Liu how to call the head of the Su family. When this news was conveyed, everyone in the Su family was greatly shocked. The head of the Su family, Su Qing, did not even have time to tidy himself up before rushing to Su Feng. Upon seeing Su Feng, he showed no demeanor of a family leader and immediately knelt before Su Feng with utmost respect and loyalty. Su Feng was very pleased to see Su Qing, so he handed him a letter. This is my letter of recommendation. You can take this letter or appoint someone you trust to go to the Beast Master Holy Temple to take up the position of Dean at Zile Academy. Su Feng explained nothing further, only instructing him to take the letter to the Beast Master Holy Temple to assume the role of Dean at Zile Academy. Thank you, young lord. Taking Su Feng's letter, Su Qing was astonished and expressed his gratitude to Su Feng with deep respect. He then left to execute the task assigned to him by Su Feng. Chapter 89, Zidian Academy, Dean's Transition. Before long, Su Qing returned with someone else before Su Feng. This person was named Su Fan, 30 years old, possessing a beast spirit level peak magical beast, the Thunder Pattern Leopard. Su Qing recommended this person to Su Feng to take the position of Dean at Zile Academy in the Beast Master Holy Temple. Young lord. As soon as he arrived before Su Feng, Su Fan was extremely respectful. Su Qing and Su Fan were brothers. Su Fan was a graduate of Zile Academy from a few years ago, so Su Qing wanted Su Fan to complete this task assigned by Su Feng. However, Su Qing did not let Su Fan go directly to Zile Academy to take up his position, due to the effect of absolute loyalty. He had to ensure that Su Feng was also satisfied with Su Fan before assigning him this task. Su Fan stood upright in front of Su Feng, with his Thunder Pattern Leopard beside him, waiting for Su Feng's inspection. Su Fan made a good impression on Su Feng, and his Thunder Pattern Leopard also had decent talent. Moreover, Su Feng could sense that the Thunder Pattern Leopard was on the verge of a breakthrough, so he agreed to let Su Fan take the position of Dean at Zile Academy. Afterward, Su Qing thanked Su Feng and took Su Fan away from the City Lord's mansion, preparing to arrange for him to take office at Zile Academy immediately. Seeing the performance of these two brothers, Su Feng felt the effects of absolute loyalty. The position of Dean at Zile Academy is almost equivalent to that of a city lord. Not every city in the Meteorite Kingdom is as prosperous as Lintian City. Many other city lords would want to exchange their position for the Dean of the Beastmaster Academy. Su Feng initially thought Su Qing would take the letter himself, but he unexpectedly chose a more suitable candidate. After all, the position of the head of a small family cannot be compared to that of the Dean of the Beastmaster Academy. Even the head positions of large families are incomparable. Subsequently, Su Feng felt more at ease with the Su family and even entrusted some business deals to Su Qing to handle. This would reduce the workload of the City Lord's mansion and allow the Su family to gradually grow stronger while managing these affairs. As expected, after a week of practice, Su Qing did not disappoint Su Feng's expectations. All business affairs in Lintian City were handled very well, and the newly built streets in the city were bustling with merchants. The other three families did not say anything about the sudden rise of the Su family. On the contrary, they encouraged them. Because they had also been promoted by Su Tianzong, they did not complain about the Su family's sudden rise encroaching on their interests. Only a few people within their families secretly complained, but it had no significant impact. After a week, shops on various streets resumed operations, and a large number of outside merchants flocked in. Just in time, the construction in the northern and western districts was also completed, allowing these merchants to rent shops. Now, looking from above, Lintian City was incredibly prosperous, with orderly street planning and bustling activity, far surpassing its former state. People who participated in this renovation felt a great sense of achievement. Li Xian and his subordinates felt the same. The soldiers who had been injured earlier had fully recovered after treatment in Lintian City, and it was time for them to leave. Soon, Li Xian came alone to the City Lord's mansion to find Su Feng. He pushed open the door to Su Feng's office and slowly walked up to him. Young City Lord. Although they had completely renovated Lintian City according to Su Feng's instructions, he could not forget the mistakes made due to their delayed support. On the day of Shui Lingyun's execution, when he led the troops to maintain order, he could feel the anger of the citizens of Lintian City. Li Xian believed that the citizens' anger had its reasons, so he and his soldiers worked very hard during this renovation project. However, even so, Li Xian still felt guilty. For a moment, he stood in front of Su Feng, saying nothing, quietly kneeling on one knee with his head bowed. However, Su Feng directly helped him up. The matter is already over, and you have received the punishment you deserved. There is no need to feel guilty any longer. Su Feng realized what Li Xian was thinking, but he no longer held it against him. Li Xian and his team had already faced Su Feng's punishment, and moreover, more than half a month had passed since the incident, and Lintian City and its citizens had returned to their previous state. Su Feng did not try to keep them, as they were the guards of Anjing City and could not stay in Lintian City forever. Yes, thank you, young city lord. Hearing Su Feng's words, Li Xian's heavy heart lightened a bit. He then prepared to turn and leave. Young city lord, before I leave, I would like to lead my team to eliminate the bandits in the hills and forests near Lintian City. It turned out that Li Xian was thinking of the group of bandits outside Lintian City. The delay in their support was due to these bandits, and Li Xian wanted to eliminate them before leaving to repay Su Feng's mercy and not killing him. He knew that these bandits had caused Su Tianzong a lot of headaches. To take revenge and eliminate future threats, Li Xian decided to eradicate these audacious bandits. This way, the merchant caravans coming to Lintian City would be much safer. Li Xian's proposal instantly piqued Su Feng's interest. He had heard that there was a group of extremely fierce and powerful bandits in the hills and forests outside Lintian City. For this reason, Su Tianzong personally led several commanders and some guards to eliminate them. Initially, the commander's magical beasts, in conjunction with the heavenly demon phoenix, dealt heavy damage to them. However, realizing they were outmatched, the bandits quickly used terrain or secret paths to escape, and even the commander's magical beasts could not catch up with them. That eradication operation killed nearly 100 bandits. After that, the bandits calmed down a bit and no longer dared to indiscriminately intercept merchants. However, in recent years, that group of bandits seemed to have grown stronger again. Their numbers had returned to over 100, and 2 bandit leaders with Beast King-level magical beasts emerged. Although Su Tianzong's previous eradication effort still held some deterrent effect, they still occasionally robbed merchants. Unavoidably, Su Tianzong had to send Lu Hao to lead a team to clear them out again, but even after several eradication attempts, they could not be completely eliminated. Therefore, this group of bandits had always been a headache for Su Tianzong. Ding! The God-level choice system is activated, and choices are being issued. Please make a choice. Host. Option 2. Prevent Li Xian from eliminating this group of bandits and receive a reward of 2,000 gold coins. Option 3. Agree with Li Xian and join the team to eliminate the bandits, receiving a reward of the spirit fire of all beasts. Please make a choice within 30 seconds. Young city lord, what do you think? Seeing Su Feng's lack of response, Li Xian tentatively asked. Su Feng's thoughts were focused on the 3 options presented by the system in front of him. Li Xian's desire to eliminate these bandits was genuine. But these bandits were very cunning. Even Su Tianzong had not managed to eradicate them when he personally led a team. Moreover, it was said that 2 leaders with Beast King-level magical beasts had joined the bandits, making the difficulty of eliminating them likely greater than before. Although Li Xian's team had 3 Beast King-level magical beasts, the bandits had the advantage in the hills and forests. However, if these bandits were allowed to continue to grow, they would undoubtedly interfere with the development of Lintian City. Based on this, the first and second options in the system could be completely discarded. Furthermore, the reward in the third option was the spirit fire of all beasts, which was said to be transformed from the essence of high-level magical beast fire through long years of purification. It often appeared in the form of a raccoon cat, and although its flame power was not as strong as other exotic fires, it was extremely protective of its master and could quickly heal serious injuries to the human body. After finishing his thoughts, Su Feng decisively chose the third option. Although these bandits were difficult to deal with, Su Feng now had a certain level of strength, making it no longer a challenge to deal with 2 Beast King-level magical beasts. Soon, Su Feng nodded in agreement with Li Xian and communicated his thoughts to him. After Li Xian left, a ball of flame appeared in Su Feng's hand. Feeling the fire attribute power within the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts, Su Feng was quite satisfied. After emptying the items in a ring, Su Feng stored this spirit fire of 10,000 beasts in the ring for future use. After understanding Su Feng's intentions, Li Xian immediately left the city lord's mansion and gathered his 100 subordinates. Arming themselves and assembling at the west city gate of Lingtian City, Su Feng then summoned Lu Hao, asking him to lead a group of elite guards to also gather at the west city gate of Lingtian City to wait. The 2 forces combined had over 200 people, and there were 4 generals with the strength of beast kings. With Su Feng included, there were already 5. However, in terms of combat power, Su Feng's Qinglong was not just equivalent to a single Beast King's combat power. Li Xian and the others were unaware. But Lu Hao was very clear about it. Nevertheless, even if calculated as 1, their current combat power was sufficient to crush that group of bandits. Soon, accompanied by the cheers of the watching citizens, the over 200-strong expeditionary force marched grandly towards the hillside forest area. According to their earlier investigation, the bandits' lair seemed to be located in a hill to the west of Lingtian City, so they planned to strike directly at the heart and eliminate their stronghold in one fell swoop. As the team passed by, the birds and beasts dwelling in the woods were frightened away by the imposing aura of the team. In a bandit camp deep within the hill, a bandit landed on a winged falcon beast. Before the falcon could stabilize, the man jumped off and quickly walked into the camp. Report. Enemies are attacking from outside the hill. When the bandit reached the main hall of the camp, he directly knelt on one knee, reporting to the two positions on the high platform. Who dares to invade? Hearing the report from the bandit, one of the individuals sitting on the high platform spoke in a deep voice. That group seems to have come from Lingtian City. There should be over 200 people. It's probably those from Lingtian City starting a clearance operation again. The reporting bandit hurriedly relayed everything he knew, fearing that a delayed word might provoke the displeasure of the two on the high platform. Seems like. Probably. Is this how you report to your scouts? Upon hearing the scout bandit's report, a tall figure slowly stood up from the high platform. No. Subordinate didn't he mean to? The displeased tone immediately frightened the reporting bandit into a cold sweat, quickly begging for mercy. But before he could finish his words, a bright light flashed on him, and the bandit stood frozen in place. However, in the next moment, the bandit was already decapitated, and the severed head was very clean. Beside the bandit, a green and bizarre figure appeared, looking nothing like a human, but rather resembling a mantis. This beast was a Beast King level green magic mantis, the beast of one of the bandit leaders. At this moment, it was licking the blood off its scythe-like claws. This scene terrified the other bandits guarding the hall, who did not dare to move an inch, fearing that the next to be dismembered would be themselves. As the figure stood up, the person still sitting beside him also stood up. Immediately, send someone to intercept them and set traps in the areas close to them. The thinner figure ordered the guarding bandits in the hall. Yes, Chief. The moment he stepped out, he felt as if he had escaped from a tiger's mouth, letting out a long sigh of relief, and immediately led several bandits out of the camp. Inside the hall, several other guarding bandits hurriedly ran to the corpse of the decapitated scout bandit. They swiftly dragged the body out of the hall and took it to a corner to dispose of it. However, once they dragged the body outside the hall, their movements began to slow down. Chapter 91. The Chief of the Generals, the operation begins. These two bandit leaders were such terrifying existences, even as their subordinates. If they offended them, they would be executed on the spot. Because both of them possessed Beast King level beasts, they were the strongest individuals here, and their moods dictated the laws of the place. Thus, the bandits were very reluctant to stand in front of these two. But the only way to avoid seeing them was to give up being a bandit. However, most of these people ended up here as bandits because they had committed serious crimes or were abandoned by cities. If they left, no city would allow them in. Therefore, they could either endure it or leave and fend for themselves. Thus, no one in the camp dared to escape anymore. On the other side, Feng, along with Li Xian's team and the team selected by Lu Hao, was moving deeper into the hills. They only knew that the bandits' main camp was generally located to the west, but the exact location was unclear. Moreover, with such a grand momentum this time, it was likely that the bandits would ambush them somewhere soon. However, Lu Hao had participated in several clearance operations and had some methods to deal with bandits, as well as an understanding of some of their tricks. Once they entered the hilly area, Lu Hao dispatched several seasoned guards to move ahead of the main force to scout the situation ahead. The guards chosen by Lu Hao had all participated in at least 2 previous clearance operations. Li Xian, along with the other 2 generals of their team, sought Feng and Lu Hao to discuss how to deal with the bandits, since they were not too familiar with this group of bandits. Knowing oneself and the enemy would ensure victory in 100 battles, so Li Xian wanted to discuss strategies first to eliminate the bandits in one fell swoop. Young City Lord Feng, General Lu, these two are the other 2 generals in our team. After the team was settled, Li Xian brought the 2 men to Feng and Lu Hao. The 2 generals had not formally met Feng and Lu Hao before, so this was a good opportunity for an introduction. I have met young City Lord Feng and General Lu. I am Lu Chuang, pleased to meet you. A sturdily built general was the first to introduce himself. He was another general with a Beast King level beast in Li Xian's team, named Lu Chuang, from Anjing City. And he had a rather straightforward personality. I have met young City Lord Feng and General Lu. I am Zhang Jiufeng. The one named Zhang Jiufeng was the 3rd general with a Beast King level beast in Li Xian's team, also from Anjing City. The west side of Lingtian City is a vast hilly area with a somewhat intricate terrain, but to those bandits, it is like walking on flat ground. Based on the information gathered from multiple clearance operations, the bandits' main camp should be located near this area. However, although we have pinpointed the general location, it will still take some time to search thoroughly. Moreover, once the bandits discover we are coming to clear them out, they will set traps along the route we take. Therefore, we need to be very cautious with every step we take, and if a battle breaks out, it's best not to chase if the bandits flee, as that might lead us into their traps. Lu Hao pointed to a certain area deep within the hilly region and began to speak slowly. After multiple clearance operations, Lu Hao had already figured out the approximate location of the bandits' main camp and was well aware of the tricks the bandits used. As long as they followed the methods he suggested, they would be much clearer about the bandits' movements. General Liu is indeed the chief among the generals of Ling Tian City. I admire you. Li Xian and his two generals listened attentively, inwardly praising Liu Hao for being an excellent leader. Liu Hao's words were very detailed. If they had this information from Liu Hao earlier, they would have been confident enough to directly eliminate this group of bandits. However, that being said, if they really had to fight these bandits, relying solely on this information might still not be enough. Otherwise, Liu Hao would have already led the guards of Lintian City to wipe out this group of bandits. Whenever they were unable to win, they would quickly flee, making it difficult for the guards to pursue them. Even if they did manage to catch up, they would likely fall into traps set by the bandits. So generally speaking, the escape of bandits did not mean it would be easier to catch them. Rather, it was more dangerous. However, this time Liu Hao came prepared, selecting guards who were very familiar with these bandits. Therefore, Liu Hao was very confident about this operation. Moreover, Su Feng's Qinglong had already reached the peak of the Beast King level, and although the Zhuke was at the Beast Spirit level, its combat power was still formidable. As for the newly acquired Divine Beast Xuanwu, although it only had the strength of a high-level magical beast, it had the ability to enhance defense, which was also quite powerful. Liu Hao believed that Su Feng's Xuanwu surely had more than just the ability to enhance defense. Thus, Liu Hao felt that this cleanup operation would eliminate all these bandits. Subsequently, everyone began to discuss how to deal with this group of bandits based on the information provided by Liu Hao. After planning the route, the 200 personnel were reassigned into 4 teams, each led by a commander, while Su Feng naturally teamed up with Liu Hao. However, because they were up against bandits, many of the experienced guards led by Liu Hao were distributed among the other teams to assist in combating the bandits. Although each team only had 50 members, everyone was well trained, as were their respective magical beasts. The bandits had only a small number of members with magical beasts, so their smaller number was not a significant issue. Chapter 92. Terrain Traps, easily resolved. The 2 scouting guards moved freely in this terrain and quickly completed the reconnaissance of the area ahead. The 2 guards slowly approached Su Feng and the other commanders, kneeling on one knee. Young City Master, Commander, we have thoroughly surveyed the area ahead. That group of bandits has set up a large number of traps in front and has ambushed a dozen or so bandits, waiting for us to take the bait. The 2 guards reported their findings and marked the positions on the map. The locations of these traps were quite extensive, but there were only a dozen bandits lying in ambush, clearly intending to use old tactics to delay and exhaust the forces. However, since the scouting guards had discovered these traps and ambushing bandits, it would be easy to handle. They then split into 4 groups, with Lu Chuang and Zhang Jiufeng each leading a team to take a detour and directly search for the bandits' base. Su Feng and Liu Hao led a team to confront the bandits head-on, while Li Xian's team cleared the sides, following the route provided by the scouting guards. Su Feng and the others decided to forcefully break through the bandits' traps, while Li Xian led a few people to quietly eliminate the enemies lying in ambush nearby. Before long, the bandits' trap area was destroyed, and when the dozen or so bandits saw this, they attempted to flee. But when they turned to leave, they found Li Xian's team had already surrounded them, leaving no chance for escape. Soon, the first wave of direct confrontation ended. Su Feng's team suffered no casualties, and neither did Li Xian's team. After the dozen or so captured bandits were dealt with on the spot by Li Xian, Su Feng and the others advanced again, preparing to strike at the heart of the enemy. They aimed to reach the bandit stronghold before Zhang Jiufeng and Lu Chuang's teams encircled it, aiming to eliminate this group of bandits in one fell swoop. With Liu Hao's experienced guards present, the bandits' traps were effectively rendered useless. The ambushing bandits were systematically dealt with, and none escaped the encirclement. However, Liu Hao did not relax because of this. He knew how difficult these bandits were to deal with. Even if each battle ended in victory, he wouldn't command the team to rush in all at once. After defeating each ambushed group of bandits, Liu Hao would send someone ahead to quickly check the situation of the route and command several flying magical beasts to observe the bandits' movements from the air, coordinating with Li Xian's team to eliminate the bandits. Within half a day, they discovered the bandits' main stronghold not far away. However, there were 2 defensive lines blocking their path. Once breached, the bandits would be surrounded by the 4 teams, making them sitting ducks. They had already eliminated dozens of bandits, but there was no clear record of how many bandits were in this area. However, as long as they cleared the bandit stronghold, those who had escaped would pose no threat. The team's attack was like a raging tide. Even with numerous traps set up in advance, they had little effect, and the ambushing bandits were all resolved. After breaking through the last line of defense, Su Feng and the others finally arrived at the stronghold. Unexpectedly, after eliminating nearly 100 bandits, there were still over 100 bandits inside their stronghold, and the number was still increasing. Those bandits who had not yet entered the stronghold were intercepted and killed on the spot by the guards. Su Feng and Liu Hao's teams arrived at the main gate of the stronghold, while the Xion's team stood by, closely watching the bandit stronghold. Zhang Jiufeng and Lu Chuang's teams had also surrounded the other two sides of the stronghold. More than 200 bandits were surrounded by about 200 guards in the stronghold. Those bandits, who were usually bold and reckless, felt a surge of fear upon seeing this scene, losing all fighting spirit. Although the numbers were nearly equal, the overall strength was not on the same level. A small number of bandits had beast spirit level magical beasts, but most bandits had no magical beasts at all and relied solely on brute strength. Normally, they could ambush guards on the hills, as they were familiar with the terrain and could use that advantage to wear down the enemy. But now they were trapped in the stronghold, and those tactics could not be used. They could only fight desperately against the enemy. "Chief, the enemy has surrounded our stronghold. What should we do?" A trembling bandit walked to the front of the stronghold's hall to report to their two leaders. Su Feng and the four commanders' teams had already appeared before them, yet the two bandit leaders remained seated in the hall, completely ignoring the situation outside. "Is that Su Tianzong here this time?" asked the more burly leader. "No, humph, without Su Tianzong here. Do they really think they can eliminate us with just their Beast King level magical beasts?" Hearing that Su Tianzong was not present, that leader was quite disdainful. "Yao Guang, do not underestimate them. Although they have 4 Beast King level magical beasts, they must have some capability to reach our stronghold." "Nonsense. Suwen, when did you become so timid? It's just 4 Beast King level magical beasts. What is there to be afraid of? In the past, my green demon mantis could still exchange blows with Su Tianzong's heavenly demon phoenix." However, Suwen was more cautious. She realized that Lu Hao and their ability to reach their stronghold indicated they had some skill, while Yao Guang did not care about this. Suwen was quite cautious and began to think about how to deal with Lu Hao and their encirclement. The bandits had been rampant in this hilly area due to their familiarity with the terrain and the traps within the hills. But now that they were surrounded in the stronghold, those skills could not be used. They initially thought that sending out some bandits to set traps and ambush in front of them could slightly delay their attack speed. But now, in less than half a day, they have already appeared before them. Suwen had anticipated everything in this situation. These bandits had no other abilities and had only developed through their skills in setting traps and fleeing. Chapter 93. Surrender and Lay Down Arms, the Demon God Spider. They had relied on these tricks to evade several extermination operations in the past. Even if their numbers were doubled compared to now, they had not been completely wiped out. But the situation was different now. The bandits' tricks had become ineffective. In a direct confrontation, they were no match for their opponents. Yao Guang's green demon mantis was at the peak of Beast King level, while Su Wen's own demon god spider was at a mid-level Beast King strength. If their magical beasts attacked together, they could indeed compete with Lu Hao and his 4 Beast King level magical beasts. However, that alone could not change the situation this time. Fortunately, Su Tianzong and the heavenly demon phoenix had not arrived, so they still had a glimmer of hope. The strong sense of oppression that had come from Lintian City last time was believed to be due to Su Tianzong's heavenly demon phoenix breaking through to Beast Zone level. However, it seemed that was not the case. If Su Tianzong's heavenly demon phoenix had truly broken through to Beast Zone level, he would definitely participate in this extermination operation personally. But since he did not, it relieved them a bit. As long as the bandits held their stronghold and consumed the enemy's strength, they might still have a chance to counterattack. However, Su Feng had no intention of delaying time. He walked alone towards the main gate of the stronghold. While Lu Hao and Li Xian ordered all the guards to protect Su Feng and kill the bandits on the high platform. Upon reaching the main gate, Su Feng didn't say a word and unleashed a mountain-splitting palm at the gate, directly breaking it open. With the gate breached, the guards surged in, and the bandits inside the stronghold attempted to intercept them, but were killed one by one on the spot. Seeing the guards so fierce, the bandits inside the stronghold began to lose their composure. After the guards broke into the camp, they pressed forward step by step towards the hall inside, while the bandits fought desperately to resist in front. However, these bandits were no match for the guards. Moreover, the 4 commanders were also very powerful, and with their respective magical beasts, they easily took down the majority of the bandits. The stronghold was awash with blood, and the screams of the bandits echoed in the sky. The bandits, who once seemed quite troublesome, had been wiped out in an instant, leaving only about 100 of them and several dozen beast spirit level magical beasts. They were all gathered in front of the hall, holding various weapons, but their fighting spirit had vanished, and their hands and feet began to tremble. "You have no way out. Surrender and lay down your arms immediately." Seeing the bandits already filled with trepidation, Lu Hao loudly urged them to surrender, hoping to crush the last bit of their fighting spirit. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Hao said this, the bandits began to stir. The reason they had become bandits in this region was that they had been abandoned by other cities, seeking survival as bandits. But when they arrived here, they realized that being a bandit was not a good way out. If it weren't for their fear of the 2 leaders' pressure, many would have likely left voluntarily. But now, they were completely surrounded. Continuing to fight meant death. And it was better to surrender and try to seek some chance of survival. Soon, several bandits dropped their weapons, preparing to walk up to Feng and the others to surrender. One bandit took the lead, and the others began to entertain the idea of surrendering as well. However, just as the first bandit was about to reach Feng and the others, a green figure flashed past him and continued to appear beside the few bandits who wanted to surrender behind him. The next moment, those bandits who were ready to surrender froze in place. Their upper bodies were severed from their lower bodies, blood gushing out as they died on the spot. That green figure ultimately stood in front of the many bandits, licking the blood off its body. Seeing this scene, the other bandits who had not yet stepped forward to surrender were instantly filled with terror, no longer daring to take another step forward. This figure was none other than Yao Guang's green demon mantis, and those who wanted to surrender were killed by its scythe-like forelegs. Nearly 20 bandits who attempted to defect and surrender were mercilessly slain by the green demon mantis, clearly under Yao Guang's orders. Humph. If any of you still wish to surrender, come out early. If you can escape from under the scythe arms of my green demon mantis, I will allow you to surrender. Yao Guang walked out from the hall, coldly smiling as he spoke to the bandits before him. As soon as this was said, the bandits no longer dared to lay down their weapons and surrender to Feng and the others. The green demon mantis was a peak beast king level magical beast, and most of them were ordinary people with no magical beasts. How could they possibly escape from the scythe arms of the green demon mantis? Thus, the bandits gathered a bit of fighting spirit, picking up the weapons dropped on the ground by those who wanted to surrender to show their determination. Seeing that the bandits no longer dared to entertain thoughts of surrendering, Yao Guang's expression finally softened a bit. However, Lu Hao and the others' expressions darkened. Originally, Lu Hao intended to shelter these surrendering bandits, to train them as the death guards of Lintian City, or to have them responsible for transporting heavy goods within Lintian City. This way, the bandits would have food to eat, merchants coming to Lintian City would be much safer, and they could also be responsible for transporting heavy goods. But after Yao Guang's actions, these bandits would definitely not dare to surrender. As a result, today, they could only wipe out this group of people to ensure the stable development of Lintian City in the future. Lu Hao knew a bit about Yao Guang's green demon mantis. Back when Su Tianzong personally led the team, the heavenly demon phoenix had fought against this green demon mantis. If it weren't for Su Wen's demon god spider spitting out webs to block the heavenly demon phoenix's attack, Yao Guang and his green demon mantis would have been dead long ago. However, the strength of the green demon mantis was indeed not to be underestimated. A peak beast king level green demon mantis could likely overpower even Lu Hao's mid-level beast king Inferno Feng Wolf. Although they still had Li Xian, Zhang Jiufeng, and Lu Chuang with their beast king level magical beasts, their magical beasts were all only at the initial stage of beast king level. Facing Su Wen's mid-level beast king demon god spider, they wouldn't fare much better. But none of this was crucial. What mattered was that Su Feng's azure dragon was a divine beast, and its strength had also reached the peak of beast king level. Even if the green demon mantis was also at the peak of beast king level, it probably wouldn't be able to contend with the azure dragon. However, Yao Guang and the others had no intention of surrendering. The remaining 80 or so bandits also did not dare to entertain any thoughts of surrender. 80 or so bandits against 200 trained soldiers and guards. Just the numbers alone were overwhelming. However, what was more important was not them, but the confrontation between their two leaders and the strong warriors. Chapter 94. Feng takes action, unstoppable. Yao Guang showed no intention of negotiating, and Lu Hao and Li Xian no longer hesitated. Leading all the team members, they launched a final attack on the bandits. Instantly, the bandits' stronghold was filled with the glint of blades and the sound of limbs flying. The blood of the bandits mixed with that of their magical beasts, dyeing the ground of the camp a deep red. Lu Hao, Li Xian, and the other commanders directly bypassed the bandits and engaged in battle with Yao Guang and Su Wan. 4 Beast King level magical beasts faced off against 2 Beast King level magical beasts, and they fought evenly. Yao Guang's green demon mantis was incredibly fierce, with its 2 scythe-like forelegs being extremely sharp, leaving deep cuts on the skin of Lu Hao's Inferno Feng Wolf. Moreover, the green demon mantis is incredibly fast and has strong jumping abilities. When the flame-toothed wolf attacked it, the green demon mantis jumped nearly 10 meters high and landed behind the flame-toothed wolf. Immediately, its scythe-like legs attacked the flame-toothed wolf. Just as it was about to split the flame-toothed wolf in half, Lu Hao shouted a warning, allowing the flame-toothed wolf to react quickly and dodge this fatal strike. Although Su Wen's demon spider is only of medium strength at the Beast King level, its skills are quite troublesome. The rock bear and the mighty gorilla wanted to tear through the web, but found it incredibly resilient. After biting for a long time, They only managed to create a small tear. The highly resilient web is particularly effective against powerful brute force monsters, and only the fast-moving Scarlet Scale Brute can escape from it. They initially thought that the 3 Beast King level monsters would easily deal with Su-1 and his Demon Spider. Therefore, Zhang Jiufeng and Lu Chuang attacked with all their might from the beginning, but unfortunately, they fell into Su-1's trap. It seems they underestimated Su-1 and his team. This frustrated Zhang Jiufeng and Lu Chuang, shaking their confidence. However, to redeem themselves, they rallied their spirits, determined to eliminate this band of robbers. But for the moment, the Rock Bear and the Mighty Gorilla were unable to break free from the web's restraints, relying solely on the Scarlet Scale Brute to buy them time to escape. On the other hand, the battle between Lu Hao and Yao Guang was somewhat better. Lu Hao, having participated in several extermination operations, had some understanding of Yao Guang and his monsters. Although Yao Guang's Green Demon Mantis is at the peak of the Beast King level, Lu Hao's Flame-Tooth Wolf, with its experience from multiple encounters, managed to hold its ground. Influenced by Lu Hao's situation, the guards selected from Lintian City were also quite fierce. Over 80 robbers had been surrounded by them, and facing the well-trained guards from Lintian City and the soldiers from Anjing City, the robbers felt like turtles in a jar. Within no time, the guards had killed dozens of robbers. The remaining robbers were in disarray, only able to passively take hits. Even among the robbers, there were a few with Beast Spirit level monsters. But the guards from Lintian City and the members of Li Xian's team had a large number of Beast Spirit level Beast Tamers. Combined, they outnumbered the robbers by nearly 4 times. Under such numerical pressure, the remaining robbers would soon be completely exterminated. Throughout the entire process, Su Feng was merely a bystander. However, occasionally, some unaware robbers would attempt to attack him. Seeing that Su Feng looked only in his teens, they assumed he would be easy to bully, especially since there were no monsters beside him. From earlier observations, they believed Su Feng might be someone of noble status, as they seemed to have heard Lu Hao, the commander of Lintian City, refer to him as Young City Lord. Moreover, Lu Chuang and Zhang Jiufeng showed him great respect. Thus, they thought to capture Su Feng and use him to threaten the guards from Lintian City and the soldiers from Anjing City to retreat. With this thought in mind, some self-proclaimed clever robbers attempted to ambush Su Feng. However, as they approached him, they realized that this seemingly simple teenager was not only of significant status, but also possessed extraordinary strength. Despite being surrounded by a dozen robbers, Su Feng showed no signs of worry. Instead, he relaxedly stretched his muscles. After warming up, he coldly stared at them, resembling a fierce wild beast locking onto its weak prey, causing the robbers to tremble in fear. At that moment, although they had surrounded Su Feng, they felt as if they were facing an immovable god, capable of annihilating them with a mere snap of his fingers. Among the dozen robbers, not a single one dared to make the first move against Su Feng. Just as they hesitated, Su Feng took a slow step forward. However, in the next moment, he vanished from his spot, turning into a bolt of lightning, weaving through the robbers. The robbers could not even track Su Feng's movement. When Su Feng reappeared before them, a few robbers prepared to attack, but as they attempted to move, they felt sharp pains throughout their bodies. However, the pain was not very intense, so they initially intended to ignore it and subdue Su Feng first. Yet, just as they took a step, the pain suddenly intensified, and before they could react, blood began to seep from their bodies. In the next moment, one robber collapsed into a heap of limbs on the ground, followed by the second, then the third. The robbers surrounding Su Feng had no idea what had just happened before they all fell dead on the spot. The ground where Su Feng stood quickly became soaked with blood and scattered limbs. This scene resembled a hell on earth. Some robbers who had come to check the situation fainted at the sight, their pants soaked. The guards from Lintian City and the soldiers from Anjing City were also stunned by this sight, leaving the robbers they were fighting momentarily frozen in place. Especially the soldiers from Anjing City, who were utterly shocked. Even though they had experienced many bloody battlefields, they could not hide their expressions of terror. What shocked them even more was that all of this was accomplished by the 18-year-old young city lord of Lintian City, Su Feng. Chapter 95. Stay calm. This is normal. People have long said that Su Feng's personal strength is formidable and that he has 3 divine beasts. When hearing these claims, most people maintained a skeptical attitude and did not fully believe them. After all, Su Feng is just an 18-year-old youth. If he were truly powerful, he would need to possess an exceptionally strong body, leading them to think that others were merely exaggerating. While they believed in the existence of Su Feng's 3 divine beasts due to the statue in the western district of Lintian City, convincing them of his own formidable strength was akin to claiming that a newborn baby could speak, making it hard for them to accept. But now they believed. Completely and utterly. In an instant, Su Feng had taken down the dozen robbers surrounding him. They had no idea what had happened. Those robbers had turned into scattered limbs on the ground. It It was terrifying. Could such a feat truly be accomplished by a mere teenager? Stay calm. This is quite normal for our young city lord. Yes, don't be too surprised. Our young city lord is simply extraordinary by nature. Noticing the shocked soldiers from Anjing City, the guards from Lintian City proudly reassured them. As the young city lord of Lintian City, Su Feng's innate strength is formidable. And seeing the soldiers from Anjing City in such shock made the guards from Lintian City feel genuinely proud. Although most of them had not witnessed Su Feng fighting personally, they firmly believed in his accomplishments. Thus, when they saw Su Feng display such tremendous strength for the first time, they were indeed shocked. But soon felt it was quite ordinary, calming the startled soldiers from Anjing City. After all, who had ever seen a mere teenager exhibit such power? The bandits opposing them were also frozen in place, their fighting spirit extinguished once again. Most of them were ordinary people who had failed to become beast masters, relying only on slightly stronger physical strength to become bandits. Now, they faced a significantly larger number of guards with terrifying combat power, which was no different from sending themselves to their deaths. Not to mention, there was a young man only in his teens who possessed such horrifying combat strength just through physical techniques. Some bandits began to consider surrendering again, but the soldiers of Anjing City would not give them that chance. The group of bandits had already committed crimes by intercepting their reinforcements in this area, which constituted grounds for the death penalty. They had hesitated to surrender earlier, and now that the battle was halfway through, the soldiers of Anjing City would no longer allow them to surrender. Consequently, the disorganized bandits were completely wiped out by the soldiers of Anjing City and the guards of Lintian City. Now, only Yao Guang and Su Wen were left still fighting. The guards of Lintian City and the soldiers of Anjing City wanted to help Lu Hao and Li Xian, but they were stopped by Su Feng. Although only Yao Guang and Su Wen were left fighting alone, their strength was not something ordinary bandits could compare to. And since these two had been able to fight Lu Hao and the others for so long, sending in guards and soldiers to help would only result in death. At this moment, the rock bear and the mighty gorilla had just broken free from the web's restraints and were fighting alongside Li Xian's crimson-scaled beast. However, Su Wen's demon spider moved quickly, and the webs it spat out were quite troublesome. The magical beasts of Li Xian's group could not get within half a step of the demon spider. The green demon mantis was faster than the flame-toothed wolf, and its sharp scythe arms dealt significant damage to the flame-toothed wolf. Seeing this, Su Feng slowly walked towards their battle. As long as he dealt with Yao Guang and Su Wen, this extermination operation could end perfectly. They are ultimately a group of worthless trash. As Su Feng approached and saw that the bandits had all been dealt with, Yao Guang muttered disdainfully. From the beginning of the battle, Yao Guang did not think highly of the few hundred bandits under him. However, he had initially thought that by entangling Lu Hao and his commanders, the 200 bandits could hold them off for some time. But the result was that they were all resolved in less than a quarter of an hour. Yao Guang was very disappointed with these bandits, but he didn't care too much. After all, the final outcome of a battle does not depend on the number of lower-tier combatants, but rather on the victory or defeat of higher-tier combatants. As long as Yao Guang and Su Wen eliminated these for commanders, they could regroup and develop again later. They had experienced multiple exterminations and were very confident in this. As long as they survived this extermination operation, with the strength of the two of them, they could develop this stronghold back to its original numbers in just a month. After all, this area was so famous that some desperate criminals would come here seeking refuge and become bandits. They made a living by kidnapping merchants heading to Lintian City to do business, seeking a chance to survive in this chaotic world. However, when he saw Su Feng walking over, Yao Guang seemed to have thought of a better idea. He turned to look at Su Wen's position. And Su Wen was also sizing up the slowly approaching Su Feng, just as their eyes met. The two exchanged a smile, as if they had thought of the same thing, and a sinister smile appeared on their faces. Immediately, the two drew in on the four commanders, a move that seemed to favor Lu Hao and the others, but was actually part of their conspiracy. Once Lu Hao, Li Xian, and the other two commanders gathered together, Yao Guang and Su Wen suddenly swapped opponents, with Yao Guang facing Li Xian and Su Wen taking on Lu Hao. This change allowed Lu Hao to regain some footing and even provided a slight opportunity for a counterattack. Li Xian and his team also slightly turned the tide, with their three Beast Kings managing to hold their own against Yao Guang's green demon mantis. However, Yao Guang and Su Wen were unconcerned with this minor shift in the situation, instead displaying looks of triumph. Li Xian and the others felt something was wrong and happened to notice Su Feng slowly approaching from behind them. Oh no, it's a trap. Su Feng, be careful. After Li Xian sensed something unusual, he shouted a warning to Su Feng to be cautious. Chapter 96. All means exhausted, no place to escape. Suddenly, Yao Guang's green demon mantis changed its target and charged towards the approaching Su Feng. Seeing this, Li Xian and the other two commanders quickly ordered their magical beasts to follow. However, The sudden turn of events and the speed of the green demon mantis far surpassed theirs. Even the crimson-scaled beast could not keep up. Lu Hao saw this scene and, disregarding the demon spider beside him, hurriedly ordered the flame-toothed wolf to change its target and stop Yao Guang's green demon mantis. However, this played right into Yao Guang's trap. Lu Hao and Li Xian did not notice Su Wen and his demon spider's movements. Once the attention of the four was fully drawn to Yao Guang's green demon mantis, Su Wen commanded his demon spider to quietly change positions. The green demon mantis, halfway through its charge, then redirected its attack towards the pursuing Lu Hao and the others. In an instant, the four beast kings were blocked by the green demon mantis. Lu Hao found himself alone, blocking all four commanders in front of him. This action left Li Xian and the others somewhat confused. But they remembered that Su Wen and the demon spider were still around. When they turned to check Su Wen's whereabouts, they discovered he was nowhere to be seen. Before they could react, large webs came rushing in from all directions, trapping Lu Hao and the other magical beasts within. Moreover, to ensure that Lu Hao and his magical beasts were sufficiently trapped, Su Wen covered the initial layer of webs with several more layers. After doing this, the demon spider would be left very weak, but Su Wen did not care about that. As long as they captured Su Feng, Lu Hao and the others would certainly not dare to act rashly. They had previously learned about Su Tianzong's identity and discovered he had a son. Combining this with Lu Hao and the others' great respect for Su Feng, it was clear that Su Feng was Su Tianzong's son, the young lord of Lintian City. If they captured Su Feng, it would be a huge win. Not only could they resolve this crisis, but they could also use him to threaten Lintian City, and they would surely give in to whatever demands they had. Thinking of this, Yao Guang's face lit up with joy, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Although over 300 bandits had been exterminated this time, they did not care about the lives of these worthless individuals. They were once renowned figures among beast masters. But after making some mistakes, they were exposed, and the city placed them on a blacklist, preventing them from living in any city. Thus, they had fallen to become leaders of bandits in this area. Now, as long as they captured Su Feng, they could threaten Lintian City and perhaps even have a chance to turn their fortunes around. At this moment, Lu Hao, Li Xian, and their four commanders, along with their four beast king-level magical beasts, were all trapped in the web of the demon spider. Only the guards of Lintian City and the soldiers of Anjing City remained. Together, they numbered nearly 200 and showed no fear, even willing to stand in front of Su Feng. Although Su Wen's demon spider had exhausted all its strength binding Lu Hao and the others, Yao Guang did not care about this at all. The guards, while numerous, had too low combat power. As long as they dared to stop Yao Guang, they would be slaughtered in an instant by the peak beast king-level green demon mantis. Su Feng also realized this, so he did not let the guards stand in front of him. Seeing this, Yao Guang was even more delighted. With this group of guards not blocking him, it saved him a lot of trouble. Ha ha ha, no matter what your identity is, kid, you delivered yourself right to our doorstep today, so don't blame us. Looking at Su Feng and the 100 guards behind him, Yao Guang wore a proud expression. It was an easy task to deal with the three commanders, including Lu Hao, and capturing Su Feng would be a piece of cake. Su Feng had no magical beasts around him from the very beginning, and besides, he looked like just a teenager. Yao Guang didn't even need to use the green magic mantis. He could easily lift Su Feng by himself. He confidently walked towards Su Feng, completely unguarded. However, when Yao Guang thought he had Su Feng under control, the latter showed no signs of worry. Yao Guang mistakenly believed that Su Feng was stunned with fear, so he had no sense of vigilance. In a swift motion, he appeared next to Su Feng and pulled out a dagger, pressing it against Su Feng's throat. If you don't want your young lord to die, all of you guards drop your weapons. Yao Guang shouted fiercely at the guards while pressing the dagger against Su Feng's neck. Now that Su Feng was in his hands, he wanted to see whether these people would surrender or disregard Su Feng's life. Yao Guang sneered and was about to push the dagger in deeper to draw a little blood from Su Feng to intimidate the guards. Suddenly, the smile on his face froze. He felt that the dagger in his hand couldn't penetrate, as if it had hit something hard. Looking down, he discovered that the dagger had actually bent. Yet, there wasn't a scratch on Su Feng's skin, not even a mark. My God, Yao Guang's dagger was a mid-grade low-tier spiritual weapon. It could easily pierce the skin of beast spirit-level magical beasts. With just a little force, it could penetrate an ordinary person's skin immediately. But now, even with all his strength, the dagger couldn't pierce Su Feng's neck, and instead, the mid-grade low-tier spiritual weapon had undergone a significant deformation. Yao Guang refused to give up and continued to stab at Su Feng's neck with all his might. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The dagger in Yao Guang's hand shattered into pieces, falling to the ground, leaving only the handle in his grasp. The guards were already accustomed to such scenes, but Yao Guang was stunned. This dagger was a mid-grade low-tier spiritual weapon. Not only could it not pierce Su Feng's skin, but it also shattered. Was the dagger in Yao Guang's hand a fake, or was Su Feng's skin truly that tough? This dagger had been robbed from a merchant by bandits and was a genuine mid-grade low-tier spiritual weapon. But looking at Su Feng, he seemed to be just a teenager. How could his physical body be cultivated to such a level? However, Yao Guang soon calmed down. At this moment, he had a hint of vigilance. But he wasn't afraid that Su Feng could kill him. Rather, he was wary of what secret treasure Su Feng might use to escape. So, Yao Guang commanded the green magic mantis to come to Su Feng's side to ensure that Su Feng had nowhere to run. Chapter 97. The three divine beasts appear. All things worship. Yao Guang intended to seize Su Feng's arm, and, when the green magic mantis arrived, to cut off Su Feng's arm to teach him a lesson. However, when he thought he had a hold on Su Feng, he saw Su Feng grab Yao Guang's left hand with one hand and gently lift it. Yao Guang exerted all his strength to hold on to Su Feng, but his face turned red as he still couldn't stop his arm from being lifted. In contrast, Su Feng looked relaxed, as if he felt no strength at all. With a crisp crack, Yao Guang let out a miserable scream. Yao Guang's robust left arm was easily broken by Su Feng. Clutching his broken arm, Yao Guang staggered back a few steps, looking at Su Feng with an expression of disbelief. But that wasn't the end. A massive palm print came crashing down, instantly pinning Yao Guang against it and sending him flying several meters away, directly embedding him into the mud wall of the stronghold. Poof! After being struck and embedded in the wall, Yao Guang spat out a mouthful of blood. 5 of his ribs were broken, and his injured arm was completely severed, with only a bit of skin connecting it to Yao Guang's body. Meanwhile, Su Wen, who was resting nearby, was dumbfounded. The burly Yao Guang had his arm easily twisted off by Su Feng and was now embedded in the wall. Could this really be something a teenager could do? Yao Guang was not only the strongest among them in terms of magical beasts, but his physical strength was also unmatched. Now, he had been beaten to this extent by a Su Feng who was more than 30 years younger than him. Su Wen had initially observed Su Feng. Apart from being somewhat handsome, he thought Su Feng was just an ordinary person. Moreover, there was no trace of magical beasts around Su Feng, and they believed he was not a beast master, thinking he would be easy to handle. But unexpectedly, although there were no magical beasts around Su Feng, his physical strength turned out to be so formidable. Could a teenager really cultivate to such a level? Although Su Wen was shocked, there was no time to ponder these things. Immediately, Su Wen ordered the demon spider to cooperate with the green magic mantis to capture Su Feng, while Su Wen went to check on Yao Guang's condition. However, at that moment, the sky suddenly changed color. It was just noon, the time when the sunlight was the strongest. Yet, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, forming a massive swirling vortex and began to emit a strong sense of oppression. This scene made Su Wen's brows involuntarily furrow, and his expression turned very grave, because this scene and the waves of oppressive feeling were very familiar to him. A few days ago, they had sensed this oppressive feeling and noticed something unusual in Lintian City. At that time, they were stalling for time against Li Xian's troops. But the oppressive feeling caused several of their bandits to faint on the spot, almost allowing Li Xian to escape. Fortunately, the oppressive feeling also caused a large number of Li Xian's soldiers to faint. They had thought that it was Su Tianzong's Tianyao Phoenix breaking through to the beast sect level, and they planned to finish this and escape with 1,000,000 gold coins from Shueling Yun and the others. But upon closer inspection, the oppressive feeling seemed not to reach the beast sect level. Rather, it resembled the beast emperor level. So they didn't rush to escape but decided to investigate first. However, since they couldn't enter Lintian City, they could only guess based on subtle clues. But the difficulty of gathering information was very high, and in the end, it came to nothing. Now, this oppressive feeling had appeared again, and it could only be caused by Su Feng's magical beast. Because Su Feng had never had magical beasts around him, and they had previously found out that Su Feng seemed to have become a beast master half a year ago. At that time, the commotion in Lintian City had been enormous, celebrating for 3 days and nights. But if this oppressive feeling was caused by Su Feng's magical beast, Su Wen was the first to not believe it. This oppressive feeling reached at least the Beast King level, even possibly the Beast Emperor level. For someone who had only become a beast master half a year ago, it would be miraculous to reach the Beast Spirit level in such a short time, let alone the Beast King and Beast Emperor levels. However, right now, apart from Su Feng, there were only ordinary guards left, and they definitely couldn't achieve that. So Su Wen speculated that Su Tianzong might be hiding among them, and this oppressive feeling should be caused by the Tianyao Phoenix. However, after searching for most of the day, Su Wen still hadn't seen Su Tianzong's figure, which made him feel very ominous. Meanwhile, the guards from Lintian City began to cheer at this scene, shouting Su Feng's name. They knew that Su Feng's divine beasts were about to descend, and this time, they would be able to watch the 3 divine beasts of their young city lord up close. What a rare opportunity this was. Once upon a time, They had only seen the appearance of the three divine beasts from the statue in the West District. Watching the three divine beasts surrounding Su Feng, he stood like an immovable god king, and just standing there was already incredibly shocking. But who had ever seen it with their own eyes? So everyone was eagerly anticipating witnessing it for themselves. Now that there was such a rare opportunity, the guards of Lintian City were very excited. Fixated on the swirling dark clouds in the sky, waiting for the divine beasts to arrive. Meanwhile, the soldiers from Anjing City were in a daze. They had not been in Lintian City for long, and their understanding of the happenings here was limited. Seeing the swirling dark clouds in the sky and feeling the intense pressure, they were somewhat terrified, and their legs began to tremble involuntarily. However, when they saw the excited guards of Lintian City, they inexplicably began to lose their fear and instead stared at the swirling dark clouds with the same excitement. Soon, three figures slowly descended from the swirling dark clouds. The guards shouted loudly, their expressions ecstatic, as if they had seen deities, and they knelt on the ground to worship. The soldiers from Anjing City did the same, putting down their weapons and kneeling to worship, even though most of them did not believe in the existence of deities. But at that moment, they all knelt down in unison and in an orderly fashion to pay their respects. Their respective magical beasts also directly prostrated on the ground, submitting to those three figures. The usually violent green magic mantis even showed signs of fear at this moment. Upon seeing the blue figure among the three, it instinctively took a few steps back, afraid to attack Su Feng. Go for it, green magic mantis. Yao Guang's voice came, somewhat intermittent and strained, but still loud. After being hit by Su Feng's mountain opening seal, Yao Guang nearly fainted and slowly slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. How could he let a teenager defeat him? Gritting his teeth, he commanded the green magic mantis to attack Su Feng. With Su Wen's magic spider cooperating, Yao Guang believed that the two beast kings could handle Su Feng. Chapter 98. The Might of Su Feng, completely dumbfounded. But when Su Feng's three divine beasts appeared before them, Yao Guang and the others were dumbfounded. The three divine beasts that descended here each exuded an aura that ordinary magical beasts could not compare to. More importantly, the blue dragon had reached the pinnacle of Beast King level, yet its momentum surpassed that of Yao Guang's green magic mantis by an unknown amount. Even vaguely reaching Beast Emperor level, Yao Guang and Su Wen trembled in their hearts, completely stunned by the blue dragon before them. Although the other two divine beasts were not to be feared, the green magic mantis and the blue dragon were simply not on the same level. But if they did not fight, they would be doomed once Lu Hao and the others reacted. So, Yao Guang and Su Wen exchanged glances and came up with an idea. Green magic mantis, go for it. Yao Guang ordered the green magic mantis loudly. To survive, Yao Guang planned to have the green magic mantis work with the magic spider to capture Su Feng. Since Su Feng's divine beasts were so fierce, they would just capture Su Feng directly. However, Su Feng's blue dragon and red phoenix did not intend to let them act wantonly. They charged toward the approaching enemies. The blue dragon faced off against the green magic mantis, which was also at the pinnacle of Beast King level, while the red phoenix confronted Su Wen's magic spider. The blue dragon undoubtedly held the upper hand, while the battle between the red phoenix and the magic spider surprisingly saw the beast spirit level red phoenix also gaining the upper hand. The magic spider had previously needed to ensnare Lu Hao and the others, expelling a massive amount of webbing, which was already a huge drain. Moreover, the red phoenix's flames were particularly effective against the magic spider's web. Even if the magic spider's web engulfed the red phoenix could easily dispel it with a breath of fire. Although the magic spider's web was very resilient, it had no resistance to fire, and the red phoenix's flames, even when ordinary, were incredibly fierce. Therefore, even though the red phoenix was at the beast spirit level, it could still dominate against the medium-level magic spider at the Beast King level. Su Wen was thoroughly shocked upon witnessing this scene. He had never expected the red phoenix's flames to be so powerful, although he knew that the magic spider's web would be restrained by fire attribute attacks. Even a typical fire attribute magical beast at the Beast King level wouldn't be able to instantly burn through the web. Plus, the red phoenix was currently only at the beast spirit level. How could it possess such a fierce fire attribute attack? Su Wen was somewhat confused. This completely overturned his understanding of magical beasts. In the past, Su Wen had relied on the powerful web attacks of the magic spider to defeat many fire attribute magical beasts. Although the magic spider had consumed a lot of energy earlier, it should not have been overpowered by a beast spirit level fire attribute magical beast. If this got out, who would believe that a beast spirit level beast master could overpower a beast king level magical beast? But now the facts were right before their eyes, and the red phoenix's flames had completely surrounded the magic spider, while the blue dragon was also overpowering the green magic mantis. Although both sides were at the pinnacle of Beast King level, the green magic mantis had no ability to counterattack at all. The blue dragon's thorns suddenly sprouted from the ground, continuously coiling around the green magic mantis, but they were all severed by the mantis's scythe-like forelegs. However, the blue dragon had no wings, yet could float in midair, making it impossible for the green magic mantis to reach it. Moreover, thorns kept sprouting from the ground. As long as the green magic mantis relaxed even a bit, the thorns would quickly wrap around it. Once the green magic mantis's scythe-like forelegs were bound, the thorns would continuously entangle it until it completely lost its ability to move. Damn it, didn't that kid just become a beast master for half a year? How could that blue dragon possess the strength of a beast king at its peak? And why does this kid have 3 magical beasts? Yao Guang was dumbfounded. Feeling utterly disoriented, looking at Su Feng and the 3 divine beasts, he was on the verge of collapse. A person who had only been a beast master for half a year had their magical beasts reach the pinnacle of beast king level. And one person could actually possess 3 magical beasts at the same time. Was he even human? Everything about this far exceeded their understanding of beast masters. Yao Guang could not imagine how Su Feng could elevate a magical beast to the pinnacle of beast king level in just half a year. Nor could he fathom why Su Feng could possess 3 magical beasts simultaneously. Seeing how fierce Su Feng's blue dragon and red phoenix were, Yao Guang and Su Wen were deeply shocked, but they could not afford to lose, nor dare to lose. If they lost, they would surely be killed on the spot. We can't just sit here and wait to die. You and I will join forces to capture that kid. With our strength, as long as we get through this, we can thrive in other countries. Su Wen said firmly to Yao Guang after calming down. Before becoming the bandit leader, both Yao Guang and Su Wen were somewhat renowned beast masters. They could not just die here, and they felt a lot of resentment. If it weren't for some past mistakes, with their strength, they could have become leaders in certain cities or held some prestigious positions. Yao Guang then took a pill to recover from his injuries and prepared to team up with Su Wen to capture Su Feng. However, since Su Feng had been able to injure Yao Guang so severely with a single palm strike, both Yao Guang and Su Wen dared not underestimate this young man who was decades younger than them. The strength that Su Feng displayed was completely beyond the level of his peers. Even some city lords or academy mentors might not reach Su Feng's level of strength. Therefore, they must treat him with caution. When Yao Guang and Su Wen wanted to approach Su Feng, the soldiers of Anjing City wanted to help. However, the pressure released by Su Feng's 3 divine beasts was too overwhelming. They could barely even stand up, so the guards of Lintian City advised them to stay put. Moreover, the strength Su Feng had previously displayed seemed to indicate he did not need their assistance. Besides, there was also a divine beast, Xuanwu, besides Su Feng. The only ones to worry about were Yao Guang and Su Wen, as the guards of Lintian City had immense trust in Su Feng's abilities. The news of Su Feng defeating Shui Lingyun and Shui Lingfeng alone had spread like wildfire within Lintian City, and it came from the mouth of General Yang Fei, making it highly credible, although they initially found it hard to believe. How could they doubt the truth of the matter when it was stated by one of Lintian City's generals? Furthermore, Su Feng had already demonstrated too many incredible feats. It was normal for him to have one more. Chapter 99, Instant Resolution, Summoning Beast Fire. After half a year, his beast taming reached the pinnacle of Beast King level, and he possessed 3 divine beasts. So what if his own strength was a bit abnormal? The guards of Lintian City had gradually gotten used to it, and were starting to find it quite normal. The soldiers of Anjing City seemed to be affected as well, slowly coming to see these events happening to Su Feng as entirely ordinary. Seeing Su Feng capable of simultaneously commanding 3 beasts, they even thought they could also possess multiple beasts in the future, alongside powerful physical strength and techniques. However, when they witnessed Su Feng's displayed strength, the soldiers of Anjing City were dumbfounded. Under the encirclement of Yao Guang and Su Wen, Su Feng showed no signs of worry on his face. On the contrary, he appeared relaxed, completely ignoring the two, as he bent down to take out a pill from his ring and fed it to Xuanwu. Instantly, Xuanwu's aura surged dramatically, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. This calm demeanor, however, made Su Wen and Yao Guang feel quite disdainful. Now, only this high-tier magical beast, Xuanwu, remained besides Su Feng. Even if it broke through, it would only reach the beast spirit level. As long as they could capture Su Feng before Xuanwu's breakthrough, there was nothing to fear. Moreover, they had once been prominent figures. Su Feng's blatant disregard for them was nothing short of an insult. Immediately, Yao Guang took the initiative to attack Su Feng. He charged straight at Su Feng, coordinating with Su Wen to block Su Feng's escape route, leaving him nowhere to run. However, Su Feng stood his ground, showing no intention of fleeing. Before Yao Guang could reach him, Su Feng created a lightning clone and simultaneously struck out a palm towards the charging Yao Guang. Instantly, 2 massive palm prints surged towards Yao Guang. The shockwaves from the palm prints devastated the ground beneath them, leaving 2 deep trenches in their wake. Yao Guang attempted to evade, but his speed was too great to stop in time. Fortunately, Su Wen, who was beside him trying to intercept Su Feng, noticed this scene. Therefore, Su Wen abandoned his attempt to stop Su Feng and unleashed a forceful energy punch at Yao Guang, forcibly redirecting him away from Su Feng's two mountain-crushing palm prints. Bang! The two giant palms ultimately flew into the bandits' mud hut hall, utterly demolishing it and turning it into ruins. Yao Guang, struck by Su Wen's energy punch, gasped for breath. Looking at the easily destroyed hall as if he had survived a calamity, his eyes filled with terror. Earlier, he had taken one of Su Feng's mountain-crushing palm strikes, resulting in 5 broken ribs, and his fractured left arm was entirely incapacitated, connected only by a thin piece of skin. With such power in that one strike, had Yao Guang not received Su Wen's help, he would have surely faced fatal consequences from the 2 palm strikes. This thought sent waves of fear through Yao Guang. However, as the self-proclaimed bandit leader, even with just him and Su Wen left, he would not easily reveal his true thoughts. Yao Guang, do not act impulsively. This kid's technique has a terrifying attack power. If you get hit even once, it's all over. Su Wen said seriously after forcibly saving Yao Guang. The power of Su Feng's technique was too fearsome. Su Wen was quite cautious, but Yao Guang was simply too reckless. Had it not been for Su Wen's intervention, Yao Guang might have already perished under Su Feng's palm strikes. Now, neither of them dared to easily attack Su Feng again. However, they had not yet grasped the extent of Su Feng's strength, leaving them at a loss for how to proceed. They had never anticipated Su Feng would be this strong. Upon hearing the bandits' cries, they thought it was merely the guards of Lintian City and the soldiers of Anjing City at work. Had they paid more attention to Su Feng's movements earlier, they might have understood more. Seeing that neither was willing to take the initiative, Su Feng would not waste time with them. In an instant, Su Feng and the lightning clone vanished from sight. Yao Guang and Su Wen could not track Su Feng's movements, yet Su Feng and the lightning clone appeared behind them simultaneously. Before the two could react, a flame gathered in Su Feng's hands and launched an attack towards Yao Guang and Su Wen. In an instant, the two were struck by Su Feng and the lightning clone's 9-fold Phoenix Fire technique. A powerful pain surged through their backs, their clothes burned to ashes, followed by another mountain-crushing palm strike. Bang! The combination of the 9-fold Phoenix Fire technique and the mountain-crushing palm strike caused the two to explode like a bomb, sending dust flying. Amidst the dust, 2 battered figures staggered to their feet. Under Su Feng's attack, Yao Guang's remaining arm was blown off. One of his legs was also destroyed, and a large bloody hole appeared in his body. He barely stood for a moment before his rugged, broken body collapsed to the ground. Su Wen fared slightly better. He lost 1 arm and 1 leg, but his body was not punctured by a bloody hole. This was thanks to the mid-grade lower-tier armor he wore beneath his clothing, which absorbed part of the attack, though his situation was still dire. While his body was not pierced, the powerful explosion had still injured his internal organs. If he did not receive timely treatment now, he too would perish here. Please spare my life. I am willing to. Su Wen started, but before he could finish, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground. He was genuinely frightened, collapsing and crawling towards Su Feng with his remaining hand. Please don't kill me. I'm willing to be your servant. Just don't kill me. Grabbing onto the hem of Su Feng's pants, which crackled with electricity, Su Wen desperately pleaded for mercy, not wanting to die here. However, before him stood the lightning clone, which completely ignored Su Wen's desperate pleas, slowly raised its hand, and a bolt of lightning coiled around its hand, transforming into a lightning blade that pierced into Su Wen's body. Bang! Su Wen's body exploded once more, flesh and blood scattering, splattering onto the face of the lightning clone. After completing this, the lightning clone vanished on its own. At this moment, Xuanwu was on the verge of breaking through to the beast spirit level, and the battle with Qing Long and the others was also nearing resolution. Not long ago, Su Feng had obtained a beast taming pill. Seizing this opportunity, he instructed Xuanwu to break through immediately. In the future, Su Feng would prefer to let Xuanwu handle what it could, rather than getting personally involved. Suddenly, Su Feng took out the 10,000 beasts spiritual fire from the ring, intending to heal the injured guard soldiers on the scene. However, the sudden appearance of the 10,000 beasts spiritual fire caught the attention of the Vermilion Bird. Chapter 100. The Vermilion Bird advances, peak beast spirit. The moment the 10,000 beasts spiritual fire was taken out, the Vermilion Bird was attracted and let out a chirp towards Su Feng. Just as Su Feng was about to use the beast fire to heal the guards, he turned to look at the Vermilion Bird. The Vermilion Bird seemed very interested in the flame, even forgetting about the demon god spider beside it. Su Feng tentatively moved the 10,000 beasts spiritual fire in his hand, and found the Vermilion Bird's gaze fixed on it as it slowly approached Su Feng. However, the demon god spider stealthily followed behind the Vermilion Bird, intending to ambush it. Unexpectedly, before the demon god spider could launch an attack, the vermilion bird suddenly turned its head, and a fierce flame surged towards the demon god spider. In an instant, the demon god spider was engulfed by the flame. The demon god spider struggled to extinguish the flames on its body, but no matter how it struggled, the flames showed no signs of being extinguished. Seizing this opportunity, the azure dragon manipulated thorns that suddenly emerged from the ground, binding the demon god spider to the ground. The thorns wrapped around it continuously, while the vermilion bird's flames burned even more fiercely. In just a moment, the demon god spider was bound to the ground and unable to move, until it was completely burned away by the vermilion bird's flames. Now, only the green demon mantis was still fighting alone. The vermilion bird excitedly ran up to Su Feng, examining the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire in his hand. Do you want this? The somewhat weak vermilion bird looked quite interested in the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire, which was somewhat amusing. Chirp. However, the vermilion bird shook its head in response to Su Feng's question, indicating that it wanted it, and let out another chirp. Seeing that the vermilion bird was very interested, Su Feng didn't hold back. After all, the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire was of no use to him. So he simply tossed it to the vermilion bird. As the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire was thrown into the air, the vermilion bird gently flapped its wings and swallowed the fire into its belly in one gulp. Boom. After the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire entered the vermilion bird's belly, a flame shot out from its mouth. From that flame, the red flames resembling various beasts faintly emerged. Soon, it seemed that the vermilion bird's strength was slowly increasing. The 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire was quickly absorbed within the vermilion bird, raising its power to the peak of the beast spirit level. And the vermilion bird appeared to still be somewhat unsatisfied. This vermilion bird of the young city lord actually reached the peak of the beast spirit level. That flame looked very fierce, and the young city lord's vermilion bird actually absorbed it just like that. Moreover, it even increased its strength. This is too terrifying. Your young city lord's divine beast is really too abnormal. Such a fierce was swallowed just like that, and its strength was increased. I don't even know what to say anymore. Seeing the vermilion bird swallow the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire and its strength rise to the peak of the beast spirit level, the guards of Lintian City were unable to remain calm. The soldiers of Anjing City were momentarily at a loss for words to describe it. Although they didn't understand, they could see that the in Su Feng's hands was very powerful, but it became a material for the vermilion bird to increase its strength, which was too shocking. Swallowing the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire and absorbing it in an instant, along with the rise to the peak of the beast spirit level. Even Su Feng felt a bit surprised. With this, Su Feng understood that the vermilion bird could enhance its strength by absorbing. This situation reminded Su Feng of the 9 dragons' thunderfire that hadn't been taken away by the Lingbing sect. If Su Feng could also obtain this 9 dragons' thunderfire and let the vermilion bird absorb it, perhaps it could help the vermilion bird break through to the Beast King level. Soon, this idea was firmly planted in Su Feng's mind. However, at this moment, there was also movement on the Xuanwu side. Having taken the Beast Master Pill for the first time, Xuanwu was also about to break through to the Beast Spirit level, which made Su Feng very pleased. In half a year's time, having 3 divine beasts, 2 of which had already reached the Beast Spirit level, and the Azure Dragon had even reached the peak of the Beast King level. With this speed of improvement, it wouldn't be long before Su Feng could even catch up to his father, Su Tianzong. Bang! While Su Feng was still contemplating the path ahead in his mind, Xuanwu finally completed its breakthrough and released a strong wave of energy. The tortoise with a snake tail slowly walked towards Su Feng. At this moment, it had reached the beast spirit level and had a certain combat capability. Previously, when it was still a high-level magical beast, Su Feng only used Xuanwu to enhance his defense. But now it was different. With Xuanwu reaching the beast spirit level, the enhanced defense had improved, and its own combat capability had also increased. Not to mention how powerful its combat capability could be. Now even a Beast King level magical beast might not be able to harm it. Xuanwu's greatest strength might not necessarily be its defense. But if it comes to defense, Xuanwu could claim second place in the world, and no magical beast would dare to claim the first. The improvements of the vermilion bird and Xuanwu made Su Feng very satisfied with this extermination operation. Especially knowing that the vermilion bird could enhance its strength by absorbing made Su Feng have a bold idea. Meanwhile, the guards of Lintian City and the soldiers of Anjing City, who were crouched on the ground watching, were once again dumbfounded. It should be noted that Su Feng's Xuanwu was obtained suddenly during the last incident, and that incident happened only half a month ago. If Su Feng's Xuanwu was indeed obtained at that time, it meant that in half a month, Xuanwu had risen from high-level strength to the beast spirit level. Not to mention why Su Feng's divine beast was born with high-level magical beast strength. Just the speed of improvement in half a month was enough to make them question life. It should be noted that they had spent over a decade raising their magical beasts to the beast spirit level, and it took 3 to 4 years just to get stuck at the beast spirit level. However, each of Su Feng's divine beasts was born with high-level magical beast strength and had reached the beast spirit level in half a month. The guards of Anjing City had never seen such a fast improvement speed. Even if a magical beast reached a certain level, it would take at least 2 years to rise from a low-level magical beast to a high-level one. This was already the fastest known improvement speed in their fallen star country. Yet, Su Feng not only worked 2 years less than others, but also improved at such an abnormal rate, which was simply incomprehensible. The soldiers of Anjing City were stunned and felt an inner envy for the guards of Lin Tian City. With such an incredibly powerful young city lord, how could Lin Tian City possibly decline in the future? Moreover, Su Feng had previously demonstrated such competent management skills, restoring Lin Tian City to prosperity in just half a month. Some soldiers from Anjing City even began to consider the idea of joining Lin Tian City as guards. Chapter 101. You are not enough. At just 18 years old, he displayed such perfection. The soldiers of Anjing City even began to suspect that Su Feng was perhaps a divine being descended from the heavens, protecting Lin Tian City. Otherwise, how could one explain that Su Feng could simultaneously possess 3 divine beasts, and they were all divine beasts? Moreover, Su Feng was young, and his own combat ability was also incredibly strong, using techniques they had never seen before. At this moment, the soldiers of Anjing City were completely shocked by Su Feng, lost in their thoughts and speculating. Meanwhile, the Green Demon Mantis was engaged in a tough battle with the Azure Dragon. Although both were at the peak of the Beast King level, in the actual fight, the Azure Dragon had always maintained the upper hand. The Green Demon Mantis was practically powerless to resist, having one of its scythe arms broken, while the Azure Dragon remained unscathed. Now the Demon Spider has turned to ashes, and the Green Demon Mantis has lost its fighting spirit. Lu Hao and the others have escaped, but their magical beasts are still trapped. Knowing it cannot win, the Green Demon Mantis has completely abandoned any hope of continuing the battle. If this goes on, it will undoubtedly die. However, the Azure Dragon keeps its gaze fixed on it. As long as the Green Demon Mantis shows even the slightest weakness, the thorns of the Azure Dragon will wrap it up like a rice dumpling. This predicament leaves the Green Demon Mantis feeling helpless. Unable to win in battle and with no place to escape, it seems to have made up its mind, staring resolutely at the Azure Dragon. It is determined to fight to the death against the Azure Dragon. Then, the Green Demon Mantis moves quickly, dodging the thorns that could spring up from the ground at any moment while approaching the Azure Dragon. A red mist begins to emanate from its body, and its aura suddenly rises, almost on par with a Beast Emperor-level magical beast. Oh no, the Green Demon Mantis is burning its own blood. Young Lord Su Feng. The Green Demon Mantis is going all out. Seeing the abnormality on the Green Demon Mantis, Lu Hao shouts loudly to warn Su Feng to be cautious of the Green Demon Mantis. The red mist around the Green Demon Mantis is caused by the burning of its internal blood, which can temporarily enhance the combat power of a magical beast. However, the cost is extremely heavy. Once the blood is completely burned out, the magical beast will be rendered useless, with no possibility of recovery. This technique is used by almost all magical beasts, but very few can actually use it because the cost is too great. No magical beast would use this technique unless absolutely necessary. The Scarlet Blood Rune used by Shui Lingfeng is said to have been developed by ancient beast tamers who studied this technique of magical beasts. Now, knowing it cannot win and having no other options, the Green Demon Mantis intends to use this technique to fight the Azure Dragon to the bitter end. Even if it cannot recover afterward, it does not care. After all, its beast tamer, Yao Guang, is already dead, and since it cannot leave here alive, it plans to drag the Azure Dragon down with it. Then, the Green Demon Mantis, burning its blood, launches a fierce counterattack against the Azure Dragon. Remarkably, after enhancing its strength by burning blood, it finally has a chance to retaliate, but it is still far from being able to kill the Azure Dragon. Now, the Green Demon Mantis jumping ability has improved, and with a powerful leap, it can attack the Azure Dragon suspended in the air. However, it only has one scythe arm left, and the damage it can inflict is very limited. At least it can finally hit the Azure Dragon. Thus, while dodging the thorns, the Green Demon Mantis leaps high to attack the Azure Dragon. Seizing the opportunity, it wildly swings its scythe arm at the Azure Dragon, hoping to cleave it in two. However, despite its scythe striking the same spot multiple times, it cannot break the scales on the Azure Dragon, leaving only a white mark. The Green Demon Mantis is very unwilling, even though it is burning its own blood and can now attack the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon's defense can withstand the attacks from its hard and sharp scythe. As a peak Beast King, it is extremely unwilling. But then, it glances at Su Feng, Zhu Ke, and the recently breakthrough Xin Wu. At this moment, The green demon mantis seems to have found a new target among Su Feng and the two divine beasts. The blood is burning quickly. Since it still cannot defeat the Azure Dragon, it cannot continue to waste time. After all, anyone it grabs can serve as a cushion. As long as it makes Su Feng and the others pay the price, the green demon mantis will be satisfied. Then, it feigns an attack to distract the Azure Dragon before rushing towards Su Feng and the others at top speed. Su Feng, young lord. Seeing the green demon mantis suddenly charge at Su Feng, Li Xian, who has just escaped from the web, panics. He wants to help Su Feng, but the green demon mantis is too fast, and he is too far from Su Feng. However, at this moment, he notices that Lu Hao is remarkably calm and shows no signs of worry. Li Xian is stunned. He does not understand why Lu Hao is so relaxed and unconcerned about Su Feng's situation. Su Feng is the young lord of Lin Tian City. Now he is about to be attacked by the green demon mantis. Why is Lu Hao, the leader of Lin Tian City, not nervous at all? Zhang Jiufeng and Lu Chuang are also stunned. Could it be that Lu Hao's previous respect for Su Feng was all an act, and in reality, he would be glad if Su Feng died? You don't need to look at me like that. You'll understand later, Lu Hao said calmly, seeing the puzzled expressions on Li Xian and the others. If Su Feng were in danger, he would be more anxious than anyone else. But he is confident that the green demon mantis cannot pose any danger to Su Feng. Earlier, he witnessed Su Feng single-handedly defeating Xueling Yun and the Beast Emperor-level Icefield Wolf. A peak Beast King green demon mantis, even burning its blood, can only reach combat power comparable to a Beast Emperor-level magical beast. It simply cannot kill Su Feng. Lu Hao firmly believes that Su Feng has the ability to deal with the green demon mantis. Moreover, Su Feng is accompanied by Xian Wu and Zhu Quebec. For the green demon mantis to threaten Su Feng, its current strength is far from enough. Sure enough, just as the green demon mantis is about to reach Su Feng, Xian Wu, who has just broken through to the beast spirit level, stands in front of Su Feng, directly taking the green demon mantis-scythe attack. The green demon mantis strikes fiercely, but Xian Wu shows no signs of strain. Swinging one of its scythe arms, it frantically slashes at Xian Wu's shell. But Xian Wu remains unscathed. Instead, the last remaining scythe arm of the green demon mantis begins to show fine cracks. Meanwhile, Zhu Ke flutters its wings, circling around the green demon mantis, continuously releasing flames to scorch its body. The green demon mantis tries to attack Su Feng, but is repeatedly blocked by Xian Wu, while Zhu Ke keeps attacking it from the side. Chapter 102, Blood Burning, Still Not Enough. The presence of Xian Wu and Zhu Ke prevents the green demon mantis from getting anywhere near Su Feng. Instead, it is being continuously burned by Zhu Ke's flames, with many blackened patches appearing on its body. After absorbing the 10,000 beasts' spirit fire, Zhu Ke's fire attacks are much stronger than before. Even though the green demon mantis has a layer of hard armor, it is scorched black by the flames and has developed cracks. However, no matter how much Zhu Ke attacks it, the green demon mantis remains determined to shake off Xian Wu and directly attack Su Feng. But unexpectedly, Xian Wu always manages to block in front of it, and even though its scythe arm has developed cracks, Xian Wu's shell remains intact. This scene leaves Li Xian and the others dumbfounded, and Lu Hao is also quite surprised. He had expected Su Feng to rely on his mysterious techniques to hold back the green demon mantis until the Azure Dragon arrives to deal with it. But now it is Xian Wu and Zhu Ke holding back the green demon mantis. It is important to note that the green demon mantis, by burning its blood, has reached the threshold of Beast Emperor level magical beast strength. Although Zhu Ke has reached the peak of the beast spirit level and enhanced its fire attribute slightly, Xian Wu has just broken through from high-level magical beast to beast spirit level. To withstand an attack comparable to that of a Beast Emperor-level magical beast with the defense of the Beast Spirit level is truly extraordinary. But this level of defense is too absurd. The green demon mantis' current combat power is almost at the Beast Emperor level. Yet Xian Wu can withstand attacks that span nearly 2 levels of strength. This is truly unbelievable. Li Xian feels that if his Scarlet Scale Light were to face the green demon mantis now, if struck by that scythe, it could even be cleaved in two. Now, he finally understands why Lu Hao is so confident in their young lord. It turns out that not only is Su Feng's own strength extraordinary, but the 3 divine beasts in his hands are also incredibly powerful, far beyond what one could compare with their common sense. After a prolonged attack, the green demon mantis has begun to weaken, as its vital energy is nearly exhausted. Realizing this, the green demon mantis decides to make a final desperate attempt. It raises its scythe-like leg high and fiercely strikes towards the left side of Xuanwu. This sudden side attack pushes Xuanwu directly 1 meter to the right, and the scythe-like leg of the green demon mantis breaks completely. However, the green demon mantis does not care, taking advantage of Xuanwu's momentary confusion. It rushes directly towards Su Feng, opening its large mouth to bite off Su Feng's head. Just as the green demon mantis is about to bite Su Feng, a thick and sharp thorn suddenly erupts from the ground in front of Su Feng, piercing through the green demon mantis's body and lifting it high into the air. The Azure Dragon, using the same method it used to deal with the Icefield Wolf, kills the green demon mantis that was trying to attack Su Feng. The thorn spreads inside the green demon mantis, eventually forming a tree made of thorns, standing tall in the center of the bandit camp. Just like that, it was resolved. Li Xin and the others, who were watching from the side, still had expressions of disbelief, staring straight ahead. That was a peak Beast King level magical beast. After burning its vital energy, it even had combat power comparable to a Beast Emperor level magical beast. Not only was it being suppressed by the Azure Dragon, but it couldn't even break through the defense of a Beast Spirit level magical beast. Should we say that Su Feng's divine beasts are too abnormal? Or that the green demon mantis is too weak? This was the first time Li Xin and the others had witnessed Su Feng's divine beasts demonstrate their strength, and it was simply shocking. Everything displayed was rubbing their previously learned knowledge into the ground, completely overturning their understanding of beast taming. Throughout the battle, they had not contributed at all, being entangled by the demon spider. Was the young Lord Su Feng and his divine beasts really this strong? Is the young Lord Su Feng really only in his teens? With just one person's strength, he resolved Yao Guang and the others, and even killed their magical beasts. This strength is simply terrifying. Compared to the young Lord Su Feng, we didn't even lift a finger, right? Yao Guang, Su Wan, and their magical beasts were all dealt with by Su Feng alone. They could be said to have contributed very little. Li Xian, the three of them stared in astonishment at Su Feng, then turned to look at Lu Hao beside them. No wonder Lu Hao was so calm earlier. He didn't expect Su Feng's strength to far surpass theirs, whether it was his own strength or that of his divine beasts. Li Xian and the others genuinely believed they couldn't compare to Su Feng. After all, he had long witnessed Su Feng single-handedly deal with Shui Lingyun and the others. Shui Lingyun and his group had Beast Emperor-level magical beasts and were elders of the Lingbing sect, having learned many techniques. Yet in the end, they were all resolved by Su Feng one by one, and Yao Guang and his group were merely the leaders of the bandits in this area. In terms of the techniques they could learn, they couldn't compare to Shui Lingyun and the others at all. Moreover, their magical beasts were at most peak Beast King level. Even after burning their vital energy, they had just barely reached Beast Emperor level. Ultimately, Yao Guang and the others were much easier to deal with than Shui Lingyun and his group. If Su Feng were not participating in this extermination mission, Lu Hao did not believe that the four of them alone could eliminate these bandits. Now, it seems the result is indeed as Lu Hao expected. Thanks to Su Feng's participation, all the bandits in this area, including their leader, were resolved. Although Lu Hao and the others were involved in this extermination action, if we really talked about it, they hadn't contributed much. It was completely Su Feng who resolved everything. However, Su Feng did not mind and paid no attention to Lu Hao and the others' movements. After letting the vermilion bird burn the web that trapped the flame Feng wolf, he allowed the three divine beasts to leave. Soon, Li Xian led Zhang Jiufeng and Lu Chuang to Su Feng's side. Young Lord Su Feng is truly unmatched in bravery. With just one person's strength, he resolved this group of bandit leaders. We are deeply impressed. After Li Xian and the others approached Su Feng, they began to sincerely praise him. What they experienced today left them greatly shocked, repeatedly refreshing their understanding of this world. Even now, they still found it hard to believe that the 18-year-old Su Feng possessed such powerful techniques. Most importantly, there is someone in this world who can have three divine beasts at the same time, and all of them are divine beasts. Furthermore, in just half a month, he could elevate from high-level magical beasts to beast spirit level, and in half a year, he could reach peak Beast King level. All of this is refreshing their common sense. Chapter 103. All resolved, departing back to the city. So many unbelievable things have happened to Su Feng. A young man only 18 years old can learn various powerful techniques, all of which are unfamiliar yet incredibly powerful techniques. Li Xian and the others have now completely believed the stories about Su Feng circulating within Lintian City. While they were resting, they curiously joined in on the topic, learning about Su Feng from others. However, the common people and guards spoke of Su Feng as if he were a deity, claiming he could split a mountain with a single palm, and his speed was faster than lightning. Li Xian and the others originally did not believe that an 18-year-old youth could have such powerful palm strength, nor did they believe Su Feng could truly be faster than lightning. They also had a skeptical attitude towards Su Feng possessing three divine beasts simultaneously. However, now that they have witnessed Su Feng's displayed abilities, all their doubts were completely shattered. After regaining their composure, Li Xian led Zhang Jiufeng and their respective magical beasts slowly to Su Feng. Now that the matter has been resolved, Li Xian and his group did not intend to linger. Yes, during these days. Thank you, young Lord Su Feng, for your care. We will take our leave now. After Li Xian finished speaking, Zhang Jiufeng followed suit, thanking Su Feng again, while Lu Chuang respectfully bowed to Su Feng. After greeting Su Feng, Li Xian and the three of them returned to the mixed group of Lintian city guards and soldiers from Anjing City. Once they gathered the soldiers from Anjing City, the three led 100 soldiers to start heading towards Anjing City. After seeing Li Xian and the others leave, Su Feng turned to Lu Hao and spoke. The guards followed Lu Hao's instructions, beginning to search the bandit camp for stolen goods and handling the corpses of the bandits. As they passed in front of the central thorn tree, they instinctively slowed their pace, carefully observing the thorn tree created by the Azure Dragon. The earlier battle between the Azure Dragon and the Green Demon Mantis was simply too exciting, leaving the guards wanting more. Looking at the Green Demon Mantis, pierced by thorns, the guards remained very shocked. However, they did not forget Su Feng's orders and began to efficiently handle the scene, planning to observe it closely afterward. Meanwhile, on the other side, it turns out that all the bandits surrounding Lintian City have been dealt with. Therefore, in the future, more and more merchants wishing to come to Lintian City for business will appear, and the matters needing to be handled will increase accordingly. Thus, Su Feng plans to finish the tasks at hand first to avoid backlog. When Su Feng opened the study in the Lord's mansion, he found Su Tianzong sitting there approving the city's affairs. Father, what brings you here? Seeing Su Tianzong reviewing the documents and worried about his health, Su Feng hurried over. However, when Su Feng attempted to take the documents from Su Tianzong's hands, he was refused. Fenger, your father has mostly recovered, and some appropriate activity will help with the recovery. Su Tianzong moved his severely injured left arm a bit and indicated to Su Feng that he was nearly fully recovered. After taking the bone growth pill obtained from the Shao family's treasury, Su Tianzong's left arm, which had been pierced, had almost healed and could now perform some simple movements. I heard that you led Lu Hao and several generals from Anjing City today to eliminate the bandits outside Lingtian City. How did the operation go? After demonstrating his recovery to Su Feng, Su Tianzong inquired about the situation of Su Feng's extermination operation. This morning, upon waking, Yang Fei, who was responsible for his treatment, informed him about Su Feng and the others going to eliminate the bandits. The operation has already concluded, and there will be no more bandits outside Lingtian City in the future. Consequently, more and more merchants will come to do business in Lingtian City. Su Feng calmly informed Su Tianzong about the extermination. All the bandits outside Lingtian City have been dealt with. In the future, no one should dare to be a bandit here. Those merchants who have long wanted to come to Lingtian City for business, but were afraid of being robbed by bandits will now flock to do business here. Wait, are you saying that all those bandits have been dealt with? However, Su Tianzong did not pay attention to the latter part of Su Feng's words, but rather focused on the news that all the bandits had been eliminated. Yes, father, including those two bandit leaders with Beast King level magical beasts. Yes, not a single one escaped. Yes, the two exchanged questions and answers, but the more Su Tianzong asked, the more incredulous his expression became, repeatedly asking Su Feng almost the same questions. Su Feng's serious demeanor ultimately convinced Su Tianzong that the bandits had indeed been completely and thoroughly dealt with. Ha ha ha, Fenger, you really did eliminate those bandits. This is truly a great relief. After confirming the truth of this matter, Su Tianzong laughed heartily. His previously pale face regained some color and spirit. After so many years, the bandits living near Lingtian City have finally been dealt with, which made Su Tianzong very happy. When Lingtian City was just developing and became the most prosperous city in the Falling Star Kingdom, bandits began to emerge from the hilly areas outside. Su Tianzong had once organized an extermination operation, but they were not completely eradicated. Later, as Lingtian City became the most prosperous city, there were too many affairs to handle. So Su Tianzong did not personally organize any more extermination operations, but entrusted the matter to Lu Hao, the chief of the generals. However, after multiple extermination attempts, those bandits were still not completely cleared out and instead became more cunning. To ensure the safety of merchants coming to Lingtian City, Su Tianzong ordered Lu Hao to carry out regular extermination operations against the bandits as a deterrent. Now, with the bandits completely resolved, and even those two leaders with Beast King level magical beasts unable to escape, Su Tianzong was overjoyed.